Chapter 176 Sweet Cafe 54. Ah. This. Daniel looked embarrassed. Although you were right. The ability to hold her up is already the limit of what I can bear. I can't bear to touch the body. I can, Lu Chunhua said proactively. When funerals were held in the village in the past, the corpses needed to be wiped and changed. I have done it. Thank you so much, Daniel said, as if he had received an amnesty. No. No. Lu Chunhua waved her hands quickly, with a simple and sincere look on her face. I'm glad that I can help. When Xiaoxi, Suyun, and Zhao Mimi went upstairs, they saw all the other players waiting in the corridor. What's wrong? Xiaoxi asked puzzledly. There is a corpse inside, Daniel said to Xiaoxi. Cici, don't come over yet. The smell hasn't completely dissipated yet. It smells terrible. Corpse. Corpse? Suyun suddenly stopped. She was already scared even before she saw the scene. Zhao Mimi held Suyun's hand tightly, with a cry in her voice. It's so annoying. Why are there corpses in escape room games? It's so annoying. Xiaoxi looked surprised. Can you tell who it is? It should be Zhang Tiantian, Daniel replied. I see she is wearing a bright red dress, which is exactly the same as the photo on the photo wall. She died in the darkroom? Xiaoxi was even more surprised. She asked, what was the condition of her death? Are there any wounds on her body? How long did it look like she had been dead? Daniel scratched his head. The smell is too unpleasant, and we haven't looked carefully yet. But I can see that the body has been slightly decomposed, and there is still some flesh on the face. At this point, Daniel paused, seeming to be trying not to recall that scene. He swallowed hard before continuing. The flesh on my face feels like it's falling off. It sounds like he has been dead for at least 20 days. Xiaoxi analyzed. Generally, a body begins to decay slightly after about 15 days. But because it is winter and the body is not buried in the soil, the rate of decay will be slowed down. Daniel. Dot. Cici's performance was a little too calm. Suyun. Dot. Zhao Mimi. Dot. Rural. Dot. They felt like vomiting just listening to it. Xiaoxi was actually in the mood to analyze the time of death. Pan Zhenhai. Dot. Xiao Liang. Dot. Zhua Fei. Dot. This is not a normal reaction that normal people should have. Mingyu looked surprised, and he couldn't help but ask, isn't Miss Xia scared? Fortunately, Xiaoxi replied, I didn't kill the person, so there seems to be no need to be afraid. She is only afraid of ghosts, not dead people. Mingyu slightly raised the corners of his lips, as if smiling. Miss Xia is more courageous than I thought. Thank you for the compliment. Xiaoxi nodded politely and reminded the others. Don't forget the tasks you haven't completed today. The remaining 4 players, who had not yet made coffee, came to their senses and walked downstairs. Although there are only 3 coffee machines, since the last player cannot drink their own coffee, they must rotate among 4. Mingyu was among them. When he passed by Xiaoxi, he paused but left without saying a word. Xiaoxi didn't pay attention. She approached Daniel and asked, You haven't searched the body yet, right? Daniel nodded. We plan to wait until the smell has dissipated before we dispose of the body. As he spoke, he pointed to Lu Chunhua. And Lu said that she has experience in handling corpses and can go find things on the corpses. Chapter 177 Sweet Cafe 55. Xiaoxi said, and took out 2 masks and 2 pairs of disposable plastic gloves used for eating sushi from her storage compartment. She handed one of the masks and gloves to Lu Chunhua. Aunt Lu, put these on. Although this kind of plastic gloves is not as good as medical gloves, conditions are limited, and it is better to have them than bare hands. Lu Chunhua thanked her repeatedly and quickly put it on herself. Wait a minute. Daniel couldn't help but ask. Shishi, do you want to go in now? Yes. Xiaoxi also put on a mask and gloves. She turned to Daniel and said, The smell of corpses has been in a closed room for more than 20 days, so it is difficult to dissipate quickly. But our time is limited, so it's better not to wait until the smell of corpses has completely dissipated before going in. After saying that, she looked at Lu Chunhua again. Aunt Lu, don't touch the body immediately after you go in. Let me observe it first before taking action. Don't move too much when touching it, because it has already been slightly decomposed. In this case, excessive movement may throw off the rotten meat. Behind them, Suyun and Zhao Mimi heard 2 clear sounds of retching. Just hearing this description made them want to vomit. They really didn't know how Xiaoxi managed to speak it naturally. Lu Chunhua nodded. Don't worry when I do things. I know. Let me light it for you. At this point, Daniel knew that Xiaoxi was serious, so he could only cooperate as much as possible. My searchlight light is better than a flashlight. Thank you then. Xiaoxi smiled at Daniel. Although the raised corners of her mouth cannot be seen with the mask on, her beautiful peach blossom eyes are slightly curved, making it easy to tell that she is smiling. Daniel couldn't help but laugh too. His original feeling of nausea subsided, and his mood became much better. He stood outside the darkroom door and lit the inside. Xiaoxi and Lu Chunhua walked into the darkroom together. Xiaoxi's eyes stayed on the computer table placed against the door for a moment. And then she turned to look at the body sitting in the inner corner. As Daniel said, the body was slightly decomposed, perhaps because it had been kept in the house for too long, and the putrid smell was particularly strong. Aunt Lu, didn't you smell any strange smell in the box for the past 2 days? Xiaoxi asked Lu Chunhua curiously. Lu Chunhua shook her head. I didn't smell anything. Xiaoxi took out her flashlight and shined it on the door frame. There is a layer of tape on the edge of the entire door. If the door is closed, it can indeed form a sealed environment, and the smell will not be easily released. In addition, Lu Chunhua was not a young person, and her sense of smell was not that keen. So it was normal not to be able to smell it. Xiaoxi asked Daniel to adjust the angle of the searchlight so that she could clearly observe the condition of Zhang Tiantian's body. This was not the first time she had seen a corpse, but it was the first time she had seen a corpse with this level of decomposition. The smell was so bad that it was still suffocating even with a mask on. No part of the corpse's body or face was visible. Although she wasn't afraid, she couldn't help but feel sick. Xiaoxi tried her best to observe every place quickly and accurately, and at the same time summarize what she saw. I didn't see any wounds or any marks of strangulation. Her posture was natural, and there were no signs of struggle or signs of poisoning. It looks like he committed suicide by taking poison. There are no water cups or other objects nearby, which should rule out the possibility of swallowing the key by force. Then she nodded to Lu Chunhua. Aunt Lu, you can start. Chapter 178 Sweet Cafe 56. Lu Chunhua hurried forward and started groping for the body. There were no pockets on the red dress, so there seemed to be almost no place to hide anything. But Lu Chunhua searched very carefully. She even lifted up her skirt and looked inside. She was not embarrassed at all because of the presence of the opposite sex. Daniel looked up to the ceiling with some embarrassment, pretending not to notice Lu Chunhua's movements. Here is this. Lu Chunhua took out a small USB flash drive from under Zhang Tiantian's, but Xiaoxi's eyes immediately turned to the computer in the darkroom. And she laughed. Sure enough, this computer is not a decoration. She saw this computer when she first came in, and she always felt that if there was such a thing here, it would definitely come in handy. Now that I have found a USB flash drive, it seems that this is where it is useful. Xiaoxi took off her gloves and took out a clean towel to wipe the dust on the computer. She tilted her head and looked at it, and found that the computer was plugged into the power supply. She tried to turn on the computer switch. The screen lit up quickly, and there was no problem with powering up. But it shows that a fingerprint is required to unlock it. Daniel's eyesight was very good. He saw the words on the computer screen at the door. He hesitantly glanced at Zhang Tiantian's body in the corner. Here, can this fingerprint still be used? It's a bit difficult. Xiaoxi sighed. After all, he has been dead for almost a month, and his fingers have also rotted to varying degrees. Even if a professional comes to collect fingerprints, it is not that easy. Not to mention I am not a professional. She had some understanding of these because she used to like reading detective mystery magazines and novels. But most of them are just words on paper. Not to mention the current limited conditions. It is difficult to collect fingerprints. Even if the conditions are good, she may not be able to collect complete fingerprints of the rotting corpse. Then the computer can't be turned on? Daniel was a little worried. Let's try other methods first. Maybe we can change the computer settings. Maybe we can find a way to log in with a password? Xiaoxi looked at Daniel. Are you good at computers? It's just average. Daniel scratched his head. Although I can give it a try. I don't have much confidence in myself. It's okay. You can try it first. Daniel. Dot. He didn't think cutting the skin was a good idea. While Daniel was fumbling with the computer, Xiaoxi casually picked up the Lubon lock on the computer desk and played with it. After touching it for a while, Xiaoxi brought the Lubon lock closer and took a closer look. This Lubon lock. It seems to be able to hide things. Daniel looked up and then showed a troubled expression. I can't open such an advanced thing. If it's a Rubik's Cube, I can still do it. But I can't open the Lubon lock at all. Let me give it a try. This seems to be the most basic version. It shouldn't be too difficult. Xiaoxi threw the glove she was holding out of the window, then sat down on the sofa outside and started tinkering with the Lubon lock. Lu Chunhua did not come out of the darkroom immediately. She rummaged through the drawer under the computer desk. After a while, she took out all the things she found. Take a look. Is there anything useful in here? At this time, the smell of corpse stench had mostly dissipated, and other players also entered the room. Seeing Xiaoxi lowering her head and concentrating on removing the Lubon lock, the other players began to study what Lu Chunhua took out. It was a stack of paper, and each piece of paper contained information about a different person. Not only were photos posted on it, but their academic qualifications, abilities, preferences, and various basic information were also written on them. It looks a lot like a resume. Chapter 179 Sweet Cafe 57. This seems to be the resume of a cafe employee, Pan Zhenhai said. Aren't these photos the same as the employees on the photo wall? After being reminded by Pan Zhenhai, everyone discovered that this was indeed the case. Pan Zhenhai flipped through it and suddenly found someone named Sun Liang. In addition to the 1-inch photo, there was also a long strip of photo that seemed to have been cut from some photo. In the long photo, the man is wearing a deacon's uniform, smiling, and looking sunny and handsome. Could this be a Liang? Pan Zhenhai pointed to the long photo and said, This looks like it was cut out from the group photo on the photo wall. A circle of red hearts was drawn around the long photo. At a glance, it was obvious that it was drawn by someone who liked Sun Liang. After hearing Pan Zhenhai's words, Xiaoxi raised her head and glanced at Sun Liang's resume. Then she lowered her head again and continued to fiddle with the Lubon lock in her hand. It should have been cut from a group photo. The size and length match. She took the time to say, Wait a minute. Isn't this man the man in the photo you found in the cashier drawer? Pan Zhenhai remembered the point again. No wonder that photo was also well protected and specially hidden. Zhao Mimi came up and took a look. It's true. It turns out he is all Liang. He looks pretty good. Su Yun suddenly realized. So, the torn photo of the woman in the cashier should be named Zhou Pingting. It makes sense. Zhao Mimi nodded. One was preserved so well, and the other was torn into pieces. The completely different treatment. It must be the owner of the store. Soon, Pan Zhenhai found the resume of a woman named Zhou Pingting. As expected, this resume also has a long photo, the same length and size as the one on Sun Liang's resume. The difference is that Zhou Pingting's photo has countless small holes poked by needles, and her face can hardly be seen clearly. It was obvious that she had been tortured severely by people who resented her. This must have been done by Zhang Tiantian. Just like that single photo was torn into pieces. Zhao Mimi couldn't help complaining. This store manager is really weird. He insists on tossing people's photos. I don't know what he is thinking. Mimi, please stop saying a few words. Su Yun pulled Zhao Mimi's sleeve. Zhao Mimi curled her lips with a look of disdain. Instead of talking about useless things here, it's better to do something useful. Xiaoxi turned over the Lubon lock in front of her attentively without raising her head. If any of you have played with this kind of Lubon lock, come here, try to untie it. Suddenly everyone fell silent. Okay, I can only make trouble then. Xiaoxi was mentally prepared and was not disappointed. Then just be quiet and don't make any noise. Xiaoxi has actually never played with things like Lubon locks. She only occasionally watched them in short videos. But she didn't make a mental note of the disassembly steps. Now I can only fumble with sporadic memories. If the rules of the game hadn't stipulated that items could not be destroyed by force, she would have wanted to chop down the Lubon Sua with an axe. I have no choice but to be patient and slowly dismantle it. As time passed by, Daniel had given up on unlocking the computer. He couldn't do it at all. The last 4 players have also completed today's mission, and the system's voice announcing that everyone's mission is completed has just disappeared. Chapter 180 Sweet Cafe 58. Just when the last 4 players entered Lu Chunhua's box, Xiaoxi finally unveiled the Lubon lock. She breathed a heavy sigh of relief. It's finally done. There is a small space in the middle of the Lubon lock. After opening it, a small thin piece placed inside is revealed. Xiaoxi picked it up and took a look, then showed a bright smile. Fortunately, we didn't choose to cut Zhang Tiantian's fingerprints right away. She took out the sheet and stuck it on her index finger. This should be a fingerprint sticker. Being able to hide it so secretly is most likely to be used to turn on a computer. She went into the darkroom and tried it. And sure enough, the computer was unlocked. This is great! Daniel was delighted. He didn't have to cut off the body's hands. And he was even happier than winning a prize. She took out the USB flash drive Lu Chunhua had just found from Zhang Tiantian and inserted it into the computer. After opening the USB flash drive, she found that it was full of videos. So many! Pan Zhenhai stared. How long will it take to see this? We can only watch it and fast forward to save some time. She said, having already clicked on the first video. The video is muted by default, and only the picture is moving after it is turned on. Wait a minute, Daniel said. Let's get rid of Zhang Tiantian's body first. It's weird to keep it here, and it still smells a little bit from time to time. As long as this source is present, no matter how much you open the windows to disperse the odor, it will not be able to completely dissipate the corpse stench. What's more, it's cold winter now. If you keep the windows open, the cold wind will almost dissipate the heat. They were very little, so they can catch cold easily. She said, and asked, Are you going to throw her out? Daniel was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head in embarrassment. She. You guessed it. It's not difficult to guess. She said calmly. Just throw it away. Anyway, we have determined that there is nothing else on her body. There was no suitable place to put the body in the cafe. After much deliberation, the most convenient way to dispose of it was to throw it out the window. Seeing that she had no objection, Daniel breathed a sigh of relief. He thought she would criticize him for being cruel. I'll do it. Lu Chunhua put on the plastic gloves again, but she never took off the mask. I just need someone to help me hold the sack in place, and leave the rest to me. Then let me help you support it, Daniel said proactively. He put on the cotton gloves he had used to rummage for bloody tools and entered the darkroom with bated breath. Lu Chunhua moved very quickly, picked up Zhang Tiantian's body neatly, and threw it directly into the sack. The whole action took only a few seconds to complete, but probably because the movement was too big and too fast. A little bit of the carrion on the corpse fell off when it was shaking. Daniel, who was closest, saw the scene and his stomach suddenly turned upside down. Daniel felt like he didn't want to eat dinner today. Lu Chunhua was also a little surprised. She quickly picked up the carrion and threw it into the sack. She couldn't help but tremble. Although she had helped the villagers dispose of corpses before, they had just died, and this was the first time that a corpse had started to decay. It's really unbearable. Daniel didn't dare to look at it again. He quickly tied up the sack and threw it out the window. He even threw his cotton gloves out. He didn't want them at all. Lu Chunhua also quickly threw away her gloves and mask, looking like she didn't want to touch them again. Chapter 181 Sweet Cafe 59. After doing all this, Daniel and Lu Chunhua quickly ran to the toilet to wash their hands. Outside the window, there is a small flower garden behind the cafe, which is surrounded by a high wall so that no one outside can see inside. Others peeked over and saw that the sack was falling on the small flower bed, crushing many beautiful roses. Heck! This is so disgusting! Pan Zhenhai, who had been standing behind she watching the video, finally couldn't help but cursed, and then retched again. The pastoral expression next to Pan Zhenhai was also ugly, and he couldn't even say a word. Xiaoxi's brows furrowed, and she didn't look good. What's wrong? Suyun asked, probing his head. The space in the darkroom is so small that most people don't go inside, in order not to make any noise. Xiaoxi did not turn on the sound, so people outside did not know what was in the video. These are all! Pan Zhenhai retched again before he finished his sentence. He hurriedly came out of the darkroom and took a few breaths of fresh cold air before he suppressed the desire to vomit. They are all cat abuse videos. He spoke weakly, as if all his strength had been exhausted just to hold back from vomiting. Fortunately, Xiaoxi didn't turn on the sound. Otherwise, he might not be able to persist until now. Abuse? Abuse the cat? Suyun opened her mouth in surprise. Just hearing this word made her afraid to watch those videos. I've heard before, Mingyu said, rarely taking the initiative, that many murderers will abuse animals to varying degrees before actually killing people. And then, they will evolve into killing animals, and finally kill people. You're right. Xiaoxi has been watching at the highest speed, and has now seen the 5th video. She has indeed evolved from cat abuse to torture and killing. The method is quite cruel. If they hadn't seen these videos with their own eyes, no one would have imagined that a woman who looked so innocent and sweet could do such a violent thing. However, it can be inferred from Zhang Tiantian's behavior in these videos that Zhou Pingting and Sun Liang were indeed killed by Zhang Tiantian. As for why Zhang Tiantian committed suicide, Xiaoxi guessed that Zhang Tiantian didn't want to live anymore. Some people have extreme ideas. If the person they like doesn't like them, they will kill the other person and then commit suicide. She felt that Zhang Tiantian was this kind of person. She paused the video. She stood up and walked outside to calm down. I can't stand it anymore. If any of you can bear it, continue reading. Most of the videos showed the process of torturing and killing cats. They were so cruel that she couldn't stand it anymore. But because I wasn't sure whether one of the videos contained important clues, I couldn't leave it alone. Let's take turns watching, Mingyu said, already taking the initiative to walk into the darkroom. Everyone watches a few videos, and it will be over soon. Tian Yuan and Pan Zhenhai also walked out, completely in no mood to look down. They originally joined in because they were worried about others and wanted to be personally involved in everything. But this kind of video, it's okay not to look at it. Otherwise, I feel like I won't be able to eat for 3 days and 3 nights. In this way, we took turns watching the video for a long time. Zhang Tiantian went from torturing cats to torturing and killing cats, and later even self-abuse. Later, there were a lot of her own monologues. Because there were no subtitles, it was impossible to understand them just by looking at them. I had to turn on the lowest volume to listen to them. Most of the monologues were Zhang Tiantian expressing how much she loved Sun Liang, and how much she resented Zhou Pingting for taking away Sun Liang. At the same time, she conveyed that she would never let Sun Liang leave her. Even if she killed Sun Liang, we'll let go. Chapter 182 Sweet Cafe 60. The sky turned completely dark, and the video loop at night became even more eerie. After everyone had a deep understanding that Zhang Tiantian was a pitiful and terrible psychopath. The last video was finally left. Sitting in front of the computer at this time is Daniel. He took a deep breath and mentally prepared himself before clicking on the last video. After watching it for a few minutes and listening to a few words from Zhang Tiantian, he quickly turned the computer towards the door and turned up the volume again. Look at this, Daniel said to everyone. This video is like Zhang Tiantian's last words. The others had been tortured to the point of losing their temper by the previous video. And when they looked at the video now, they all felt a little frightened. But as Daniel said, Zhang Tiantian in the video did not show any crazy and perverted expressions. Nor did she look like a poor cat being abused. She spoke as if she were telling someone else's story, with a calm demeanor. I know I will kill Zhou Pingting sooner or later. But if she hadn't taken the initiative to run up to me and show off that a Liang would leave my cafe with her, I wouldn't have killed her so quickly. But that's fine. He's a bitch anyway. So he'll die. But just killing her, how can I eliminate the resentment in my heart? If it weren't for her, a Liang would never fall in love with someone else, or even want to leave me. So I cut her into pieces and fed them to the stray dogs around. When saying this, Zhang Tiantian smiled, looking pure and sweet. It's great. Watching those wild dogs eat raw meat with blood in their stomachs makes me feel so relieved. Ugh. Xiao Mimi ran out of the box quickly and vomited it out. Suyun also ran out soon after. A sharp and shrill meow suddenly sounded on the video's screen, but it only lasted 10 seconds and soon became quiet. Zhang Tiantian frowned, with an unhappy look on her face. Since the number of cats killed increased, there will always be several cats meowing at 9 o'clock every night. I know it must be the so-called ghosts of those cats who want to cause trouble for me. At this point, she sneered, they're just cats. Even if they really become ghosts, they're not just cats anymore. What can they do to me? Ridiculous. Come if you can. I want to see who is afraid of who. Zhang Tiantian looked around, as if she was speaking harshly to someone. Your bodies are hidden in my hands. How dare you go against me? I will let you shatter your bones and throw away your ashes, and you will never be reincarnated. Do you believe it or not? After saying the harsh words, her tone became gentle again. Later, a Liang came to see me. He did not immediately question me about Zhou Pingting's whereabouts, but carefully probed me. He even asked me to tell him that Zhou Pingting was gone. However, he is still as good to me as before, going on dates with me and giving me gifts. But just like that, it makes me even more jealous. So, I started my plan. I announced that the cafe would close early today at noon. And then I ate the dessert I made with my own hands in the cafe with a Liang, which contained ingredients I added. He quickly lost his mobility and was controlled by me. I told him I just wanted to be with him, but he started cursing me and looking at me with angry eyes. Zhang Tiantian's voice was full of grievance and crying. I am so good to him, but he doesn't love me and still hurts my heart so much. Chapter 183 Sweet Cafe 61. Zhang Tiantian covered her face and cried for a while, then raised her hand to wipe away her tears and laughed. But it doesn't matter. I have found a way. Everything will be fine. I solved him in my favorite and most pious way. Zhang Tiantian's smile became bright. From now on, he can never be separated from me again. He can only be mine. This time, most people couldn't stand Zhang Tiantian's twisted remarks and ran out of the box. At this time, there were only Daniel sitting in front of the computer in the box, and Xiaoxi and Mingyu standing at the door looking at the computer screen. But I'm very scared. Zhang Tiantian looked at the camera pitifully. What if he leaves me after a long time? I can't bear to let him go. Then I finally thought of a good way. She laughed again, with a bit of madness in her eyes. He will never escape my grasp. Ha ha ha. The video ended with Zhang Tiantian's crazy laughter, and the entire box fell into dead silence. After a long while, Xiaoxi finally said, I'm going to vomit for a while. After saying that, she quickly left the box. The corridor was full of people, and no one was willing to go into the box to watch the video. They just lingered in the corridor after vomiting. Xiaoxi ran into the bathroom and vomited for a while before regaining some energy. She rinsed her mouth and stood still. She didn't want to go back to that box at all. Very perverted. Those two cheating men were indeed not good people. But the result was really a bit stomach-churning. Although she guessed that Zhang Tiantian was not thinking normally, she did not expect that he would be so perverted. She washed her face, and the cold water made her feel calmer. The shrill meow resounded throughout the cafe again. This time, the fear in everyone's hearts decreased a lot and was replaced by more sympathy. These are poor cats who have suffered so much that they should not have to endure. Even though the scream is still so penetrating, it makes people less afraid because of this sympathy. Daniel walked into the bathroom with a searchlight and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that although Xiaoxi's face was not looking good, she seemed to have recovered. He approached Xiaoxi and asked loudly, Cici, are you okay? Among the shrill meows, even though the distance was very close, Daniel's voice was so loud that Xiaoxi could barely hear what he was saying clearly. Xiaoxi shook her head. It's okay. Then she asked, are there any other clues in the computer? I have finished watching the videos on the USB flash drive, but there may be other information on the computer. I really couldn't bear it, so I came out first, Daniel said. Mingyu stayed there to check other files on the computer. Xiaoxi nodded and said nothing more. The cat meowing lasted for about 40 minutes before it stopped tonight. It was at this time that Mingyu came out of the box and told everyone, there are no other useful clues in the computer. Those cats are so pitiful. Suyun finally couldn't help but say this. I now feel that these cats' meows are not to scare us, but maybe asking us for help. Help? Zhao Mimi glanced at Suyun and couldn't help but sarcastically said, don't tell me you've read too many fairy tales. How can we help? Can we resurrect them? Resurrection is definitely impossible, but maybe their bodies can be found. Xiaoxi said. Chapter 184 Sweet Cafe 62. Zhang Tiantian said in the video that she hid the cat corpses, probably to avoid others discovering her atrocities. Xiaoxi speculated, but this method will make the cat's souls restless. Maybe find their bodies and bury them properly, and they can rest in peace. Since supernatural events have been involved, such a possibility is indeed possible. After all, after several days in this game, those cats have never come out to harm the players, so they may just want to get help and have no intention of harming others. As Pixel Cloud said, no way. Are you still looking for the cat's body? Zhao Mimi looked reluctant. Can't we just do the escape room mission? Do we have to do this unrelated thing? Besides, this is what the cafe is like. Where else can we hide so many cat carcasses? The freezer in the back kitchen. Xiaoxi almost immediately thought of the locked freezer after knowing that Zhang Tiantian hid all the cats. That's the only place we haven't opened so far, and it's big enough to fit. Too many dead cats. Zhao Mimi couldn't help but retched. Stop talking. I feel a little nauseous when I think about where the desserts I eat are made. It's not made of cat meat. What are you afraid of? Although Tian Yuan's expression was also very bad, he still said to Zhao Mimi, don't open and lift the pot. Tian Yuan feels that this Zhao Mimi is really annoying. Everyone is in a bad mood right now. But it is simply wrong for Zhao Mimi to insist on mentioning such disgusting things. Why do you say that about me? Zhao Mimi was not convinced and immediately shouted. Me? Shut up! Xiaoxi glared at Zhao Mimi, and the smile completely disappeared from her face. I don't care if you usually like to talk nonsense. If you dare to say one more word today, I will sew your mouth shut. Those cruel and bloody scenes still pop up in her mind from time to time. But Zhao Mimi doesn't know what to do and insists on mentioning stomach-churning things again, looking for scolding. Zhao Mimi had always been a little afraid of Xiaoxi, And now she was so scared that she didn't dare to say anything anymore. The key to the freezer has never been found. Xiaoxi returned to the original topic. No matter whether there is a cat's body inside, we should find the key to open it, because there may be other important clues inside. But we have searched almost all the places we can search, Juefei said softly. If we could find any keys, we would have found them long ago. The darkroom hasn't been searched yet, Xiaoxi reminded. It's only a little big inside. Xiao Liang gestured with his hand to sign. A little big? And then said, except for the computer desk and a chair. There is nothing else. You can basically see everything at a glance. Then dismantle the computer and look for it, Xiaoxi said. That's a desktop computer. And things can be put in the chassis of the host computer. Any place where things may be placed must be searched. Okay. Xiao Liang scratched his head, obviously not expecting Xiaoxi to actually want to dismantle the computer. But he felt that what Xiaoxi said made sense. Then I'll go ahead. I'm good at dismantling computers. Let me help you light it, Daniel said, taking his own searchlight and returning to the darkroom with Xiao Liang. Chapter 185 Sweet Cafe 63. Others were still standing in the long corridor. No one spoke. But no one wanted to go back to their rooms to sleep. The excitement today was too great, and no one was in the mood to sleep. After a while, Xiao Liang's surprised voice came from the darkroom. There is really a key in this case. People in the corridor suddenly became excited and asked Xiao Liang to go downstairs and try to see if he could open the kitchen freezer. 10 people walked downstairs together. The freezer is open. Inside, just as Xiaoxi expected, there were cabinets full of cat corpses, each of them dead in a miserable condition. Because of the freezing, it has not rotted yet. Everyone couldn't bear to take a closer look and turn their heads. Daniel's searchlight shone over, and he suddenly shouted in surprise. There is a remote control here. Xiaoxi handed over a plastic glove. Daniel put it on himself and picked up the remote control. This looks a lot like the remote control for a rolling shutter door. Most of the remote controls for electric rolling shutter doors look similar, and there is really no need for such a remote control anywhere else. Go and try it. Tian Yuan was a little excited. After several days, they finally saw hope of leaving. Daniel was also a little excited. He ran out quickly and pressed the remote control button on the rolling shutter door. In everyone's expectant eyes, the rolling shutter door slowly rose, revealing the dark night outside. The moonlight was hazy, and I could barely see the outer wall and the open large iron gate on the wall. As long as we open this transparent glass door again, we can leave this cafe. Pan Zhenhai couldn't help but clenched his fists. Victory is in sight. Everyone, all players felt like they had been given a shot in the arm and were full of confidence in finding the last key. What should I do? I feel like I don't want to sleep at all tonight, Suyun whispered. I really hope I can find the key now, and let's all leave together. Me too, Zhao Mimi agreed, rarely retorting. I really want to leave as soon as possible. Then let's spread out and search. Xiaoxi brightened the light of the flashlight in her hand. I'm afraid no one is sleepy tonight, so why not continue looking for something? But it seems that we have searched everywhere we can. Daniel was a little worried. We have already searched the darkroom. Halfway through, he suddenly thought of something and said, I haven't found anything except the freezer. Just now, he just saw the remote control at the top and took it out without rummaging inside. It's all in there, Pan Zhenhai said halfway and said nothing more. But his expression was obviously a little uncomfortable. If you take it all out, where will you put it? How about putting it in a sack? Lu Chunhua suggested. And then throwing it out of the window. Put it up. Xiaoxi thought for a while and said. But don't throw it out. Why? Zhao Mimi curled her lips unhappily. Do you want to put it in the house? This is too disgusting. The windows that can be opened in the entire cafe face the backyard. We have thrown Zhang Tian into the backyard before. Are Zhang Tian lying together? The glass windows facing the front yard are sealed and cannot be opened. So there is no way to throw the cat into the front yard. If the cats had to be thrown out now, they would have to lie with Zhang Tian. Chapter 186 Sweet Cafe 64. Those cats did not hurt the player's heart even when they became innocent souls. With such pure kindness, Xiaoxi thought it was worth her to think about them a little. Zhao Mimi whispered, It's just some cats. Why do you think so much? Xiaoxi heard this and sneered. You are just a useless person. Why do you give so many opinions? Throughout the game, Zhao Mimi didn't have many uses. But there were quite a few times when she was causing trouble and babbling. If it weren't for the fact that the nature of this game required teamwork and was not suitable for division, She wouldn't want to team up with someone like Xiao Mini. You? Why did you say that to me? Xiao Mini was angry and aggrieved. Mini. Suyun pulled Xiao Mini hard. Stop talking. Although Xiao Mini was dissatisfied, she did not dare to make too much noise. She took advantage of the steps given by Su Yun and reluctantly shut up. She is right. Those cats are so pitiful. Daniel spoke for Xiaoxi. No matter what. At least they shouldn't be put together with Zhang Tian. If we can find the key to the glass door quickly, then we won't have to stay in the cafe for long. And it won't matter if these cats are left in the cafe. Xiaoxi added. The difference between the game rules this time and last time is that this time you have to complete the escape room within 7 days to pass the level, instead of having to spend 7 days in the game. In other words, you can leave as long as you complete the game within the specified time, and you don't have to stay until the 7th day. Then let's put away the cats first, Lu Chunhua said, taking out another sack and not objecting to Xiaoxi's suggestion. Let me catch it, Daniel said proactively. I haven't taken off my gloves just now. Then you two go to the kitchen to clean up first, and the others should go and look elsewhere, Xiaoxi suggested. The possibility that the keys to the 2 doors are in the same place is not too high. Where else are there? Pan Zhenhai asked doubtfully. Except for this freezer. We have searched all other places. You probably haven't looked for the lamp on the ceiling on the 1st floor yet, Xiaoxi reminded. And the windowsill on the 2nd floor. At this point, she looked at Lu Chunhua. There is no windowsill outside my box, so I didn't pay attention to it at first. After I went to your box today, I found that you have a windowsill over there. It was when she was throwing her gloves out that she noticed that there was a small windowsill outside Lu Chunhua's box, with several pots of green radish placed on it for decoration. Because the windowsill is outside and not available in every private room, I am afraid that no one has thought of looking for the windowsill. That said, my private room also has a windowsill, Suyun quickly mentioned. I'll go take a look later. In this way, several players with windowsills in the box went to their respective boxes to explore the windowsill. Daniel and Lu Chunhua were cleaning up the cat's body in the kitchen. The remaining players moved tables and chairs, stacked them up, and touched the lights above. After Daniel packed away all the cat corpses, he determined that there was indeed no second key in the freezer as Xiaoxi had guessed. Just as he was sighing, several players upstairs ran down. Shuafei showed an excited expression, and his voice was rarely higher than usual. I found the key on the windowsill of my box. Daniel was washing his hands when he heard this and ran out of the kitchen happily. Quickly try to see if you can open the door. Chapter 187 Sweet Cafe 65. This. Shuafei raised the acrylic box in his hand, feeling a little embarrassed. I'm afraid it will take some time. What mechanism is it again? Daniel sighed, already understanding what Shuafei meant. He shined a searchlight over it so that everyone could clearly see that there was indeed a key in the transparent acrylic box. Numbers, Huarong said. Shuafei pointed to the 9-square grid on the front of the acrylic box. These numbers must be arranged in order of size. There are numbered squares from 1 to 8 arranged messily on the 9-square grid. Only one of the positions is empty and can be used to move other squares. Before anyone else could speak, Shuafei took the initiative and said, I know how to do this. I can do it in a little while. As he spoke, he began to move the blocks, his expression focused and serious. The others were afraid of disturbing Shuafei, so they all remained silent in a tacit agreement. Xiaoxi stood aside and touched her stomach, feeling a little hungry. But from time to time, those bloody and cruel scenes would pop up in her mind, and she felt that she had no appetite to eat. I can only think about Yi Kongqing's beautiful face to brainwash myself. Okay, Shuafei said excitedly. I've done it. With that said, he opened the Alec box and took out the key from inside. Without anyone else having to say anything, he took the initiative to walk to the glass door and try it. And the door lock finally opened. Great. Great. Pan Zhenhai walked over and opened the door, then walked out. After everyone walked out, he found that he had not entered the white room, and was a little surprised. Why am I still here? The rules of the game are to get out of the coffee shop, Xiaoxi reminded. This courtyard is still inside the coffee shop. Hearing this, Pan Zhenhai walked out of the big iron gate without hesitation, and Xiao Liang followed quickly and slowly. Tian Yuan followed closely behind him without looking back. Xiao Mimi ran out with excitement on her face, and Suyun chased after her while shouting, Wait for me. All of a sudden, the 5 players left together, and when they stepped out of the big iron gate, they all disappeared. But the work closed. They were originally wearing remained and were piled at the door. Daniel's searchlight shone over and revealed an unexpected look. This dress. The rules of the game say that you should wear work clothes when working in a cafe. Xiaoxi laughed. Then of course you should take off your work clothes when leaving the cafe. I'm afraid those players not only went out naked, but also had some points deducted for trying to take away their work clothes. This is something the dog system can do. Cece, have you guessed it a long time ago? Daniel smiled teasingly. No, Xiaoxi said frankly. It's just that at the beginning of the game, we were asked to wear work clothes to move around in the cafe. But there were no mission events related to work clothes. I was always a little puzzled, until I just opened the door and could go out. That's when I thought about it. The remaining 5 people returned to their respective boxes and changed into their own clothes before going downstairs. Xiaoxi quickly changed her clothes and went downstairs to the kitchen. When she came out of the kitchen, Daniel was the only one waiting there in the yard. Everyone else seemed to have left. Cece, Daniel showed a bright smile. I want to say goodbye to you before leaving. Xiaoxi said, yeah, casually, and dragged the sack of cat corpses to the front yard. Cece? Daniel didn't know why. I want to bury them. Xiaoxi took out the axe and started digging the soil in the front yard. She didn't have a shovel in her storage compartment, so she had to use an axe. She said before that she wanted to bury these cats. She wasn't just saying it casually. She really wanted to do it. When Daniel saw it, he ran to the back kitchen and pulled out a small spatula for cutting cakes to help dig the soil. Together, the two buried the poor cats in the flower bed. Chapter 188 Force Binding 1. The sky turned white, and Xiaoxi picked a few roses from the flower bed and put them on the small earth bag. There was a faint sound of cat meowing in the air. The sound was delicate and soft, completely lacking the sadness before, as if thanking Xiaoxi for what she did for them. Xiaoxi stood up quietly and walked out with a pink rose in full bloom. Cece, Daniel and Xiaoxi walked side by side. I hope to see you again in the future. Xiaoxi turned around, but didn't see Daniel. What she could see had turned into a white wall. She had to swallow the sentence. Less daydreaming is good for your physical and mental health. She looked down at the rose in her hand, and what she saw in her eyes was an irregular building block. She touched it while picking flowers. I originally thought there was no chance of finding the building blocks in this game, but I didn't expect that I was lucky enough to find them at the last minute. She put the roses into the storage compartment and then looked up at the pop-up window that popped up in front of her. Congratulations to player Xiaoxi for completing 2 days of daily tasks and earning a total of 20,000 points. Congratulations to player Xiaoxi for clearing the game and earning 100,000 points. Xiaoxi tapped her chin with her index finger. If you stay in the game for 7 days, you can complete 7 daily tasks. And if you are lucky, you can get 70,000 points. It comes out early now, which seems to be a bit of a loss. But forget it. You may not be able to complete all the subsequent daily tasks. If you are tricky and fail to complete the task, points will be deducted, which may make you suffer even more. Just like now. Although she seems to have gained 20,000 points. After subtracting the 10,000 points deducted before, she actually only received 10,000 points in total for the 3 days of daily tasks. After thinking about it, Xiaoxi asked curiously, how many points are deducted from players who go out wearing work clothes? A cold, inorganic voice sounded. Players have no right to ask about other players' situations. Since you answered me like that, it seems that you have indeed deducted points. Xiaoxi tilted her head with a smile. I'm so smart. I guessed all this. Sure enough, there are always some little traps in these games that are hard to detect. The system didn't want to talk to Xiaoxi at all. Then, it starts going through the process. Players have a half-hour break here and will enter in half an hour. Halfway through, its voice suddenly disappeared. Xiaoxi blinked. You're not really going to die, are you? There has never been a situation like this before where I was stuck mid-sentence. A few seconds later, the system sound rang again. The player Mingyu used the forcible binding ability, and the binding object was the player Xiaoxi. The sound of the system has no fluctuation. What? Xiaoxi's eyes widened. Mingyu? He bound me? Tay Miao saw that Mingyu didn't stay to pester her and just left. She thought Mingyu had figured it out and given up. In the end, he was waiting for her here. She didn't know for a moment whether she was more surprised or angry. The system didn't care about Xiaoxi's mood swings at all. And continued. In the first game after binding, the 2 players must be together. Due to the bound affiliation, player Xiaoxi will belong to player Mingyu. So player Xiaoxi's next game is changed to hunting forest. Xiaoxi stared at the ceiling angrily. I'm afraid Mingyu is out of his mind. She was so embarrassed that she was forced to change the game before she even had time to know what her original game name was. Is there anything more irritating than this? That is being forcibly bound. Chapter 189 Force Binding 2. Xiaoxi was so angry that she kicked the wall in front of her. Her feet hurt from the kicks. But she didn't even feel relieved. She rubbed her hair irritably, raised her head, and asked the system. Why can Mingyu forcibly bind me? Doesn't he need my consent at all? Since the player Xiaoxi has come into contact with the binding ability in advance, the player can be given corresponding answers here. The system responded quickly this time. The binding ability can be used in two ways. One requires the consent of the other party. After the binding is successful, the chance of entering the same game is 95%. The other is force binding that does not require the consent of the other party at all. Because it is force binding, the probability of entering the same game is only 50%. No wonder he chose to bind me forcibly, Xiaoxi sneered. He must have known that I would never agree to him binding me. Can I reject him now? Xiaoxi asked the system. Can't I use points to deduct his binding? No. The system answered quite simply. Damn! Xiaoxi couldn't help but curse. God damn it! She was angry. But she had not completely lost her mind. There was not much time left, and she had to prepare for the next game. She opened the mall and took a look. There are still no new props this time. But the gun and ammunition column is no longer locked and can be purchased. Combined with the name of the game, Hunting Forest, I think this game should be very violent. However, Xiaoxi bought enough weapons the first time, and it would be enough even if she didn't buy them this time. In addition, she had not used any props in the escape room game. So this time, she had no props to add. Xiaoxi didn't buy anything and closed the mall directly. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Is Mingyu mentally ill? What does he want to do by binding me? Except for the first time you can enter the same game. There is only a 50% chance of encountering her at other times. Is it necessary to forcibly bind her with this probability? The system was silent. Is there nothing I can do? Xiaoxi walked around the white room. Is there no way to change the game I'm about to enter? No. The sound of the system obviously does not have any ups and downs. But it always makes people feel a little schadenfreude. Xiaoxi gritted her teeth. What if he dies? Can the binding be lifted? Xiaoxi waited for a while, but didn't get an answer from the system. She laughed immediately. I know. Generally speaking, if the system does not say no, then it is yes. Mingyu. Xiaoxi gritted her teeth. When I find you, if you don't take the initiative to unbind me, I will kill you. Asterisk. The other side. The white room where Mingyu is. He looked at the friend function chat window. Mingxiang sent him a series of question marks, followed by questions one after another. Mingxiang, brother, why did you break the bond with me? Mingxiang, the binding ability can only bind one person at a time. If you unbind me, are you going to bind someone else? Mingxiang, brother, don't pretend you didn't see it. Answer me quickly. Mingxiang, who are you bound to? Who is more important than me? You actually abandoned me and bound someone else. Mingxiang, brother, I am your sister. If you unbind me, aren't you afraid that you will never see me again? Mingyu closed the chat window and had no intention of replying to Mingxiang. He lowered his hand and touched the defensive bracelet on his wrist, with a happy smile on his delicate face. Even a 50% chance is better than no chance at all. He said he would never give up easily this time. Chapter 190 Hunting in the Forest 1. Xiaoxi stood under a big tree, looking up at the bright sun in the sky. Her mood was not bright at all. This is a forest. At this time, it is probably the early spring season, when everything revives and everything is full of life. Many trees have sprouted buds, and there are green wild grasses growing under the trees. There are even small wild flowers in early spring that can't wait to spread out to welcome the arrival of spring. But the spring is cold, and the wind is still cold. Only where the sun shines can there be a little warmth. Xiaoxi wrapped her down jacket tightly, and tied her ponytail into a bun to make it easier to move later. After waiting for a while, the electronic sound finally sounded. Welcome 50 players to the lush forest. Next, I will explain the rules of the game to you. Please listen carefully. Xiaoxi looked around and couldn't see the second player in her sight. Obviously, this time the players were scattered in various locations and were not gathered together. Players need to spend 12 days in the forest. During these 12 days, please do your best to avoid beasts, traps, and other potential dangers that may exist in the forest. Each player will have a personal task to complete. Only players who complete the personal task and survive safely for 12 days can clear the game. This game will add a map function to each player's personal panel to facilitate players to observe the topography of the entire forest. Reminder, the map does not have the function of guiding routes, nor does it show the locations of beasts and traps. Good luck to all players. The second the electronic sound disappeared, a pop-up window popped up in front of Xiaoxi. Player Xiaoxi's personal mission: hunt down a player wearing blue nail polish. Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. Sure enough, she knew that this game was inseparable from the word hunting. From this, there must be a player in this forest whose personal mission is to hunt her. Players not only have to find their hunting targets, but also have to guard against the people who are hunting them. This game is really quite violent. The text on the pop-up window scrolled, and a few new lines of text appeared. Players must go to the designated location and pick up the designated items. The map will display the player's own location and the location of the designated location. This item helps players find their hunting targets. There are only 10 items. Players, please hurry up and get to the destination. When she saw the last sentence, Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. No wonder the hunting target is written so vaguely. But there are also ways to help players find the hunting target. Everything is to pave the way for the saying, there are only 10 copies of an item, just based on the characteristics of the mission target. Trying to find people in this huge forest is like finding a needle in a haystack. So getting designated items to help players find the hunting target becomes a good choice. However, the number of designated items is limited, which undoubtedly increases the player's sense of competition and conflict. Once the players meet, there will be a fight. And in order to grab the items as soon as possible, players can only take action as soon as possible, for fear of falling behind others. Acting too hastily will not only increase the probability of encountering each other, but also increase the possibility of players encountering beasts and traps. Chapter 191 Hunting Forest 2. The destination is set by the system, so there is reason to think that there must be many risks on the way to the destination. All these rules make players full of competition, conflicts and crisis, so that players have to fight each other. Anyway, everything is to make the game more thrilling and reduce the safety index of players. This is the consistent operation of the dog system, Xiaoxi thought as she opened her personal panel. And sure enough, she saw an electronic map added to the upper left. The map is 3D, with streams or trees modeled, and you can zoom in or out with your fingers. There is no problem in clearly distinguishing the terrain, but it is impossible to see the players or animals inside. A green dot flashed on the map, which was exactly where Xiaoxi was standing now, and a red dot flashed in the distance, which was where she needed to go. At this time, the friend function flashed. She opened it and saw the new training schedule set by Yi Kongqing. She remembered that she had not contacted Yi Kongqing since she came out of the escape room game, and she quickly typed it. Xiaoxi, Yi Kongqing. I have finished the game and am now in a new game. Xiaoxi, I'm afraid I won't have time to practice in this game, so please don't send me new schedules. Yi Kongqing, okay. Yi Kongqing, didn't your last game take 7 days? Xiaoxi, it's completed ahead of schedule. Xiaoxi, by the way, this game lasts for 12 days. If everything goes well, we should be able to end the game simultaneously. It took her 3 days to complete the escape room, and the total time for this game was 15 days, which was exactly the number of days Yi Kongqing needed for his current game. This hunting game cannot be completed in advance. If Yi Kongqing's game cannot be completed in advance, then they can indeed end it on the same day this time. Being able to end it on the same day means that they have the opportunity to enter the same game next time. Xiaoxi, are you looking forward to it? There was no response from Yi Kongqing for a while. Just when Xiaoxi thought there would be no response, Yi Kongqing finally said a word. Yi Kongqing, yeah. He then said another sentence, very quickly, as if he wanted to change the subject quickly. Yi Kongqing, I'm going to start. Please pay attention to your own safety. After this sentence, Yi Kongqing became silent and seemed very busy. Xiaoxi stared at the chat window for a while and couldn't help laughing. She closed the chat interface and felt that the depression of being forcibly bound by Mingyu was relieved a lot. She didn't mention the matter of being forcibly bound by Mingyu to Yi Kongqing. It wasn't that she didn't want to talk about it, but she just felt that talking about it wouldn't solve the problem. Out of reach. It's better for her to worry alone. In short, she will definitely find a way to solve this problem. Xiaoxi glanced at the red light spot on the map again, and then she took out a beautiful prop, fairy wings, from the storage compartment. Priced at 100 million. Its function is that after wearing it, it can fly in the air. The user can freely control the height and speed, with a maximum speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour. It was a pair of small transparent wings with fine glitter, much like the wings of an elf. Just put it on your back, and it will blend into your clothes, as if they are wings growing out of your clothes. Moreover, the wings will adapt to the changes in the user's height and shape, growing to a size that best suits the user. Chapter 192 Hunting Forest 3. Xiaoxi flapped her wings and flew directly upward. Looking around, the forest was extremely wide, and from her current low altitude, there was no end in sight. But this is to be expected. If the forest is not big enough, how can 50 players find the needle in the haystack and not find the hunting target? Her purpose of flying up was not to understand the size of the forest. Her purpose was to reach the location of the red light point faster. The sky above is much safer than the sky below. Not only are there fewer obstacles of trees and rocks, but also possible traps and wild beasts are avoided. You can go straight in a straight line without taking detours, making the journey to your destination smoother. The speed of her wings was very fast, and within a short time, she had reached the sky above her destination. Xiaoxi took out a Gatling and landed neatly. What came into view was a small wooden house, and the red light spot was located in this wooden house. As soon as she landed, a tall and thin man ran out from behind the wooden house. This man's landing point may have been close to the wooden house, so he came here so quickly. The moment he saw Xiaoxi, the man was stunned for a moment. His eyes stayed on the wings behind Xiaoxi for a second, and then glanced at the Gatling in Xiaoxi's hand. He decisively took 2 steps back in an avoidant and defensive posture. Xiaoxi did not embarrass the man. Seeing that he got out of the way, she went into the wooden house on her own. Before entering the room, her eyes stayed on the man's hands for a few seconds. Clean and tidy nails, cut short and flat. And there is no such thing as nail polish. She wouldn't think that just because the target of the hunt was a person with nail polish, it must be a woman. But the man in front of her was obviously not her target. Xiaoxi turned around and entered the house. After entering the wooden house, a pop-up window popped up with a picture showing what a white handkerchief looked like. Apparently, this was the item she needed to find. The wooden house is not big and is divided into an outer room and an inner room. The outer room is used for eating, and the inner room is used for sleeping. There aren't many things in the cabin, so it's not difficult to find them. Xiaoxi quickly dug out a rusty iron box under the bed. It was difficult to open because of the rust. She took out a folding knife and pried open a small edge of the iron lid. Come out. Anyway, this game doesn't emphasize not breaking things, so it doesn't matter if she breaks them. If she hadn't been worried that the contents in the box might be damaged, she originally wanted to chop it with an axe. It's a pity that she is not confident in her ability to control the strength. After some more fiddling, the tin box that had been tossed out of shape was finally opened. There were 10 clean white handkerchiefs neatly placed inside. Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. This was beyond her expectation. Although she had imagined that the 10 items would be in one room, she thought they would be scattered in different locations in the room, requiring players to try their luck to find them. Unexpectedly, all 10 items were put together. This is interesting. The first player to find 10 items obviously has a lot more initiative. You can choose to destroy all items except your own, or you can choose to take all the items out and hide them somewhere else to make it more difficult for other players to find them. This is really tempting for the first player to find the item. Chapter 193 Hunting Forest 4. Xiaoxi thought as she took out a handkerchief. The moment she got the handkerchief, a pop-up window popped up in front of her. Congratulations to player Xiaoxi for finding the first item. The second location will be displayed next, where the player needs to find the second item. There are only 8 items of this item. Please hurry up. Xiaoxi. This special thing is a serial set. I originally thought that finding one item would be the end of it, but I didn't expect there was a second one. I deliberately didn't say it at the beginning, but only said it after I got the first item, and also emphasized the quantity. Isn't this an obvious temptation for players to destroy or hide the handkerchief to give themselves more time to find the second item? Xiaoxi stood up and threw the iron box and the remaining handkerchief on the bed covered with withered grass. Since it can be seen that the rules of the game are inducing player behavior, it is best not to follow the meaning of the game. She tried the handkerchief in her hand and found that it could not be put into the storage compartment. This is nothing unusual. She stuffed her handkerchief into the pocket of her down jacket and walked out of the cabin. The tall and thin man was still waiting outside and did not leave. Seeing Xiaoxi coming out, the man subconsciously took 2 steps back. He looked a little nervous, fearing that he would be attacked. But he didn't dare to do anything drastic, lest he angered the other party, and he would be in trouble. So he didn't even dare to point a gun at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi glanced at the man, said nothing, flapped her wings and flew away. Seeing Xiaoxi disappear quickly in front of his eyes, the man breathed a sigh of relief. He ran into the wooden house in 3 steps at a time, and soon saw an iron box and a stack of white handkerchiefs on the bed inside. He stood there and stared for a long time in astonishment, as if he couldn't believe that what he was looking for was right in front of him. And there's more than one. Then, with a face of ecstasy, he rushed forward and grabbed all the handkerchiefs, as if he had won a jackpot. After seeing the pop-up message popping up in front of him, his expression changed slightly. He glanced at the handkerchiefs in his hand, with a hint of calculation in his eyes. Asterisk. The destination that Xiaoxi needed to go to this time was much further than before, but the speed of fairy wings was fast enough. Although she did not move at the highest speed, she still reached the destination in a short time. At the same time, an electronic sound suddenly sounded in the air. Player Zhao Lei damaged a designated item, and there are 9 designated items left. Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. The only person who had the opportunity to damage items so quickly was the man she met before. I didn't expect that man to be so impulsive. She landed neatly, and what appeared in front of her this time was a cave with no one around. She took out her flashlight and walked into the cave. At the same time, the electronic sound sounded again. Player Zhao Lei's behavior harmed the interests of other players, so a hunting bounty was launched for Player Zhao Lei. In the next hour, the real-time location of Player Zhao Lei will be publicly displayed, and all players can hunt him. The successful hunter can obtain all the materials and points of Player Zhao Lei, and receive an additional 100,000 points as a reward. Reminder, this reward will be distributed in real time. Xiaoxi showed a look of understanding. She knew that destroying things would be bad, but now she finally understands the true purpose of this electronic map. Chapter 194 Hunting Forest 5. The other ones are all false. The hunting bounty is the key point. An hour's real-time location is shared with all players. If Zhao Lei does not have powerful enough defensive items nearby, he will basically die. But I have to go and join in this lively summer evening. With such a generous hunting reward, all players will definitely flock to it. This is actually a good opportunity for her to find her own hunting target. Although she already had items in her hand to help her find her hunting target, it did not prevent her from setting up a bait and waiting for the target to appear. After Xiaoxi entered the cave, she found that the cave was very shallow, and she could see the end at a glance. A pop-up window popped up in front of her eyes again. This time the item she was looking for was a mini screaming chicken. In fact, she didn't need to rummage through the cabinets to find them, because the 8 mini screaming chickens were neatly placed at the end of the cave and could be seen at a glance. She walked up and picked up a screaming chicken, and another pop-up window popped up in front of her. Congratulations to player Xiaoxi for finding the second item. The third location will be shown next, where the player needs to find the last item. There are only 5 of this item. Players, please hurry up. Xiaoxi. Snake disease? This series of missions will never be completed again. Isn't this just kidding? If the pop-up window hadn't said, the last item, Xiaoxi felt like she could have jumped up and pointed to the sky to give the system a cordial greeting without any curse words. She stuffed the screaming chicken into her pocket and opened her personal panel. The flashing red dot on the map was the third designated location, further away from where she was now. At this time, there was an orange light spot on the map, flashing and flashing, moving very fast, but with no clear target direction. It moved left and right for a while, appearing to be in a panic. Obviously, this is Zhao Lei's real-time location. Zhao Lei is not close to Xiaoxi now, and is not on the same line as the third designated position. In other words, she can only choose one of the two. Without any hesitation, she flapped her wings and flew in the direction of Zhao Lei. Everyone else should be chasing Zhao Lei now. After Zhao Lei is dealt with, they will be busy looking for and fighting for the first item. Anyway, no one can be faster than her, and it's not too late to go back and find the third item. Xiaoxi quickly found Zhao Lei. There happens to be a lush evergreen tree growing where Zhao Lei is. Flying above the tree crown can completely block the view below. Through the gaps between the lush leaves, Xiaoxi could clearly see Zhao Lei's pale face, with despair and regret written all over his face. She did not go down immediately, but kept the same speed as Zhao Lei and flew slowly above. She is not short of points or supplies, and is not very interested in this hunting bounty. Her main purpose was to use Zhao Lei as bait to see if she could find her hunting target. She was the fastest to find Zhao Lei. Even if she went down now, she wouldn't be able to see other players. So she might as well wait above. While waiting for other players to come over, she studied the two items in her hand. When you touch an item, instructions for using the item will be displayed in front of you. Silk handkerchief, when throwing it out, keep in mind the characteristics of your hunting target, which can guide the direction of the hunting target at that time. Available during the day, but not available at night. Chapter 195 Hunting Forest 6. Screaming chicken, when it is 1 kilometer away from the hunting target, it will make a sound to remind the holder. The calls are more frequent and louder the closer the distance is. Day and night. Xiaoshi threw the handkerchief away and quickly opened her hand to catch it as it slowly fell. The handkerchief fell into the palm of his hand. One of the corners was pointed, like an arrow, pointing in one direction. Xiaoshi curled her lips and put the handkerchief back into her pocket. The function of the handkerchief seems to be pretty good. But because the hunting target is always moving, and throwing the handkerchief can only guide the location of the hunting target at that time, it is not that convenient to find people. What's more, it can't be used at night, which completely eliminates the possibility of players being easily found while sleeping. Of course, it cannot be said that the function of this item is completely useless. It's better to have a direction to look for than none. As for the function of this screaming chicken, Xiaoshi lowered her head and glanced at the mini screaming chicken, which was smaller than her own palm. She simply doubted whether it was used to help players find the hunting target, or to remind the hunting target that the hunting target was dangerously close. The barking will start within 1,000 meters. The closer you are, the louder the sound will be, and the frequency will increase. Isn't this clearly a reminder to the other party that someone is coming and take precautions? Xiaoshi stuffed the screaming chicken into her pocket and looked down at the situation below. At this time, Zhao Lei had gone from running around in a panic to sitting on the ground with a look of despair. He knew very well that his location was being shared in real time, and that no matter where he went, he would be discovered by other players. But he didn't know where the other players were, and couldn't effectively avoid them. Maybe because he was running around casually, he would bump into a player faster. And then, he would really be close to death. After thinking about it, it might be safer to stay where I am. His only hope now was to wait until an hour passed. As long as an hour passes, and no player finds him, and his location is no longer shared in real time, he is safe. Zhao Lei smashed his head with his fist, and sighed angrily. He regretted burning a handkerchief with a lighter. He should have thought that allowing the player to see all the handkerchiefs there is a trap in itself. The woman had not destroyed the other handkerchiefs before. It must have been because she had guessed this. It happened that he ignored these at the time. And it was too late to regret now. Xiaoshi glanced at the countdown next to the map. There were still 40 minutes until Zhao Lei's real-time location sharing ended. It's been more than 10 minutes, and no players have come over yet. Can't these people run faster? It stands to reason that the first destination everyone needs to go to is the wooden house. And Zhao Lei's location happens to be near the wooden house. Other players do not need to change their routes at all, and can just follow the original route. And because the two goals are in the same direction, it is impossible for any player to give up this bounty mission in order to complete a personal mission. Although this deep forest is really big, each player's landing point is different. So there should always be a few that are closer. Why has it been more than 10 minutes, and no one has arrived? Even if it can't fly, it's not as fast as her. And it can't be this slow either. Just when Xiaoshi showed a disgusted expression, there was finally some movement not far away. At the same time, Zhao Lei stood up nervously. Chapter 196 Hunting Forest 7. Zhao Lei held a pistol in his right hand and took out a shield in his left hand to block it in front of him. He looked back from time to time, his whole body tense. Xiaoshi lowered her body, sticking to the top of the tree crown without touching the tree, and looked down through the gaps in the leaves. Soon, a man appeared in Xiaoshi's sight. Although the screaming chicken on her body did not scream, she still subconsciously glanced at the other person's hands. The man's fingers were clean, without nail polish, except for a sapphire ring on his left index finger. Xiaoshi raised her eyebrows slightly. Isn't this the same top-notch defense item as hers? It seemed that Zhao Lei was really unlucky, and he suddenly encountered someone difficult to deal with. Zhao Lei obviously also noticed the man's ring. His face suddenly turned extremely pale, and the color on his lips was completely gone. It seems that I am the first to find you. The man's voice was filled with arrogance. If you come here on your own initiative, I can guarantee that you will die a happy death. Zhao Lei didn't move or even speak. He seemed to be too nervous. His lips were trembling slightly, and he couldn't make any sound. The man tisked impatiently. He took out the Gatling and pointed it at Zhao Lei. Look at the huge gap between us. It should be very clear that you are not my opponent at all. You struggle to resist. It will only make you suffer more. Me. Zhao Lei's throat was tight, and his voice seemed to be squeezed out. I don't want to die. This is the rule of the game. The man sneered, unmoved. If you want to complain, just complain that this survival game is too cruel. It's not that I have to kill you. You can let me go. Zhao Lei's strong will to survive prevented him from giving up the opportunity to speak. You have so many powerful props and weapons. You must not be short of points. Look at my props and weapons, just know that my points must be very few. Maybe only a fraction of yours. You are wrong. The man waved his hand, as if he didn't want to hear Zhao Lei talk anymore. The fact that I bought such good props and weapons means that I am short of points. Even if you don't have many points. To me, some supplement is better than none. The man's words undoubtedly plunged Zhao Lei into greater despair. Zhao Lei stared at the man blankly, unable to say a word. Just when the man was about to take action, Zhao Lei suddenly thought of something and said loudly, I have a handkerchief. The man's movements paused. When Zhao Lei saw this, he immediately seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. He hurriedly said, I have a handkerchief, which is the designated item required by my personal mission. As long as you don't kill me, I will give you the handkerchief. The man sneered. Stupid. If I kill you and search your body, you can still get the handkerchief. Zhao Lei's face turned pale, but he still did not give up the desire to survive. He spoke quickly. Me. I brought all the handkerchiefs out. If you kill me, you may become the second target to be hunted in public. The man frowned slightly, obviously hesitant. Hearing this, Xiaoshi was a little surprised. It seems that this Zhao Lei is not completely brainless. Although he impulsively destroyed a handkerchief, he still thought of some ways to save his life at the critical moment, regardless of whether Zhao Lei's statement is correct or not. As long as this possibility exists, the man opposite him will be afraid of it. Chapter 197 Hunting Forest 8. Xiaoshi clicked on the map and took a look. On her map, the light spot at the first designated location had turned gray. But the location had not changed and was still at the wooden house. If she guessed correctly, the other player's maps should be the same as hers. If the location of the first designated item on other players' maps changes, or even keeps moving, it will definitely overlap with Zhao Lei's location. Once there is an overlap, all players will see something is wrong. And the man with the sapphire ring will not be surprised by Zhao Lei's words. From another perspective, even if the handkerchief was taken away by Zhao Lei, the location of the displayed item is still the same. Then, if other players still go to the designated position, they will only miss. This also means that hunting Zhao Lei has become the only way to get the handkerchief. When Zhao Lei successfully evaded the pursuit for an hour and his real-time location was no longer displayed on the map, it would be difficult to find the first designated item. After a few seconds of silence, the man snorted. Don't lie to me. You were hunted for a reward because you damaged a handkerchief. I did burn a handkerchief, Zhao Lei said very quickly. But the news of the hunting bounty came out after I took away all the handkerchiefs. Although it cannot be ruled out that the bounty was offered because of the burning of the handkerchiefs. Possibly. But taking away the handkerchief is also likely the reason for the reward. The man suddenly became a little angry, and he couldn't help but curse. Why do you carry so many handkerchiefs with you when you are riding a horse? If Zhao Lei did not lie and did both things, then indeed both of these actions may lead to being hunted with a reward. At that time, the system message only said that Zhao Lei had damaged the interests of other players, and the previous sentence mentioned damaging an item, which made him think that the only reason for Zhao Lei to be hunted was to damage the item. But it cannot be ruled out that it is a language trap deliberately created by the system. I'm just doing this to have a better chance of saving my life, Zhao Lei said in a low voice. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will not only give you a handkerchief, but I will also take away the rest, so that I am still the one being hunted. The man thought for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed again, with disdain. You'd better give up the struggle. I think I can take a gamble, even if I become the target of a hunted bounty. With my defense tools, I can hurt. I have too few people. Zhao Lei's eyes stayed on the sapphire ring on the man's finger for a second, and then he said with determination, Actually, there is a second designated item. After you get the handkerchief, you will be given a reminder of the second location. Go there and find the second item. The man was stunned, not expecting that there was a second item. Zhao Lei continued, If you become a hunting target, not only will you be hunted by all players, But it will also be inconvenient to go to the second location. The man was a little silent. He understood what Zhao Lei meant. If he really becomes the second target of a bounty hunt, then bringing all players into the second location is equivalent to giving those people the opportunity to find the second item. Even if those people don't know there is a second item at that location. What if they get too close and see it? What if I get a system reminder in case of special circumstances? Chapter 198 Hunting Forest 9. There are so many unknown possibilities. The number of items is limited. And men are completely unwilling to be this good guy. No matter whether it is harmful to others after they get the items. He is unwilling to bring such great benefits to others. After thinking about it, the man realized that he couldn't gamble at all. Seeing that there was something going on, Zhao Lei added, even if you just want to take a handkerchief from my hand, but you kill me, it is possible that all the handkerchiefs will automatically belong to you by default. Then you will most likely, he will become the second target of a hunting bounty. The man clicked his tongue a little irritably, and was in a dilemma for a moment. Zhao Lei directly took out a white handkerchief from his arms, and handed it to the man, saying flatteringly, I can give the handkerchief to you now. I just ask you to let me go. The man stared at Zhao Lei for a long time, neither speaking nor moving. Zhao Lei was unsure, and couldn't help but add, actually, a woman got a handkerchief before me, and she had wings, could fly, and was very fast. I'm afraid she has gotten the second item now. This is undoubtedly bombshell news. Although I don't know who the woman Zhao Lei is talking about is. Everyone who has seen the mall knows that the flying wing prop is the one. Since the other party has such expensive props, it means that she will be a difficult competitor to deal with. Since he suffered the disadvantage of falling behind others in the last game. This time, he could not let others complete the task first no matter what. The man reached out and took away the handkerchief from Zhao Lei's hand, and nodded reluctantly. In that case, just as he was halfway through his words, two people suddenly ran up behind him. They were probably a couple. The man had a buzz cut, and the woman had ear-length hair. The moment the couple came out, the man quickly stuffed the handkerchief into his pocket. After seeing the Gatling in the man's hand, the crew-cut man quickly ran to the middle and separated the man from Zhao Lei. The short-haired woman stared at Zhao Lei closely to prevent Zhao Lei from running away. Zhao Lei's mood was like riding a roller coaster, going up and down. It was obvious that he could reach an agreement just before his eyes. But two people suddenly came out. This was great. But the situation suddenly changed again. And he couldn't get away again. He couldn't help but complain a little about the man opposite. If you make a decision early, you won't have so many troubles. Brother! The crew-cut man glanced at the sapphire ring on the man's finger, and said in a polite manner, you don't look like you are short of points. Why don't you give him to us? Go away! The manly Gatling turned to the crew-cut man. Otherwise, I will be rude to you. Although he had no intention of killing Zhao Lei, he couldn't show it immediately at this time. Otherwise it would be easy for the other party to notice that something was wrong. Out of selfish motives, he was unwilling to reveal that all the handkerchiefs were in Zhao Lei's hand. Although your Gatling is powerful, you can't penetrate all defensive items. The crew-cut man chuckled twice. He reached out and lifted up his clothes, revealing the waistband of his pants. Xiaoxi, who had been watching the show for a while, lowered her body slightly on the tree and tilted her head to look. The texture of that belt was excellent. The leather belt had familiar dark patterns, which were exactly the same as the dark patterns on her bracelet. The man glanced at the crew-cut man's belt, and then his expression turned ugly. Chapter 199 Hunting Forest 10. This belt is a top-grade defensive item. Although it is not as good as the top-grade defensive item, it can defend against Gatling's attacks. The short-haired woman raised her left hand proudly, revealing the silk scarf tied around her wrist. The silk scarf has the same dark pattern, which is another type of top-grade defense item. Although you have the best defense items, and we can't hurt you, you can't hurt us even with Gatling, the short-haired woman threatened unceremoniously. Besides, there are two of us. Even if it's a robbery, we can't. The odds of winning are also higher with heads. Zhao Lei. I felt like a poor little guinea pig. Not only had nowhere to escape, but I also had to be snatched and torn apart by all kinds of hunters. How terrible. He regretted for the N+1 time in his heart that he burned a handkerchief when his brain suddenly twitched. The man's face was gloomy. What he hates most is being threatened. After thinking for 2 seconds, he suddenly said, if you have the ability, try to snatch his head from my hand. As long as he hadn't killed Zhao Lei, he wouldn't have become the second target of a hunting bounty. After those two people deal with Zhao Lei, they can verify whether Zhao Lei's words are true or false. Just as the man was thinking about his plan, Several more players appeared from different directions. The man's brows furrowed slightly. The more people there are, the more complicated the situation becomes. And Zhao Lei probably took the initiative to tell the story about the handkerchief to save his life. He couldn't just kill Zhao Lei and gag him. It's better to take this opportunity to leave and find the second item. The man made up his mind and was about to retreat when a loud "goo" suddenly sounded from the tree above his head. Although the sound was not very loud, it was enough to attract everyone's attention in such a quiet atmosphere. She was startled by the sudden sound of the screaming chicken in her pocket. She quickly reached out to cover the screaming chicken. The players all looked up defensively in the direction of the sound source. Hidden by the lush foliage, they couldn't see anything. The sound of a screaming chicken leaked from Xiaoxi's fingertips. Goo 1,000 meters away from the target goo. Xiaoxi. Dot! Damn it. This thing not only barks, but also talks. If it just screamed, the people below might think it was a pigeon or something, and they could get away with it. Even a fool would know that this statement is not normal. Zhao Lei seized the right moment, stood up suddenly, and ran behind him. There was no player blocking the way yet. Now everyone's attention is on the tree. This is his best chance to escape. Zhao Lei's actions immediately attracted the attention of several players. They quickly took out their guns and shot, fearing that they would miss the opportunity to grab someone's head. It was a pity that no one present was a sharpshooter with perfect accuracy. Zhao Lei cleverly took an S-shaped route and ran a long way without any damage. The players immediately chased Zhao Lei regardless, and almost no one cared about why the tree suddenly made such a strange sound. Only the man with the sapphire ring did not leave. He stared at the tree for a few seconds, not knowing what he was thinking. But in the end, he did nothing and turned around and ran in the opposite direction to Zhao Lei's escape. She flapped her wings and quickly flew some distance away. The screaming chicken in the pocket became completely silent and did not make any more noise. Obviously, the direction she just randomly chose was further away from her hunting target. Chapter 200 Hunting Forest 11. Xiaoxi took out the silk handkerchief and threw it away, then determined the direction of the target. She immediately flew in the direction pointed by the handkerchief. But you can't fly too fast like before, lest the other party changes direction and route, and it's easy to miss it again. Soon, the screaming chicken started ringing again. Goo 1,000 meters away from the target goo. Xiaoxi couldn't help but want to roll her eyes. This damn screaming chicken would really cause trouble for her. As if she was afraid that others wouldn't know she was here. But she couldn't throw it away. Although this thing does seem to be useless. It will remind herself that it will alert the hunting target, and even attract the attention of other players passing by. But this is the item that she is required to find in the personal mission. If you think about it with your fingernails, you will know that throwing it away will probably not do any good. The rules of the game are very clear. The conditions for passing the level are to spend 12 days safely and complete personal tasks. On the surface, it seems that as long as you successfully hunt the designated target and protect yourself from being hunted by others, you can pass the level. But in fact, finding items is also a part of personal tasks. If she guessed correctly, it is very likely that only the player who found all the designated items, successfully hunted the designated targets, and survived 12 days safely could complete the game. There are only 5/3 designated items, which means that there are only 5 players at most who can clear the level in this game. Out of 50 players, only 5 players can pass the level. You can imagine how fierce the competition will be. In any case, no matter how troublesome the screaming chicken is, she can only keep it with her. While Xiaoxi was thinking, she took out a pair of woolen half-claw gloves, rubbed them, and stuffed them into the screaming chicken's round mouth. Although it can't completely block the sound, it has some effect. It turns out it's you! A man's roar suddenly came from behind. Xiaoxi turned around and saw an angry man. This man also had a pair of beautiful transparent wings with thin glitter on his back, and he quickly flew towards Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi's eyes fell on the sapphire ring on the man's left hand, and then she laughed. So it's you! Long time no see! Unexpectedly, the first wealthy player to find Zhao Lei was the man named Brother Ming. She met in the Doomsday game. Well, speaking of which, she still doesn't know what his name is. You must have been the one who made the noise in the tree just now, Qin Mingyuan said with anger on his face. It's really an eye-opener for me to let me meet you so quickly. When he just heard the sound in the tree, he felt something was wrong. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that there must be a player hiding up there. Based on what Zhao Lei said before, he believed that it must be the player who got the first designated item first. He had already obtained a handkerchief and had no intention of chasing Zhao Lei, but was more interested in players who got the designated items before him. So he deliberately created the illusion of leaving. In fact, he didn't go far before he put on wings and flew up. But the opponent had already flown far away at that time, and he could only see a blurry figure in the distance. And it took him a while to catch up. As he flew closer, he realized that the other person was actually the woman he had been thinking about and wanted to kill. Why are you so angry? Xiaoxi blinked innocently. There doesn't seem to be any grudge between you and me. Right. Chapter 201 Hunting Forest 12. You damn bitch. Qin Mingyuan opened his mouth and scolded. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have failed in the Doomsday game. Xiaoxi automatically ignored Qin Mingyuan's swear words. She said, oh, made a fist with her right hand and punched the palm of her left hand, and suddenly realized. It turns out that your mission at that time was really the same as mine. She did have this guess at the time, but she wasn't 100% sure. Since you know everything, you still dare to snatch the Zombie King from me? Qin Mingyuan became even more angry. If this woman doesn't know, although he is angry, he is only angry that this woman has no eyesight. But this woman actually knew it, and still stole his task. This was intentional. He felt like he was going to explode. That's what you said. Xiaoxi smiled brightly. The mission was given by the system, not by me. We both have the same mission. You should blame the system. Why are you blaming me? Besides, if you had known in advance that your mission is the same as mine, so you can't give it up to me. Right. Everyone is just in a purely competitive relationship. Since the tasks are the same, it means that only one person has a chance to pass the level. There was no reason for her to let this man named Ming go. Should he only be allowed to bully others, but not others be allowed to bully him? Besides, she wasn't bullying. She just completed her personal tasks as required. If it weren't for you, how could I be so miserable? The Gatling in Qin Mingyuan's hand shot Xiaoxi several times without any explanation. He couldn't listen to Xiaoxi's words at all, and felt that his anger finally had a way to vent. Xiaoxi did not dodge. When the bullet was about to hit her, it was bounced away by a thin light curtain. You seem to be doing well. Xiaoxi looked Qin Mingyuan up and down. He was neatly dressed and looked good. He didn't feel like he had suffered a lot in the survival game. I'm sorry, but I really can't see what's wrong with you. Qin Mingyuan also knew that Xiaoxi had top-notch defensive items, so he wasn't angry when the bullets bounced away, and he just fired a few more shots as if to vent his anger. At the end, he said angrily, because you completed my task before me, I had to accept the punishment of the system. Do you know how valuable I lost? I've heard about punishment. Xiaoxi nodded and asked curiously, by the way, what is the content of your punishment? I heard that there seemed to be 3 options to choose from. Qin Mingyuan was stunned, as if he did not expect Xiaoxi's attitude. Damn it! This woman is still in the mood to ask him questions? Not feeling guilty at all? You don't care what the content is. Qin Mingyuan was furious. It's all your fault anyway. You have to compensate me. When he thought that he had lost more than 2 billion points in the blink of an eye, he wanted to ejaculate the woman in front of him immediately. However, the woman riding on the horse has the best defensive items. Even if Gatling can consume the durability of the defensive items, he will not be able to kill her in a while. You are really self-righteous. Xiaoxi casually took out the silk handkerchief and threw it away, confirming the new direction of her hunting target. If you completed the mission first, my mission failed and I was punished. Will you compensate me? Qin Mingyuan choked and suddenly got stuck. Everyone is just fighting for their own destiny. No one owes anyone anything. After Xiaoxi finished speaking, she turned around and flew in the direction designated by the handkerchief. Chapter 202 Hunting Forest 13. Xiaoxi just wants to complete her personal tasks as soon as possible, and nothing else is her first priority. Of course, the main reason is that the man named Minggu also has top-notch defensive items, and it is really too time-consuming to fight. In comparison, she will definitely give priority to completing her own tasks. Qin Mingyuan turned around and left Xiaoxi, of course not letting him go easily. He sped up and flew over, and stopped in front of Xiaoxi in an instant. You have this free time to stop me. Why not hurry up and complete your personal mission? Xiaoxi was speechless. If you stop me, we can only confront each other here. You can't hurt me. And I can't help but tell you that there are 3 designated items. Xiaoxi said calmly before Qin Mingyuan could speak. There are only 5 third items in total. Do you know the meaning of this? Qin Mingyuan was startled, never expecting that there were more than 2 types of designated items. And now he only has the first designated item in his hand. Not to mention that he hasn't found his hunting target yet. Chen Mingyuan also knew very well that if he had to fight with the woman in front of him now, it would definitely be a protracted war. I'm afraid the third item will have been robbed by then. You're lucky. Chen Mingyuan snorted coldly. My name is Chen Mingyuan. Remember my name clearly. I will definitely settle this debt with you. After saying that, he flew away without looking back. The direction he went was exactly where the second designated item was. Xiaoshi didn't take Chen Mingyuan's cruel words seriously. She threw the silk handkerchief again and found that the location of her hunting target had changed. She turned around and flew over. Every time she flew a certain distance, she threw a silk handkerchief and constantly adjusted her direction. After a while, the screaming chicken in the pocket sounded the beep again. She threw the silk handkerchief again, determined her position, and continued flying forward. The flight slowed down a lot this time. As she got closer and closer, more and more players appeared below. Another player had his feet caught by a trap on the road due to negligence. He screamed so hard that all the birds around him flew away. These all followed Zhao Lei's route. When Xiaoshi watched the birds flying past her, an electronic sound suddenly sounded in the sky. Announcement: Player Zhang Wei successfully hunted player Zhao Lei, and the reward has been received. Xiaoshi raised her eyebrows slightly. Generally speaking, players can be notified privately of this kind of news, and there is no need to explain it publicly. But now the announcement has come out. When things go awry, there must be monsters. Just when Xiaoshi was thinking this, the electronic sound sounded again. Since player Zhang Wei inherited all the items from player Zhao Lei, all designated items taken by player Zhao Lei also belong to player Zhang Wei. Player Zhang Wei has 10 minutes to put the designated items back to their original places. If he has not put them back after 10 minutes, the player Zhang Wei will be judged as having stolen the designated items, and his real-time location will be made public for 1 hour, allowing other players to start chasing him. Discuss. Xiaoshi couldn't help but click her tongue. She knew there would be no good in making the news public. The operation of the system is awkward. Judging by the time, the location where Zhao Lei was killed was probably far away from the cabin. Without acceleration props or flying props like hers, I might not be able to make it back within 10 minutes. Chapter 203 Hunting Forest 14. The player named Zhang Wei will most likely be the target of prosecution. Although the word recover is used in the rules, if Zhang Wei is really caught, some people will inevitably take action. Even if Zhang Wei takes the initiative to hand over the handkerchief, he cannot avoid the possibility of being hunted by greedy players, even if there is no additional point reward. According to normal rules, the hunting player can still get half of the points and all the supplies from the hunted player. This condition is enough to attract some people to take action, even if they can think that after hunting Zhang Wei, they will become the next target of pursuit. There are always brave and greedy players who are willing to take this risk. This game is really exciting. For most players who don't have powerful defense items, it is quite difficult to survive 12 days safely. Xiaoshi wanted to think about it, but her movements did not stop. As the sound of the screaming chicken became louder and more frequent, she knew that she was very close to her hunting target. The screaming chicken's voice has become very shrill. Even if his mouth is blocked with something, it is still harsh enough to attract the attention of the players below. Many players looked up defensively. There are not evergreen trees everywhere in the forest. Many trees in early spring have just sprouted buds. Even if there are early spring flowers blooming, the trees have not reached the point of leafy branches and cannot completely block the human form. Before, everyone was busy rushing and didn't pay attention to what was happening in the sky. Now that they heard the sound, everyone could easily see Xiaoshi's figure when they looked up. When they discovered that there was actually a player flying above, everyone's face was filled with jealousy, envy and vigilance. Xiaoshi ignored the reactions of those people and continued to fly forward without even sparing a glance to those below. Unexpectedly, she had no intention of doing anything to those people, but someone had evil intentions towards her props. She was flying well when suddenly a bullet hit her from behind. It was bounced off by a thin silver light and fell to the ground not far away. She looked back and saw that it was a European man wearing a combat uniform, tall and strong. The man showed surprise when he saw that Xiaoshi was not hit by the bullet, but he quickly replaced the pistol in his hand with a Gatling and fired straight into the sky. Several players, who were relatively close, hurriedly ran away to avoid being accidentally injured. Even the various small animals hiding in the bushes were frightened and fled in all directions. Xiaoshi ignored the man and continued to fly forward. But in order not to miss her hunting target, she flew very slowly. But the man kept chasing after her. attacking Xiaoxi from time to time. He seems to be very good at fighting in the woods. His movements are flexible and fast, and he could always accurately find the most suitable angle to launch an attack. Xiaoxi was tired of being chased, so she shot the man with a Gatling gun in her hand without hesitation. The man dodged nimbly, but Gatling's attacks were very fast, and there were always areas he couldn't avoid. But when the bullet hit him, it bounced away. Xiaoxi saw the belt around the man's waist during his quick movements. She curled her lips. Another player with high-quality defensive items. In this game, there are quite a few players with good defensive items. She took out a grenade and threw it at the man. I just don't know how many defensive items this man has at his disposal. Chapter 204 Hunting Forest 15. Although top-grade defense items can also protect against grenades, the consumption of durability is much greater than that of top-grade defense items. The man's face changed slightly when he saw the grenade being thrown towards him. He quickly climbed up a nearby tree trunk, jumped further away, and rolled several times with the help of inertia, barely avoiding the core range of the grenade explosion. Although there was some aftermath, the impact on the durability of his defensive items was much smaller. Xiaoxi took advantage of the man's opportunity to avoid the grenade and quickly left the man's sight. When the man looked up again, Xiaoxi was no longer there. He looked regretful. At the same time, the electronic sound rang again. Player Zhang Wei failed to return the designated items within the specified time. Within 1 hour from now, it will be. The electronic sound was quiet for 2 seconds and then spoke again. Player Zhang Wei chose to discard the designated items, which violated the rules of the game. Player Zhang Wei was judged to have failed the game. The location of the designated items will be updated next, and players are invited to go and get them. As soon as the electronic voice finished speaking, the man quickly opened the map and took a look. He knows very well that now is the time to test speed and distance. Whoever reaches the location of the designated item first will get the designated item directly. Once you miss this opportunity, you will have to grab the designated items from other players if you want to get them again. When the time comes, let alone whether he can grab it from other players, he may not know which player has the designated item. So he decisively gave up the idea of chasing Xiaoxi and instead ran towards the location indicated on the map. When Xiaoxi heard the electronic announcement, she showed a slightly surprised expression. She thought that Zhang Wei would not choose to do such a stupid thing as discarding the designated items. Although the rules of the system do not directly say that items cannot be discarded, this kind of cool operation that induces players to violate the rules of the game is very consistent with the style of the dog system. I don't know if Zhang Wei didn't expect that discarding the items would be considered a violation of the rules of the game, or if he thought about it but still chose to discard it to save his life. But in her opinion, no matter what the reason for Zhang Wei's choice, it was a bad idea. After you lose the game, you will not only be punished, but you will also have to play the game again. Who can guarantee that their luck next time will be better than this time? Or after being punished? Although she didn't know the specific content of the punishment, she could guess that the punishment would not have no impact on subsequent games. If it were her, she would rather give this a try than give up the opportunity easily and count on the unknown of the next one. At this time, the pedestrians in the forest quickened their pace, and those who could run would definitely not be able to walk. Xiaoxi also increased her flying speed slightly, and soon she found her hunting target. She was an obese woman, probably because she was too obese. Her walking was not as flexible or as fast as others, although she tried very hard to make a running pose. It looked like a piece of fat that kept shaking as she moved forward. All 10 of her fingernails were painted with light blue nail polish, which was not a very dazzling color and looked quite comfortable. It's just that her fingers are short and thick, and the nail polish looks like flesh-colored carrots with plastic beads embedded in them. Chapter 205 Hunting Forest 16. There was no companion around the fat woman. Occasionally, when someone passed by her, they would cast a look of disgust and sympathy, and then run past her without looking back. In the eyes of most people, it is difficult for a fat woman to safely pass this kind of hunting game due to her overweight figure and obviously weaker physical fitness than the average person. The fat woman couldn't outrun others, and she seemed to move slowly. It must be difficult to grab the designated items, and she couldn't catch up with her prey. So everyone who passed by her looked at her with either a bit of sympathy or a bit of contempt. Xiaoxi accelerated her approach and at the same time aimed the Gatling in her hand at the fat woman's back. The screaming chicken on her body was screaming, "The target is ahead!" almost constantly, and the sound was so harsh that it was impossible to ignore it. The fat woman had heard this strange cry a long time ago, but she didn't pay attention at first. As the sound got closer and closer to her, She slowly looked back, seeing the fat woman turn her head. She didn't even have time to mentally prepare herself for her first murder before she fired. She knew that even if it was just a second late and gave the other party a little more reaction time, it would be possible for the other party to escape the attack. Unfortunately, Xiaoxi's luck was not very good. Her hunting target was also a player with high-grade defense items. The moment the bullet bounced off the thin light curtain on the fat woman's body, Xiaoxi also saw clearly that the silk scarf around the fat woman's neck was one of the top-grade defense items. Before, the silk scarf had been mostly covered by the fat woman's fat neck. She didn't even notice that there was a silk scarf around the fat woman's neck. But when the fat woman turned her head, a corner of the fabric was slightly exposed, and you could just see that the dark patterns on it were exactly the same as her bracelet. The moment the fat woman turned her head and looked back, Xiaoxi had already fallen to the ground. She stared at Xiaoxi for a long time, then suddenly reached out and smoothed the greasy hair on her forehead, and said calmly, "It seems that I am your hunting target." Several players passing by had already run away when they saw this battle. They neither want to get involved in other people's fights, nor do they want to delay the opportunity to find the designated items. "What is that thing on your body that keeps screaming?" the fat woman asked with some curiosity. "Is it some prop that I haven't seen before?" This unknown thing made a very harsh sound, and it still keeps screaming. But it sounds like it can remind you of the location of your hunting target. Of course, Xiaoxi would not kindly explain to the fat woman that this was not a prop, but a second designated item. She took out the grenade and threw it at the fat woman without saying a word. The fat woman's movements were indeed slow. Although she reacted immediately, she was a few seconds too slow to move to the side, and was instantly hit by a grenade. A thin light curtain was spread around her body, isolating the damage from the grenade explosion. "It's time you saw my defensive tools." The fat woman pointed her stubby fingers at her neck, with a look of disdain on her face. "Your attacks can't hurt me, but will only waste your own weapons." Without waiting for Xiaoxi to speak, the fat woman said again, "I advise you to give up attacking me to avoid wasting time and weapons. Why not save your supplies and wait for the next game to start? Pray that your luck will be better, and don't do it again." Facing a player as difficult as me. Chapter 206 Hunting Forest 17. "Oh." Xiaoxi blinked, looking curious. "Why do you say you are difficult to deal with? Can't you see how powerful my defense items are?" The fat woman sneered, her disdain and condescending attitude all too obvious. "I don't mind telling you. I bought several of them in order to give myself the best security. This is a top-grade defense item. Consider how many weapons you have. Can you break through so many of my defense items? To be honest, I'm really curious." Xiaoxi tilted her head. "Why not give it a try? What are you trying?" The fat woman was a little confused. She didn't expect Xiaoxi's reaction. "Try it, and see whether you have more defense items, or I have more weapons," Xiaoxi said, taking out 3 more grenades and throwing them at the fat woman. The grenade still didn't hurt the fat woman, but it consumed a lot of the durability of the fat woman's defense items. The fat woman's face darkened, and she took out a pistol and pointed it at Xiaoxi. "Smelly girl, don't be ungrateful. I asked you to give up because I want to give you a way to live. If you insist on going against me, I can fight, damn you." Xiaoxi didn't say anything, but just threw 2 more grenades. This time, the fat woman's defensive prop shattered in response. She was affected by the aftermath of the explosion, and there was a scar scratched by the airflow on her fat face. The fat woman was immediately angry. She quickly took out a new silk scarf from the storage compartment and hurriedly wrapped it around her wrist. At the same time, she fired several shots at Xiaoxi with her other hand. When the bullet was deflected, the fat woman was stunned, and then sneered. "Why are you so bold and dare to go against me like this? It turns out you are relying on your own defense tools. I want to see how powerful your defense props are, and how many bullets they can stop me," the fat woman said as she fired, and took out a new magazine in her other hand for replacement. "It seems that your only weapon is a pistol." Xiaoxi stood motionless, not even making an evasive move. "Otherwise, instead of fighting me with a pistol, you should be thinking of using a more powerful weapon to deal with me as soon as possible." That's right. No wonder the fat woman just said harsh words before, but didn't immediately fight back. I'm afraid that not only is the fat woman's weapon only a pistol, but the number of weapons is probably not very large. So it is better to scare her away with words than to waste bullets. The fat woman's face was full of displeasure. "Do you care? Even if I only have a pistol, it is more than enough to deal with you. I really don't know who gave you the confidence." Xiaoxi approached the fat woman and asked with a smile. Is it because you didn't see my defense items? So you judged that my defense items were not of a high level? I've seen a lot of little girls like you. The fat woman said disdainfully. You don't have any points or abilities. You just rely on your pretty face to seduce men and rely on men's charity to survive. She raised her plump chin proudly, with a look of disdain on her face. In this hunting game, everyone is fighting to the death. I advise you not to dream about being protected. I don't know who is dreaming. Xiaoxi chuckled, not angry at the fat woman's attitude. She took out a few more grenades from the storage compartment. Speaking of which, you can help me. Verify one thing. Chapter 207 Hunting Forest 18. Varied. Before the fat woman could say anything, Xiaoxi had already thrown 5 grenades at the fat woman. The fat woman was startled. Her steps back in a hurry were awkward and sluggish, with anger on her face. She knew she couldn't dodge flexibly, so she simply gave up and hit Xiaoxi again and again with her gun. However, the damage of the pistol was not very high. She changed the magazine and did not see Xiaoxi's defensive items disappear, and her face suddenly became unsightly. Xiaoxi threw 5 grenades and all hit the fat woman accurately. But the silk scarf did not disappear. She took out several more grenades and threw them at the fat woman one by one. After exploding the 10th grenade, the silk scarf on the fat woman's wrist finally turned into ashes. The fat woman hurriedly put on a new silk scarf, looking at Xiaoxi with angry eyes. She was not idle during this period, and kept shooting at Xiaoxi. But she did not cause any harm to Xiaoxi, and 2 of her own defensive items were damaged one after another. How could she not be angry? It turns out there are 10. Xiaoxi nodded and said to herself. It seems that this is the limit of the top-grade defense items against mines. What are you talking about? The fat woman fired at Xiaoxi and scolded angrily. I think you are probably a fool. You have used more than a dozen grenades in such a short time. And you don't count. Calculate how many grenades you have left for you to squander. Actually, I think you should calculate how many defensive items you still have enough to blow me up. Xiaoxi spoke slowly, not worried at all about being unable to hurt the fat woman at the moment. For her, it was not easy for her to have such an opportunity to experiment. So of course she would not be impatient. When purchasing props in the mall, the description of the props will only indicate the durability, function, etc. But the disadvantages and shortcomings of the props are not written out. Players have to discover and explore them themselves. Judging from the item description, we can know that high-grade defensive items can protect against ordinary cold weapons, pistols, Gatling and grenades, but it does not specify how much it can protect against. We also don't know how much durability the damage caused by different weapons will consume. Let's not mention how much durability the pistol and Gatling can consume. For top-grade defense props and top-grade defense props, the durability consumed by these 2 weapons will not be too high. But if we figure out the number of bombs these 2 defensive props can withstand, it will be much easier for Xiaoxi to deal with other players who have these props in the future. It is rare that this fat woman has more than 1 defensive item in her hand, which is perfect for a complete test of how many grenade explosions a top-grade defensive item can withstand when its durability is 100. It has now been proven that the limit is 10. 10. This number is a piece of cake for her. After all, she bought 999 grenades. Even if every player with high-grade defense items in the game goes against her this time, it's enough for her to blow them all up once. Besides, she doesn't just have grenades. Just wait! The fat woman fired several shots angrily, wishing to kill Xiaoxi right now. I still have 5 defensive items. Let me see how many grenades you have to spend. It is indeed a bit expensive to grenade. Xiaoxi nodded in agreement. So I decided to change the weapon. As she said that, she took out a bomb and threw it directly towards the fat woman under her stunned gaze. Chapter 208 Hunting Forest 19. Now that she has calculated the limit of high-grade defensive items against grenades, Xiaoxi no longer needs to waste her grenades. It's more convenient to blow it up directly with bombs. High-grade defensive items cannot prevent bombs. 1 is enough. The fat woman moved her fat body to run away, but Xiaoxi pressed the detonator faster. The light curtain on the fat woman's body shattered in response. And then the silk scarf on her wrist turned into powder. The explosion of the bomb caused the fat woman to stagger and fall to the ground. She struggled hard to get up, but because she was too anxious and too fat, she couldn't stand up after trying several times. Xiaoxi walked towards the fat woman step by step, with a smile on her face. You should really reflect on yourself and look at people through colored glasses. In the end, you will be the one who suffers. If the fat woman hadn't despised her from the beginning, subconsciously thinking that she was a useless woman who could only rely on men, and that she wouldn't have any good props. She wouldn't have been knocked down so easily. So much time spent talking nonsense is spent running away. A few more minutes to live. Wait a minute! The fat woman was already panicking. Only then did she notice the silver bracelet looming in Xiaoxi's sleeves. She had always thought that Xiaoxi's defensive items were only mid-range at best. So she thought she could break them if she fired a few more shots. Only now did I realize that I was too immersed in my own thoughts and completely ignored the facts. But she couldn't blame herself entirely. The sleeves of Xiaoxi's down jacket just covered her wrists. If she didn't pay attention, she couldn't see her bracelet if she looked inside. The fat woman firmly believed that Xiaoxi must have deliberately hidden the bracelet from her, just to laugh at her at this moment. She still feels that Xiaoxi is a woman who relies on her beauty to depend on men, and such a good prop must have been given to her by a man. But she also knew clearly that being able to obtain such powerful props and weapons by relying on color was beyond her ability. So she had to change her attitude. Think about it. What if you use all your weapons on me and others want to hunt you? The fat woman was so anxious that her face was covered with sweat, and her attitude became condescending. You think about it for yourself in the future. This game only lasts for 12 days, and you haven't met a player who wants to hunt you yet. As she spoke, she silently wrapped a new silk scarf around herself. Even though she knew it was a bit futile, she still felt a little safe. I won't bother you anymore. Xiaoxi was too lazy to talk nonsense. She put away the Gatling and blew up another bomb. Xiaoxi was very close at this time, and was also affected by the explosion. A thin light curtain surrounded her body, firmly protecting her safety. The moment the fat woman's prop shattered, Xiaoxi took out a pistol and put the bullet into the fat woman's body without hesitation. Xiaoxi's shot was not accurate enough. Although the shot was aimed at the heart, it was slightly deflected due to the recoil. The fat woman did not die immediately. The fat woman looked at Xiaoxi with wide eyes, a look of resentment and despair on her face. You are not soft-hearted at all. If you kill me, won't you be afraid of nightmares? Actually, I was a little tangled at first. Xiaoxi sighed seriously. But fortunately, you are not a gentle and cute girl, and your attitude towards me is so bad. So the psychological struggle was not so intense when I made a move. Chapter 209 Hunting Forest 20. After all, this was his first time to kill someone. As a person who was well-off, well-fed, and had never suffered any major hardships, this kind of thing would always be a bit of a psychological barrier. But fortunately, if the target was this fat woman, Xiaoxi wouldn't have to struggle much. The more the fat woman scolds, the less hesitant she will be to strike. This was also the reason why she didn't fight back like usual when the fat woman had such a bad attitude towards her. The fat woman struggled to cover her wounds and tried to get up from the ground again, even though she knew she was doomed. Her survival instinct prevented her from lying on the ground and waiting for death. Xiaoxi did not hesitate and fired several more shots at the fat woman, finally hitting her vital part. The fat woman let out several low groans of pain, and finally fell to the ground, unable to move any further. At the same time, a translucent pop-up window popped up in front of Xiaoxi. Congratulations to player Xiaoxi for successfully hunting the mission target and obtaining all the opponent's supplies and half of the points. Xiaoxi clicked on her personal panel and took a look. There were 2 more pistols, 3 boxes of bullets, 10 boxes of military compressed biscuits, and 4 top-grade defense items in the storage compartment. In addition, Xiaoxi has 120,000 more points. The fat woman probably guessed that the risk factor of this game was relatively high, so she spent a lot of points to buy defense props to protect herself. So she didn't have many points left. Unfortunately, the fat woman became her hunting target, and she couldn't even survive the first day safely. Xiaoxi sighed in her heart and closed her personal panel. She flapped her wings and flew towards the location of the 3rd designated item. Without any worries, she flew extremely fast and arrived at the designated location in a short time. There are no other players around at this time, which is normal. Those people may not have discovered the existence of the 3rd designated item. The fastest one is probably still on the way to find the 2nd designated item. Here is a huge dead tree, the thick trunk of which requires 2 people to hug each other. Not a single leaf grew on the tree, and the whole thing was lifeless. There was a big hole in the middle of the trunk. Although people couldn't get in, it was easy to put their arms in. Xiaoxi walked closer and looked inside the tree trunk. It was pitch black, and she couldn't see anything clearly. However, a pop-up window popped up in front of her, indicating that the 3rd item she was looking for at the moment was a bright red flower bud that had not yet bloomed. She couldn't tell what kind it was, but the color was particularly bright. She took out her flashlight and looked inside. And at a glance, she saw 5 flower buds randomly inserted into the trunk. She reached in and touched it, and found that it was not a real flower. It felt like plastic. When she touched the flower, the instructions jumped out in front of her eyes. Chi discrimination flower. When pointing this flower at the player, you can identify whether the opponent is your hunting target. If the target is hunted, the flowers will bloom. If the target is not hunted, there will be no reaction. Xiaoxi curled her lips. The function of this item is actually not much better than the previous two. The forest is so big, it's hard to say whether all the players can be found. Not to mention that you have to point at others. Only flowers have the ability to distinguish. But they can't actively identify each other within a certain range. When you can point a flower at someone, you can basically see their appearance directly. Unless it is particularly inconspicuous and deliberately hidden, you can judge whether the opponent is your hunting target without using this flower. Chapter 2:10 Hunting Forest 21. In short, this item is useless. But this is no longer important to Xiaoxi, since her hunting target has been solved anyway. Xiaoxi pulled out a flower bud and stuffed it into her pocket. At the same time, electronic sounds echoed through the sky without warning. Announcement. Congratulations to player Xiaoxi for completing her personal mission. She is the first player to complete it so far. Xiaoxi's heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. In order to celebrate and make other players happy, we will start the blessing activity for everyone. Other players who find the player Xiaoxi and try to harm her can get 10,000 points from her. There is no limit to the degree of damage or the location of the damage. As long as it can cause scars, you can get 10,000 points. And there is no limit to the number of times the same player can get points. The event will continue until player Xiaoxi's personal points are deducted. From this moment until the end of the game, the real-time location of the player Xiaoxi will be reported every 3 hours, each time lasting 5 minutes. The real-time location of player Xiaoxi will now be announced for the first time. The Get Luck event has officially begun. I wish all players a happy time. Hack! Xiaoxi raised her middle finger to the sky unceremoniously. Although before taking the Chi discrimination flower, she guessed that after completing her personal mission, she might encounter something similar to Zhao Lei and was mentally prepared. She did not expect that the system would be so shameless. She was too lazy to complain about other naughty operations. The point was, until player Xiaoxi's personal points are deducted. Doesn't this mean that the points obtained by other players by hurting her will be deducted from her personal points? In the past, the dog system is so shameless. He actually wants to reduce players' points in this way. The only thing that made her feel better was probably the fact that the electronic sound at least proved that her initial judgment was correct. You must get all 3 items to complete your personal mission. Otherwise, this lucky activity should have started after she successfully hunted the fat woman, instead of waiting until now. After thinking for a while, Xiaoxi took out a trumpet-shaped prop from the storage compartment. Announcement speaker. Worth 10,000 points. Voice announcements can be made to all players within the game. The speech duration is 10 minutes and can be used in sections. Current time remaining, 10 minutes. This prop didn't have much practical use, but Xiaoxi thought it was quite interesting, so she bought 10 of them to play with. Now is where it comes in handy. Xiaoxi pressed the speaker switch and started talking. Hello players. I am Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi's tone was brisk, but the threat was not concealed. I believe you have heard the system announcement. So now I hope you will use your brains to think about it. I can become the first player to complete a personal mission, be an easy character to deal with. Of course, you don't have to believe it. Or you can think that I'm just lucky. She looked at the speaker in her hand, her tone slightly aggravated. But from now on, any player who appears within my sight will be treated as an indiscriminate attack. Object. Please think carefully about yourself. How certain are you that you can hurt me and still escape unharmed at the same time? She chuckled. I hope you won't meet me. Chapter 2:11 Hunting Forest 22. After saying that, Xiaoxi turned off the speaker switch and took a look at the remaining time 8 minutes. She put the announcement speaker back into the storage compartment, turned around and flew into the sky. Even if someone who thinks they have good weapons and abilities wants to attack her, she will not be easily attacked in the sky. In the remaining time, she only had 2 things to do. First, keep yourself safe for 12 days. Second, find the idiot Mingyu and ask him to unbind him. It's a pity that Mingyu is not her hunting target, and these 3 items in her hand cannot be used to find Mingyu. And this forest is too big. If she comes to find someone, she will really be looking for a needle in a haystack. So the best way is to wait for Mingyu to come to her. Since Mingyu chose to forcibly bind her, he definitely wanted to see her. Due to the lucky activity, her location is updated in real time every 3 hours. And Mingyu will always come to her when he sees it. Xiaoxi spent a lot of time completing her personal task. Not long after she made the announcement, the sky turned dark. During this period of time, no player came to trouble her. And Mingyu didn't show up either. Everyone is probably still busy with their own personal tasks. However, with Xiaoxi's past experience, other players may not dare to complete personal tasks so quickly. Otherwise, you may become the second player to be lucky. But if you keep putting off completing personal tasks, you may not have the chance to complete them. In addition to her, there will definitely be other players who realize that if they cannot get the designated items, they have not completed their personal mission. However, the designated items are limited, so it's hard to say whether you can grab them. Even if the temptation of getting lucky is great, they have to consider getting the designated items first. In short, Xiaoxi, the first day, should be the safest time. After dark, she randomly found a tall, lush tree to stay, sat on the strong trunk, and covered herself with a thick wool blanket. The tree's lush branches and leaves could completely block her figure. The tree trunk she chose was also very wide, so it was no problem to sit and sleep. But it was impossible to sleep well. Any random movement of her body might cause her to fall, so she could only forcefully enter a light sleep state and try to give herself a little rest. Asterisk. Late at night, after experiencing the real-time location broadcast once, Xiaoxi had already changed her position to a big tree. When her location is updated on the map, she will hear a beep. The good thing is that she won't wake up until someone points a gun to her head. But the bad thing is that she can't sleep well at all. Although she only slept for 3 hours. She woke up suddenly and flew into the sky for 5 minutes to wait for the real-time location update to disappear. By the time she found a tree to sit down again, she was no longer drowsy. Xiaoxi took out the compressed biscuit she got from the fat woman, took a bite and put it away. The benefits of compressed biscuits are reflected at this time, although the taste is definitely not as good as other foods. As long as you take one bite, it will quickly become fluffy under the action of gastric juice, and you will feel full. In this kind of wild environment, it is neither suitable to make a fire nor spend too much time eating, lest the enemy surprises you, and it will be too late to respond. Compressed biscuits are the best choice. She took out a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the grass not far away. She quickly put the bottle away and looked calmly in the direction of the source of the sound. Chapter 212 Hunting Forest 23. After a while, a little rabbit jumped out of the grass very quickly. If it weren't for the bright moonlight tonight, Xiaoxi might not even be able to see clearly what kind of animal it was. Just when Xiaoxi was about to avert her gaze, a thick meat pad poked out from the grass, followed by the tiger's huge body that quickly jumped out and rushed in the direction of the rabbit. Xiaoxi watched the tiger's voice disappear into the distance without making any movement. She didn't see any animals during the day, but the rules of the game clearly stated that she had to avoid traps, beasts, etc. At that time, she was still wondering in what form the beasts would appear. Now it seems that the beast only comes out at night. Although this is not in line with the common sense of the animal world. How much common sense can this kind of game have? Moreover, the appearance of beasts at night perfectly meets the requirements of making players restless. After a tiring day of running around, most players will rest at night. The beast, a variable that can act autonomously, puts even sleep in danger for players. Just as Xiaoxi was thinking, a human scream suddenly came from the distance. That was the direction the tiger was galloping towards. Xiaoxi didn't look over and leaned against the tree trunk without interest. She couldn't sleep now, but she didn't want to meddle. Speaking of which, in the last game, there was a sofa to sleep on. But in this game, you can only sleep on a tree trunk in the open air. The conditions for sleeping are really worse than ever. She wrapped herself tightly in the woolen blanket to protect herself from the damp chill of the night. Asterisk. In the next 2 days, Xiaoxi never moved too far. Every time the real-time location was updated, she would fly up to the sky and wander around. After 5 minutes, she would return to the original place and find a different tree to stay in. This was done so that Mingyu could find her as soon as possible. But she didn't know where Mingyu's idiot was. It was already the 3rd day, and he still hadn't appeared in front of her. In the past 2 days, no other players have come to trouble her. Apart from having trouble eating and sleeping, she is not in any danger. Xiaoxi sat on the tree trunk, swinging her legs casually. She was thinking about how to beat Mingyu to relieve her anger after she found the idiot Mingyu, when the electronic sound suddenly rang out for a long time. Announcement. Congratulations to player Zhanyu for completing his personal mission. He is the second player to have completed his personal mission so far. Similarly, in order to celebrate and make other players happy, the lucky activity is also effective for players to show their luck. Different from the first player. Every time damage is caused to the player, 5,000 points are obtained. There is no limit to the number of times the same player can get points. The event will continue until the player's personal points are deducted. The real-time location of player encounters will now be announced for the first time. I wish all players a happy game. Xiaoxi clicked on the map and took a look, and found that there was indeed an orange light spot marked with the name, Zhanyu, which was far away from her current location. This is the first time she has seen how a blessed player is displayed on the map. It seems that when her real-time location is updated, her name will also be marked, so that she will not be confused with other targets. However, why is it that this person named Zhanyu deducts 5,000 points at a time, but she has twice as many points as him? Chapter 213 Hunting Forest 24. Is it because she was the first to complete her personal mission? Xiaoxi expressed her dissatisfaction. But think about it from another perspective. At least you are worth more than the other person. He didn't seem very happy either. Xiaoxi raised her middle finger to the sky. Are you targeting me? The spicy chicken system? There was no reply from any voice. Xiaoxi didn't expect a response. She flapped her wings and flew towards the cave where the screaming chickens were. We have been waiting here for almost 3 days. But Mingyu has not appeared. Most likely, he is too far away. But her whole body hurt from sleeping in the tree, and she couldn't sleep well every night. If she continued to sleep like this, she was afraid that her condition would be too bad, and she would not have the energy to deal with powerful enemies when they appeared. It's better to move to a safer place as soon as possible and continue to wait. Now that a second player has appeared who completed the personal mission, the second item, the screaming chicken, should have been almost taken. The empty cave has become a good place to rest, sheltered from wind and rain. The terrain is flat and perfect. When Xiaoxi flew over the cave, she was not in a hurry to go down. She hovered above until dark and confirmed that there were indeed very few players passing by the cave before going down. As expected, there were no more screaming chickens in the cave, and there were only some gravel and mud on the ground. She cleared a place, spread a quilt on it, and lay down. After arriving in this forest, she had never been able to lie down, and now her whole body felt soft. She covered herself with a wool blanket and soon fell asleep. At midnight, Xiaoxi fell asleep in a daze and vaguely heard some strange noises outside, which were getting closer and closer. Although she was sleepy, she forced herself to open her eyes. The moonlight was bright, and one could clearly see a strong tiger outside the cave slowly walking into the cave step by step. She woke up a little, sat up, and looked at the tiger calmly. Xiaoxi's movements caught the tiger's attention. The tiger then discovered that there was a person in the dark cave. It paused and then assumed a hunting posture. Xiaoxi was not afraid. The tiger's attack could not break through the best defense items and could not cause harm to her. The question she is considering now is, can tigers be eaten? How to eat? Is it difficult to peel? After thinking about her cooking skills, it might not taste good even if cooked, and she was unlikely to be able to skin the tiger's skin. Making a fire would easily attract the attention of other players, so she had to give up her plan to eat meat. Xiaoxi regretfully smashed her mouth and fired several shots at the tiger when it swooped over. A pistol with a silencer doesn't make much noise, so you don't have to worry about attracting the attention of other beasts around you. The bullets failed to hit the vital points and only caused several wounds to the tiger. The pain made the tiger particularly angry. He rushed towards Xiaoxi regardless, but was blocked by a thin light curtain. Its sharp teeth and thick fleshy palms were completely unable to harm Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi took advantage of the tiger to stand up and fired several shots at the tiger's chest and abdomen. The tiger screamed a few times, stumbled out, and died before it could get far out of the cave. Looking at the tiger's huge body, Xiaoxi had an idea. She ran over and dragged the tiger over. She used the tiger's body to block the entrance of the cave, which was just in time to prevent the wind. Although the entrance to the cave could not be completely blocked, it was much better than before, and the entire cave was suddenly not so cold. Chapter 214 Hunting Forest 25. There was a dead tiger lying at the entrance of the cave. No other players or wild beasts could enter the cave without hindrance, which made it safer for Xiaoxi. Although the smell of blood on the tiger was strong, she didn't dislike it. She laid down again and quickly fell asleep. She slept well until early in the morning, when the sky turned white, and she was woken up again by the rustling sound. The sound was very soft, as if he was afraid of waking her up. But the distance was too close, making her alert even in her sleep. When she opened her eyes, she saw a young woman with a short ponytail trying to step in from the tiger's body. "What do you want to do?" she said directly. Ponytail was startled, as if she didn't expect she to wake up at this time. She maintained her posture astride the tiger and said with some embarrassment, "Sorry, I just wanted to get the second item. No more." She yawned and sat up, speaking casually. "This cave is so big. Wherever you look, are there any other items?" Ponytail looked around, and finally his eyes landed on the quilt where she was sitting. She stood up. "You should be clear about first come first served. Right. This is my territory now. Can I take a look?" Ponytail asked politely. "I'll just take a look to make sure it's not there. Then I'll leave." "No." She refused decisively, and took out a pistol and pointed it at Ponytail. "You should know who I am, and you won't forget what I said in the announcement so quickly. Right." She has been sleeping all night, and has not moved even when her position is updated in real time. All players can see on the map that she is in the cave. This Ponytail is no exception. Seeing she say this, Ponytail's expression suddenly felt awkward. I know who you are, but I really don't mean to hurt you." Ponytail showed his kindness. "I just want to confirm whether the item is really gone. When I say I'm not here, I'm not here," she said bluntly. "I have completed my personal mission, and there is no need to compete with other players for anything. Do you think I need to lie to you?" Ponytail suddenly showed a sad expression. "Okay, I understand." As she spoke, she got off the tiger and looked at she through the tiger's body. I'm just too sad. I'm not willing to not be able to grab the item, so I want to confirm it with my own eyes before I give up." She didn't say anything, just stared at the Ponytail. "I don't want to fail the game," Ponytail said with a cry. "I really don't know what to do." Tears gradually filled her eyes, and she looked very pitiful. "Are you telling me this because you want me to help you find a solution?" She raised her eyebrows slightly, with a funny look on her face. "Do you think that pretending to be pitiful will make me soften?" Before Ponytail could speak, she continued, "You still have 5 more seconds. If you don't disappear before my eyes, I won't give you any chance." Ponytail was stunned and even forgot to cry. 1. She started counting directly, and at the same time pointed the pistol at Ponytail's chest. Ponytail was convinced that she was serious. She immediately panicked and stumbled back while begging for mercy. "Don't shoot. I'll just leave." Chapter 215 Hunting Forest 26. The Ponytail is close to the cave, and it does have an ulterior motive. At night, she discovered that she had not moved anywhere in the cave. She guessed that she might be injured and could not move at will. If that's the case, that's a great opportunity for her to score points. When she came near the cave and saw a dead tiger at the entrance of the cave, and saw she lying in the cave without any movement, she felt even more that her guess was right. She must have been injured during the fight with the tiger, so she had to recuperate here. She gently tried to turn over the tiger's body and attack she while she was weak. But she didn't expect that she would wake up, and it seemed that she was not injured at all. This forced her to change her strategy, trying to pretend she didn't know who she was so that she could relax her vigilance. But she is not easy to fool at all. Even if she pretends to be pitiful, it doesn't work. She is so alert that there is no flaw. At this time, Ponytail had understood that she was really not an easy character to deal with. And after careful consideration, he decisively gave up the plan of getting points from She didn't dare to turn around and run, fearing that she would shoot her to death when she wasn't paying attention. So she could only retreat and stare at she until she was far away from the cave and beyond the range of the pistol. Then she turned and ran away. Seeing Ponytail leave, she lay back down again. Anyway, she is not going to move today. If those players dare to come and cause trouble for her, they will come and beat them up. She just wanted to sleep all day today to catch up on her sleep. Although it is already the 4th day in the game, everyone may still be busy with their own personal tasks. Or they are too far away from the cave. Or they may be afraid of she. In short, after the Ponytail, no one appeared in front of she again during the whole day. However, in the evening, She was woken up by the sound of electronic announcements. Announcement. Congratulations to player Chen Mingyuan for completing his personal mission. He is the third player to complete his personal mission so far. The Good Luck activity is also effective for player Chen Mingyuan. Every time you cause damage to player Chen Mingyuan, you can get 5,000 points. There is no limit to the number of times the same player can get points. The event will continue until player Chen Mingyuan's personal points are deducted. The real-time location of player Chen Mingyuan will now be announced for the first time. I wish all players a happy game. She opened her eyes and looked at Chen Mingyuan's location on the map. It was quite far away from her. But this is not the point. The point is that every time Chen Mingyuan deducts 5,000 points, she's the only one who co-authored it. So 10,000 points will be deducted at one time? She seriously suspected that her points were deducted more than others simply because she had too many points. She firmly refused to believe that just because she completed the task first, she would have more points deducted than other players. This must be because the dog system was jealous of her high points and deliberately targeted her. She raised her middle finger towards the entrance of the cave, then stood up and started packing her things. She has not forgotten that Chen Mingyuan said that he would come to settle accounts with her. Chen Mingyuan had not shown up before. Maybe because he was busy looking for his hunting target. Now that Chen Mingyuan's personal mission has been completed, it is only a matter of time before he comes to see her. Then she couldn't continue to sleep so lazily. Although she didn't know how many points Chen Mingyuan had, she could also tell that Chen Mingyuan was not poor and was not as easy to deal with as Ponytail. Chapter 216 Hunting Forest 27. After sleeping for a day and a night, she was in a good state of mind. She simply washed up, put away the quilt and wool blanket, and found a dense tree to stay. Chen Mingyuan also has wings. If she flies into the sky, she will be more easily discovered by Chen Mingyuan. It's safer to stay in the tree until her real-time location is updated. In fact, she was not afraid of Chen Mingyuan. But it was too time-consuming to fight with Chen Mingyuan. She is more concerned about Mingyu's idiot. So she doesn't want to waste too much time on Chen Mingyuan. This night was unexpectedly quiet. Chen Mingyuan did not come to find She had observed Chen Mingyuan's real-time location and found that he did not move every time Chen Mingyuan's location was announced. She immediately understood that Chen Mingyuan wanted to rest for a night before taking action. Probably like her. He had never had a good rest before and was too tired. This gave She more time to rest. But instead of returning to the cave, she found a particularly thick tree, found a branch with a suitable angle, and lay down on it to sleep. Although it's not as comfortable as sleeping in a cave, it's still safe. Asterisk. Day 5. When the sun fell, she immediately opened her eyes. She stretched lazily, took a bite of the compressed biscuit, and took 2 sips of water. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded under the tree. Miss Xia, long time no see. Xiaoxi's movements paused, and then she put the mineral water bottle into the storage compartment and flew down from the tree, facing Mingyu's smiling face. She punched him with her fist. Just when the fist was about to hit Mingyu's face, it was blocked by a thin silver light screen and could no longer get any closer. Mingyu didn't panic at all, and didn't even retreat. He looked at Xiaoxi and smiled. I was a little far away from where Miss Xia was, and it took me a long time to get here. Fortunately, Miss Xia never changed places. Let me find you. Stop talking nonsense, Xiaoxi said angrily. Hurry up and remove your binding function. That's not possible. Mingyu refused quite simply. I finally bound Miss Xia. How can I undo it so easily? As he said that, he pointed to his eyes. In order to find Miss Xia as soon as possible these 2 days, I have been working day and night, barely sleeping, and I have dark circles under my eyes. What? You think I'm going to be soft-hearted when you say that? Xiaoxi sneered, took out a few grenades, and threw them at Mingyu. Mingyu's expression changed slightly, and he quickly backed away. However, Xiaoxi threw the grenades everywhere like beans. Mingyu couldn't escape, and the defensive bracelet was blown up by the continuous blast of air. Mingyu watched helplessly as the bracelet turned into dust and scattered from his wrist into the air. His expression suddenly turned sad. Why? He raised his head and looked at Xiaoxi. You gave this to me. There's something wrong with you. Xiaoxi rushed up and punched Mingyu hard in the face. I used it to exchange things with your sister. When did it become a gift to you? All right? Don't make things more difficult for yourself. Okay? She got angry just looking at it and blew up the best. Mingyu's delicate and fair cheek suddenly had a bright red mark. He touched his face, but did not cry out in pain. He just looked at Xiaoxi steadily. Chapter 217 Hunting Forest 28. Miss Xia. Mingyu's voice suddenly became hoarse. I cherish your things very much. I told you not to make trouble for yourself. Xiaoxi threw Mingyu to the ground directly over her shoulder, and then stepped on Mingyu's shoulder. Hurry up and unbind me. Otherwise I'm so rude to you. You're welcome? Mingyu looked at Xiaoxi and asked word by word. Are you planning to kill me? His tone was calm, and there was no hint of panic. Do you think I don't dare? Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly, took out a pistol and pointed it at Mingyu's eyebrows. At such a close distance, you have no chance of survival. Then why didn't you shoot immediately? Mingyu suddenly laughed. Are you reluctant to kill me? How did you come to feel so good about yourself? Xiaoxi stepped on Mingyu's shoulder with a little force. I just don't want to be a murderer. If it's not the rules of the game, or she has no choice. She doesn't want to kill people randomly. Everyone's bottom line is different. This is her own bottom line. She has enough props to ensure her safety, so she doesn't need to kill to save her life. More often than not, she has the right to choose whether to kill or not. She doesn't want to be a bad person, but she doesn't want to be a bad person either. So she has her own bottom line. But if Mingyu insists on committing suicide, she will not relent. Mingyu smiled at Xiaoxi, as if he couldn't feel the pain. Miss Xia is so beautiful. Even when she is angry, she is so beautiful. He stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to touch Xiaoxi's face. Xiaoxi waved away Mingyu's hand. There are so many good-looking people in the world. You can always find someone else. But you are the most beautiful I have ever seen, Mingyu said with a bit of stubbornness in his eyes. I only want the most beautiful. I don't want you, Xiaoxi said angrily. You bound me privately without my permission at all. This behavior will only make me more disgusted. I know, Mingyu nodded. But I don't care. It doesn't matter whether you hate me or resent me. As long as you are bound to me, you can't run away. Xiaoxi snorted unhappily, and put the muzzle of the gun on Mingyu's forehead. If you die, the binding will be automatically released. Are you sure? Mingyu asked. What if it won't be lifted? You are gone. What can you do if you don't lift it? Xiaoxi was not shaken by Mingyu's rhetorical question. If she has already cheated the system, Mingyu's psychological tactics will not work for her. Seeing Xiaoxi's firm eyes, Mingyu knew that he couldn't deceive Xiaoxi. He sighed helplessly. Well, if that's the case, dying in your hands is not a bad choice. Xiaoxi was stunned. Why did she feel that Mingyu didn't have any sense of survival? But Mingyu didn't really look like he was tired of living and wanted to die. She couldn't understand what Mingyu was thinking. Mingyu's eyes gradually turned a little crazy. Even if I die, I will not unbind. After saying that, he suddenly exerted force and broke away from Xiaoxi's feet. He stood up nimbly and walked quickly towards Xiaoxi. His tone was firm and stubborn. As long as I'm alive, you can only be tied up by me. As long as I'm alive, I will definitely hold on to you. He stretched his hand towards Xiaoxi's face, without any intention of attacking. It seemed that he just wanted to touch Xiaoxi. Chapter 218 Hunting Forest 29. Xiaoxi took 2 steps back and shot Mingyu in the leg. The distance was very close, and Xiaoxi didn't miss it. Mingyu's body tilted, and he immediately fell to the ground. His hand still maintained its outstretched posture, but was never able to touch Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi's tone was calm. You don't like me? Her words were an affirmation, not a question. Mingyu looked at her without what a normal person would call admiration or liking. But he was extremely persistent towards her. This kind of persistence is very much like recognizing that she is his belongings, and he deserves it as a matter of course. But it has nothing to do with love. Mingyu blinked in confusion. I'm like this. Don't you like it? Before Xiaoxi could speak, he murmured. No. This is liking. What I like. I just want to get. There is nothing wrong with that. Xiaoxi frowned, feeling something was wrong with Mingyu's state. But she didn't speak immediately. Beautiful stones, beautiful albums, cute animals, and beautiful people. I like all beautiful things. Mingyu seemed to be immersed in his own thoughts, and continued. I like these, so I want to get them. If you want to collect it and keep it as your own, how could you not like it? I want to collect all the beautiful things and make them my precious collections. At this point, he raised his head and looked at Xiaoxi. But Miss Xia is so beautiful, especially when she is alive. Her agile posture and expression make you feel more attracted to me than becoming a specimen. And I can't bear to let you die. Seeing Mingyu's serious expression, Xiaoxi felt a chill. At this moment she finally understood. Mingyu always emphasized that she was the most beautiful person he had ever met, just because he wanted the most beautiful collection. And she always felt that Mingyu didn't like her. And it was also because Mingyu wanted the collection. The love for objects and the love for women are of course not the same. Xiaoxi took a deep breath. At this moment, she had already made her decision. Mingyu, have you thought clearly? She asked calmly. If you don't take the initiative to unbind, I can only let you die. She would never let herself get involved with such a mentally disturbed person. If Mingyu didn't bind her, everything would be easy. But Mingyu insisted on binding her, so she couldn't keep such a hidden danger around her. At the moment, Mingyu feels reluctant to let her go, so he keeps her alive. Then one day, when he feels reluctant to let her go, doesn't he have to make her a specimen and collect it? Just thinking about it makes me feel cold. I think clearly, Mingyu said without hesitation. I want you. Almost as soon as Mingyu finished speaking, Xiaoxi raised her hand and fired. Mingyu was already on guard and jumped out of the way when Xiaoxi pulled the trigger. At the same time, he put a cloak on himself, which was one of the mid-level defensive items. Although I am reluctant to kill you, and I don't mind if you kill me, I will not die easily. Mingyu smiled at Xiaoxi. Being able to continue to maintain this binding relationship is what I look forward to most. There was no expression on Xiaoxi's face. She didn't even have the desire to speak. She took out several grenades one after another, and once again started throwing grenades like beans. Mid-grade defensive items could not protect against grenades at all. No matter how fast Mingyu evaded, he could not avoid the densely packed grenades thrown at him. Almost in an instant, he was blown to pieces. Chapter 219 Hunting Forest 30. Mingyu didn't expect that Xiaoxi had so many weapons. Although he knew that Xiaoxi had good props and should have a lot of points, he didn't expect that Xiaoxi was rich enough to use hand grenades as beans twice in a row. He knew he was doomed. So he gave up struggling at the last moment and just stared in Xiaoxi's direction. There was a smile on his lips, and his eyes were shining, showing no trace of unwillingness. At least, I found the collection I wanted most. It's a pity that I couldn't collect it. His voice was drowned in the sound of explosions. Xiaoxi only saw Mingyu's lips move. In the smoke-filled sight, Mingyu's body quickly became stained with blood, and he finally fell to the ground. The moment Mingyu died, Xiaoxi got all of Mingyu's supplies and half of his points. The building block fragments are not in Mingyu's storage compartment. There are only 2 mid-level defense items and some drinking water. He has more than 1 million points. Xiaoxi stood there quietly for a while. Then she clicked on her personal panel and took a look. Nothing special. She didn't feel anything special either. It seems that Mingyu's binding ability will not be inherited, but will disappear directly with his death. It is impossible to get the binding ability from Mingyu. But no matter what, at least she solved the situation of being forcibly bound by Mingyu. Xiaoxi glanced at the blurry corpse not far away, turned and left. Just a few steps away, Chen Mingyuan's voice suddenly came from above. Smelly woman, I'm here to settle a score with you. Xiaoxi flapped her wings and flew into the sky without looking back, flying far away in an instant. Chen Mingyuan didn't expect Xiaoxi to come like this. He was stunned for a moment before he chased after him with a curse. Xiaoxi! You can't run away! Xiaoxi stopped without warning. She turned to look at Chen Mingyuan. Who told you that I was going to run away? Chen Mingyuan stopped not far from Xiaoxi. Don't run. Then you will fly away as soon as you hear my voice? I just want to change places, Xiaoxi said as she slowly took a sip of water. That place was full of craters, and was not suitable for fighting anymore. Mingyu's problem has been solved, and she has no worries. Since Chen Ming was far from causing trouble for her, there was no reason for her to keep hiding. Fight again? Chen Mingyuan sneered. Why? Do you really think you have the strength to fight me? Would you know if you have the strength to try it? Xiaoxi took back the mineral water bottle and said to Chen Mingyuan. But before I do it, I really have a small question that I really want to ask. Chen Mingyuan probably felt that Xiaoxi couldn't run away, so he was not in a hurry to start the topic. He raised his chin quite proudly. What do you want to ask? Xiaoxi blinked and asked curiously. What was your punishment after you failed in the Doomsday game? Chen Mingyuan. Dot! You don't want to lift the pot you were riding on. Right. Chen Mingyuan cursed and fired several shots at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi did not dodge, but said innocently, I have never lost a game so far, so I am really curious about what the punishment is. Don't make it sound like you are so awesome. Chen Mingyuan was a little angry. Make it seem like you have participated in many games. Yes. Xiaoxi nodded. I have indeed participated several times. Chapter 220 Hunting Forest 31. Stop bragging. Chen Mingyuan's face was full of disbelief. In his opinion, Xiaoshi stole the opportunity to clear the Doomsday game from him through cunning tricks. Even if he cleared the game once or twice later, it would definitely be due to luck, not strength. Oh, none of this is important. Xiaoshi waved her hand nonchalantly. You better tell me what your punishment is. Chen Mingyuan's face darkened, and he threw a grenade at Xiaoshi. I'm asking you not to open any pot. Xiaoshi dodged and flew far away, completely avoiding the grenade attack. You have already cleared the level anyway. What can't you say? She flew closer again, tilted her head, and looked at Chen Mingyuan, with a hint of innocence in her tone. Since you said it was me who caused you misery, then at least do you want me to know a cruel method? How dare you mention it while riding a horse? Chen Mingyuan became furious when he thought of the 2 billion points that he had lost in an instant. He threw 2 more grenades at Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi still got out of the way. The grenade fell in the bushes not far away, and the leaves of the trees were blown into pieces. 1 or 2 players screamed and ran away quickly. They were so shocked by the operation of the grenade falling from the sky that they did not dare to stay where they were. How stingy, Xiaoshi muttered. After all, you are also a man. It's okay to hold grudges for so long. I just want to know clearly why I am so jealous of you. But you refuse to tell me. Chen Mingyuan snorted. You just need to know that you owe me this. And I want to get it back from you now. And that's it. You said I owed you what I owed you? Xiaoshi also snorted. I also said that you are pestering me like this because you have a crush on me and want to deliberately attract my attention. Chen Mingyuan laughed angrily. Don't be so narcissistic just because you are pretty. Xiaoshi touched her face and chuckled. Compared with you, I think I still have the capital to be narcissistic. Chen Mingyuan thought for a few seconds before realizing that she was insinuating that he was not good looking. He immediately became even more angry. Smelly woman. Let me kill you. He took out Gatling with one hand and shot Xiaoshi, and kept throwing grenades in Xiaoshi's direction with the other hand. With the bonus of fairy wings, Xiaoshi avoided the attack very quickly, and grenades couldn't hurt her at all. Although Gatling's attacks occasionally hit Xiaoshi, they were blocked by the defense bracelet. After a lot of trouble, Chen Mingyuan lost a lot of weapons, but Xiaoshi remained unscathed. Is it fun? Xiaoshi smiled at Chen Mingyuan. She stroked the broken hair beside her ear slowly. Chen Mingyuan, you should know very well that in this situation, no one can hurt the other in a short time. If you continue like this, all your weapons will be wasted. I have plenty of weapons, Chen Mingyuan said, throwing out a few more grenades. I'll show you what it means to be attacked by a rich man. As he spoke, he suddenly accelerated towards Xiaoshi and threw a grenade very close to Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi reacted very quickly and retreated almost as soon as Chen Mingyuan approached. Chen Mingyuan's grenade missed again and was thrown into the bushes below, blowing up a group of sparrows. Chen Mingyuan clicked his tongue. Unexpectedly, since his raid was unsuccessful, he flew towards Xiaoshi again. Chapter 221 Hunting Forest 32. This time, Xiaoshi did not retreat, but rushed towards Chen Mingyuan. Chen Mingyuan was taken aback, and felt something bad in his heart. But he flew forward so fast that he had no time to stop, so he could only reluctantly turn his head and fly to the side. However, Xiaoshi flew side by side in the direction of Chen Mingyuan in just a few seconds, and at the same time threw a bomb in her hand towards Chen Mingyuan. When the two of them were almost at the same speed and relatively stationary, Xiaoshi also calculated the amount of advance, and the bomb was accurately thrown on Chen Mingyuan. The moment Xiaoshi pressed the detonator, she flew high and left the explosion range before the explosion airflow reached her. Chen Mingyuan, who was at the center of the explosion, roared angrily. Xiaoshi! This is the second time you've exploded me! Although he was not injured, it reminded him of the unpleasant memories in the Doomsday game. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Xiaoshi did not take the opportunity to fly away, but came back. She smiled at Chen Mingyuan and asked, Why? You are allowed to blow me up, but I can't blow you up. You owe me this. Chen Mingyuan emphasized again and again. I said, you alone don't have the final say whether you owe me or not. Xiaoshi was not angry. She just smiled and said, Besides, I let you hit me for so long, and I just hit you back. What are you dissatisfied with? If you can't hit me, you can only blame yourself. She was able to hit Chen Mingyuan because she was smart. During the past few days of flying, She had discovered that although the speed of the wings could be fast or slow, it would take time to suddenly slow down or stop in a very fast situation. It's almost like driving a car, although this time is very short. Since both people also have wings, this short time is enough to be used to do a lot of things. How dare you say that I can't do it? Chen Mingyuan suddenly became furious. Just wait and see if I don't blow you up. The gatling in his hand fired at Xia Shi as if it was free, and at the same time, he took out a palm-sized bow and arrow with his other hand. Xia Shi noticed what Chen Mingyuan was holding. She vaguely felt that she had seen it somewhere before, and it looked familiar. Before Xia Shi could think about it, Chen Mingyuan had already taken a bow and shot the arrow in Xia Shi's hand. Xia Shi moved out of the way quickly, but he didn't expect that the arrows seemed to have a tracking system and actually followed Xia Shi around the corner. Even if Xia Shi was flying up and down, the arrows could follow her up and down, even getting faster and faster. Immediately afterwards, the arrow suddenly accelerated towards Xia Shi. Xia Shi had no time to dodge and was stabbed in the head. The arrow actually penetrated the defense of the best defense item and stabbed straight into Xia Shi's shoulder. At the moment when the defense bracelet was broken, Xia Shi suddenly remembered that this was the only item that could destroy the best defense item. A disposable item worth 100 million. This bow and arrow is specially used against top-quality defensive items and cannot cause harm to people. Before the arrow could hit Xia Shi, it turned into powder and was blown into the air by the wind. But at the moment when the arrow destroyed the defensive bracelet, Chen Mingyuan threw a grenade at Xia Shi with one hand and fired quickly with gatling in the other. This time, Chen Mingyuan's timing was quite accurate. Almost as soon as the defensive bracelet was destroyed, bullets and grenades followed Xia Shi and attacked. Chapter 222 Hunting Forest 33. At this critical moment, Xia Shi quickly flapped her wings and retreated, while taking out a new bracelet and putting it on herself. Chen Mingyuan accelerated to catch up with Xia Shi as he flew out. The gatling in his hand kept following the attacks, but they were all blocked by the thin light curtain. When he saw Xia Shi taking out a new bracelet, Chen Mingyuan was furious. You actually have defensive items on your horse. Doesn't this mean that he spent 100 million points to buy that bow and arrow in vain? After he came out of the Doomsday game, he found that he could buy props. He also remembered that Xia Shi had the best defense props, so he wanted to buy this bow and arrow. He just wanted to be able to come in handy at a critical moment when he met Xia Shi one day and kill Xia Shi with one blow. But he never expected that this woman had more than one defensive item. This bow and arrow is a one-time use. When the opponent has multiple defensive items, it is simply useless. When he thought that he had spent 100 million in vain, Chen Mingyuan felt like vomiting blood again. 100 million. Even riding a horse is enough for him to buy 2 top-quality defense items. What is he trying to do? The furious Chen Mingyuan threw several more grenades at Xia Shi. Xia Shi dodged freely and gradually approached Chen Mingyuan. I didn't expect that you would buy such useless props in order to deal with me, Xia Shi said with a funny expression. You really want to kill me? Nonsense! Chen Mingyuan was so angry that he scolded his mother. Did you know that I lost more than 2 billion points if you stepped on the horse? More than 2 billion! Xia Shi was stunned for a moment, then blinked. So this is your punishment? Chen Mingyuan later realized that he was too angry and let this slip. And he became even more angry. He simply cursed. Because of you, I couldn't complete my personal mission. If I failed in the game, half of my points were deducted. You know it? What is the concept of more than 2 billion? I don't know how many times the points of civilian players, like you are. I heard that there are 3 options for punishment. Since you care about the points so much, why don't you choose the other 2 options? Xia Shi asked puzzledly. If I could choose the other 2 options, do you think I would choose to deduct points? A series of curse words came out of Chen Mingyuan's mouth, all of which were greetings to Xia Shi and Xia Shi's ancestors. Xia Shi's original smiling expression gradually disappeared, and she stared at Chen Mingyuan with a bit of coldness in her eyes. I've let you make trouble for so long not because I'm afraid of you, but because I think if you have a good temper and you can calm down. I don't want to make you fight to the death, but I don't want you to scold my parents when I let you make trouble. Chen Mingyuan stopped talking and looked at Xia Shi inexplicably. What nonsense are you talking about? It seems like you are giving in to me now. I only blew you up once. Have you seen me fight back at other times? Xia Shi smoothed the wind-blown hair around her ears and sneered. If I didn't let you go, do you think you have a chance? Are you so arrogant? Although she didn't feel she owed anything to Chen Mingyuan for what happened in the Doomsday game, she didn't think there was any enmity between the two. Chen Mingyuan's pursuit of her would not cause any harm to her. If she could just make a fuss and get over it, then she would just treat it like a show. It's a pity that Shin Mingyuan is not someone who just accepts good things. She even scolds people and brings her parents into trouble, which has already touched her bottom line. Chapter 223 Hunting Forest 34. Don't say it's so nice! Shin Mingyuan disagreed. You must be willing to blow me up just once because you don't have so many weapons in your hands. Don't say it as if you were leaving it to me. I won't take advantage of you. Set. This woman must have spent most of her points on defensive items, so she couldn't afford too many weapons. He also wants to take advantage of the opportunity to sell favors. He is not a fool. Since you are so ungrateful. Xiaoxi showed a bright smile to Shin Mingyuan. Then it's time for you to see what a real attack by a rich person looks like. As soon as she finished speaking, she accelerated towards Shin Mingyuan. Shin Mingyuan was startled and quickly backed away. Xiaoxi used the maximum speed of her wings to catch up. Although Shin Mingyuan reacted quickly, he was a few seconds slower than Xiaoxi in speeding up, and was caught by Xiaoxi in an instant. What do you want to do? Shin Mingyuan asked in a panic. He didn't know what was going on, but he actually felt a little scared. Obviously, he felt in his heart that Xiaoxi could do nothing to him, but he still felt an indescribable insecurity. Xiaoxi controlled Shin Mingyuan's force very well, and did not trigger the reaction of the defensive items. But she knew that as long as Shin Mingyuan struggled, it would be difficult for her to control Shin Mingyuan's actions with this strength. So after grabbing Shin Mingyuan, she quickly took out a soft thin wire from the storage compartment and tied her and Shin Mingyuan's hands together. Her speed was extremely fast, and her binding movements were very neat. Shin Mingyuan was already tied up before he had time to react. What do you want to do? Shin Mingyuan looked at Xiaoxi's operation and was completely confused. How could being tied together hurt him? Moreover, this woman had just brazenly talked about attacks by real rich people. That's it? Xiaoxi took out a C4 bomb, smiled at Shin Mingyuan and said, "Let's see who has more defensive items. How about it?" Before Shin Mingyuan understood what Xiaoxi meant, Xiaoxi had already pressed the detonator. There was a violent explosion, and the two people's bodies were completely protected by a thin light curtain. Although the body was not injured, the sound of explosions at close range caused temporary deafness in the ears of both people. Xiaoxi couldn't hear Shin Mingyuan's curse words. Xiaoxi muttered that it was time to test the limits of the best defense items against bombs. But Shin Mingyuan couldn't hear her. But at this time, Shin Mingyuan already understood what Xiaoxi wanted to do. Tying him to her was so that he wouldn't have the chance to run away and have to withstand the bomb's attack. But since the two of them were so close to each other, Xiaoxi had to bear the damage caused by the bomb. At this time, when Shin Mingyuan thought about what Xiaoxi said before, he couldn't help but start to worry. Could it be that Xiaoxi is really a rich player? Otherwise, how could she dare to make fun of her own life and attack him in such a lose-lose way? Thinking of this, Shin Mingyuan struggled violently, trying to untie the iron wire. But it is easy to twist the wire, but it is not so easy to unscrew it. What's more, the twisted section was held in Xiaoxi's hand. It was very inconvenient for Shin Mingyuan to reach out and prise Xiaoxi's fingers apart with just one hand. In particular, Xiaoxi didn't give Shin Mingyuan any chance to resist, and had already blown up bombs several times in succession. Chapter 224 Hunting Forest 35. When the fourth bomb exploded, Shin Mingyuan's defense ring turned into powder. The explosion was too close, and he had no way to avoid it. As the silver light curtain disappeared, he was seriously injured by the aftermath of the explosion. Immediately afterwards, a prompt of points -5,000 popped up in front of Shin Mingyuan, and a prompt of points +5,000 popped up in front of Xiaoxi. Shin Mingyuan angrily cursed Xiaoxi as a lunatic. His deafness made him raise his voice uncontrollably. But unfortunately, Xiaoxi, who was also deaf, couldn't hear it at all. But looking at Shin Mingyuan's furious look, Xiaoxi also knew that there must be nothing good to say in his mouth. She pulled out a fifth bomb. Shin Mingyuan was stunned and immediately forgot about the curse. He quickly took out a new ring and put it on himself before Xiaoxi pressed the detonator. To his surprise, Xiaoxi did not press the detonator, but just stared at him. Shin Mingyuan made a quick judgment within 0.01 second and immediately raised his hand to beg for mercy, although neither of them could hear each other's voice. At this moment, the exchange of expressions between the two people was enough for each other to understand what the other meant. Shin Mingyuan saw that Xiaoxi had a natural demeanor, not nervous at all, and her slightly raised brows were even a bit provocative, obviously confident, and he only had 2 defensive items left, no matter how many defensive items Xiaoxi had. They were probably more than 2. In other words, if the explosion really goes on like this, he will only be the one who suffers the loss. He has already lost too many points, and cannot afford to lose any more. More importantly, he was reluctant to waste his defensive items here. Xiaoxi withdrew her bomb when she saw Chen Mingyuan nod, bow, and raise his hand, as if holding a white flag. It can be seen that Chen Mingyuan probably doesn't have many defensive items. Otherwise he would never beg for mercy so easily based on his personality. However, Xiaoxi didn't want to waste her bombs. She had just exploded several times, and she had figured out the defense limit of the best defense items against C4. She can see the changes in the durability of her props, and can figure out where the limit is without waiting for a prop to explode. Every time a bomb blows up, the durability will be reduced by 10. So 10C4 can blow up a top-notch defensive item. Of course, this is under the premise that only bomb damage is done. Judging from her experience in Doomsday games, the power of bombs in a closed environment will be increased, and the loss of durability will be higher. As for the grenades, she had already tried them before, and they had a much smaller impact on the best defensive items. One grenade would reduce its durability by 1. To sum it up, the defensive ability of top-grade defense items is almost 10 times that of top-grade defense items. By analogy, Xiaoxi basically grasped the differences between all defensive items and the defense limits. Xiaoxi put away the bomb and untied the wire restraints. She looked at Chen Mingyuan and signaled that he could leave. But Chen Mingyuan did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he flew opposite Xiaoxi and stared at Xiaoxi. The two of them waited in midair for more than an hour before they recovered most of their hearing. But they still had some mild tinnitus symptoms. Xiaoxi, I think you are a lunatic. This was the first sentence Chen Mingyuan said. However, his tone was much better than before. He didn't mean to curse at all. It sounded like a sigh. Chapter 225 Hunting Forest 36. You haven't left yet. Do you want to fight with me? Xiaoxi automatically ignored Chen Mingyuan's words and just asked. Tired of living? No. Chen Mingyuan immediately flew away defensively. I don't want to fight you. Although it was very shameless, he could only admit defeat. Then what do you want to do here? Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. I just want to know how many points you have. Chen Mingyuan asked reluctantly. At least you can convince me that I lost. Whether you are convinced or not has nothing to do with me. Xiaoxi shrugged. I don't care. Chen Mingyuan. But he cares. If I lose to someone who is not as good as me, then I will be angry to death. Chen Mingyuan said unwillingly. If you really have more points and more props than me, then I will admit it. Then why don't you tell me first? What are your points? Xiaoxi asked without answering. Chen Mingyuan stared. How can I tell you my background? Xiaoxi chuckled. Then why should I tell you? Chen Mingyuan was suddenly stuck. After thinking for a while, he added, Then you just took away 5,000 points from me, and you have to pay me back. You're dreaming. Xiaoxi retorted unceremoniously. I got it based on my strength. Why should I give it back to you? Before Chen Mingyuan could speak, she added, Or do you want to be bombed a few more times to try the pain of losing more points? When Chen Mingyuan heard this, he immediately flew a little further. Then he asked, Then at least tell me how many bombs you have. You want to rob me? Xiaoxi tilted her head. With so many questions, do you plan to find out my strength and then come to trouble me next time? I didn't say that. Chen Mingyuan suddenly became anxious, and he quickly explained, It's just that no one I met before has higher points than me. You are the first player I met who seems to have higher points than me. I really want to know how much taller you are than me. He always had his eyes on the top of his head, and he always felt inferior to anyone he looked at. That's why he suffered so much at the hands of Xiaoxi at first. So he held such a grudge. But now he had to recognize the reality. Xiaoxi's points were much more than he thought. Just looking at Xiaoxi taking out so many bombs and throwing them around without any intention of sparing them, we knew that there must be a lot of weapons. Suddenly realizing that Xiaoxi was stronger than him, he was inevitably unbalanced. But I can't beat him. So what can I do? So he wanted to find out how rich Xiaoxi was, and wanted to compare how rich he was with Xiaoxi. If the difference is not big, he may really want to find an opportunity to make another sneak attack to maintain his status as the boss. If the difference is too big, he will have no choice but to give up resistance completely. The difference was too big, and there was nothing he could do if he didn't give up. But he could at least be willing to do it. After struggling again and again, Chen Mingyuan took the initiative and said, I was punished and had half of my points deducted. So you know how many points I have? Xiaoxi stared at Chen Mingyuan for a few seconds, making sure that Chen Mingyuan was sincere and not lying. Well, since you want to know so much, I'll tell you. She spread her hands. My points are many times yours. Before Chen Mingyuan could ask again, Xiaoxi added, I won't go into details. If you keep talking nonsense, I will blow you up. Chapter 226 Hunting Forest 37. Xiaoxi could tell that Chen Mingyuan was really unwilling. If Chen Mingyuan knew that her points were indeed much higher than his, he might settle down. Only then was she willing to reveal a vague range to Chen Mingyuan. But she would not be stupid enough to tell the other party a specific number directly. Not even a rough number. Chen Mingyuan, who originally wanted to ask for detailed figures, immediately shut up. Are you okay? Xiaoxi smiled politely. Her intention to chase people away was obvious. This. Chen Mingyuan scratched his cheek awkwardly. Let's add a friend. No more. Xiaoxi refused quite simply. No. Although I'm not as rich as you. But compared with those common people, I can still be considered a big shot. Chen Mingyuan tried hard to persuade. We rich people should unite and help each other. What do you think you can do to help me? We may not be in the same game in the future, but I have all the props and weapons you have. Even more than you. Xiaoxi waved her hand and stopped Chen Mingyuan from continuing to speak. Opportunity. Go quickly. Otherwise, I won't mind taking all your points for myself. Chen Mingyuan stopped talking immediately, fearing that he would be bombed again if he said another word. So he quickly disappeared in front of Xiaoxi, although a little frustrated. What? Who makes him unable to beat him? Who makes him not have as many items as his opponent? Ah. So angry. Asterisk. After defeating Chen Mingyuan, Xiaoxi returned to live in the cave. Xiaoxi was in a good mood after solving two problems. Mingyu and Chen Mingyuan. On the same day. As soon as it got dark, she turned on that friend's function. Xiaoxi, Yi Kongqing. Are you busy now? She waited for a while before she received Yi Kongqing's reply. Yi Kongqing, I just finished my work. Xiaoxi, how are you doing lately? Went well. Yi Kongqing, not bad. Yi Kongqing, what about you? Xiaoxi, I had a good day today. I solved two problems at once. Xiaoxi, in order to share this joy with you, I decided to give you one of my treasure desserts. After sending this sentence, Xiaoxi chose the cutest dessert from the storage compartment and sent it to Yi Kongqing. She got this in exchange for a magazine in the last game. She still keeps it and is still reluctant to eat it. The items placed in the storage compartment are not affected by the flow of time. They look the same when you put them in, and they look the same when you take them out. So the desserts remain fresh even after being stored for so many days. Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing, I am not a little girl. Xiaoxi, who said men can't eat desserts? Xiaoxi, you must eat it. This is something I got in exchange for others. If you don't eat it, it will be wasted. Yi Kongqing. Good. Xiaoxi also took a dessert herself, and chatted with Yi Kongqing for a while eating. After finishing the dessert, she spread the quilt again, took out the blanket, and fell asleep contentedly. Asterisk. Xiaoxi spent 2 more peaceful days. Although there were other players who tried to cause trouble for her during this period, most of them basically gave up their plans to commit suicide after seeing her shiny wings and defensive bracelets. Occasionally, there are those who are unwilling to give up. After being shot by her Gatling, they find it difficult to even get close to her, so they reluctantly give up. For a time, Xiaoxi lived a much more comfortable life than others in such a tense atmosphere of the hunting forest. Chapter 227 Hunting Forest 38. Day 8. Early morning. Xiaoxi was still sleeping when suddenly there was a series of explosions outside the cave, which shocked her so much that she immediately sat up from the quilt. Before she could react to what was going on, the cave began to collapse, and countless pieces of gravel fell down, hitting her body hard and being bounced away by the silver light curtain of the defense bracelet. The violent explosive air flow rolled up countless broken gravel and wooden thorns, constantly hitting the light curtain around Xiaoxi, as if it could break through the layer of protection in the next second and penetrate into Xiaoxi's body. Xiaoxi woke up for the most part in an instant. She decisively gave up the wool blanket and quilt, under the protection of the defensive bracelet. She forced her way through the stone obstacles and flew upwards. The moment she flew out of the rubble, a C4 bomb was thrown towards her. She flew up too fast and had no time to stop, so she had to forcibly change her flight direction. Then another C4 bomb was thrown in the direction she changed. In just a few seconds, the bomb exploded, although Xiaoxi reacted quickly enough. She was still not able to completely escape the explosion range. But fortunately, she was no longer at the center of the explosion, and the damage to her durability was reduced by half. Despite this, Xiaoxi's defensive bracelet still shattered. In the previous fight with Qin Mingyuan, her defensive bracelet had lost 40 degrees of durability. The series of explosions in the cave just now were too powerful. Even though she ran out in the shortest time, her defensive bracelet was still lost immediately. It has more than 50 durability levels. These two bombs in the air became the key to finally destroying the defensive bracelet. The sweeping airflow carried several sharp pieces of gravel, scratching the back of Xiaoxi's hand before she took out a new defensive bracelet and put it on herself. Player Xiaoxi deducts 10,000 points. Seeing the pop-up prompt that suddenly popped up, Xiaoxi showed rare anger. She turned her head and saw a woman standing on a tree not far away. It was a white-skinned European woman, wearing a tight-fitting combat uniform and very professional equipment. When Xiaoxi looked at the woman also looked at Xiaoxi. The woman did not avoid her gaze at all, as if she was frankly admitting that she did all this. The woman's eyes were quite sharp and full of murderous aura, making it seem like her original occupation was a killer. The woman did not expect that Xiaoxi had new defensive items, and she felt a little disappointed. She lay in wait for a day and a night, and by observing Xiaoxi's fights with others, she collected enough information before taking action. She knew that Xiaoxi had the best defense items and fairy wings that could fly into the sky. It would be difficult to hurt Xiaoxi using ordinary methods. But she found that Xiaoxi regularly slept in a relatively closed environment like a cave, which became her best factor to take advantage of. So she deliberately placed 5 bombs around the cave in the middle of the night. She believed that even if the power of 5 bombs exploding at the same time was not enough to destroy the defensive bracelet, then the moment Xiaoxi escaped, she added 2 more bombs, which should be enough to destroy the defensive bracelet. She doesn't have many bombs, and she has to consider using them for self-protection in the game in the next few days, in order to be as considerate as possible for various situations. She thinks this arrangement is the most reasonable. As long as Xiaoxi doesn't have the defensive bracelet, it will be much easier for her to attack with a gun. Chapter 228 Hunting Forest 39. The woman waited so long and used so many bombs just to hit it right. But she never expected that Xiaoxi would have more than one such expensive top-grade defense item. It seems that I am your hunting target. Xiaoxi already made a judgment the moment she looked at the woman. If it weren't for this, the woman wouldn't have taken such pains to sneak up on her. The woman didn't speak. She jumped down from the tree nimbly, then ran quickly towards Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi glanced at the silk scarf around the woman's neck. It seems you have made up your mind. Although she felt that the white man might not understand her language, she still said, then I don't have to be polite to you. The moment Xiaoxi finished speaking, the woman took out a bomb and threw it at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi flew directly to the top, then took out 7 or 8 bombs from the storage compartment and threw them down as if they were free of charge. The woman was startled and quickly retreated. During the time she observed Xiaoxi, she never saw Xiaoxi use a bomb. She thought that Xiaoxi's points were all used to buy defense items, so she couldn't afford bombs. Or you may have bought too few bombs and are reluctant to use them. It seemed that it was another miscalculation on her part. The woman tried her best to run away, but unfortunately no matter how fast she ran, she couldn't run faster than Xiaoxi's wings. Xiaoxi even crossed the woman and threw bombs in all directions. No matter where the woman ran, she would always encounter bombs. Almost instantly, all the bombs along the way were detonated by Xiaoxi. The woman was instantly annihilated in the explosive airflow. After everything calmed down, there were fallen trees everywhere and flames burning after the explosion. It was impossible to see where the woman's body was. But Xiaoxi knew that the woman was indeed dead, because she got all the woman's supplies and half of her points. The supplies include 50 boxes of mineral water and 30 boxes of compressed biscuits. There are very few weapons, but there are more than 3 million points. Xiaoxi glanced at a tree lying down below that was burning with strong flames, and there were 2 rabbits that were smashed to death next to it. After thinking about it, she flew over, took out a fruit knife and a bucket of mineral water, and prepared to process the rabbit and roast it on the fire. Her skills were really not that good. She couldn't pull out the hair completely, and the internal organs were covered with blood all around. Even the skinning was not smooth. After a long time, a lot of meat was peeled off with the skin. The remaining portion was pitiful, but she didn't mind it. So she skewered the meat with a fruit knife, sprinkled some oil on it, added some salt, and roasted it slowly. She hadn't eaten meat for a long time and was very hungry. After a while, the smell of meat wafted out, And she suddenly felt her index finger move. Afraid that the inside would be undercooked, she baked it for a while longer and then tried to take a bite. Found the taste to be okay. Although it is far from delicious and delicious, it is at least cooked and not burnt. She was quite satisfied with her first cooking experience. She took out a roll of wire from the storage compartment, skewered the pieces of meat, and placed them over the flame. She basted the pieces with oil and ate the first batch of cooked meat. I don't know if it was because of the recent explosions that completely destroyed this area. During the entire process of Xiaoxi's barbecue, not a single player passed by nearby. This allowed Xiaoxi to have a comfortable meal without being disturbed by anyone. Chapter 229 Clearance Points. In the last few days of hunting in the forest, Xiaoxi lived quite comfortably. It may be that there are not many players left alive anymore, so the frequency of her encounters with other players has become much less frequent. Among the players I met occasionally, I never met anyone who was brave enough to fight with her. In the end, only 5 players passed the game. The few other players who survived had to accept the punishment and restart the game. But this is not what she has to worry about. When entering the White Room, Xiaoxi's only regret was that she could not find the building block fragments in this game. But she didn't feel disappointed either. In such a large forest, it would be difficult to find anyone, let alone the pieces of building blocks. That's a lower probability than winning the lottery. She sat down cross-legged and looked at the pop-up window that popped up in front of her. Congratulations to player Xiaoxi for completing her personal mission and clearing the game. She earned 100,000 points for her personal mission and 500,000 points for clearing the game. Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. The points for passing the game this time are actually 500,000. In the game she had played before, although the points for individual missions ranged from 100,000 to 10,000, the points for passing the game had always been fixed at 100,000. If she guessed correctly, it should have something to do with the difficulty of the game. This time, the game is more difficult to pass than the previous ones. And the danger is also greater. In other words, if more difficult games appear in the future, the points for passing the game should be higher. I just don't know if the difficulty levels of games assigned to players are regular. Well, that remains to be seen. Players have a half-hour break here. The inorganic voice of the system sounds slowly. You will enter the Under the Same Roof game in half an hour. Players are asked to choose products to purchase, or enter the next game immediately. She clicked on them all, and saw that the weapons column turned gray and was unavailable for purchase. She curled her lips. She consumed a lot of weapons this time. Although the inventory was still much more than the consumed part. She originally wanted to buy some more. I didn't expect that I couldn't buy it again. She looked at the other props again, and found that there were still no new props added this time. Although she lost 2 of her defensive bracelets in this game, she still has 26 of them, which are enough for her use. She immediately lost the desire to buy, and finally chose to open 10 more storage compartments. In this game, she got a lot of other players' supplies. She didn't have time to sort them out, and they were all stuffed into the storage compartments that could be stuffed into them. But it was too messy, and she felt uncomfortable. It made her feel more comfortable to open a few more storage compartments so that they could be placed separately. While sorting out her supplies, Xiaoxi asked the system, "Has my binding been lifted now?" The system was silent. "What can't be said about this?" Xiaoxi clicked her tongue twice. "I didn't ask you how you got the binding ability." Speaking of this, she paused and suddenly laughed. "Or do you prefer that I ask you the following questions?" Dismissed. The system threw out 3 words without any emotion. But Xiaoxi always felt that the system didn't want to answer her subsequent questions. So she quickly answered this unimportant question. But she knew that even if she asked, the system would definitely not tell her. So in the following time, she concentrated on sorting and summarizing her supplies, instead of constantly asking the system for questions like she did several times before. Half an hour passed quickly, and she disappeared from the White Room as soon as she finished sorting out her supplies. Chapter 230 Under the Same Roof 1. In the blink of an eye, she found herself sitting on the bed in a cross-legged posture. At this time, there were 3 other women in the room. She took a look at the environment first and found that it looked like a warmly decorated dormitory. The room is very large, with 4 1.8-meter large beds arranged in a font shape. Compared with the bunk beds in ordinary dormitories, the layout here is more like a hotel room. But unlike a hotel, the room has an oversized floor-to-ceiling window that takes up most of the wall. The bright sunshine poured in, and the whole house was bright. After surveying the room, she looked at the other 3 women. The 3 women were each sitting on different sides of the bed. looking like they had arranged their positions. At this time, the three women were also looking at Xiaoxi. They looked at each other speechlessly for several seconds. And then the oldest woman took the initiative to speak. Ahem, the woman, who looked about 30 years old, smiled and said to everyone, "Let's introduce each other. My name is Fong Fong." Fong Fong's suggestion immediately received the cooperation of a young woman with shoulder-length bangs. The young woman took the initiative and said, "My name is Ning Pinger." The only white woman present also spoke. Her Chinese was a little unskilled, but she could be understood. "My name is Helena. I'm Xiaoxi." Xiaoxi smiled at Helena. "Long time no see." Helena smiled awkwardly. "I didn't expect to be able to enter the same game as you." Fong Fong showed an unexpected expression. "You two know each other? I've encountered it in other games before," Helena said vaguely, then changed the subject. "I don't know what the rules of the game are this time." She didn't really want to meet Xiaoxi again, although she and Xiaoxi were able to reconcile in the headless game last time, due to the unpleasant quarrel before. If the rules of the game this time made her and Xiaoxi become opponents, I'm afraid her chances of winning would not be the same. Too high. "I've been waiting here for 5 minutes, and I haven't seen the rules of the game." Ning Pinger crossed her arms and looked irritated. "I don't know how long I have to wait." As soon as she finished speaking, the electronic sound rang. "Welcome 8 players to the youth apartment. Next, I will explain the rules of the game to the players. Please listen carefully. There is a murderer among the 8 players. The murderer needs to kill other players before the end of the game in order to pass the game. Other players need to work together to find the murderer before the game ends in order to pass the game. The murderer can kill up to 1 player per day. The murderer has 2 ways to kill the player. One is the ordinary method, which can be shot or stabbed. The killed player will actually die, and the murderer can get half of the dead player's points and all the supplies. The other is the system-specified method. The murderer cannot get anything from the player. In this method, the player will not really die, but will be deducted 200,000 points. Leave the game, and enter the punishment space. This game lasts for a total of 10 days. During this period, 3 small activities will be held. Each small activity lasts 3 days. If the small activity is successfully completed within the specified time, you can get a clue about the murderer. If you fail, you will lose the clue. Chapter 231 Under the Same Roof 2. Small activity is, everyone looks for items together. Each event will give a 3D model of the same item. Players need to find the item in the youth apartment and confirm the submission to be successful. Reminder 1. There is one and only one item, and it must be exactly the same as the one marked on the picture, without any deviation. Reminder 2. There is only one submission opportunity. Once submitted, it cannot be changed, and it cannot be repeated after an error is determined. Reminder 3. Every player has the right to submit. It is up to the player to decide whether to submit and when to submit. The first small event starts at this moment and ends at 12 o'clock on the 3rd night. Good luck to all players. After the electronic voice finished speaking, a pop-up window popped up in front of each player, with a 3D model picture on it. Xiaoxi took a look at the 3D picture of the blue and white porcelain vase in front of her and found that the patterns on the blue and white porcelain vase were quite complicated. If there were many blue and white porcelain vases in this apartment, it would be very difficult to compare them one by one. "Didn't that voice just say there were 8 people in total?" Ning Pinger looked confused. "But we only have 4 here. Let's go out and take a look," Fong Fong suggested. "Since this is an apartment, there must be more than one room." The 4 women walked out of the room together and bumped into 4 men walking out of the opposite room. Xiaoxi saw the tallest Yi Kongqing at a glance. His slightly messy short hair and his pair of wild emerald green pupils were the ones she was most familiar with. She instantly narrowed her eyes and smiled with undisguised joy. Yi Kongqing also noticed Xiaoxi at the first time. His usually fierce expression softened a little, and he nodded towards Xiaoxi subtly. Helena also saw Yi Kongqing immediately, and she calmed down after the first second of excitement. She glanced at Xiaoxi standing in front of her, and silently gave up the idea of trying to get close to Yi Kongqing. She is a very learned person, and will not make the same mistake again. So even though she was particularly attracted to Yi Kongqing in her heart, she felt that it was better to be restrained because of her previous lessons. "Xiaoxi?" A man standing in front of Yi Kongqing showed a happy expression. "Aren't you Xiaoxi?" Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes shifted from Yi Kongqing to the man who made the sound. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be about 40 years old. He was not tall, had a short crew cut, and a somewhat round figure. He was wearing a suit, tie and leather shoes. compared with ordinary white-collar workers. He looked more like a salesman. Xiaoxi blinked her eyes. She didn't seem impressed. I'm Zheng Xiao, Zheng Xiao said proactively without waiting for Xiaoxi to ask. In the Doomsday game, we met at the experimental base. Xiaoxi said, oh, and then smiled brightly. It turns out to be Brother Zheng. Isn't this the uncle who kept adding her friends after she left? And in the end, she had to turn off the friend application function. Yes. I have an impression. It's me, Zheng Xiao said with a satisfied expression. I didn't expect that we could meet here again. It's really fate. Get out of the way. Yi Kongqing stood behind Zheng Xiao and interrupted Zheng Xiao's greetings with an evil voice. Zheng Xiao was stunned for a moment. And then he remembered that Xiaoxi's brother was also here. Remembering that this fierce brother had always refused to have any contact with Xiaoxi, he suddenly softened his attitude a lot. Chapter 232 Under the Same Roof 3. Zheng Xiao knew that Yi Kongqing was not easy to mess with. So he didn't dare to say anything, and gave up his position obediently. Yi Kongqing strode towards Xiaoxi without squinting. Xiaoxi took the initiative to greet them, and then said to the other players, let's go downstairs to discuss the small activities first. She pointed to the location of the stairs, and together with Yi Kongqing, took the lead to walk downstairs. Other players followed and went downstairs. This is a two-story apartment building with a small area. Apart from the boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory, there is only a storage room and a corridor leading to the stairs upstairs. Both oversized rooms have their own bathrooms, ensuring sufficient privacy and security. Downstairs there is an open kitchen connected to the dining room, and on the other side is a spacious living room with soft sofas and a TV. There is a small yard outside the living room. The yard is paved with cobblestones, and there is a swing on one side. The entire apartment's details and decoration reveal a warm atmosphere, making the apartment feel more like a home. 8 players sat down at the dining table, and the long dining table accommodated 4 people on each side. Xiaoxi sat on the side by the window, and Yi Kongqing sat opposite her. Next to her is Fang Fang. As soon as Fang Fang sat down, she said to everyone, let's introduce each other. So everyone introduced themselves. In addition to Yi Kongqing and Zheng Xiao, there was a man named Sun Hao who looked about 30 years old, and another man named Zhan Yu who looked about 20 years old. When she heard the name Zhan Yu, Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. If she remembered correctly, in the last game, the second player to complete a personal mission seemed to be named Zhan Yu. I don't know if it's the same name or not. Just as Xiaoxi was thinking this, Zhan Yu took the initiative to ask, Xiaoxi, were you hunting in the forest in your last game? Xiaoxi immediately understood that this encounter was really the one in the previous game. Yes, she admitted frankly, and took a look at Zhan Yu. Zhan Yu has an upright appearance, a thin body, and a very honest look, which always gives people the impression that he is easy to bully. But since he can become the second player to complete a personal mission in the hunting game, he shouldn't be as easy to bully as he seems on the surface. Why? Do you know each other too? Ning Pinger's eyes widened. No, Xiaoxi, you know too many people in this game. Zhan Yu and I don't know each other. Xiaoxi shrugged. Indeed, Zhan Yu nodded. In the last game, we never even met each other. We just heard each other's names during the system announcement. Then you know a lot of people. Ning Pinger was a little envious. Unlike us, we don't know anyone. That's not necessarily the case. Xiaoxi turned her gaze to Fang Fang, who was sitting next to her. Right. Sister Fang? Fang Fang was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes drifted a little. What are you talking about? When we first came out of the room, you had obvious eye contact with a man named Sun Hao. It looked like you knew each other, Xiaoxi said with a smile. I don't know why you are pretending I don't know him, but at least it can prove that among the players present, I'm not the only one who has an acquaintance. Although she had been looking at Yi Kongqing at that time, she did not ignore the special reaction of Fang Fang, who was standing next to her. Seeing what Xiaoxi said was so obvious, Fang Fang could no longer deny it. She glanced at Sun Hao reluctantly. I know him, but it's just an acquaintance. I don't think there is any need to say H, low or say it out loud. So I didn't say anything. Chapter 233 Under the Same Roof 4. Sun Hao nodded. I think so too. Really? Xiaoxi shrugged noncommittally, and then changed the subject. Let's discuss the rules of the game and small activities first. In fact, she was not very interested in whether there was any dispute between Fang Fang and Sun Hao. The reason why she mentioned this matter was just to divert everyone's attention from the fact that she knew many players. She didn't know that there were so many familiar people present this time. But it was not a good thing to draw attention to something like this. The rules of the game are just like that. What else is there to discuss? Ning Pinger didn't know why. I think there are quite a lot of things to discuss, Helena said proactively. For example, the murderer can choose 2 ways to deal with other players. According to the conditions, as long as the murderer has the ability, he will definitely choose the first way. Solve. Ning Pinger tried her best to recall the rules of the game, and then nodded. That's true. After all, if the player dies, the murderer can get half of the points and all the supplies. The murderer will definitely not be willing to choose the method specified by the system. Just because the murderer doesn't want to choose doesn't mean he won't. Helena said this and glanced at Xiaoxi subconsciously. If the other party has very powerful defense tools, ordinary methods cannot kill him. If the murderer wants to after clearing this game, you can only settle for the next best option and choose the method specified by the system. It seems so. Ning Pinger nodded and asked, but what is the method specified by the system? The system didn't say it. Did you forget it? Of course it's impossible to forget. Xiaoxi chuckled and said, such things should be told to the murderer alone, and other players will not know. I think so too. Zhang Yu echoed. I think the method specified by the system will definitely not cause real harm to players. Just like the water guns used in variety shows before. This will not cause any real harm to players. Trigger the reaction of defensive props. After a pause, Zhang Yu added, but if this method is known to other players, everyone will be on guard immediately, and it will be difficult for the murderer to have a chance to strike. Not only that, Helena added, if everyone knows the designation method, maybe they can also deduce who the murderer is. Okay. Ning Pinger curled her lips. But even if the murderer used the second designation method, it would be quite miserable to be deducted 200,000 points. More than that, Zheng Xiao clicked his tongue. Didn't the system say that after deducting points, you have to enter the punishment space, which means you have to accept the penalty of failing the game again? Ning Pinger couldn't help but tremble when she heard the punishment. No. We must not fail. Of course, Xiaoxi said with a smile. So in order to find the murderer, I have some small suggestions. I hope you can adopt them. The rules of small activities are very clear. Every player has the right to submit items, which means the murderer also has this right. Her eyes slowly swept over everyone. But there is only one chance to submit. If the murderer takes the opportunity by deliberately submitting wrong answers, we are doomed to not get clues about the murderer. Hearing this, the players had different expressions, but no obvious flaws were revealed. And Xiaoxi couldn't tell who the murderer was at a glance. Chapter 234 Under the Same Roof 5. Xiaoxi continued, so I suggest that at least 2 people work together when looking for items, while protecting each other. They can also supervise each other. In addition, there is only one opportunity to submit. She reminded again, after you find the item, it is best for everyone to compare and confirm it together, just in case there are small differences in details that are not discovered. Xiaoxi's proposal was unanimously approved by other players. Everyone was divided into simple groups again and started looking for items. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing were in a group. Zheng Xiao originally wanted to join in, but seeing Yi Kongqing's fierce look of not letting strangers in, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. In the end, he had to give up the idea of joining and instead went with Sun Hao acted together. This apartment is not big, but there are quite a lot of cabinets. Plus there are storage rooms upstairs and utility rooms in the yard, so it is quite time-consuming to find them. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing were in charge of the yard, and they walked toward the utility room together. The utility room was much cleaner than expected, and there was a light that could be turned on. Apart from the thick smell of dust in the air, there was basically no discomfort. It's just that the utility room is full of things, and it seems a bit crowded for 2 people to go in. I'll go in alone, Yi Kongqing said, and walked into the utility room first. Xiaoxi didn't fight, just stood outside and watched. Yi Kongqing started rummaging through the nearest abandoned chest and suddenly asked, what happened to the back of my hand? Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment. She lowered her head and glanced at the back of her hand. There was a shallow scar on it, which had already scabbed. She was injured by the explosive airflow in the last game. The wound was not serious and was almost healed. If Yi Kongqing hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten about it. Well, I accidentally injured it in the last game. Xiaoxi stuck out her tongue at Yi Kongqing. It's not a big deal. I don't feel the pain anymore. Yi Kongqing said, and said no more. Xiaoxi looked at Yi Kongqing for a while, then said with a smile, you don't look injured at all. The last game should have gone well. Right. Yi Kongqing said, again, and was silent for a long time. He couldn't help but ask. Don't you ask me if I am the murderer? Why do you ask? Xiaoxi tilted her head. You definitely aren't. If you were, you would tell me. The principle of employing people and distrusting them is that since she has chosen to team up with Yi Kongqing for a long time, she will not doubt Yi Kongqing easily. Besides, she still has some understanding of Yi Kongqing's character. Yi Kongqing is not the kind of person who would betray his teammates for himself. If it was a pure life and death game, then you might have to weigh it a little bit. But this time the game is not a situation where the two opposing parties must die. And Yi Kongqing will not hurt her for his own benefit. Yi Kongqing was stunned for a moment, and then softly said, He is indeed not a murderer. If he was, he really had no intention of hiding it from Xiaoxi. Then why don't you ask me if I am the murderer? Xiaoxi asked next. I thought the same thing as you. Xiaoxi laughed silently after hearing this, her beautiful peach blossom eyes full of smiles. Yi Kongqing, I think the kitchen in the apartment seems to be usable. Can you cook lunch for me? She said in an expectant tone. I haven't had a decent meal in a long time. Yi Kongqing stopped, turned to look at Xiaoxi, frowned slightly, and seemed unhappy. I can only cook 2 dishes at most. Chapter 235 Under the Same Roof 6. Noon. The players who had gained nothing tacitly chose to take a break and go back to the restaurant to eat together. Seeing Yi Kongqing braised pork ribs, Ning Pinger couldn't help but swallowed her saliva. It smells so good. Then she quickly sat down at the dining table. I haven't eaten for a long time, and I can't help but drool. Xiaoxi was standing outside the stove watching Yi Kongqing cooking. When she heard Ning Pinger's words, she turned around and smiled at Ning Pinger. This is made for me. It's just me and Yi Kongqing. It's Qing's share. Don't be so stingy, Ning Pinger said with a smile. Shall I exchange things with you at the head office? I can exchange whatever supplies you want as long as they are suitable. No. Xiaoxi shook her head. I won't change. Why? Ning Pinger looked puzzled. It's just some food. Because I'm stingy. Xiaoxi said confidently. Ning Pinger. She was speechless. Xiaoxi, don't be so stingy. Sun Hao took on the tone of an elder and lectured Xiaoxi. It's just a little food. We're not taking advantage of you in vain. We'll give you something in exchange. Since it's just a little food, then you can cook it yourself. Xiaoxi looked at Sun Hao with a smile. It's not expensive ingredients anyway. You should also prepare these meats. Vegetables, oil, salt, sauce and vinegar. Yes, isn't it? Yi Kongqing said he would only cook 2 dishes. And indeed, he only made 2 dishes. 1 sweet and sour pork ribs, and 1 stir-fried green vegetables. The combination of 1 meat and 1 vegetable was quite good. However, in the current situation, let alone seasonings such as oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar, not everyone may have such ordinary ingredients. These things are not as convenient as ready-to-eat food. Especially players with insufficient storage space will not even consider collecting lettuce and raw meat. Xiaoxi went to the supermarket to search for some while she was in the Doomsday game. She had never had a chance to use it before, so she kept it until now. But the stock was not much. To put it bluntly, these things are indeed not valuable. But things are rare and valuable. What was not valuable before is now valuable. What's more, Yi Kongqing made this for her, so she didn't want to share it with others. Hearing Xiaoxi's words, Sun Hao suddenly looked a little embarrassed. At this time, Yi Kongqing was putting the braised pork ribs on the plate. Ning Pinger was drooling when she saw it, but she was too embarrassed to ask Xiaoxi for it again. After looking at it for a long time, Ning Pinger suddenly discovered something was wrong. Hey, I remember there is no oil, salt, sauce and vinegar in the kitchen cabinet. Where did you get these? Of course they are all mine. Xiaoxi said matter-of-factly. I can't conjure them out of thin air. Right? That's not what I meant. Ning Pinger looked at Xiaoxi and asked curiously. It's just that these things are not usually used. Don't you think they are occupying the storage compartment? It's okay. Xiaoxi shrugged. Non-committal. Yi Kongqing brought 2 plates of food to the dining table and placed them by the window. Xiaoxi opened the 2 self-heating meals that had been heated and handed one to Yi Kongqing. The 2 of them sat facing each other, facing the gaze of the other 6 people, and began to eat as if no one else was watching. Ning Pinger watched intently, swallowing her saliva uncontrollably. So greedy, so greedy, so greedy. The other players tried their best to ignore the aroma of hot food. Took out milk, bread, biscuits and other food from their respective storage compartments and started to nibble on it. Chapter 236 Under the Same Roof 7. When he was about to finish eating, Sun Hao criticized Xiaoxi unhappily. Xiaoxi, you are so unsocial. Xiaoxi slowly finished the food in her mouth and then said, when will you be willing to give what only you have to others? It will be more appropriate for you to say that I am not gregarious. Sun Hao choked and was immediately speechless again. Let's talk about what we gained this morning. Helena suddenly spoke, diverting everyone's attention. She had seen how powerful Xiaoxi was, and really didn't want to waste time on this kind of thing. Then let me talk first. John Yu responded proactively. Ning Pinger and I were looking for things in the storage room on the second floor. The storage room was really small. It was a bit crowded for one person to go in. How many people were there inside? There are shelves lined up. And there are suitcases of different sizes on the shelves. That's right. Ning Pinger nodded. We have already taken out the suitcase and looked at it. It is full of miscellaneous documents, books, tattered clothes and the like. There is definitely no blue and white porcelain vase. Sun Hao and I are in the men's bedroom together. Zheng Xiao also spoke up. Except for the bedside table. There are no other cabinets in the bedroom. And there is no blue and white porcelain vase. I was with Fang Fang, Helena said. We were in the girls' bedroom. The situation was similar to Zheng Xiao and the others. We didn't gain much. While everyone was talking, Xiaoxi finished all the food. She wiped her mouth and then said, we are in the utility room in the yard. We have just dug out a third of the things. And there is no harvest yet. That shouldn't be the case. Ning Pinger looked puzzled. This apartment is only so big. So it's easy to find it. How come you couldn't find anything after searching so many places? I also feel a little strange. John Yu showed a puzzled expression. The blue and white porcelain vase is so big that it can't be hidden. No matter where it is placed. It should be visible at a glance. Even if it is in a cabinet. It has been opened. You can see it too. Helena thought for a while and put forward her guess. Is it possible that the blue and white porcelain vase is not that big at all? What do you mean it's not that big? Ning Pinger looked confused. I agree with Helena's guess. Xiaoxi looked at Ning Pinger and said, as you said, the apartment is so big. If the blue and white porcelain vase is big, it cannot be hidden. Moreover, although the system gives the 3D model was shown to us, but the size was not marked. Perhaps because of our directional thinking. We thought it would be a normal-sized blue and white porcelain vase. But in fact it may be very small. Well, that's what I mean. Helena felt a little uncomfortable with Xiaoxi taking the initiative to agree with her. But since the other party was so generous, she didn't want to be too stingy. That makes sense. Zhang Yu nodded repeatedly. Then we have to look carefully later. If it's a palm-sized gadget, it's really easy to miss it. At this time, Yi Kongqing finished his portion of the meal. He took the plate and went to the sink to wash the dishes. Without saying a word the whole time, Ning Pinger finally couldn't help but came over and asked Xiaoxi with a gossipy face. Xiaoxi, what is your relationship with this man named Yi Kongqing? I see that he looks fierce and won't let anyone go. In my eyes, why does he cook when you ask him to? Chapter 237 Under the Same Roof 8. He's my brother. Xiaoxi said the old reason without changing her expression. Ning Pinger couldn't believe it. You two don't have the same last name. Of course, they don't have the same surname if they are not born to the same parents. Xiaoxi replied with a smile. Oh, it turns out they are cousins. Ning Pinger thought she understood. I think it's almost time. You'd better look for something and stop gossiping. Xiaoxi stood up. That's right. Ning Pinger nodded repeatedly and pulled Zhang Yu upstairs together. As soon as Ning Pinger left, Zheng Xiao came closer and said, Xiaoxi, I have been applying to add you as a friend before. Why don't you agree? This matter has been lingering in his mind for a long time. And today, he finally got the chance to ask it. Xiaoxi blinked, looking confused. Have you added me as a friend? Zheng Xiao, who was a little angry at first, suddenly lost his temper when he saw Xiaoxi's appearance. He asked in confusion. You haven't received a friend request? No, Xiaoxi said innocently. Brother Zheng, when did you apply to be my friend? I added you when we separated from the laboratory. Zheng Xiao was a little confused. He never considered the possibility that the other party would not receive the friend request. He thought that maybe Yi Kongqing didn't agree. And later he also thought that maybe Xiaoxi didn't want to add him as a friend. But now Xiaoxi's reaction was so sincere that it was impossible to lie. I didn't receive it. Xiaoxi looked apologetic. I'm sorry, Brother Zheng. I really didn't know about this. Is there a bug in the friend function? Zheng Xiao said to himself. After thinking about it, he said to Xiaoxi, "That's okay. You can add me as a friend now." With that said, he clicked on his personal panel. Xiaoxi. Let her think about how she should refuse in this face-to-face situation without making the other party angry. After all, it's still unclear who the murderer is. If it's Zheng Xiao, it wouldn't be good for her to piss him off right now. She will most likely be the first target. No. Just when Xiaoxi was at a loss what to do, Yi Kongqing's evil voice suddenly came from behind. Xiaoxi reacted immediately and gave Yi Kongqing a thumbs up in her mind. Then she glanced at Yi Kongqing with a pitiful expression. Brother? Yi Kongqing's eyes fell on Zheng Xiao. His eyes sharp. You are not allowed to hit people casually. As a brother, you are too lenient. Zheng Xiao was immediately unhappy and couldn't help but argue. You don't even want to add me as a friend. So what's the point of adding friends? At most, we just chat occasionally. Isn't that okay too? No. Yi Kongqing refused quite simply. What's the reason? Zheng Xiao asked without giving up. No. After Yi Kongqing finished speaking, he lowered his head and looked at Xiaoxi in front of him. Let's go! Xiaoxi obediently followed Yi Kongqing to the yard. Seeing that Yi Kongqing couldn't even give a reason and was still so domineering, Zheng Xiao was furious. I have never seen you so lenient. Although Xiaoxi is your sister, she also has her own thoughts. It's not your pet. There's something wrong with you. Brother Zheng. Xiaoxi interrupted Zheng Xiao rudely, but her tone was still pitiful. I know you are unhappy. My brother is indeed strict with me, but I know he is doing it for my own good. So you don't scold him. Okay. Chapter 238 Under the Same Roof 9. Seeing Xiaoxi's pitiful appearance, Zheng Xiao felt like his stomach was filled with tears. I'm sorry, Brother Zheng. Xiaoxi bit her lip, showing a very embarrassed expression. Then she turned around and followed Yi Kongqing out of the restaurant. After entering the yard, Xiaoxi praised Yi Kongqing in a low voice. Yi Kongqing, you did a great job. Unexpectedly, after not seeing each other for so long, Yi Kongqing and her still had some tacit understanding. She was very happy. Yi Kongqing said nothing and just walked forward. Don't worry. If the murderer is Zheng Xiao, as long as he still wants to leave a good impression in front of me, he will not choose you as the first victim. Xiaoxi comforted Yi Kongqing again. She and Yi Kongqing were together almost all the time, and it was too easy for her to discover Yi Kongqing as a target. As long as Zheng Xiao still has thoughts about her, he will not expose himself so quickly. Of course, this is based on the fact that the murderer is Zheng Xiao. I'm not worried, Yi Kongqing replied. He walked into the utility room again and continued what he had not finished rummaging through. The things in the utility room are too messy, with all kinds of things piled up together. If you want to rummage through the things inside, you have to take out the things outside first. Xiaoxi was responsible for moving out the things she had found and placing them in the yard. At the same time, she looked over the things she had moved out to prevent Yi Kongqing from missing anything. After working for several hours, the two men finally rummaged through the entire utility room and found two small blue and white porcelain vases only as big as a palm. Xiaoxi held two blue and white porcelain vases and watched Yi Kongqing put the debris piled in the yard back into the utility room. After Yi Kongqing finished his work, Xiaoxi suddenly asked, Do you think Zheng Xiao is the murderer? Yi Kongqing was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. I can't tell. After a pause, he asked again, Do you doubt him? Suspicion is out of the question, Xiaoxi said as she walked into the house. Anyway, apart from the two of us, they may all be the murderers, so we'll investigate them one by one, Yi Kongqing said. There are not many clues at the moment, so I can't tell anything. At this time, the two people had already entered the house. When they saw Ning Pinger and Zhan Yu looking for something in the cabinet in the living room, they stopped talking. Hearing the noise, Ning Pinger turned her head and looked over. Did you gain anything? As she asked, she looked at the hands of the two people. Soon she saw the two small blue and white porcelain vases in Xiaoxi's hands. You found two. Ning Pinger suddenly became happy. We also found one. Then she said to Zhan Yu on the side. Zhan Yu, show them quickly. Wait. Zhan Yu was still immersed in rummaging through the drawers. Wait until I finish searching the rest of the place here. He was still a little short of finishing the living room. It's not too late to let him look around after searching, Xiaoxi said, and put the two blue and white porcelain vases in her hands on the coffee table. Zheng Xiao and Sun Hao happened to come down from upstairs. seeing the two blue and white porcelain vases that she put on the coffee table. Zheng Xiao took the initiative and said, "We also found a similar small porcelain vase." Zheng Xiao took out the porcelain bottle he had put in his pocket and placed it next to Xia's porcelain bottle. "I'm done looking here." Zhang Yu stood up, walked to the sofa, and placed the porcelain bottle in his pocket on the coffee table. "I didn't find anything else. Just this one. In this case, the situation with Helena and Fong Fong is the only one left." Ning Pinger sat down on the single sofa next to her. "Why don't we compare these small bottles first? Otherwise it will be boring to wait." Chapter 239 Under the Same Roof 10. Everyone agreed with Ning Pinger's opinion and sat down to study the small porcelain vase. Xiaxi and Yi Kongqing sat on the double sofa, and 3 other men sat on the 3-person sofa. Everyone clicked on the pictures sent by the system and slowly compared the porcelain bottles on the coffee table. Soon, a porcelain bottle was eliminated. The pattern of this porcelain vase is obviously different from the sample picture, and it doesn't take much thinking to figure it out. Among the other 3 porcelain bottles, one of them has a seal on the bottom, but there is no seal in the sample picture, so another option is easily eliminated. The remaining 2 porcelain vases are very similar. They look almost the same as the sample at first glance. You must carefully compare the details. After looking at it for a while, Ning Pinger rubbed her eyes. "It's not okay. It's not okay. It's too much for my eyes." This mini version of the blue and white porcelain vase is much smaller than the ordinary blue and white porcelain vase, but there are still many patterns on it. If you want to carefully compare every detail, you have to get closer and take a closer look. She only looked at it for a while, and her eyes felt very sore. Zheng Xiao also rubbed his eyes. "I'm probably older, so it's hard to watch. I also think it's a bit dazzling after seeing too much." Sun Hao couldn't help but say, "It would be great if I had a magnifying glass. At least I can see the patterns clearly without having to get so close." "I'll do it," Zhang Yu volunteered. "My eyesight is very good, so I don't find it difficult to see this." Come on. I can't do it anymore." Zheng Xiao sighed. "You can't do it if you don't accept it." Zhang Yu seemed to have a sense of responsibility entrusted with an important task, and he observed the bottle very carefully. As the sky gradually turned dark, she walked over and turned on the light in the living room. She looked upstairs. It was pitch black, and she couldn't see anything clearly. She looked suspicious. Why haven't Helena and Fong Fong come down yet? It was already dark. If these 2 people were looking for something, they should turn on the lights. But no matter which room it was outside, there was no light. This is too strange. When Ning Pinger heard this, she stood up and looked upstairs. "That's right. It's been so long. It's time to come down. There aren't many places to search upstairs. Go up and have a look," Xiaxi said and walked towards the stairs. Yi Kongqing stood up and followed Xiaxi. "I'll go take a look too." Zheng Xiao looked unhappy. "Those 2 people haven't come down yet, and I don't know what they are doing. I want to go too." Ning Pinger quickly followed. Sun Hao and Zhang Yu stayed in the living room without leaving. Zhang Yu concentrated on studying the porcelain bottle in his hand, while Sun Hao looked at the dark yard outside in a daze. Xiaxi walked all the way and turned on the lights on the stairs and corridors. She walked into the girls' dormitory first, and the moment she turned on the lights, she saw Fong Fong lying on the ground. Yi Kongqing walked over Xiaxi, squatted half-crouched, stretched out his hand to detect Fong Fong's breath. "Alive! What's going on?" Zheng Xiao, who arrived a step late, was confused when he saw this situation. "Why did she fall? Who fell?" Ning Pinger hurried to the door of the girls' dormitory, stuck her head in and looked in. "Hey, isn't that Sister Fong? She's not dead, right?" "No," Xiaxi said to Ning Pinger as she walked inside. "Brother said that Sister Fong is still alive." She didn't help Fong Fong up immediately, but looked everywhere on Fong Fong. Ning Pinger breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that Fong Fong was not dead. She followed her into the house and said, "Let's help her up first." Chapter 240 Under the Same Roof 11. "That's right." Xiaxi looked confused, and together with Ning Pinger, she lifted Fong Fong up and put her on Fong Fong's bed. "By the way," Xiaxi looked around. "Why don't you see Helena?" "Yes," Ning Pinger finally realized. "They are a team. Why is Sister Fong lying here and Helena missing? I'll go check out the other rooms." Zheng Xiao took the initiative and turned around and walked towards the boys' dormitory opposite. Xiaxi raised her head and glanced at Yi Kongqing. After receiving Xiaxi's gaze, Yi Kongqing followed Zheng Xiao without saying a word. Ning Pinger didn't notice the eye contact between Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing. She sat on the edge of the bed, shook Fang Fang, and called softly, "Sister Fang, wake up! Stop shaking her yet." Xiaoxi said to Ning Pinger, "Sister Fang seems to have been knocked unconscious. Shaking her like this may aggravate the concussion." "Oh?" Ning Pinger showed a surprised expression. "Being knocked unconscious? How did you tell? If she wasn't knocked unconscious, she couldn't have fainted suddenly due to some illness." "Right," Xiaoxi said confidently. Ning Pinger. Dot. It obviously didn't make sense, but it seemed like it couldn't be refuted. Ning Pinger stopped shaking Fang Fang. She couldn't help but ask again. "Who knocked Sister Fang unconscious? It couldn't be Helena." "Right. I don't know about that either." Xiaoxi shrugged. After a while, Zheng Xiao and Yi Kongqing came back. "I've looked in the storage room and the boys' bedroom, but there's no one there." Zheng Xiao shook his head. Yi Kongqing nodded to Xiaoxi in an insignificant way, confirming that what Zheng Xiao said was true. "What?" Ning Pinger stood up in shock. "No one. This apartment is so big. How can there be no one?" She and Zhang Yu stayed on the first floor in the afternoon. If someone came down from upstairs, it was impossible for them not to see it. Helena has been upstairs since lunch, so it is logically impossible for her to go anywhere else. "Ning Pinger, can you and Zheng Xiao call Zhang Yu and Sun Hao up?" Xiaoxi looked at Ning Pinger. "We have to tell them about this." Ning Pinger was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Okay. It's fine if she goes alone. I don't need to follow her." Zheng Xiao refused. "Brother Zheng, didn't we all discuss this from the beginning?" Xiaoxi showed an innocent expression. "At least two people acting together can protect each other and supervise each other." Zheng Xiao glanced at Yi Kongqing subconsciously. He actually wanted to tell Yi Kongqing to accompany Ning Pinger downstairs. He wanted to stay with Xiaoxi here, but he knew that Yi Kongqing would never listen to him. After thinking about it, he reluctantly agreed. "Okay, we'll be up in a minute." With that said, Zheng Xiao took Ning Pinger and left the room. Xiaoxi listened for a while and made sure that Zheng Xiao and Ning Pinger's footsteps were far away. Then she said to Yi Kongqing, "There are obvious signs of being hit with a blunt instrument on the back of Sister Fang's head. The blow was extremely heavy." As she spoke, she gently reached out and touched the back of Fang Fang's head, and her fingertips were stained with blood. Fang Fang has short, ear-length hair, which is thick and black. The blood does not have a tendency to flow. It just seeps out a little slowly. It can be easily ignored if you don't pay attention. Her hair has obviously been combed, Xiaoxi added. So at first glance, people can't even notice the injury on the back of her head. Chapter 241 Under the Same Roof 12. Generally, after being hit, the shape of the hair will change, especially in areas where blood oozes out. The viscosity of the blood will cause the hair to become wet and appear in unnatural strands. But when Xiaoxi looked at it just now, she found that Fang Fang's hair was naturally fluffy. Only when she looked closely did she find blood stains on some hair strands. It seems that he combed his hair when the blood was half dry, and wiped the surface layer of hair with something like a tissue or towel, erasing most of the blood stains on the surface. "But she's not dead," Yi Kongqing reminded Xiaoxi. "So it was Helena who died," Xiaoxi said to Yi Kongqing. "Since Helena is nowhere to be found, there is a high probability that she has been killed by the murderer." Yi Kongqing thought for a second and understood what Xiaoxi meant. "Helena was killed by the murderer in the method designated by the system." "I think that's right," Xiaoxi nodded. "Helena has medium-grade defense items. Although she can't defend against Gatling, she can defend against pistol attacks." She knew she didn't have much time and spoke very fast. "In such an environment, if you want to use the first, there are many ways to kill players, and only a pistol with a silencer is the best choice for the murderer. But the pistol cannot kill Helena in one shot." Xiaoxi heard the footsteps approaching on the stairs outside, and lowered her voice and said, "Once the first attempt failed, the murderer exposed himself in front of Helena, which also meant that the murderer had to make Helena disappear from the game immediately. So the murderer had to choose the second way to deal with Helena. Who do you suspect?" Yi Kongqing also lowered his voice and asked. "Currently, I think the most suspicious ones are Sun Hao and Zheng Xiao." As soon as Xiaoxi finished speaking, Zheng Xiao walked into the room with several players. Yi Kongqing didn't feel comfortable asking any more questions. He just lowered his eyes and looked at Xiaoxi's head, looking arrogant and indifferent to the things around him. Xiaoxi stood up with a nervous expression. She raised her fingers so that everyone could see the blood on her hands. "Look, I just wanted to put a pillow behind Sister Fang's head and let her lie down. Be comfortable. But I didn't expect there was blood on the back of her head. Ning Pinger gasped. Sister Fong was really knocked unconscious. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao quickly walked to the bed. After getting closer, he did find blood on the back of Fong Fong's head. He immediately looked at everyone with an annoyed look on his face. Which one of you injured her? Everyone looked at each other, and no one said a word for a while. Brother Hao. John Yu is an honest man, and he asked straightforwardly. Didn't you say that you and Sister Fong just know each other? But not to the extent that we need to say H, lo. Why are you so anxious now? Sun Hao was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that he had lost his composure. He sat by the bed with an ugly expression and remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. She is my wife. Aw? John Yu looked surprised. You too. We had a bit of a quarrel in the last game, and she refused to acknowledge me in this game. I have no choice but to obey her first. When Sun Hao said this, he couldn't help but reach out and shake his hand. He held Fong Fong's hand with a heartbroken look on his face. I originally wanted to wait for her to calm down in 2 days before making peace with her. Who knew she would be beaten like this on the first day of the game? Chapter 242 Under the Same Roof 13. Sun Hao turned to look at the crowd, with an angry look on his face. Who did you step on the horse? If he had known it would be like this, no matter how angry his wife was, he should have insisted on being in the same group as her. If he were here, he would definitely be able to protect his wife. Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they were not the ones who hurt Fong Fong. Brother Sun, it's definitely useless for you to ask like this. John Yu couldn't help but say. The murderer is not stupid. How could he directly admit that he is the murderer? Sun Hao looked at everyone, as if he was scrutinizing everyone. No matter which of you is the murderer, just listen to me. I will never let you go. Well, Xiaoxi whispered to Sun Hao. If you don't mind, I want to bandage Sister Fong first. Sun Hao was stunned for a moment, and then showed an excited look. Do you have any medicine? Xiaoxi took out gauze and iodine, and said to Sun Hao, I still have the basic dressing items, but I don't have the medicine specifically to treat wounds. It's okay. It's better to bandage it than to leave it alone. Sun Hao quickly stood up and made way for Xiaoxi. Thank you. Xiaoxi smiled. Sister Fong is a good person. Of course, I want to help her. Fong Fong probably saw the appearance of the murderer. As long as Fong Fong can wake up, things will become much simpler. Therefore, treating Fong Fong is beneficial to the progress of the game. This was the fundamental reason why she saved Fong Fong. Speaking of which, the murderer can only attack one player a day. Now Sister Fong has been beaten unconscious, and Helena has disappeared again. Ning Pinger looked puzzled. If Helena was killed by the murderer, wouldn't this be the case? Is this a violation? It shouldn't count. John, you thought seriously? Sister Fong Fong is not dead. If Helena's death was caused by the murderer, it would also meet the requirement of killing one player in 1 day, and it should not be considered a violation. Ning Pinger covered her mouth and her voice became a little blurry. Then speaking, Helena must have been raped. Although Ning Pinger didn't finish her words, everyone understood what she meant. John, you nodded. That should be the case. Otherwise, why wouldn't Helena people be found anywhere? The doors of this apartment are locked, and players cannot left. Since the murderer's target today is Helena, why did he still beat my wife unconscious? Sun Hao, who was watching Xiaoxi's bandaging, couldn't help but became angry again, and he attacked so hard. He obviously wanted her life. Maybe the murderer was accidentally seen by Fong Fong when he was killing Helena? Zheng Xiao put forward his guess. Or maybe the murderer knocked Fong Fong unconscious in advance to prevent Fong Fong from discovering him, and then attacked Helena. No matter what the reason is, if it's just to knock her out, there's no need to be so harsh. Sun Hao looked filled with indignation. I don't know about that. Zheng Xiao seemed to be speechless by Sun Hao's attitude. I'm not the murderer, so I don't know what the murderer is thinking. That's right. Ning Pinger couldn't help but nod, agreeing with Zheng Xiao's statement. Maybe the murderer didn't count the strikes and accidentally hit him hard. After all, no one here looks like a professional. When she said this, her eyes stayed on Yi Kongqing's body for 2 seconds, and then got stuck. Chapter 243 Under the Same Roof 14. Everyone followed Ning Pinger's gaze, and saw Yi Kongqing with a fierce look on his face. Whether it's the powerful aura or the wild eyes, they all show that Yi Kongqing is different from ordinary people. Yi Kongqing looked too professional. As soon as Xiaoxi bandaged Fong Fong's head, she couldn't hear other people's discussions. She looked up and found that everyone was looking at Yi Kongqing. At this time, Yi Kongqing also felt the eyes staring at him. The moment he raised his head, there was a hint of impatience and faint murderous intent in those emerald green eyes. It can't be brother. Xiaoxi spoke before Yi Kongqing could speak. Brother has been with me all afternoon, and we have been busy organizing things in the utility room in the yard and have never left. Having said this, she looked at Ning Pinger and Zhan Yu. If my brother and I want to enter the house, there's no way you can't miss us in the living room. That's true. Ning Pinger smiled sheepishly. She almost forgot about it just now. I have indeed never seen Yi Kongqing and Xiaoxi enter the house. Me too. Zhan Yu nodded. Now that we've talked about it, why don't we all talk about the timeline for this afternoon? Xiaoxi suggested with a smile. In this way, we can also speculate on who might have committed the crime. Xiaoxi is right. Sun Hao immediately agreed. His tone was like interrogating a prisoner. Tell me where you went, and what you did in the afternoon. Hey, you don't treat us all as prisoners. Do you? Zhan Yu was a little unhappy. And you have been dominating the whole scene. Who knows if you are just a thief shouting to catch a thief? What did you say? Sun Hao stared with anger on his face. How dare you doubt me? I think Zhan Yu is a reasonable suspect. Ning Pinger couldn't help but support. Everyone here is suspicious. Why don't you? You said Sister Fang is your wife. But now Sister Fang is in a coma. Who knows whether what you said is true or false? Upon hearing this, Sun Hao immediately opened his mouth to defend himself. Ning Pinger did not give Sun Hao this chance, but quickly took over her words and continued. What's more, even if you and Sister Fang are really husband and wife, the identity of the murderer this time is designated by the system. Maybe the system deliberately designated you as the murderer because of your relationship with Sister Fang? The little girl's movie is nonsense. Sun Hao was furious. If I were the murderer, why would I care so much about Fang in the first place? Moreover, if I were the murderer, I would not take the initiative to tell you about my relationship with Fang. Let you if you know it. Wouldn't it easily arouse suspicion? Having said this, he stretched out his hand and pointed at Ning Pinger. Just like now. Who knows if you want to do the opposite? Ning Pinger snorted and didn't buy it. Sun Hao suddenly became even more angry. You're a piece of shit. Shut up. Yi Kongqing, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke at this time. His voice was full of impatience. As if anyone dared to make any more noise, he would go over and beat them until they were speechless. His aura is powerful. His expression is sharp and threatening. And he carries an undisguised murderous intent. For a moment, everyone was silent, and no one dared to argue anymore. Chapter 244 Under the Same Roof 15. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Yi Kongqing's expression softened a little. He looked at Xiaoxi and said, Follow the process. Xiaoxi looked at everyone with a smile and said in a cheerful tone, My brother actually wants you to talk about your respective afternoon timelines first. It's getting late, so let's not waste time arguing. Others did not dare to object and nodded in agreement. But no one took the initiative to speak. Probably because Yi Kongqing's intimidation just now was still there. They were afraid that taking the initiative to speak would arouse Yi Kongqing's dissatisfaction. Xiaoxi pointed at Ning Pinger. Let's start with you. Ning Pinger took a careful look at Yi Kongqing, and saw that Yi Kongqing had no special reaction. So she felt relieved a little. I went to the toilet in the afternoon, and the rest of the time I was looking for things on the first floor and followed Zhan. Meet together. How long did it take to go to the bathroom? Xiaoxi asked carefully. What time was it? Did you see Helena and Sister Fang? There is no bathroom on the first floor of this apartment. Ning Pinger must have gone to the bathroom in the girls' dormitory on the second floor to go to the bathroom. It was only about 15 minutes. Ning Pinger recalled. It should have been around 2 o'clock. I didn't pay attention to the time, but it should be about this time. Then when I entered the bedroom, I saw Sister Fang, Helena, and I are both inside. Did they still look normal at that time? Xiaoxi asked again. Of course. Ning Pinger nodded. We even exchanged a few words casually. Everything is quite normal. What did you communicate about? Sun Hao couldn't help but interject. After saying that, he felt a little regretful. He quickly looked at Yi Kongqing and saw that Yi Kongqing didn't seem to hear him and didn't react at all. He was secretly relieved. Just chatting, Ning Pinger said. I asked them if they had found anything similar to the blue and white porcelain vase, and they said they hadn't found it yet. Then they asked me by the way if I had found it. At that time, neither Zhan Yu nor I had found anything. If I find it, I'll just say it's not there. Xiaoxi looked at Zhan Yu. Is the timeline mentioned by Ning Pinger consistent with yours? Zhan Yu nodded. That's true. She went upstairs around 2 o'clock and came down about 15 minutes later. We have been on the first floor since then and have never left. Have you never left during this period? Xiaoxi asked again. Of course. Zhang Yu nodded. I am very serious about looking for things. I have no intention of doing anything else until I finish searching. Xiaoxi looked at Ningpinger again. Ningpinger understood what Xiaoxi meant and nodded. Zhang Yu is right. Except for the 15 minutes when I went to the toilet. We were separated. The rest of the time. We were together all the time. And we were always looking for each other on the first floor. Something. 15 minutes or so short. I don't have time to do anything. Zhang Yu spread his hands, looking helpless. Besides, there are so many players on the second floor. If I were the murderer, it wouldn't be convenient for me to be there. It's time to take action. Xiaoxi did not respond to Zhang Yu's remarks. She looked at Sun Hao. What about you? Sun Hao was somewhat fond of Xiaoxi. After all, Xiaoxi helped Fong Fong bandage her wound. So his attitude towards Xiaoxi was pretty good. He answered the question cooperatively. Zheng Xiao and I have been staying on the second floor. We went to the terrace for a while. The two of us were separated for almost half an hour. We were not separated for the rest of the time. Chapter 245 Under the Same Roof 16. The male and female dormitories on the second floor are facing each other, separated by a long corridor. On one side of the corridor is a staircase for people to go up and down, and on the other side is a glass door. Exiting the glass door is a particularly large terrace. However, you can see through the door that except for 2 parasols and some tables and chairs for people to rest on the terrace, there are no other cabinets to hide things. What time did it happen? Xiaoxi asked. It should be around 3:30. Sun Hao looked at Zheng Xiao uncertainly. Zheng Xiao recalled. About that. I didn't pay attention to the time. The clock was in the corridor. I went to the terrace at that time. So, Brother Zheng went to the terrace. Didn't Brother Sun? Xiaoxi looked at Zheng Xiao. Yes. Zheng Xiao nodded. Although it seems that there shouldn't be anything hidden on the balcony. But everyone speculated that the blue and white porcelain vase might be smaller than expected. So I thought it might be hidden in the corner of the balcony. Just in case no one goes out. Take a quick look and you might miss it. Did you find that porcelain vase on the terrace? Ningpinger asked curiously. That's not true. Sun Hao shook his head. I found it under the TV cabinet in the bedroom. In the end, there was indeed nothing on the terrace. Zheng Xiao scratched his head in embarrassment. My train of thought went astray. Xiaoxi looked at Sun Hao again. Then what were you doing when Brother Zheng was separated from you for half an hour? I'm just looking for something in the boys' dormitory. Sun Hao replied. You might think there aren't many places to look for in the dormitory. But in fact there are quite a few cabinets in the corners, under the cupboards, under the bedside tables, etc. It's very time-consuming to find all kinds of gaps under the TV cabinet, including under the bedboard. Xiaoxi nodded, expressing her understanding, and then asked, Did you two see Helena or Sister Fong after 2 o'clock? At about 3 o'clock, Helena came to us and asked us to help move the mattress. Sun Hao said. She probably wanted to search inside the bedboard. But 2 women couldn't move it. So come to us for help. After we helped them move the mattress out, we also helped them look under the bedboard. Zheng Xiao said. We didn't find anything. So we helped them put the mattress back again. There are 4 beds in total. By the time we finish them all, it will be almost 3:30. Sun Hao looked at Zheng Xiao. Then you suggested going to the terrace to take a look. Zheng Xiao nodded. If you think there is nothing worth seeing on the terrace, just let me go alone. And then, you can continue to look for things in the bedroom. The 2 men testified against each other. There was no conflict in time. And it seemed that neither one was lying. Hey, that's not right. Ningpinger seemed to suddenly remember something. She asked Zheng Xiao. There isn't much to find outside the terrace. Why did you stay there for half an hour? The terrace is very big. Zheng Xiao said helplessly. Although there are no cabinets or anything like that. Most of the decorative bricks on the terrace walls are hollow. I was afraid that there would be something hidden inside. So I looked at them one by one. It won't be a waste of time. So that's it. Ningpinger looked at Zheng Xiao with admiration. I didn't expect that, Brother Zheng. You are quite serious about your work. Chapter 246 Under the Same Roof 17. Of course. It's about every player's life. How can I dare to be careless? Zheng Xiao said seriously. Did you never see Helena and Sister Fong again after that? Xiaoxi confirmed to Zheng Xiao and Sun Hao. I have been looking for something in the room since then. Sun Hao was the first to speak. I didn't come out until after searching. I didn't pay attention to the situation outside at all. I didn't see Helena and Fong Fong when I was on the terrace. Zheng Xiao also said. Then I returned to the boys' dormitory and kept moving with Sun Hao. Indeed, I didn't see those two people again. Don't you see the terrace from the window here? Zhang Yu pointed to a window in the room. There is a window in both bedrooms that opens on the terrace side. Through the window, you can clearly see half of the terrace. If you walk outside the terrace to the girls' dormitory side, you can also see the house through the window. And the curtains were closed at that time. Zheng Xiao explained. Perhaps for privacy reasons. The woman's family closed the curtains after I went to the terrace. Then who opened the curtains now? Ning Pinger looked confused. Did they find out that Brother Zheng was gone? So they opened them again? Maybe. Zheng Xiao shrugged and said matter-of-factly. But after I left, I don't know what happened next. So I really don't know why the curtains were opened again. Speaking of which, the last time you saw Helena and Sister Fong was at 3:30. Xiaoxi concluded. We went to find someone at almost 6 o'clock. And they should have been there during these 2.5 hours. Something happened inside. Judging from the current situation, I feel that you two are the most suspect. Zhang Yu is a straight-talking person who says whatever he has to say without any intention of hiding his thoughts. He pointed at Zheng Xiao and Sun Hao and said, You two have always been on the second floor. You have more opportunities to attack than the other four of us. And you also have a longer time to act alone. You can't doubt me based on this alone. Sun Hao suddenly became a little anxious. I also said that you climbed up the wall from the outside to the second floor while Ning Pinger was not around. And you did something to my wife. The more he talked, the more he felt that his analysis made sense. Isn't there a window over the living room that is big enough for people to climb out? Maybe that's where you walked. Zhang Yu defended himself truthfully. Even if I am good at climbing up from the first floor to the second floor without any auxiliary tools, it would be very time-consuming for me to climb up from the first floor to the second floor. Not to mention the risk of falling. That's not necessarily true. Zheng Xiao said, as if he suddenly remembered something. When I was looking at the decorative bricks on the terrace, I happened to look outside. I found a row of long nails on the wall outside. It is made in the shape of a ladder, allowing people to climb up from the first floor. Although it is a bit risky, as long as you are flexible and not fat, there is basically no problem in climbing up. That's right. Sun Hao immediately agreed. It's almost like taking the stairs. Maybe you can go upstairs in less than a minute. I told you I didn't go up. Zhang Yu said a little unhappy. And the time Ning Pinger went upstairs to separate from me was around 2 o'clock. And you also saw Helena and Sister Fong Fong at 3:30. How could I possibly do something to them both? Chapter 247 Under the Same Roof 18. Sun Hao immediately got stuck. Zheng Xiao also scratched his cheek with some embarrassment. I didn't think of this timeline for a while. I agree with Zhang Yu's statement. Ning Pinger stood on Zhang Yu's side. She looked at Zheng Xiao and Sun Hao and said, At the moment, you two are the most suspects. Although I am the subject of suspicion, I have to admit that based on the current situation, my suspicion is indeed relatively high. Zheng Xiao said frankly, but I still have to say that I am indeed not the murderer. Maybe the murderer concealed it at other times, so we can't guess it for a while. But I believe that as time goes by, we will always know. Ning Pinger nodded. Actually, what Brother Zheng said makes sense. We are just suspicious now. Don't worry, Brother Zheng. We will not just casually identify you as the murderer. After saying that, she glared at Sun Hao again. It's not like some people. They just have reasonable doubts. I don't know if they are guilty or not. Sun Hao's face darkened. Who are you talking about? You stinky girl? I don't like being wronged. So when you wronged me, I reacted violently. Is there any wonder? Ning Pinger snorted and said nothing. Xiaoxi took the initiative to smooth things over. Now I'm just sorting out the timeline. I can't immediately determine who is the murderer. So no matter who I suspect, I hope you don't mind too much. Then what should we do now? Zhang Yu looked at Xiaoxi. We can't confirm who is the murderer. Sister Fong Fong is unconscious again. We don't know when she will wake up. Are we just waiting? Of course not. Xiaoxi stood up from the edge of the bed. Let's finish the task of the blue and white porcelain vase first. At least we can get a clue about the murderer. Oh, yes. Zhang Yu patted his head. I compared the details of the two blue and white porcelain vases just now, and found that they were indeed somewhat different. But when I compared them with the sample pictures given by the system, I found that the details were the same. The pictures are also different. Both of them are different from the sample pictures? Ning Pinger's eyes widened with a surprised expression. Zhang Yu nodded. Both are different. What's going on? Ning Pinger frowned. Is it possible that we have been searching for so long and searched all over the place, but we still can't find the correct answer? It shouldn't be. Sun Hao also looked surprised. The entire apartment has been turned over. How could it be possible? It can't be buried under the yard. Right? Helena and Sister Fong haven't taken out the blue and white porcelain vase yet. Xiaoxi suddenly thought of this. She said as she bent down and touched Fong Fong's pocket. Maybe the correct answer is within the scope of what they are looking for. Fong Fong was wearing a loose cotton coat with large pockets. But after Xiaoxi reached in and touched it, she found nothing. After thinking about it, Xiaoxi unzipped Fong Fong's cotton coat again. And sure enough, she saw a hidden pocket on the inside. She put her hand in, but her expression did not change. What's wrong? Yi Kongqing, who had been paying attention to Xiaoxi, saw that something was wrong with Xiaoxi's expression and asked in a rare move. Xiaoxi's expression was complicated. She took out the contents of the bag and spread her hands to show everyone. It's broken. In her hand was a blue and white porcelain vase that was broken into pieces. Judging from the amount of fragments, the size of the porcelain bottle should be about the same as the others. But it is so broken that it may be difficult to put it back together. Chapter 248 Under the Same Roof 19. This must have been done by the murderer. Ning Pinger seemed to have a bad temper and was already irritable. The murderer must have broken the porcelain bottle when he attacked Sister Fong. Actually, I think it might be a coincidence. Zhan Yu expressed his opinion. Even if the murderer knew that Sister Fong Fong had a blue and white porcelain vase in her hand, he couldn't possibly know that that was the correct answer everyone needed. If a porcelain vase was destroyed randomly, it doesn't make any sense. I thought the same thing as Zhan Yu. Xiaoxi said while taking out the remaining fragments from Fong Fong's inner pocket. And the bottle was placed in the inner pocket. Maybe the murderer didn't know it at all. He just attacked Fong Fong from behind. Sister caused Sister Fong to fall to the ground in a prone position, thus crushing the bottle. No matter what the cause is. Zheng Xiao looked at the debris piled on the bed. A little anxious. What should we do in this situation? Yes. Can this thing still be submitted? Sun Hao was very hesitant. Not to mention that it is broken into pieces like this. It is inconvenient to compare the sample pictures. I don't know if it is the correct answer. Tomorrow, let's search the areas that Helena and Sister Fong are responsible for again to see if there is anything missing. Xiaoxi has already made a suggestion. If there is really nothing, let's try to put the pieces together again. Tomorrow? Ning Pinger looked impatient. Why wait until tomorrow? Let's look for it now. It's getting very late now, and it will take several hours to search all of this area. Xiaoxi yawned. I'm a little tired and want to take a rest for the night. Now is the time to rest. Ning Pinger looked disapproving. I think we should. You don't need to rest. Sister Fong needs to rest too. Xiaoxi interrupted Ning Pinger. Anyway, there are still 2 days, and it won't be too late to find the porcelain vase tomorrow. But Sister Fong's injury is serious, and she needs a good rest. It's not suitable to move her place anymore. Let her rest for 1 night. Ning Pinger was stunned for a moment, and then she thought of Sister Fong. She nodded. Okay, it's up to you. Seeing Xiaoxi and Ning Pinger saying this, the 4 men couldn't object and walked out one after another. Xiaoxi pulled Yi Kongqing's sleeve, then ran outside the door and called Sun Hao. Yi Kongqing glanced at Xiaoxi and walked to the terrace outside without saying a word. Sun Hao stopped. Her attitude towards Xiaoxi was quite gentle. Is something wrong? I would like to ask. After you entered this game, have you ever mentioned anything about Sister Fong to other players? Xiaoxi asked directly. Sun Hao looked at Xiaoxi suspiciously. Why do you ask this? Xiaoxi blinked. I'm just curious. Definitely not. Sun Hao shook his head. She insists on pretending that she doesn't know me. If I take the initiative to mention this to others, doesn't it mean that others know about her relationship with me? If she knows, we'll definitely be angry. After thinking about it, Xiaoxi asked again. Actually, what I'm asking is not whether you have told other players about the relationship between you and Sister Fong. What I want to ask is, have you ever mentioned Sister Fong during chatting? Sun Hao looked confused and said uncertainly. No. If this is brought up in casual chat, it must be about unimportant things. If you say it, you will forget it. Who will remember it? Chapter 249 Under the Same Roof 20. And even if it has been mentioned, it must have been mentioned during a routine analysis. Sun Hao added. I have also talked about you with others. After all, there is a murderer among the 8 people, so we don't need to talk more. More analysis can we determine who is more likely to be the murderer? That's true. Xiaoxi smiled and said to Sun Hao. Brother Sun, don't worry. Ning Pinger and I will take good care of Sister Fang tonight. I hope she can wake up as soon as possible. Well, thank you in advance, Sun Hao said, then turned and returned to the boys' dormitory. Xiaoxi stood there for a while, then walked to the terrace. Yi Kongqing was standing by the wall of the terrace, looking at the dark night in the distance. This is not a barren mountain, but an ordinary and everyday city. There are brightly lit residences in the distance, and bustling streets with busy traffic can also be seen. All this seems normal, as if the world is still prosperous and functioning normally. It seems that no one outside knows that there is such an apartment here, let alone that a game is being played in the apartment that endangers the lives of every player. This world is probably one of the 3,000 small worlds. I just don't know how long the peace in this world can last. Will one day the world like Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing fall apart and become what the system calls a game world? The emergence of this apartment game may be one of the sources that will cause the world to gradually lose its normal order. But these are just Xiaoxi's own guesses. Specific. Who knows? What are you thinking about? Yi Kongqing asked when he saw that Xiaoxi had been silent since her arrival. Xiaoxi came back to her senses and shook her head. It's nothing. Then she said to Yi Kongqing, based on the current situation, I still think the murderer is between Zheng Xiao and Sun Hao. What do you say? Yi Kongqing asked. In terms of time, it is true that the two of them have more opportunities to commit crimes than Ning Pinger and Zhang Yu, Xiaoxi analyzed. But more importantly, Sister Fang was knocked unconscious from behind, and Sister Fang saw there was no sign of struggle when he got up, which means that the opponent hit Sister Fang with one strike when she wasn't paying attention. Yi Kongqing nodded and motioned for Xiaoxi to continue, without knowing whether the opponent has defensive items. Do you think you would choose to hit the opponent with some kind of blunt instrument? Xiaoxi asked. Yi Kongqing understood what Xiaoxi meant. So, the murderer knew early on that Fang had no defensive tools. So he would use this method to deal with Fang? I think this can explain the murderer's behavior more reasonably. Xiaoxi nodded. If you think about it from this point of view, the only one who knows that Sister Fang has no defense tools is Sun Hao. So Sun Hao is highly suspicious. Xiaoxi added. But Zheng Zhao's timeline is consistent with Sun Hao's, and it is very possible that he accidentally learned that Sister Fang did not have defensive items while chatting with Sun Hao. So he is also very suspicious. Yi Kongqing said, to express his agreement with Xiaoxi's statement. And I guess that the reason why the murderer chose to attack Helena first and just knock Sister Fang unconscious may not be simply because Sister Fang discovered him. Xiaoxi held her chin with one hand and thought seriously. There are two people in a group. As long as there is no chance for the other person to act alone, the murderer who wants to attack one person will be easily discovered by the other person. But if the murderer's target is Sister Fang, he will be at a disadvantage if Helena discovers it. Situation. Chapter 250 Under the Same Roof 21. Xiaoxi looked at Yi Kongqing. When she analyzed the problem, her eyes were bright and particularly dazzling, because the murderer doesn't know whether Helena has any defensive items. If she kills Sister Fang first, once Helena finds out, we can't silence Helena by knocking her unconscious. So the murderer must either use the system-specified method to kill Helena, or wait for Helena to tell everyone the identity of the murderer. The first result will cause the murderer to violate the rules of the game, and the second result will cause the game to end directly. Both situations are very unfavorable to the murderer. So the murderer will give priority to solving Helena first, and kill Helena, who has been determined to have no defense items. Sister Fang was knocked unconscious. Yi Kongqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, this speculation is very reasonable. Zheng Xiao and Sun Hao are also the most suspect. But then, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to find the real murderer between the two of them. Xiaoxi said thoughtfully. If the murderer is really between the two of them, they will live the longest. Yi Kongqing understood what Xiaoxi meant, because if one of them dies, the suspicion of the other will rise sharply. So the murderer will definitely keep the other person and kill him in the end. That's right. Xiaoxi smiled at Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing, you are quite smart. Yi Kongqing automatically ignored Xiaoxi's words and asked instead, what were you talking about with Sun Hao just now? Test him. Xiaoxi replied, I want to see if he will reveal any flaws. What about the result of the temptation? There is no flaw. Xiaoxi shrugged. His behavior is normal, and his expression and reaction are very natural. Either he is indeed not the murderer, or he is very good at disguise. By the way, Xiaoxi suddenly thought of something and asked Yi Qingqing. When you and Zheng Xiao went to find Helena, did you find anything unnatural? Unnatural place? Yi Qingqing frowned slightly. What are you referring to? For example, is there something unnatural about Zheng Xiao's performance? Or is there anything in the room that looks unnatural? Xiaoxi reminded. Zheng Xiao behaves very naturally, and is very active in finding people. There are no flaws. Yi Qingqing replied. There is nothing unnatural in the room. That's it. Xiaoxi showed a regretful expression. It seems that it will take some time to find the murderer. Why do you want to ask if the room is unnatural? Yi Qingqing was a little confused. We don't know exactly what method the system designated for the murderer to deal with the players. Xiaoxi explained. If something unnatural appears in the room, it may help to guess what the designated method is. In order for Yi Qingqing to understand better, Xiaoxi gave a simple example. For example, if a water gun is used, there will be water stains in our room, and you may see hidden water stains in your room. Water gun. She had been observing the situation in the girls' dormitory while everyone was quarreling. But I didn't see anything unnatural, which meant that when the murderer attacked Helena, he wouldn't leave any traces. If there are no traces or unnatural things in the boys' dormitory, then this method of designation may not require the use of external tools. After Xiaoxi told Yi Qingqing her guess, she added, if this is the case, it may be more difficult to guard against the other party. Chapter 251 Under the Same Roof 22. If she needed to use external tools, Xiaoxi would be more vigilant when the other party might make some move or come up with something extra in his hand. But without the help of external tools, she would have no way of knowing when the other party would take action or how. It's harder to defend against. Don't worry. Yi Qingqing suddenly reached out and rubbed Xiaoxi's head. I will protect you. Xiaoxi smoothed her hair that was messed up by Yi Qingqing, raised her chin slightly, and said like a queen, of course, you are my bodyguard. Yi Qingqing said nothing, but rubbed Xiaoxi's head again, making her hair even more messy. Asterisk. When Xiaoxi and Yi Qingqing returned to the room after chatting, Ning Pinger was looking nervously at the door. What's wrong? Xiaoxi looked confused. You're finally back. Ning Pinger breathed a sigh of relief. I'm here alone, and I'm worried that the murderer will attack me. Xiaoxi showed a funny expression. It's not past 12 o'clock yet, so the murderer can't attack you. Ning Pinger hugged her arms tightly. I'm just worried that if you stay out until after 12 o'clock and come back, won't the murderer have a chance to strike? Then now that I'm back, are you relieved? Xiaoxi blinked. Yeah. Ning Pinger nodded. I feel more relieved. Xiaoxi smiled and turned to the bathroom to wash up. She hadn't had a proper bath for a long time. Fortunately, it was winter and she could still resist it. If anyone could bear it in summer, she would have stunk by now. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she washed herself fragrantly and lay down comfortably on the soft bed. She hasn't slept in a bed for a long time. And it's such a soft and big bed. So happy. Xiaoxi, I think Sister Fang's situation is not very good. Ning Pinger looked at Fang Fang, who was lying on the bed next to her with some worry. Xiaoxi reluctantly got up from the bed and walked over to take a look at Fang Fang's condition. Fang Fang's face was flushed unnaturally. Her body would twist unconsciously, and occasionally she would show a slight expression of pain. Xiaoxi reached out and touched Fang Fang's forehead, which felt slightly hot. It looks like she has a low fever, she said as she took out antibiotics and antipyretics from her storage compartment. Ning Pinger, help me lift Sister Fang up. Ning Pinger walked over obediently and carefully helped Fang Fang up. She glanced at the medicine in Xiaoxi's hand and was a little surprised. You still have these medicines with you? Just in case of emergencies, Xiaoxi said concisely. She opened Fang Fang's mouth, stuffed the antipyretic medicine into Fang Fang's throat, forced some water into Fang Fang, and then slowly stroked Fang Fang's throat. After a while, Fang Fang subconsciously made a swallowing movement and swallowed the pills. Ning Pinger's eyes widened. Is this okay? I thought it was going to be mouth-to-mouth feeding. Xiaoxi chuckled lightly. Have you watched too many TV series? Even if we have to feed him mouth-to-mouth, it's not our turn. We should ask Sun how to come over. They are husband and wife. That's right. Ning Pinger smiled sheepishly. Then, Xiaoxi fed Fang Fang the antibiotics in the same way. She put Fang Fang back down and covered Fang Fang with a quilt. She stared at Fang Fang for a while without leaving. What's wrong? Ning Pinger had already returned to her bed. Seeing that Xiaoxi hadn't left yet, she couldn't help but ask. Is there anything else wrong with her? Chapter 252 Under the Same Roof 23. No. Xiaoxi shook her head. I was just wondering when she would wake up. She didn't have much medicine, and she gave it to Fong Fong because Fong Fong could identify the murderer after she woke up. I hope her medicine won't be wasted. She should wake up soon. Ning Pinger comforted Xiaoxi. You have given her the medicine. She will be fine. I hope so, Xiaoxi said, returning to her bed. Asterisk. The next day. Early morning. After Xiaoxi got up, she immediately glanced at Fong Fong. The flushing on Fong Fong's face has receded a lot, and her expression looks very calm. It seems that her fever has subsided. Although he is not awake now, since the fever can be reduced, he should be able to wake up soon. Xiaoxi washed up and ate something silently. After Ning Pinger got up, she asked Ning Pinger to help lift Fong Fong up and gave Fong Fong an antibiotic. Ning Pinger yawned. Xiaoxi, why did you wake up so early? I'm used to it, Xiaoxi replied with a smile. My biological clock is very on time. Don't leave yet. Let's go out together after I wash up. Ning Pinger was afraid of being alone, so she begged Xiaoxi. I'm a little scared to be alone. There's no rush to go out. Xiaoxi did a few stretches and said to Ning Pinger, let's search everywhere in the room first to see if there are any missing porcelain bottles. Ning Pinger hurriedly washed up and looked for things in the room with Xiaoxi. After a while, there was a knock on the bedroom door. I am John Yu. John Yu's voice came from outside. Today we are going to re-examine the areas that Helena and Fong Fong are responsible for. Xiaoxi walked over and opened the door. Besides John Yu, there were 3 other men outside the door. Good morning, Xiaoxi greeted. We are just about to start looking for something. If you come and help, we can complete the search faster. 4 men walked in, and the 2 of them rummaged in the house together according to the area divided by Xiaoxi. Sun Hao, Zheng Xiao, Helena, and Fong Fong searched for it together under the bed. At that time, the 4 of them were sure that there was no porcelain bottle, so there was no need to look through it again. And Fong Fong is lying on the bed now, so it's best not to move around at will. So everyone just looked elsewhere. The final result made everyone's expressions not good looking. They did not find another porcelain bottle. In this case, isn't that broken porcelain bottle the answer we need? Ning Pinger showed an irritated expression. What should we do? It's all broken like that. It's hard to put it back together. Are you in the system? Xiaoxi raised her head and asked. Are the broken correct answers still valid? Although they were a little surprised that Xiaoxi dared to ask the system questions directly, others still held on to a glimmer of hope that they could get an answer from the system. So no one said anything for fear of missing the system's voice. After waiting quietly for a few seconds, the electronic sound never came out. Xiaoxi snorted and muttered. I knew the dog system wouldn't answer this question so easily. It must be waiting to see how anxious we get. Ning Pinger. Dot. John Yu. Dot. Sun Hao. Dot. Zheng Xiao. Dot. Although they thought so in their hearts, it was a bit inappropriate to say it directly, and he directly scolded the system. Xiaoxi is not afraid of being punished either. Chapter 253 Under the Same Roof 24. Why don't you try gluing it up? John Yu suggested. I have glass glue, and I'll treat the dead horse as a living horse doctor. That's all we can do now. Ning Pinger urged John Yu. Hurry up and try. John Yu pocketed all the fragments with a handkerchief, and then carefully observed the larger fragments while comparing them with the patterns on the sample drawing, preparing to piece together the large pieces first. Seeing John Yu squatting beside Fong Fong's bed, Ning Pinger went to bring a cardboard box to John Yu. You sit down. John Yu politely thanked him, and after sitting down, he started gluing the porcelain bottle more attentively. Then what are we doing now? Zheng Xiao murmured to himself. Standing here can't help John Yu, but we have searched everywhere else we can, and there really is nothing else we can look for. That's right. Sun Hao couldn't help but nod when he heard Zheng Xiao's words. Just standing here like this feels quite redundant. You can do whatever you want, Xiaoxi said with a smile. Anyway, there are no restrictions in the game. You can't sleep in, cook, or exercise during this period. If you don't want to stay here, don't force it. After a pause, she added, but I suggest that you don't act alone. At least 2 people together. Sun Hao and Zheng Xiao looked at each other, but neither one left first. Although they mentioned this matter, they still had some concerns if they really wanted to leave. However, Xiaoxi walked up to Yi Kongqing and said coquettishly, Brother, I want to have a big meal today. Can you cook me a sumptuous lunch? Yi Kongqing looked at Xia in silence for a few seconds before speaking. It's okay if you complete the training plan according to my requirements. Xia. Dot. He never expected that Yi Kongqing would actually negotiate terms. Forget it. Seeing as this was for her own good, she didn't care. Okay. Xia nodded in agreement and added. But in the last game, I experienced several life and death battles. I was very tired. My brother's training plan this time cannot be too intense. This time Yi Kongqing readily agreed. Okay. Then, Xia and Yi Kongqing left the room under the watchful eyes of the other 4 players. After a while, Zheng Xiao coughed dryly and said, Well, I actually didn't sleep well last night. And now I really want to catch up on some sleep. Me too. Sun Hao also expressed his opinion. He even raised his hand and hit his waist. I haven't done anything for a long time. Yesterday, I suddenly moved so many mattresses. I still have back pain. Then you two go and have a rest. Ning Pinger waved her hand without any intention of staying. I'll just stay here with Zhan Yu. She originally suspected that the murderer was between Zheng Xiao and Sun Hao. But now she felt psychological pressure when seeing these 2 people. She felt more comfortable when they weren't here. By the way, how is Xiufang? Before leaving, Sun Hao suddenly asked with concern. I just remembered to ask now. But I can't tell how much I care about my wife. Ning Pinger couldn't help but muttered in a low voice. And then she said to Sun Hao. Sister Fang suddenly had a fever before going to bed last night. But Xia gave her antipyretics and anti-inflammatory drugs. And the fever subsided this morning. And I feel like she should wake up soon. That's great. Zheng Xiao looked happy and looked at Sun Hao. As long as Fang can wake up and identify the murderer, you and I will be cleared of suspicion. Chapter 254 Under the Same Roof 25. Sun Hao nodded. Yes. It would be great if Xiufang could wake up as soon as possible. Then he walked out and said to Zheng Xiao. I keep saying that I am not the murderer. But they don't believe it. When Xiufang wakes up and proves that I am not the murderer, I want them to apologize to me. After hearing this, Ning Pinger couldn't help but complain in a low voice. It looks pretty good. But who knows if it's just acting? Zhan Yu raised his head and glanced at Sun Hao and Zheng Xiao, who had already walked out of the room. And then he whispered to Ning Pinger. Even if you have doubts about them, don't say it in front of them. If the murderer hears it, maybe the next target is you. Ning Pinger quickly covered her mouth with fear on her face. I didn't expect this. After thinking about it, she squatted next to Zhan Yu and asked in a low voice. Zhan Yu, can you always team up with me these days? Don't separate from me. Zhan Yu showed a helpless expression. As long as you don't run around, I won't intentionally leave you alone. Ning Pinger felt relieved now. She took the initiative to help Zhan Yu sort out the broken pieces of the porcelain bottle and handed him things. She was very busy. Downstairs, under Yi Kongqing's command, Xia had finished her warm-up exercises in the yard and was starting to do basic fighting moves. Yi Kongqing corrected Xia's actions and asked, If everyone is separated from each other, it will be easier for the murderer to strike. Xia adjusted her posture and punched. Of course. If not, how could the murderer expose himself? She couldn't place all her hopes on Fang. If Fang didn't wake up, there would have to be another way to find the murderer. Yi Kongqing understood what Xia meant. You did it on purpose. Of course. Xia winked at Yi Kongqing. If the protection is airtight, the murderer won't have a chance to strike. So how can he be exposed? The mission of this game is to successfully identify the murderer. In other words, keeping yourself safe and sound within 10 days does not mean you can clear the game. Even if all the remaining players on the 10th day are still alive, the game will still be judged as failed. But in that case, the murderer and other players may both be losers. There is no point in getting everyone together. It is better to act separately. Although there are risks, there may also be gains. When punching, you should also exert force on your shoulders and waist, so as to maximize the power of your attack. Yi Kongqing reminded. As he spoke, he gave a demonstration himself and accurately described the specific direction of force and the muscles that needed to be used. Xia is very smart. She understood it after reading it once. After trying it twice, she completely mastered the key points and her movements were already in shape. But after punching 10 times, she began to cry tired. My arms are sore. She put down her arms and refused to move. I want to rest. Don't think it's just a fist pump. It's really tiring to mobilize many muscles and achieve standard movements. In terms of physical fitness, she was really weak. After performing 10 standard movements, she really felt sore. Okay, Yi Kongqing did not object, but said, "Punch with the other arm." Xiaoxi. Dot. That's not what she meant by rest. Seeing Xiaoxi's nonchalant look, Yi Kongqing was not angry, and just said, "You can punch 50 times on each side now, and you still have time to make a sumptuous lunch." Xiaoxi. Dot. Good guy. Her bodyguard actually learned how to seduce with delicious food. Chapter 255 Under the Same Roof 26. But 50 strokes is really a lot. Xiaoxi tried to bargain. How about 25 strokes on each side? Then let's have a simple meal. Yi Kongqing said concisely. Xiaoxi stared. Yi Kongqing, you are a bad person, and you actually threaten me. Yi Kongqing's face didn't change. This is what we agreed before. You complete it as I ask, and I will cook a feast for you. Xiaoxi curled her lips and honestly began to punch. Of course she knew that Yi Kongqing was so responsible for her own good, so she was not angry with Yi Kongqing in her heart. But that didn't stop her from trying to bargain. What if it succeeds? Wouldn't she be able to punch less? If you can't succeed, just give it up and just do as asked. Asterisk. At noon, Xiaoxi looked at the steamed sea base, braised chicken wings and winter melon pork rib soup on the table, her eyes sparkling. Yi Kongqing, you are really good at cooking, she praised without hesitation. You are very appetizing just looking at it. Although these are home-cooked dishes, for her now, these are luxuries. Being able to eat them once is absolutely rare and can be regarded as a feast. Well, she felt more and more that the bodyguard she hired was worth it. Yi Kongqing put the last dish of stir-fried vegetables on the table and sat opposite Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi waited for Yi Kongqing to sit down before using her chopsticks. Although her arm was so sore that it was a bit difficult to lift her arm, it did not hinder her good mood for eating at all. Every time she ate something, she gave Yi Kongqing a word of praise to express her love for these dishes. The tips of Yi Kongqing's ears were slightly red, but his face was still expressionless as usual. But his emerald green eyes were less fierce and more warm. Xiaoxi had a comfortable meal, and she and Yi Kongqing ate all the dishes without wasting a drop of the soup. As she put away the dishes, she said to herself, "It seems that if there is a chance in the future, I should collect some fresh vegetables and meat. In this way, when it is convenient, Yi Kongqing can cook for her." Although Xiaoxi hadn't finished her words, Yi Kongqing already understood what Xiaoxi meant. He didn't object aloud, and even his eyes showed no disgust. He even walked over and took away the dishes from Xiaoxi's hand and put them in the sink to wash. Xiaoxi froze on the spot and glanced at her empty hands. "You have cooked the food. I should wash the dishes." Although she doesn't like washing dishes, she also knows that she shouldn't do nothing. Since you can't cook, you should wash the dishes. You can practice a few more moves to offset the dishwashing, Yi Kongqing said without raising his head. His fingers were long and slender, with clear joints. They were stained with a little foam from the dishwashing liquid, and they seemed to have an indescribable sex appeal as they roamed over the porcelain white dishes. Xiaoxi swallowed subconsciously, and then she hurried out of the restaurant and did a few sets of stretching exercises in the yard to wake herself up. She felt that Yi Kongqing was becoming more and more attractive to her. Not only is she good-looking, but her hands are also pretty. She can cook delicious food, and she is willing to wash dishes. No. Now is not the time to think about this. She has to find the murderer first. Games are more important. Xiaoxi recited it silently in her mind several times, and finally eliminated the distracting thoughts. Chapter 256 Under the Same Roof 27. That afternoon, except for Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing who were active on the first floor, the other 4 players had never gone downstairs. They didn't come to the restaurant for lunch, so they probably just ate something casually. After Zheng Xiao and Sun Hao went back to sleep, they went to the terrace, saying that they wanted to look at each of the hollow bricks again, just in case they missed anything last time. Zhang Yu spent an afternoon piecing together the small porcelain vase, with Ning Pinger helping. When it got dark at night, Xiaoxi finished her day's training and went upstairs with Yi Kongqing to see Zhang Yu's progress. It happened that Zheng Xiao and Sun Hao had also found all the hollow bricks and entered the girls' dormitory. Zhang Yu drooped his shoulders in frustration. "I tried my best, but this thing is really broken. There are some tiny pieces. I don't know where they are. It's hard to put them right." Ning Pinger comforted her. "You have tried your best." Xiaoxi glanced at the repaired porcelain bottle. Indeed, Zhang Yu had tried his best. All the matching fragments were basically put together, and the shape of the small porcelain bottle was also revealed. But there was a small pile of debris-like things next to it. all of which had fallen from the small porcelain bottle. But they were completely out of reach at the moment. It seems that it can only go as far as this. Xiaoxi was not disappointed. If it doesn't work, try this. What if the submission fails? Ning Pinger looked a little worried. Then it's a failure. Xiaoxi shrugged. The current situation is that if we don't submit it before midnight tomorrow, we will still lose the first clue. If we submit it, there is at least some possibility of getting a clue. But this porcelain vase has not been put together properly. I feel that the probability of submitting it successfully is not high. Sun Hao expressed his opinion. This is the worst outcome anyway. What else can't be accepted? Xiaoxi asked. No matter whether this attempt is useful or not, you have to try it. It's better than nothing. I agree with what Xiaoxi said. Zheng Xiao nodded. We have not found other blue and white porcelain vases. This is probably the correct answer. Regardless of whether submitting it in this sticky way is useful, trying it is better than doing nothing. Too much. I agree too. Zhan Yu also expressed his position. Okay. I think what you said makes sense. Ning Pinger looked at the small porcelain bottle on the bed and hesitated. Then shall we submit it now? If you still have hope, you can wait until tomorrow night to submit it, Xiaoxi suggested. On the one hand, look for the places that may have been missed. And on the other hand, try to put the pieces together to be more complete. Then let's submit it tomorrow night, Ning Pinger said quickly. There is still time anyway. Let's not give up easily. There was no objection from the other players. So Zhan Yu carefully moved the small porcelain bottle and its fragments to the bedside table to prevent them from being knocked off and broken again. How is Sister Fang's condition? Xiaoxi glanced at Fang Fang, then leaned over and touched her forehead. The fever has indeed subsided. But why haven't you woke up? I don't know about that. Ning Pinger shook her head. Sister Fang hasn't made any movement all afternoon. She neither made a sound nor turned over. I also tried to call her, but she didn't seem to have any response. Chapter 257 Under the Same Roof 28. Maybe she needs to be recuperated. Xiaoxi thought for a while and said. She hasn't eaten much all day. Her nutrition can't keep up. And her body has just broken down from the fever and is weak. She may wake up more slowly. It makes sense. Ning Pinger nodded and asked. What should we do? Should we feed her something to eat? She can't eat like this. That way of feeding medicine may not be possible with feeding. Then let's get an injection. Xiaoxi took out a small bottle of glucose injection and a small syringe from the storage compartment. Since she collected these medicines, she has never put them to use until now. Unexpectedly, she used several medicines on others this time. But I don't know how to use it. Can any of you know how to inject? Xiaoxi took the thing in her hand and looked at the other players. Everyone shook their heads. I'll do it. Yi Kongqing reached out and took away the injection and syringe in Xiaoxi's hand. Then, he skillfully opened the ampoule, skillfully sucked out the glucose with the syringe, and skillfully discharged the air from the syringe. Finally, he skillfully found the right position and quickly injected Fang Fang. Ning Pinger was dumbfounded. Okay, it's amazing. Then she leaned over and asked Xiaoxi in a low voice. Is your brother a doctor? Xiaoxi winked at Ning Pinger and smiled playfully. Yes. She actually didn't know what Yi Kongqing did before, but she was definitely not a doctor. However, she would not take the initiative to ask about Yi Kongqing's past. Anyway, it's all in the past. If Yi Kongqing doesn't want to talk about it, it would be inappropriate for her to ask. I think he must be a doctor. Ning Pinger nodded with self-assurance. Otherwise, how could he be so skillful in his movements? Xiaoxi smiled, said nothing, and just fooled Ning Pinger. Can Xiaofang wake up soon? Sun Hao asked expectantly. It can't be so fast. Xiaoxi spread her hands. This is not a panacea. It will still take some time. I don't know how long it will take. If you still don't wake up tomorrow morning, I'll give you another injection. Okay, Sun Hao said with a disappointed expression. Xiaofang really suffered a lot, and she still can't wake up. Don't worry. Zheng Xiao patted Sun Hao's shoulder. Xiaoxi has taken such good care of her. Xiaofang will definitely wake up soon. It's getting late. You guys should go back and rest. Xiaoxi directly issued an eviction order. She was so exhausted after training today that she wished she could just lie down on the bed and fall asleep immediately. She was not interested in Sun Hao and Zheng Zhao's true or false performances at this time and just wanted to sleep. The four men didn't want to linger, so they all left obediently. Xiaoxi took a hot bath and felt her whole body relaxed, and her sleepiness became more intense. She fell asleep when she touched the pillow. Asterisk. At midnight, Ning Pinger, who was lying on the bed next to Fong Fong, always felt a little cold, as if there was a draft somewhere, and a slight cold air always blew on her head, making her feel chilly. She fell into a dazed sleep, barely covering her head with a quilt, and then she felt at ease. Suddenly, there seemed to be a slight sound in her ears, which made her wake up slightly from her deep sleep. The voice was somewhat familiar, as if I had heard it somewhere. Ning Pinger wanted to think about it, but her sleepiness made it difficult for her to concentrate. Half asleep and half awake, she suddenly came to her senses like an epiphany. That was a shot with a silencer. Chapter 258 Under the Same Roof 29. Ning Pinger suddenly opened her eyes. At the same time, a slight sound came from my ears again. The small lamp beside Xiaoxi's bed was always turned on, so that the room would not be so dark, and these bright lights allowed her to clearly see the slightly raised curtains and the muzzle of the gun that had just been retracted from behind the curtains. Xiaoxi! She suddenly sat up from the bed and shouted loudly. Someone shot! Xiaoxi was sleeping deeply when she suddenly heard Ning Pinger's cry and woke up immediately. Although her mind was not yet fully awake, she had already gotten out of bed and ran to Fong Fong's bedside immediately. At the same time, Ning Pinger also turned on the bedside lamp. There were 2 obvious holes punched by bullets on the quilt covering Fong Fong. Xiaoxi looked up at the window beside the bed and strode over to open the curtains. The window was not completely closed. There was a gap exposed. She opened the window and looked outside. This was the direction of the terrace. Through the hazy moonlight, she could barely make out the blurry frame, but no walking objects could be seen. Ning Pinger, check to see if Sister Fong is still angry. Xiaoxi left these words before climbing through the window and jumping onto the terrace. The moment she entered the terrace, she looked at all the locations. It is very wide here, and there are no blind spots. No matter where you hide, you will be seen at a glance, just in case there was someone hiding in the dark. Xiaoxi looked at every corner of the terrace where no light shone. After making sure there was no one, she climbed back through the window. Ning Pinger was already crying. When she saw Xiaoxi coming back, she hurriedly said, Sister Fong is dead. Sister Fong, go and call them up first, and then tell us the specific situation. Xiaoxi interrupted Ning Ping. At this time is the most important thing. One more second wasted will give the murderer more opportunities to hide himself. Ning Pinger was a little confused. After hearing Xiaoxi's words, she did not refute and followed Xiaoxi to the boys' dormitory. As soon as I walked out, I heard slight footsteps on the stairs. Xiaoxi turned on the corridor light and saw Sun Hao coming up from downstairs. Seeing Xiaoxi and Ning Pinger coming out of the room, Sun Hao was stunned. What's wrong? What are you doing in the middle of the night? Ning Pinger hid behind Xiaoxi, looking defensive. Why aren't you in the room so late? I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk in the courtyard on the first floor. Sun Hao explained, and finally asked unhappily, Don't I even have the freedom to take a walk? His voice was slightly high-pitched, with a hint of annoyance. We didn't say we wouldn't let you take a walk, but it's too weird for you to take a walk in the middle of the night. Ning Pinger was also a little annoyed and retorted, Sister Fong was killed just now, and I think it was you who did it. What did you say? Sun Hao ran up to the second floor and tried to rush into the girls' dormitory. Who killed Xiao Fang? Why was she killed when she was fine? Can't you two protect her? Xiaoxi stepped forward and stopped Sun Hao. You can't enter now. We have to protect the scene. This is the first time so far that the murderer has left a crime scene, and there may be clues. Moreover, Sun Hao is one of the main suspects, so he cannot be allowed to go in casually. What are you talking about? Sun Hao looked like he couldn't listen at all. He raised his hand to push Xiaoxi away. Xiaoxi took out a pistol and pointed it at Sun Hao's head. Sun Hao was startled, stopped his movements quickly, and took several steps back. Chapter 259 Under the Same Roof 30. The door of the boys' dormitory was suddenly opened. Zheng Xiao poked his head and looked out. What's wrong? It's so noisy at night. As he spoke, he yawned. When he saw Xiaoxi pointing a gun at Sun Hao, Zheng Xiao was surprised. Xiaoxi, what are you doing? Probably because there was too much noise. Zhan Yu and Yi Kongqing also walked out. Sister Fong is dead, Xiaoxi said concisely. What? Zhan Yu looked surprised. Sister Fong is dead? What happened? Although Yi Kongqing didn't speak, he immediately looked at Xiaoxi. After confirming that Xiaoxi was intact, he lowered his eyes again, as if he didn't care about anything. I was sleeping when I suddenly heard a strange noise. Ning Pinger said what she had been holding back for a long time. I was so confused at first that I didn't realize it. But then, I remembered that it wasn't a silencer. The sound of gunfire? I quickly opened my eyes to look, and the second gunshot rang out, she said while gesturing with her hand. The gun came in from the window, and I saw the muzzle of the gun retracted. I was shocked and quickly woke up Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi nodded. After I was woken up by Ningping, my first reaction was that something might have happened to Sister Fang. So I went over to check the situation. I saw 2 bullet holes in Sister Fang's quilt. And then I checked again. Checked the window. Why don't you check if Xiaofang is still alive first? Sun Hao suddenly asked Xiaoxi. If you check immediately, maybe Xiaofang can be saved. If she was still angry, I couldn't save her with my ability. Xiaoxi played with the pistol in her hand innocently. So I think that at least we shouldn't waste time and give the murderer a chance to disguise himself. Although she has some medicine, she does not have any medical equipment, and she has no medical ability herself. She could give Fang medicine for injuries caused by previous blows, but there was nothing she could do for this gunshot wound. What's more, the murderer must have been aiming to kill Fang. No matter how inaccurate his marksmanship was, it would be difficult to make a mistake at such a close distance. Fang would basically not survive. So her first decision at that time was to catch the murderer. She doesn't think she's at fault. I think you just don't care about Xiaofang, Sun Hao said reluctantly. If Xiaofang were your relative, would you still say that? You're right. Xiaoxi tilted her head and laughed. As her husband, you don't care much about her. So why should I care so much about her life and death? Who told you that I don't care about Xiaofang anymore? Sun Hao retorted loudly. I have always cared about her. There is indeed concern in words, but I don't see much concern in actions. Xiaoxi said slowly. You neither found a way to wake her up as soon as possible, nor stayed with her to take care of her during the day, or even occasionally. When you care about Sister Fang, you are not very timely. You don't think everyone is a fool. Can't you tell? Being exposed in public. Sun Hao suddenly panicked. But then he asked Xiaoxi angrily. Just because I don't care about my wife, do you suspect that I am the murderer? It is normal for husband and wife to have discord. This is how husband and wife live their lives. So you can't insist on saying that I'm the murderer just because of this. Chapter 260 Under the Same Roof 31. Then tell me, why were you on the stairs just now? Ningpinger asked Sun Hao. Everyone is resting in the room, and you are the only one outside. Aren't you the biggest suspect? Sun Hao was about to refute when he was interrupted by Xiaoxi. Wait until I finish speaking. Xiaoxi raised her hand to signal Sun Hao to shut up. I saw that the window beside Sister Fang's bed was not locked, and there was a crack. The murderer should have shot Sister Fang from there. Then I jumped out of the window, which happened to be the big terrace outside. She continued. I checked all over the big terrace and didn't see anyone. The door connecting the terrace to the corridor was also closed. The state, not only that, is locked. When Ningpinger called me, she just saw the murderer's gun leaving the window. Xiaoxi began to analyze. After I was woken up, I quickly went to the terrace to check the situation. The time interval was very short. The murderer, he couldn't run very far. If the murderer had closed and locked the glass door before running away, the distance he could run out would have been even shorter. Having said this, she looked at Sun Hao. And you are the closest to us, so you are the most suspicious. Sun Hao was in the middle of the stairs at that time, stepping up 2 or 3 steps at a time, and he could come up in just a few steps. Although he was walking upstairs and looked like he had just come up from downstairs, it cannot be ruled out that he deliberately disguised himself. Maybe he was actually running downstairs in a hurry and found that he had no time to escape. So he simply turned around and pretended to go upstairs. You have been doubting me for a long time. Sun Hao's face was full of irritation and anger. I told you that I just went downstairs for a walk. I have no idea what happened upstairs. Even if you knew it, you wouldn't admit it now. Ningpinger couldn't help but muttered. You little girl. Why are you always against me? How have I offended you? Sun Hao stared at Ningpinger. I thought you were the murderer. You deliberately focused on me. It just so happened that you could hiding in the dark and committing crimes. She can't be the murderer, Xiaoxi said firmly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have woken me up tonight. Instead, she would have waited until the next morning, after I got up first and found Sister Fang dead. And then she would have pretended not to know. I woke up like this. That's right. Ningpinger nodded repeatedly. Besides, when Helena disappeared, I didn't have time to commit the crime. Sun Hao was speechless immediately. After a while, he tugged at his hair anxiously. I'm really not the murderer. If you identify me, This game will be lost. I didn't say I had to identify you now. Xiaoxi shrugged. You can't ask other people about their situation. Let's make a comprehensive judgment. Then, before Sun Hao could speak again, Xiaoxi raised her head and looked at Yi Kongqing. Brother, do you know the activity time of your roommates? Yi Kongqing said, I don't know the specific time, but I know the order. Sleeping in a room with so many strangers, especially if there is a murderer among them, he will habitually stay alert. So he will wake up if there is even the slightest movement in the room. Without waiting for Xiaoxi to ask, he took the initiative and said, Sun Hao went out first. About a quarter of an hour later, Zheng Xiao got out of bed and went to the bathroom. After about 10 minutes, he heard a noise outside. Zheng Xiao when I came out of the bathroom and opened the door. Zhang Yu and I followed. Chapter 261 Under the Same Roof 32. After listening to Yi Kongqing's words, Xiaoxi looked at Zheng Xiao. Brother Zheng, what were you doing in the bathroom for so long? Take a shower. Zheng Xiao said calmly without any panic. I had a nightmare. When I woke up, I was covered in sweat. I felt really uncomfortable, so I just took a shower. Xiaoxi glanced at Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing understood and nodded. I did hear the sound of water. Did the sound of water last until we quarreled? Xiaoxi asked Yi Kongqing again. No. The sound of water stopped about 2 minutes before you guys started arguing. Yi Kongqing replied. Xiaoxi lowered her head and thought for a moment. Zheng Xiao's timeline is quite complete and reasonable. Men take showers very quickly, and 10 minutes is quite a long time. Some men may finish washing in 5 minutes. Moreover, Zheng Xiao was fully dressed when he opened the door and came out, which was indeed in line with the situation of turning off the water for 2 minutes before getting dressed before coming out. In this way, Sun Hao is still the biggest suspect. But there was one thing she didn't figure out. Why did Sun Hao close the glass door? To take a step back? Even if he closes the glass door and leaves, there is no need to lock it specially. Everyone knows that the murderer is among the players, and there is no possibility of a murderer from outside. Locking the door will not only fail to make people think that the murderer is coming from outside, but will also waste the time of running away and pretending. If you don't close the door or lock it, you might have a chance to hide from everyone's sight and pretend to be in the yard early. Even if it will be suspected, at least it will not be as pointed as it is now. Another thing is that Zheng Xiao takes a long time to take a shower. Although 10 minutes may be quite short for a woman, for a man who just wants to wash away his sweat, it is a long time. Moreover, she remembered that the window of the bathroom in the boys' dormitory was very close to the terrace. If she climbed out of the window, she could easily jump to the terrace, and then go through the window gap at the head of Sister Fang's bed, making it easy to attack. In terms of time, 10 minutes is enough. After all, the suspects of Zheng Xiao and Sun Hao are still similar. The key is that there is currently no evidence to prove which of them is the murderer. She had neither tools to detect smoke reactions nor a polygraph. After everything happened today, it turned out that there was still no way to figure out who the real murderer was. Xiaoxi felt a little unhappy. She had given Fang Fan a lot of medicine. Even if she didn't wake up, she hadn't been able to take advantage of this opportunity to catch the murderer. Unhappy. Zheng Xiao kept paying attention to the changes in Xiaoxi's expression. Seeing that Xiaoxi remained silent and didn't know what she was thinking, he couldn't help but said, Xiaoxi, you don't doubt me, do you? I've been in the bathroom without saying anything. I went out. It wasn't until I heard the sound of you arguing that I couldn't help but come out and take a look. Xiaoxi came back to her senses. She smiled at Zheng Xiao with an innocent expression. Brother Zheng, I'm not doubting you. It's just that you and Brother Sun are the most suspected at the moment. Without evidence, I can only base my judgment on you. You must not mind making reasonable inferences based on the existing situation. Zheng Xiao also smiled. Don't worry. I don't mind. Reasonable suspicion is normal, and I can accept it, as long as you are willing to believe me. Yi Kongqing frowned slightly on the side, seeming to be a little dissatisfied with Zheng Xiao's intrusive behavior. Chapter 262 Under the Same Roof 33. Sun Hao suddenly became agitated after hearing Zheng Xiao's words. He pointed at Zheng Xiao and said, I know. You are the murderer. Right? You deliberately pretended to be a good person and wanted to push me into the fire pit. Now it will happen again. In trying to win over Xiaoxi, you want everyone to think that I am the murderer so that I can be used as a scapegoat. Right? Zheng Xiao looked confused. Sun Hao, why did you suddenly say such things? I have never doubted you. What can you doubt about me? Sun Hao snorted. I'm not the murderer in the first place. Since the two of us are the biggest suspects, the murderer must be you. You know that you are the murderer. So of course you can't doubt me again. I didn't expect you to say that. Zheng Xiao was half surprised and half sad. So you are actually trying to clear yourself of suspicion and throw dirty water on me? What are you talking about? What I said is the truth. Sun Hao became anxious. You are just trying to clear yourself out. Seeing the two grown men pinching each other, which might turn into a fight, Yi Kongqing said impatiently. Shut up! The two people who were originally at war with each other instantly calmed down and acted quite obediently. However, the eyes they looked at each other were still full of anger, and they seemed to be very angry with each other. It seems that we won't be able to determine who the murderer is for a while, Xiaoxi said regretfully. Now I can only go to Sister Fang to see if there are any clues that can help everyone identify the murderer. Although she said that, she knew very well that the possibility of this was too low. The murderer's hand was under Fang's hand on the terrace, except for the muzzle of the gun extending into the house. Nothing else fell down. In this case, there would be no clues left. But the purpose of her saying this was more to see Zheng Xiao and Sun Hao's reactions. Zheng Xiao immediately expressed his position after Xiaoxi finished speaking. Xiaoxi, hurry up and take a look. If you can find clues that prove that Sun Hao is the murderer, I will see how he can still throw dirty water on me. If you step on the horse, you're going to beat me up. Sun Hao scolded Zheng Xiao angrily, and then said to Xiaoxi, Go and see. It's best to find clues to the murderer quickly, so that this guy doesn't pretend to be real every day. Similar. Xiaoxi looked at Yi Kongqing. My brother and I can just go in. You all wait outside. Okay? Why? Zhang Yu questioned. It will be more convincing if we all go in and check it out together. Right. I'm afraid that the murderer might have a chance to do something in the house, Xiaoxi said worriedly with a frightened expression. Sister Fang is dead, and the murderer's next target may be me and Ning Pinger. Among the four of you men, I only trust my brother. Yes. Ning Pinger seemed to suddenly react. She nodded sharply. I don't know if this murderer has some problems in his heart. The two players he solved one after another were both women. At this point, she glanced at Zheng Xiao and Sun Hao, and then said, Maybe I want to deal with all the women first, and then deal with the men. Then Xiaoxi and I are in the most dangerous situation now. Before Zheng Xiao and Sun Hao could speak, Ning Pinger said to Xiaoxi again, Xiaoxi, you and your brother go in. I'll watch them here and promise not to let them step into our room. The main reason is that Zheng Xiao and Sun Hao cannot be allowed in. Chapter 263 Under the Same Roof 34. Xiaoxi nodded to Ning Pinger, waved to Yi Kongqing, and then entered the house. Yi Kongqing walked into the house without squinting, and Xiaoxi closed the door. As soon as the door closed, Xiaoxi said straight to the point. I actually think Zheng Xiao is more suspicious. Her voice was kept low so that no one outside could hear her. Yi Kongqing was a little surprised. How did you confirm it was him? He thought that Xiaoxi had not figured out who the murderer was from Zheng Xiao and Sun Hao. But judging from Xiaoxi's current reaction, it seemed that she was quite confident in her guess. From the reactions of the two of them, and the location where they were after Sister Fang died today, Xiaoxi turned on the headlight in the bedroom and checked Fang's body for a while before saying, Zheng Xiao has always performed better than Sun Hao. He is much more reasonable. But when being mistaken for the murderer, most people would be a little irritated or panicked. But he was not. The panic of not being trusted and the irritability of being misunderstood are similar emotions that are easily revealed when someone is wrongly accused. Of course, the specific performance will also vary depending on the person's personality. If you have a calm and reserved personality, or you have considerable confidence in your companions, you will not get flustered or irritable so easily. But obviously, neither Zheng Xiao nor Sun Hao are the kind of characters who don't show their emotions, and the 8 of them were a temporary companion, let alone trusting each other. Under such circumstances, Zheng Xiao behaved so naturally. Every time others doubted him, he accepted it calmly and seemed quite reasonable, which was a bit abnormal. In comparison, Sun Hao's performance is more in line with the reaction of ordinary people when they face being wronged. Yi Kongqing nodded and motioned for Xiaoxi to continue. You said before that Sun Hao went out first tonight, and then Zheng Xiao went to the bathroom to take a shower. Xiaoxi continued to analyze. If Sun Hao is the murderer, he doesn't know if anyone will go out like him after he leaves, and he can't guarantee whether other players heard his departure. If he chose this time to act, it would undoubtedly be easy for him to reveal his identity as the murderer. If Sun Hao is the only person in the entire dormitory who left the room late at night. Then he could only be the murderer. No matter how stupid Sun Hao is, he should know this. If he is really the murderer, he will not be stupid enough to take action at this time. This will only make other players identify him as the murderer faster. According to the timeline, it is actually reasonable for Sun Hao to walk in the yard outside and then go upstairs. And if he is the murderer, he would not be in the mood to close and lock the glass door after Fong Fong attacks him. If he wastes time doing such a thing in a tense situation, wouldn't he increase the risk of being discovered? I even think it is an unreasonable choice for him to escape through the stairs. There is a row of ladder-like spikes outside the terrace. Escape from there is not only less likely to be discovered, but also has enough time to run to the yard. Wouldn't it be more suitable to escape from yourself by pretending that you have been walking in the yard all the time? Suspicion? Indeed. Yi Kongqing couldn't help but nod and asked, "Where is Zheng Xiao?" The window in the bathroom is very close to the terrace. Even if you are not good enough, you can easily jump from the window to the terrace. Xiaoxi replied. And the bathroom is very close to the girls' dormitory. It takes time to escape. The time is shorter. Chapter 264 Under the Same Roof 35. The 10 minutes that Zheng Xiao took a bath were enough for him to climb out of the window, attack Fong Fong, and then climb back through the window, Xiaoxi added. And the reason why he was taking a bath seems very reasonable, and it is not easy for other players to suspect. It's just that I think men can take a shower very quickly, but Zheng Xiao took more than 10 minutes, which is a bit long. Combined with his overly calm performance, I think he is even more suspicious. Also, Zheng Xiao and Sun Hao team up and will definitely chat when they act together. It is very possible that Sun Hao accidentally let Zheng Xiao know that Fong Fong has no defensive items. I think there's nothing wrong with your speculation. Yi Kongqing looked at Xiaoxi and asked, "In that case, why don't you tell other players your speculation directly? Because I have no evidence." Xiaoxi pointed at Ningpinger's bed. She has always firmly believed that Sun Hao is the most suspicious. Under such circumstances, why should I change her mind? She can't just rely on my guess. She may also think that my speculation is reasonable. But in the absence of evidence, she has always firmly believed that the murderer was Sun Hao. No matter how reasonable my speculation sounds, she will not change herself easily. Idea. Because she failed to identify. She failed the game. She didn't want to make a mistake, so she had to be careful. Zhang Yu was the same. Although he didn't explicitly say who he suspected, he definitely didn't want to take it easy without sufficient evidence. Identify the murderer. The game requires all players to identify the murderer. It should be effective after everyone agrees on the same opinion and identifies the same person together. Therefore, I must be confident that others will follow my suggestions before I can speak out. Otherwise, it will arouse the alarm of the murderer. The situation will be detrimental to me, even if Zheng Xiao has a crush on her. When it comes to winning or losing in the game in life and death, he will definitely give priority to killing her. Yi Kongqing frowned slightly, a little irritated. Trouble. He knew that Xiaoxi was right, but it was precisely because of this that he found it particularly troublesome. But he knew that in this matter, he could not make other players listen to his opinions through violence. So now we can only stand still. Don't worry. As long as I don't show too much doubt about Zheng Xiao, he will still leave me behind to take action. Xiaoxi walked over and patted Yi Kongqing on the shoulder. You have always been with me. Will not be his next target. I think his next target should be Ningpinger and Zhang Yu. The reason why Sun Hao couldn't be killed immediately was simple. She had said it before. Once Sun Hao is dead, Zheng Xiao is the only suspect, and he will expose himself instead. Then what should we do now? Yi Kongqing asked Xiaoxi. He is not good at this kind of thing that requires the use of brains and strategies. There are only two things we can do now. Xiaoxi raised two fingers and gestured. The first thing is to complete small activities and get clues about the murderer. The second thing is to protect him secretly. If Ningpinger and Zhang Yu can catch the murderer when he attacks them, all problems can be easily solved. The reason why she asked Yi Kongqing to follow her into the room alone and analyze so many situations was for this purpose. Chapter 265 Under the Same Roof 36. If Yi Kongqing doesn't understand the importance of this matter, he will definitely not want to spend time on Zhang Yu due to his temperament. But at night, only he could always pay attention to Zhang Yu's situation. So this can only be done by him. Sure enough, after listening to Xiaoxi's words, Yi Kongqing's brows tightened, with impatience and unhappiness written all over his face. However, he did not refuse, and just said, I am only responsible for watching over him. But if he insists on dying, I will not stop him. Of course. Xiaoxi looked at Yi Kongqing with a smile. Our purpose is to catch the murderer, not to protect Zhan Yu. You can even catch the murderer at the moment he strikes. It is not easy for Yi Kongqing to make such a concession. She will not ask him to protect Zhan Yu meticulously. Otherwise he will probably explode immediately. Hearing Xiaoxi say this, Yi Kongqing's face became better. Xiaoxi discussed some details with Yi Kongqing before coming out of the house. After everyone knew that there were no clues about Fang Fang, although they were a little disappointed, there was no surprise on everyone's face. Obviously everyone has guessed this result. Sun Hao wrapped Fang Fang in a quilt and carried her outside to the yard. With everyone's joint efforts, he buried Fang Fang in the corner of the yard. Sun Hao looked at the bulging little bumpkin and whispered, Xifang, don't worry. I will definitely help you get revenge. His voice was not loud, but it was quiet in the yard, and the other players heard it. Everyone had different expressions, but no one spoke. The sky is getting slightly brighter, and the third day in the game has officially begun. Asterisk. Zhan Yu and Ning Pinger tried for another 7 or 8 hours, but couldn't put all the pieces on the porcelain bottle before dark. Some of them are broken like small grains of gravel, and it is impossible to identify where the fragments are. If you install them casually, you are afraid that they will be judged to be in the wrong position, so you don't dare to do so. It was precisely because I was so cautious that I was afraid of making a mistake. So it took me so long to put this small, palm-sized porcelain bottle together. When Xiaoxi went upstairs, she saw Zhan Yu rubbing his eyes, seemingly tired. Ning Pinger also looked sad. Seeing Xiaoxi, Ning Pinger seemed to have found support. She sighed and said to Xiaoxi, It's really impossible to put this bottle together. Xiaoxi said, and showed a helpless expression. We didn't find any other bottles either. While Zhan Yu and Ning Pinger were piecing together the broken porcelain bottle, the other 4 players searched everywhere they could find in the entire apartment, but found nothing. This further proves that the broken porcelain bottle is the correct answer they need. But now it's broken. Ning Pinger, who understood this, wanted to cry. Then what should we do now? Submit it. Xiaoxi also sighed. There is no other way to treat a dead horse like a living horse. As she said that, she looked at the other players. If you have other opinions, you can raise them. Everyone shook their heads and said they couldn't think of anything else to do. Zhan Yu bit the bullet and chose to submit. The electronic sound soon rang. Unfortunately, the items submitted by the players did not meet the requirements. The first small activity failed, and the players lost their first clue about the murderer. After hearing this answer, Zhan Yu sat down on the edge of the bed, looking lost and tired. Chapter 266, Under the Same Roof 37. Ning Pinger couldn't bear it. She comforted. Zhan Yu, don't feel too bad. We all know that you tried your best. It's not your fault. Zhan Yu sighed deeply. I just feel a little disappointed that it still doesn't work after so long. Although he also knew that the probability of success was low. After all, he had devoted so much time and energy, and he still hoped in his heart that it would succeed. He shook his head to get rid of the negative emotions in his heart, and then looked up at the others. What are you going to do next? Let's wait for the second round of small activities tomorrow, Xiaoxi suggested. It's getting late now. Let's go back to rest and keep up our spirits so that we can complete the second round of small activities tomorrow. Zhan Yu rubbed his neck. He had always lowered his head and looked at the small porcelain bottle in the past 2 days, and now his neck was very sore. Then I'll go back and rest first, he said low to the other players and walked to the boys' dormitory. He was really tired. Physically tired and mentally tired, and he really needed a good sleep. The other 3 men also left one after another, leaving Xiaoxi and Ning Pinger alone in the huge room. Xiaoxi closed the door to the room, and when she turned around, she saw Ning Pinger sitting on Helena's original bed, which was the bed next to her. Xiaoxi, I'm a little scared, Ning Pinger said with some embarrassment. I don't want to sleep in that place by the window. Then you can sleep here. Xiaoxi sat by the bed, took out 2 ham sausages, and asked while eating, Are the windows locked? It's always been locked. Ning Pinger nodded fiercely. I just checked it again, and it's indeed locked. She was silent for 2 seconds, and then couldn't help but ask, Xiaoxi, do you think we will become the murderer's next target? Maybe, Xiaoxi said vaguely, and then asked, Do you have any defensive tools? Ning Pinger was stunned for a moment, and did not answer immediately. If you don't want to, forget it, Xiaoxi shrugged nonchalantly. I just want to tell you that if you have defensive items, at least you won't die. Doesn't it make you calmer? Regarding defense props, it is considered a private matter for every player, so it is normal for Ning Pinger not to talk about it. She didn't ask this to inquire about Ning Pinger's ability to protect herself. She just wanted Ning Pinger to stop being so panicked. That's true. But who doesn't want to be able to clear the game in one go? Ning Pinger sighed. After all, if you fail the game, you not only have to accept punishment, but you also have to start the game again. It's scary just thinking about it. You are right. Xiaoxi nodded in agreement and added, but winning or losing cannot be determined by thinking about it. Instead of thinking about it now and adding psychological burden to yourself, it is better to put it down first. Focus on the game itself and work hard to win. Win the game yourself? Ning Pinger was stunned for a few seconds, and then she seemed to have become enlightened and murmured to herself, yes, you are right. Then, she stood up, jumped onto Xiaoxi's bed, and sat next to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, I found that you are very smart. Although you look young, you are always calm at critical moments. I admire you a little. Is you. If you have something to say, please tell me and don't jump on my bed. Okay? Xiaoxi was speechless. She doesn't really like sharing a bed with strangers. Not even women. Chapter 267 Under the Same Roof 38. Ning Pinger saw Xiaoxi's rejection, so she didn't mind and jumped back to her bed. Then she sat on the edge of the bed, face to face with Xiaoxi, and asked, Xiaoxi, how old are you? 20. Xiaoxi said and took out a bottle of milk to drink. Then you are younger than me. Ning Pinger smiled. I am 22. You should call me sister. Are you dreaming? Xiaoxi asked with a smile. I just said it casually. Of course Ning Pinger knew that it was impossible for Xiaoxi to call her sister. She just said it subconsciously and regretted it after she said it. She stared at Xiaoxi for a few seconds, and then suddenly said, Xiaoxi, I find that overall you are very pleasing to me. I want to make friends with you. Although she felt that Xiaoxi was a bit unsociable and unkind at first. If it were her, she probably wouldn't share her things with others casually. After getting in touch with him later, she saw that Xiaoxi was a smart and calm person. People like her who don't have much brains and have a hot temper are the most envious of people like Xiaoxi. So she sincerely wanted to make friends with Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi paused and looked at Ning Pinger. Making friends? Yes. Ning Pinger looked at Xiaoxi sincerely. Let's add a friend. She is obviously a person of action. As she spoke, she sent a friend application to Xiaoxi. Then, she looked at Xiaoxi expectantly. I sent you a friend application. No pop-up window popped up in front of Xiaoxi. It took her 2 seconds to react. She had closed the friend application function a long time ago, and she could not receive messages from others at all. Seeing that Xiaoxi had not made any move, Ning Pinger was a little disappointed. Okay. Well, if you don't want to, forget it. She really wanted to make friends with Xiaoxi, hoping that she could become a little smarter and calmer under Xiaoxi's influence. But if Xiaoxi didn't agree, she couldn't force it. Although she was a little disappointed, she didn't blame Xiaoxi. If she wanted to blame her, she could only blame herself for not having the merits worthy of being friends with her. Xiaoxi felt a little funny in her heart when she saw the complex expressions frequently changing on Ning Pinger's face. Most of the time, she has a pretty good eye for seeing people, so she can tell that Ning Pinger really wants to be friends with her and has no profit motive. Moreover, Ning Pinger has a hot temper and is not good at hiding her thoughts. She usually just says what she wants, although she may offend villains without knowing it. It is easy to get along with such people. Xiaoxi tilted her head and thought for a while, then said to Ning Pinger, It's okay to add friends, but I may not reply to your message, and I may not help you if you have trouble in the future. When Ning Pinger heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. It's okay. It's okay. I know we're not familiar yet. Just think of it as adding a friend to give each other a chance to get to know each other. With that said, she sent another friend application to Xiaoxi. As soon as Xiaoxi opened the friend application function, Ning Pinger's friend application popped up in front of her, and she clicked to agree. Ning Pinger saw Xiaoxi's name appearing in her friends column, and she immediately narrowed her eyes with laughter. She knew how rare it was to be able to add friends under such circumstances. So she was not only happy, but also grateful to Xiaoxi. At least Xiaoxi didn't doubt her purpose in adding her friend. Otherwise she wouldn't be willing to add her. Chapter 268 Under the Same Roof 39. Early morning on the 4th day. As soon as Xiaoxi sat up from the bed, the electronic sound rang. The second round of small activities is about to begin. And the content of the activity is still, everyone looks for items together. It lasts for 3 days, and the event ends at 12 p.m. on the 6th day. The items to be found have been sent to all players. I wish all players good luck. As soon as Dianin finished speaking, a pop-up window popped up in front of Xiaoxi, showing a 3D model of a rag doll. Ning Pinger rubbed her eyes and looked at the pop-up window in front of her, while muttering, "This doll? I seem to have seen it somewhere. When we were looking for a blue and white porcelain vase, we searched the entire apartment twice. It's normal to see such a rag doll." Xiaoxi responded, "I've seen it in the utility room in the yard." Ning Pinger suddenly woke up and said, "So, there are several options again. Let's find the correct answer. It should be like this." Xiaoxi stretched and got up to wash up. Soon, the 6 players gathered together. After a brief discussion, Ning Pinger and Zhang Yu were responsible for the search on the 2nd floor. Zheng Xiao and Sun Hao were responsible for the search on the 1st floor. And Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing were still responsible for the search in the yard. Actually, I think it's better for us to be on the 2nd floor. Sun Hao was a little dissatisfied with this arrangement. We have been looking for things on the 2nd floor before, so we have a better idea of where the dolls are. I would rather spend more time looking for the doll. Ning Pinger snorted and said, "I would never let you 2 suspects get even half a step closer to my and Xiaoxi's room." She still remembered what Xiaoxi said last night. She must not give the murderer a chance to get close to the room. If the murderer did something in the room, she and Xiaoxi would be in danger. Sun Hao's expression was ugly. "You girl, I don't know what you are thinking about every day. Does it mean that I am a murderer written on my face?" Actually, Ning Pinger's concerns are reasonable. Xiaoxi interrupted the quarrel that was about to start with a smile. "Brother Sun, since you said you are not the murderer, what does it matter if you go to the 1st floor to look for something?" In fact, this arrangement was not only to prevent the murderer from getting close to the bedroom, but also to make it easier for her and Yi Kongqing to monitor the murderer. No matter what, the items you are looking for in the 2nd round of activities must be found successfully. So there can't be any mistakes this time. From the glass door of the living room and the floor-to-ceiling glass window of the dining room, she and Yi Kongqing could see what was going on inside in the yard. As long as the murderer has no chance to cause damage, the probability of successfully submitting the item this time is very high. If the clues obtained have a certain direction, it will be much easier for Ning Pinger and Zhang Yu to believe her speculation. "Xiaoxi is right," Zheng Xiao said immediately. "I'm not afraid anyway. It doesn't matter where you go to find something. If you go to the 1st floor, just go to the 1st floor. Then let's take action." After Xiaoxi finished speaking, she took the lead and walked into the courtyard with Yi Kongqing. Asterisk. The search went really well this time. By about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, each group of people had found 2 dolls. After some comparison and confirmation of all the details, a doll was finally found among the 6 dolls that was exactly the same as the 3D model picture. Ning Pinger handed the doll to Zhang Yu. "Zhang Yu, submit it." She remembered that after failing to submit the answer yesterday, Zhang Yu was lost for a long time. Chapter 269 Under the Same Roof 40. Let Zhang Yu submit the answer today to make up for his previous disappointment. Zhang Yu submitted the doll in front of everyone's expectant eyes. And soon, the electronic sound started playing. Congratulations to player Zhang Yu for successfully finding the answer. A clue about the murderer will be announced next. Hearing these words, Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and his expression became relaxed. The electronic voice continued. The person the murderer wanted to kill most was Yi Kongqing. Everyone was stunned when they heard this clue. What kind of clue is this? Ning Pinger was a little confused. Who can know the murderer's inner thoughts? Although we can't know the murderer's inner thoughts, we can speculate on who has the worst relationship with Yi Kongqing, Zhang Yu suggested. Since the murderer wants to kill Yi Kongqing the most, it must be Yi Kongqing who wants to kill him the most. I don't like it, or I have some grudges privately. Having said this, he raised his head and looked at Yi Kongqing. Do you know who you have offended? Yi Kongqing frowned slightly. I don't know, he answered without any hesitation or even a thought process. But at this moment, Xiaoxi suddenly gasped. She turned to look at Zheng Xiao, with disbelief on her face. Brother Zheng, it can't be you, right? For the first time, Zheng Xiao's eyes showed panic. He didn't even dare to look at Xiaoxi. What are you talking about? How could it be me? That's right. Ning Pinger patted her head, as if she finally came to her senses. The biggest suspects now are Zheng Xiao and Sun Hao. But Sun Hao and Yi Kongqing have almost no contact, let alone there are conflicts and grudges. Instead, it's Zheng Xiao. I remembered he had a quarrel with Yi Kongqing once before because Yi Kongqing wouldn't let She become his friend. She gave Ning Pinger a thumbs up in her heart. This woman finally realized what she had done. And it was not in vain that she had just acted. Hearing Ning Pinger's rare words of justice for him, Sun Hao's expression became a little brighter. That's right. Yi Kongqing and I have almost never spoken, let alone have any conflicts with him. Moreover, I have barely spoken to Yi Kongqing. I remember Zheng Xiao had an argument with Yi Kongqing on the first day, and everyone saw it. Zhang Yu also nodded. Yes, I remember it too. Everyone unconsciously leaned together and stood opposite Zheng Xiao. Seeing that he was isolated, Zheng Xiao's face turned ugly. Just based on what the system said, do you think that the murderer is me? Sun Hao may also have some opinions about Yi Kongqing in his heart, but he just didn't show it. You can't do it because of that. When you see me and Yi Kongqing quarreling once, just say that I am the only one who has a conflict with Yi Kongqing. Brother Zheng, judging from the current situation, you are indeed the greater suspect. She showed a sad expression and recounted her previous analysis one by one. After listening to Xiaoxi's words, Ning Pinger and Zhang Yu further confirmed that the murderer was Zheng Xiao. At this time, Sun Hao couldn't help but show an expression of revenge, and looked at Zheng Xiao with a mixture of resentment and relief. Zheng Xiao's expression became more and more gloomy as Xiaoxi spoke word by word. Xiaoxi, I didn't expect you to miss me so much. He stared at Xiaoxi with a bit of anger. It's not that I miss you so much. Xiaoxi looked at Zheng Xiao innocently. But the things you did made me discover the flaws. Chapter 270 Under the Same Roof 41. So you started to doubt me a long time ago? Zheng Xiao gritted his teeth when he said this. I didn't expect you to have so many thoughts. He obviously thought she was a very innocent girl before, but he didn't expect that she would have so many twists and turns in her heart. Only now did he suddenly realize that what he knew about she was probably all an illusion. She is so smart. Don't say that others have more thoughts just because they are smarter than you. Ning Pinger couldn't help but speak up for Xiaoxi. Is it possible that I have to act like a fool and be deceived by you? That's a good thing. Zheng Xiao didn't even look at Ning Pinger. He just stared at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, answer me. Did you start doubting me from a long time ago? No. Like everyone else. I just focused on you and Sun Hao as suspects at first. Xiaoxi shook her head and said matter-of-factly. But the night you killed Sister Fang, I basically identified the murderer. That's you. Zheng Xiao took a deep breath and said angrily. I never thought that the clues given by the system would be like this. He thought the clues would be so vague that it was impossible to determine who the murderer was. In addition, the first clue is gone, and even if the second clue is obtained, it may not lead to anything. I didn't expect that he was careless. This clue seemed quite vague, but now that the suspects had been narrowed down to 2 people, the clue became quite clear. He had almost no room to defend himself. If he had known this would be the case, he would never have let everyone successfully find the correct answer. Even if it increases his suspicion, it is still much better than directly identifying him as the murderer now. By saying that, you are admitting that you are the murderer. Ning Pinger pointed at Zheng Xiao and said excitedly. Hurry up. Everyone. Hurry up and identify him together. Isn't it useful if I don't admit it? Zheng Xiao sneered. And then he suddenly took out a pistol and fired several shots at Sun Hao without hesitation. Ning Pinger and Zhang Yu were taken aback, and before they had time to react, they saw that Zheng Xiao had already finished firing and put the pistol back. Yi Kongqing reacted the fastest. He immediately pulled Xiaoxi aside to avoid it. Although he knew that Xiaoxi had defensive items, avoiding damage was his subconscious action. It wasn't until Sun Hao was hit by several bullets that he belatedly looked down at his clothes, which were gradually covered with blood. Then he looked up at Zheng Xiao, his face full of astonishment. You actually... Zheng Xiao watched Sun Hao fall to the ground and showed a cruel smile. Even if I fail this game, I will never give you a chance to leave alive. She was obviously the subject of suspicion, but instead of being his shield, she even tried to point the finger at him, causing him a lot of trouble. He had disliked Sun Hao before. There was already a quota to kill the player today, and he knew very early on that Sun Hao had no defensive items. How could he wait until now if he didn't take action? Even if he was to be punished for failing the game, he had to get some points and supplies from Sun Hao first to make up for the loss of being punished. Sun Hao stared and breathed his last. Before he died, his eyes were still fixed on Zheng Xiao. Zheng Xiao turned to look at Xiaoxi, who was protected by Yi Kongqing behind him. He opened his mouth. as if he wanted to say something. Before Zheng Xiao could speak, Xiaoxi spoke first. I identify the murderer as Zheng Xiao. Her voice was steady and firm, without any hesitation. Chapter 271 Single Player Game 1. At this moment, Zheng Xiao looked at Xiaoxi with more anger. She couldn't wait to declare his failure. Wasn't she a little bit intolerable? Yi Kongqing followed up and said, The murderer is Zheng Xiao. Ning Pinger also reacted and said quickly, Identify him. The murderer is Zheng Xiao. Zhang Yu was the last to speak. The murderer is Zheng Xiao. Soon, the sound of electronic music sounded. Congratulations to all players for successfully identifying the murderer. Unfortunately, player Zheng Xiao's game failed. Game over. As the last 4 words fell, Xiaoxi's eyes blurred, and she returned to the white room. Yi Kongqing was no longer around. A pop-up window popped up in front of her. Congratulations to player Xiaoxi for clearing the game and getting 100,000 points. Only 100,000 points? Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly, and after thinking for a while, she asked, Based on the difficulty level, it is indeed more difficult to be a murderer in this game. So if the murderer passes the level, is it possible? Got 500,000 points? Players have no right to know. A cold, inorganic voice sounded. Before Xiaoxi could ask anything else, the system said, Congratulations to player Xiaoxi for clearing 5 rounds of the game in a row. You will get an opportunity to start a single-player game. Please choose to accept or decline. Then, 2 options popped up in front of Xiaoxi. Accept, reject. Single-player game? Xiaoxi did not make a choice immediately, but asked the system, Does it mean that I am the only player in the whole game? Yes. All other characters in the single-player game are NPCs, and there is only 1 player. Are there any benefits to participating in a single-player game? Xiaoxi asked again. Since it is a game that requires clearing 5 rounds in a row before it can be opened, it can't just be rewarded with points like other games. Right. This will be revealed after the player completes the single-player game. It's really mysterious, Xiaoxi muttered, and then asked, Then if the single-player game fails, will the punishment be the same as in other games? Same. The system replied and gave an additional reminder. However, after the single-player game fails, there is no chance to start a new round. Only by clearing 5 consecutive rounds of the game again can you be eligible to start the single-player game again. Xiaoxi looked at the 2 options in front of her and fell into deep thought. If she guessed correctly, this single-player game should have something to do with the binding function she was looking forward to. Clearing 5 rounds of the game in a row was within the range of the number of times she had previously guessed. No matter what, I definitely want to participate in this single-player game. She pressed the accept option. Player Xiaoxi accepts the single-player game. The sound of the system sounded again. Players have half an hour to rest here. After half an hour, they will enter the single-player game. Players are asked to choose products to purchase, or enter the next game immediately. Wait, doesn't this game have a name? Xiaoxi looked surprised. After the player enters the game name will be displayed. Xiaoxi muttered as she opened them all. It's good this time. There's not even a name prompt. Although I couldn't guess what the content of the game was based on the name before. But this time there's no prompt at all. It's really amazing. There are no additional props in the mall. But the gun and ammunition column is still gray and cannot be purchased. Chapter 272 Single Player Game 2. Xiaoxi closed the mall and sat down cross-legged. She held her head with one hand and stared at the white wall in front of her in a daze. Yi Kongqing won't be seen again in the next game. Speaking of which, Yi Kongqing has cleared the game once less than her. If Yi Kongqing clears the 5th round of the game when she completes the single-player game, then he will have to enter his own single-player game. If you think about it, she won't be able to play with Yi Kongqing for at least 2 more rounds. Xiaoxi curled her lips. She seemed to be beginning to miss Yi Kongqing. Idle and idle, Xiaoxi started chatting with the system again. Speaking of the system, if I clear the single-player game this time, and then clear 5 consecutive rounds of the game, can I start the single-player game again? Yes. Then the game content of each single-player game is also different. Different. Don't cherish words like gold. Xiaoxi stretched. Just talk to me. If players feel they have nothing to do, they can immediately enter the next round of the game. I've told you so many times that I won't leave until I stay for half an hour. Xiaoxi clicked her tongue twice. The rest time between 2 games is so short every time. And you still have the nerve to drive me away. Why? You won't even give me half an hour of rest? Although you can sometimes take a break during the game. You are still in the game after all. And no matter how much you rest, you still have to think about things related to the game. But it's different here. You can completely empty your mind. Resting at this time is the most relaxing. It's a pity that the time was too short. The system deliberately arranged this, probably to consume the player's energy. Players have been in the game for a long time. Day after day, their mental state will always be bad, and they will be more likely to make mistakes in the game. Once the game fails, the player can be punished. The system remained silent, neither paying attention to Xiaoxi nor rushing Xiaoxi to leave. However, Xiaoxi asked a new question. Speaking of which, every time I play the game, the system sounds I hear are a little different from yours now. Can you change the tone? If so, I hope you will be more cute when you talk to me next time. I like it better. Although there are no ups and downs in the tone, the sound of the system in the white room is cold and inorganic, and it sounds more metallic and cold than the electronic sound in the game. It is not the same system as me. The tone of the system remained unchanged, but for some reason she could hear a hint of displeasure. Please don't confuse us. Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. Is that so? Are there only 2 of your systems in total? Players have no right to know. Xiaoxi curled her lips. You really have a strict tone of voice. In fact, she had speculated before that the system in the game and the one in the white room should not be the same, and she brought it up now just to set up the system. Although the system didn't reveal much useful information, it didn't matter. At least she was sure that her guess was correct. Speaking of which, since you two are not in the same system, do you have a code name or something like that? Xiaoxi asked curiously. This can at least distinguish you when we mention you. The system was quiet for a while, then suddenly spoke. Break time is over. The next second, Xiaoxi was kicked out of the white room. Xiaoxi couldn't help but raise her middle finger. You're such a stingy guy. You won't even tell me your name when asked. Chapter 273 The Rich Daughter 1. Xiaoxi, wake up! A gentle female voice sounded, and then a warm hand gently patted Xiaoxi's cheek. Xiaoxi opened her eyes and showed a shocked expression when she saw the woman standing in front of her. What's wrong? The woman smiled gently. She raised her hand and smoothed the broken hair around her ears. She looked at Xiaoxi with loving eyes. Did you sleep? Mom. Xiaoxi murmured in disbelief. Her voice was low, but the woman heard it. There was a gentle warmth in the woman's eyes. Silly boy. Didn't you just meet your mother last night before going to bed? Why does she look like you haven't seen her in a long time? Xiaoxi looked up at the room blankly and found that this was her own bedroom, where she had lived since she was a child. She reached out and touched the woman's hand again. It was warm. She felt that her brain suddenly became a little sluggish, and she seemed to not understand what was happening now. She remembered that her parents were dead, and she buried them with her own hands. She still remembers that the world she grew up in has turned into a zombie-infested apocalyptic world. She even remembered that she was no longer in her original world, but was moving between various games. By the way, games. So now, is she in single player? But in every previous game, she was in the same posture when she was in the white room, and she was still in the same posture when she came out, and she never loses consciousness. It seems like she has changed location in just a blink of an eye. This time it was different. Not only did she change her position, but she also lost consciousness. Also, why didn't electronic music appear? Why hasn't the name of the game been announced? Why weren't the rules of the game explained? In addition, Xiaoxi raised her hand and tried it, and found that she could not open the personal panel at all, let alone see the storage compartment. Is it because she can't open it? Or is there no so-called personal panel at all? She glanced down at her wrist again. Her familiar defensive bracelet was no longer there. She was even wearing her favorite soft silk pajamas, so different from the thick down jacket she wore in the white room. She turned her head blankly and looked at the bright sunshine outside the window. Could it be that everything before was just a dream? And now that I wake up from the dream, everything has returned to normal? But if it was a dream, it would be a dream that was too long and too real. Xiaoxi, what's wrong with you? The woman approached Xiaoxi, raised her hand, and touched Xiaoxi's forehead with a concerned tone. Could it be that the quilt was not covered well at night, and she is a little sick? Xiaoxi stared blankly at the woman approaching her, her familiar warm fragrance coming from her nose. The woman breathed a sigh of relief and put down her hands. Fortunately, I don't have a fever. Then she pinched Xiaoxi's cheek gently. I think you are just sleepy. You stayed up all night playing games at home on the weekends, and your brain is so dizzy that you feel uncomfortable. Right. Xiaoxi only felt a little sore in her nose. It's someone she's familiar with. a smell she's familiar with, and an intimate gesture she's familiar with. So, was everything before her dream? Ever since my parents had an accident, it has been all a dream. Not real? She carefully held the woman's hand and asked softly, Mom, why did you wake me up? What did you say you were doing? The woman flicked Xiaoxi's forehead, and even the blame was gentle. What time is it now? It's time for you to get up, have breakfast, and then go to school. Chapter 274 The Daughter of a Wealthy Family 2. Xiaoxi touched under the pillow according to her original habit, and sure enough she found her mobile phone, which showed 7 o'clock 7. Yes, she is already a junior in college. Normally, she should go to school at this point. She used to be like this, going home on weekends and holidays, and staying at school from Monday to Friday. After Xiaoxi read the time, the woman said, I came to wake you up at 7 o'clock. I didn't expect you to be sleepy. You were in a daze for a while. I thought you were sick. Xiaoxi came back to her senses. She secretly took a breath and tried to behave as naturally as possible. Mom, I'll wash up and go downstairs right away. She stood up and folded the quilt and said to the woman, Can you help me heat the milk? It has been heated for you a long time ago. The woman covered her mouth and smiled. Hurry up and come down, just in time to drink the warm milk. After saying that, she left the room, not forgetting to close the door thoughtfully. Xiaoxi quickly washed up, opened her closet, and picked out a casual outfit to put on. The temperature is not too cold now, so spring and autumn clothes are enough. When leaving the room, Xiaoxi's mind suddenly popped into Yi Kongqing's wild face without warning. Her steps paused, and she felt a little dazed. Could it be that Yi Kongqing was just a person in a dream? Were the days spent hand in hand with Yi Kongqing also illusory? Xiaoxi, why don't you come down? A woman's gentle call came from downstairs. If you don't come down, the milk will get really cold. Here we come. Xiaoxi responded subconsciously, and then walked quickly downstairs. At the dining table, a middle-aged man in a neat suit was reading financial reports and drinking coffee. Seeing Xiaoxi coming downstairs, he looked at Xiaoxi with a slightly reproachful look. What time is it already? If you don't leave quickly, you will be deducted for being late for school. I don't care about you. Xiaoxi couldn't help but feel a sore nose again. It's her familiar dad. He always expresses his care by blaming, although sometimes what he says makes people feel angry. When he recalls it afterwards, he can always feel his care. Xiaoxi sat down, drank the milk at the right temperature, and looked at her parents sitting opposite her having breakfast, feeling filled with nostalgia. It was as if it had been a long time since I sat down to have breakfast with my parents. At least in that long dream. It was indeed a long time. Thinking of that dream, Xiaoxi couldn't help but think of Yi Kongqing again. She clearly remembered Yi Kongqing's appearance, his tone of voice, his impatient expression, and the care he occasionally showed for her. Does Yi Kongqing really not exist? Xiaoxi looked up again at the middle-aged man and woman sitting opposite. Her fingers holding the milk glass tightened slightly. If between Yi Kongqing and her parents, one of them must be false. Then she hopes. She hopes? Xiaoxi was stunned. The reason why reality is because reality exists objectively, and the appearance of reality will not change because of her wishes. What she should do now is not to hope for anything, but to try to figure out whether everything in front of her is reality. After she confirmed reality, she allowed herself to accept the cruelty of reality, because she knows very well that no matter which side is reality, it means that she will eventually lose a part of her that she cherishes. Chapter 275 The Daughter of a Wealthy Family 3. Xiaoxi's mood suddenly became a little heavy, but she didn't show it. After breakfast, she looked as usual and got into the man's car. According to custom, her father always sends her to school every Monday before going to work. The driver was driving today. The man seemed a little busy and kept sitting in the back to answer the phone. Xiaoxi sat next to the man, silently watching the scenery passing by outside the window. It seems to be early autumn now, and the wind carries a comfortable coolness, which dispels the heat and makes people feel cheerful. In Xiaoxi's dream, something happened to her parents in autumn. She took care of her parents' funerals, spent a few months selling all her assets, and it was late winter. Then the end came, etc. Xiaoxi seemed to have thought of something, and was stunned again. Is it possible that she has traveled through time now? Isn't this what many doomsday novels say? Traveling to a certain moment in the past gives the protagonist a chance to make up for his regrets. If that's the case, wouldn't she be able to save her parents and meet Yi Kongqing later? Thinking of this, Xiaoxi felt secretly excited. But this excitement only lasted for a few seconds, and she regained her composure. Still not right. At least there are warning signs for other people's time travel. It doesn't matter if you get hit by a car, fall into a river, or be eaten by zombies. But no matter what, time travel only occurs after something serious enough to kill someone happens. But she didn't. She was just kicked out of the white room by the system. After thinking about it, the possibility of it being a dream is actually higher. However, she couldn't tell for a moment whether the things about the game were dreams or the things about her parents were dreams. The car stopped quickly. She got out of the car and waved goodbye to the man. After watching the car disappear into the distance, she did not enter the school gate, but turned around and walked outside. She wanted to figure out whether what she was experiencing now was reality. So she couldn't follow the normal path. So she planned to skip class. In her previous student career, she had never skipped class. It's not that she is a well-behaved and good student, nor that she loves learning. It's just that as a daughter of a wealthy family, you should always have the self-consciousness of a wealthy family. She must be strong enough to deserve such a status, so as not to waste her parents' love on her. This is what she requires of herself. Asterisk. She used the app to book a car and took her to a remote and quiet suburban area. She walked around and finally sat down by a river. The cool breeze blew by, giving her messy head a moment of clarity. In fact, she didn't know what she should do to accurately judge whether what she was in was reality. She could only do whatever she thought of first. While wandering alone, she tried calling the system, but didn't get any response. And she tried several times, but she really couldn't open the personal panel in her mind. If the previous events were not dreams, then it would be extremely abnormal to be unable to open the personal panel and contact the system. Or is this a test for her? In order to prevent her from distinguishing between reality and fiction, she deliberately excluded everything that could give her a reference. For a few hours, she thought about all the possibilities, and she felt that there were only two possibilities that were most suitable. Chapter 276, The Daughter of a Wealthy Family 4. Either everything was really a dream she had before, and now she wakes up from the dream. Everything is back to normal. Either she has actually entered the single-player game now, but it's just the special nature of the game. Or the mission of the single-player game may be for her to find reality, which is why the current situation has occurred. But she had to admit that she couldn't tell the difference now. She couldn't tell which situation it was at this moment, especially when she is with her parents. It is even more difficult for her to make accurate judgments. That's why she wanted to stay away. Whether it's home or school, whether it's her parents or classmates, she has to stay away. In a completely unfamiliar environment, she may be able to think about the problem objectively and calmly. She stared at the sparkling river in a daze. Her mind was empty. She seemed to be thinking about a lot of things, but she seemed to be thinking about nothing at all. Asking herself, she definitely hopes that her parents are still alive. Therefore, if everything before was a dream, it proves that her parents are alive, and that is reality. Such thoughts had a great impact on her judgment of things. So, now think about it. If her parents are indeed dead. Thinking of this, Xiaoxi's heart ached. Her thoughts were interrupted again. Yes, this is the most torturous part. When she first learned about the death of her parents, she was stunned for a long time, as if she was isolated by an invisible barrier, unable to feel anything from the outside world at all. She couldn't even feel sad, as if she had lost the ability to perceive emotions. But when she came back after burying her parents and saw her mother's high heels and her father's leather boots play side by side in the shoe cabinet, she remembered that they were gifts that her parents gave each other for each other's birthday this year. At that moment, she suddenly realized that no one would ever wear these two pairs of shoes and go out again. And no one would ever hold these two pairs of shoes and ask her whose gift was more considerate and beautiful. Then, the grief came belatedly, but it swept through her limbs and bones as quickly as a flood bursting its banks. She burst into tears. In the months that followed, she lived a miserable life. But time can always heal wounds slowly. So she finally endured the reality that her parents had left. But even if you can bear it, it doesn't mean it won't hurt anymore. Especially when her living parents appeared in front of her again. Even if she had to think about the reality that they were dead, she felt as if she had to bear the original grief and hurt all over again. Just the thought of experiencing that kind of mood again made her collapse a little. This was the most tormenting thing, and the fundamental reason why she had been unable to think properly. She took a deep breath to calm down as much as possible and returned to rational thinking. Assuming that the death of her parents is a fact, then the parents who appear in front of her now are fake, and the things about the game are real. Then she is already in the single-player game. The reason why there is no system or personal panel is just to mislead her. And the mission of this game may be to let her discover the reality on her own and get out of this falsehood. The key is how to get out. Judging from the previous games, the player's posture, clothing and status will not change when entering the game from the white room. But this time everything about her has changed. So maybe she is in a dream now? Chapter 277 The Daughter of a Wealthy Family 5. Only in dreams can she change her state at will. Even the bracelet on her wrist and the shallow scars on the back of her hand are gone. She lowered her head and glanced at the back of her hand. She was scratched by the fragments of the bomb. Although it healed quickly, because the time was still short. She remembered that there were still a few light scars on the back of her hand from when she entered the white room in the last game. Now the scar is no longer visible. All these changes, if she did not travel back to the past when her parents were still alive, could only have happened in a dream. When she wanted to wake up from her dream, the first thing she thought of was pain. She had tried many times to pinch her thighs or hit herself on the head. She could feel obvious pain every time. This clear pain made it difficult for her to imagine that she was just dreaming. But this kind of pain did not make her awake. If she was really in a dream and couldn't wake herself up by beating herself, probably only extreme methods would do. Out of fear of death. Many people wake up from their dreams when they dream about falling off a cliff or the like. So she thought that when she was on the verge of death, she would probably wake up. But she couldn't guarantee whether this method was correct. Especially now that she couldn't even tell whether she was really in a dream. What if she really died? She thought for a long time and thought of the second way. After all, this place is different from ordinary dreams if this is really a dream. So she should try a way that doesn't hurt herself. If it doesn't work, it's not too late to try the first way again. Since this dream created a beautiful illusion for her, breaking this illusion might help her wake up from the dream. She stood up, took a few deep breaths, and then made up her mind. She arranged a car and returned to her familiar home. Both parents went to the company, and the servants at home were also busy. Everyone was a little surprised to see she coming back at this time. Miss! The housekeeper stepped forward to greet her. Why are you back at this time? She recalled that she used to go home only on weekends and live on campus from Monday to Friday. It's now past 4 in the afternoon, and it's still Monday. According to previous habits, she won't come back. Something happened, she said vaguely and walked into the house. Uncle Zhao, when will your parents be back today? Sir, he has a very important meeting and may come back late. The housekeeper replied respectfully as he followed Xia to the villa. Madam will be home around 6 o'clock. Then please help Uncle Zhao arrange a sumptuous dinner for me. Xia smiled at the housekeeper and said politely, I want to eat with my parents. The housekeeper nodded. Okay. If there is anything special that Miss wants to eat, I will ask the kitchen to cook it together. It's all good. She waved her hand. Just do what you want. The butler stopped asking, bowed slightly respectfully, turned and left. She sat on the sofa in the living room, staring at the coffee table in front of her in a daze. She could feel her heart beating very hard, which was very different from usual. She was a little nervous. She couldn't even think about things in the orderly way she usually did. Her mind was so chaotic that she couldn't calm down at all. Chapter 278 The Daughter of a Wealthy Family 6. At this moment, everything she did was based on the plan she had thought up by the river and based on instinct. After calming down her emotions quietly, she took out her mobile phone and dialed a familiar number. Soon, the call was connected. A familiar middle-aged man's voice came from the other side. Xiaoxi, what's the matter? Xiaoxi said, and said, Dad, I have something important to tell you and Mom today. Can you come back early? Her tone was unusually solemn, which made the man feel that something was wrong. What's wrong? Xiaoxi, the man asked with concern. Did something happen? Or did you encounter some trouble at school? No. Xiaoxi paused before saying, Anyway, can you come back early? The man glanced at the time and agreed. Okay, I will go home early, but I have a meeting that I can't cancel. I'll ask my assistant to advance the meeting later. The man explained again. I may be back a little late, but it won't be past 6:30. Okay, I'll wait for you. Xiaoxi hung up the phone and felt her heart beating like a drum. She reached out to cover her chest, tears slowly filling her eyes. If this is a dream, it is too real. Her father's reaction was exactly what she remembered. Although he always looks a bit harsh at ordinary times, he will always turn to her unconditionally at critical moments. Like now. Dad didn't even ask why. Just hearing that her tone was wrong, He was willing to change his work plan for her and go home early for her. Asterisk. 6:30 in the evening. The family sat down in the restaurant, seeing the table filled with sumptuous dishes. The middle-aged woman smiled lovingly. Xiaoxi has grown up and knows that she has to prepare dinner for us. It's still so rich. I'm really happy, the middle-aged man said disapprovingly. Xiaoxi didn't do it herself, so don't praise her so much. Although he said this, the smile unconsciously showing in his eyes still betrayed his mood. Xiaoxi didn't say anything. She just picked up her chopsticks and motioned for everyone to eat. But the man asked first. Xiaoxi, you asked me to come back early. What happened? Xiaoxi looked at the man with a smile and said coquettishly, Can we wait until we finish the meal? The woman couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoxi has learned how to tell the truth. The couple didn't ask any more questions. According to Xiaoxi's wishes, they finished a sumptuous meal warmly. After putting down the dishes, Xiaoxi stood up. She walked over and gently hugged the man's shoulders from behind. Dad, thank you. Thank you for your care and love for me over the past 20 years. I know how much you love me. Okay. I remember it clearly in my heart. The man was stunned. He seemed to be trying to put on a strict father's face. But because of Xiaoxi's words, he couldn't control the emotion in his heart. I love you, Dad. Xiaoxi rubbed her head against the man's head with a reluctant tone. You kid. What's wrong today? The man reached out and touched Xiaoxi's head. Don't tell me you did something bad outside. Do you want to sell me a good deal first so that you can avoid being beaten later? Xiaoxi is not that kind of child. The woman immediately spoke for Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi must just want you to be nice to her and stop keeping a straight face all day long. How can I? The man retorted slightly weakly. Xiaoxi couldn't help laughing. She walked to the woman again, stretched out her hands to her, and said softly, Mom, give me a hug. Chapter 279 The Daughter of a Wealthy Family 7. The woman stood up, hugged Xiaoxi, and gently stroked Xiaoxi's long hair. Xiaoxi has really grown up. When I hugged you before, I could lift you up easily, but now I can't lift it anymore. Xiaoxi rubbed the woman's neck and said, Mom, I will take good care of myself. Eat well, and sleep well. Even if I am the only one in the future, I promise to live well. The woman's hand paused, and there was a hint of doubt in her tone. Xiaoxi, what are you thinking about? You have me and your father. How can you be alone? Xiaoxi reluctantly left the woman's arms, and then she stepped back and said, I know you are all an illusion. My parents are dead. Xiaoxi? The man looked confused. What are you talking about? Xiaoxi did not stop, but continued to step back, and continued. That day you came back from a business trip together, and there was a car accident after you got off the plane. I rushed over immediately after getting the news, but I could only see you in the morgue. Later you were sent for cremation. I watched you being burned to ashes, and then I buried you together with my own hands. As her words fell one by one, the bodies of the men and women at the table suddenly became blurred and swayed, like the reaction of an old TV with poor signal and poor contact. The tip of Xiaoxi's nose felt sore, and her vision was covered with a thin layer of mist. At this moment, what else can't be understood? Everything in front of me is indeed an illusion. Her voice trembled slightly, with a hint of crying, but her tone remained firm. After you passed away, I sold all the assets in the family, leaving only this house and the car that my father used most. Because this place is full of peace and harmony. Memories related to you. I thought the rest of my life would pass by in such chaos. But I didn't expect that the world would suddenly change and the end would come. How reluctant she was to give up deep in her heart. How painful it was when she decided to reveal her scars at this moment. But she won't be emotional, no matter how reluctant she is to let go. After distinguishing between reality and falsehood, her reason dictates that she must let go. Shall she? The woman's voice was like rusty iron, becoming sluggish and frustrated. You don't want, Mom? The man's face flickered from time to time, making a serious expression appear and disappear, making it difficult to see clearly. Xiaoxi, don't be fooling around. After the end of the world, I will never be the same person again. Xiaoxi's tone has slowly returned to calmness, and the tears in her eyes have gradually disappeared, as if she has returned to her usual self in an instant. Although life is full of its dangerous, but I feel like I'm doing pretty well. She looked down at the distorted dining table and suddenly chuckled. I am very satisfied to be able to have dinner with you again. At that time, her parents sent her a message telling her that she would be able to catch a late-night snack when she returned from the night flight. That time her parents were on a business trip for more than a month. and she hadn't had a meal with her parents for a long time. So she was very happy. It was also like today when she asked the housekeeper to prepare a sumptuous meal. She waited from dusk till late at night. But what she waited for was the sad news that her parents had died. From then on, there was a shadow in her heart, and she began to be afraid of the coming of the night. Today she had the opportunity to have dinner with her parents again. Even though she knew they were just illusions, she still felt that she had made up for a little bit of her original shortcomings. Chapter 280 The Daughter of a Wealthy Family 8. Xiaoxi raised her head again, looked at the man and woman whose bodies were a little blurred, and said solemnly, "Dad, Mom, don't worry. I can really take good care of myself. No matter how difficult and dangerous the road ahead is. No matter how lonely I am. So, I should return to reality. That is my world." As soon as she finished speaking, everything in front of her eyes suddenly became completely blurred. The figures of her parents mixed with the dining table and chairs, turning into a huge whirlpool, spinning constantly and approaching her. It seemed that in the next second, she would be completely swallowed up. Xiaoxi suddenly sat up from the bed. A thin layer of sweat broke out on her forehead. She took a big breath with some effort, and at the same time raised her head and looked around. Strange bedroom. Strange bed. The bright moonlight filtered in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing her to clearly see the light scars on the back of her hands and the familiar defensive bracelet on her wrists. She tried opening her personal panel again. It worked. Everything in the storage compartment is still there, and the points are not missing at all. Therefore, she was really in a dream before. Then is she back to reality now? Congratulations to player Xiaoxi for completing the first stage of the game mission, returning to reality independently from the dream. The electronic sound suddenly sounded without warning. Hearing the electronic sound, Xiaoxi felt friendly for the first time. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She is really back. Next, players are asked to continue playing in the Wealthy Daughter game and complete the second mission. Task content: take away the ancestral gemstone necklace of the wealthy Zhao family. No matter what method is used. About the game background. It will be sent to players in the form of a file later. Please check it. The game lasts for 6 days. I wish players good luck. In your 6 days, do you count the first day from the dream? Or the first day from now? Xiaoxi quickly asked the question, as if she had quickly entered the state and was not affected by what happened before. Count the first day from the dream? The electronic voice replied. The time in the dream is equal to the real time. Xiaoxi reacted. In other words, it's already the night of my first day in the game. So I only have 5 days left to do the second mission. The electronic voice did not respond and became completely silent. But a pop-up window popped up in front of Xiaoxi. The 4 characters, story background, were bolded and enlarged at the top, making Xiaoxi patiently read the content. Although I find it a bit troublesome, I need to understand the background of the story to facilitate future tasks. The protagonist is a wealthy daughter of City S. She and Chao Liang made an engagement a year ago and planned to get married in 3 years. But recently the protagonist discovered that his fiancée Chao Liang once had a childhood sweetheart girlfriend, and she always came to see Chao Liang. The protagonist is a stubborn person who can't hide his worries, so he goes directly to ask Chao Liang what's going on. Chao Liang says that Xiao Qingmei's family is in trouble, and she comes to borrow money from him. He can't bear to refuse, so he helps out from time to time. Chao Liang said that he had no feelings for Xiao Qingmei for a long time, but after all, they had been in a relationship before, so it was not easy to do too much. So he would help if he could. The protagonist feels relieved when he sees Chao Liang being honest. The Zhao family is the top wealthy family in S City, and their family conditions are better than the protagonist's. No one in the entire S City dares to offend the Zhao family. The protagonist has no contact with the Zhao family, and does not know each other. Chapter 281 The Daughter of a Wealthy Family 9. The protagonist is of course Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi curled her lips. This time the game actually gave her an identity. The daughter of a wealthy family. Of course, this identity was no different from her original identity, and she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Probably for convenience. Her name in the settings has not changed. In addition, I also presented a pair of parents who have a good relationship, but both of them are not at home now. It seems that one is on a business trip, and the other is working overtime for a meeting. Xiaoxi flipped through the photo album on the bedside table, and found the photos of her parents. Fortunately, they looked completely different from her parents. This gave her a huge sigh of relief. If she looks the same as her parents, she is likely to fall into those negative emotions again. just in case the pop-up window was no longer found after it was closed. She read the background of the story twice, and remembered the details she thought were important before closing the pop-up window. The second task is actually a bit difficult. Although any method can be used to take away the ancestral gems from the Zhao family. And stealing is definitely possible. The Zhao family is not a casual family. It is very clear in the background of the story that the Zhao family is powerful, and that ancestral gemstones are definitely placed in the safest places, and cannot be stolen easily. What's more, she doesn't know where the gem is yet. So she has no way of starting. Well, we have to find a way to contact people in the Zhao family first. 5 days was too tight. And she'd better start acting now. She got out of bed, and turned on her computer, to search for information about private detectives. She found that private detectives in this world were legal, and many people opened private detective studios to make a living. There is even a dedicated website for clients to find suitable private investigators. She looked at the praise list, picked one she liked, and sent her request directly, although it was the middle of the night. The other party responded quickly, and took the order. She first made an advance payment, then closed the computer, and lay down again. But she didn't fall asleep immediately. Instead, she opened the friend function, and contacted Yi Kongqing. After she sent the first sentence, she received a reminder that, "You are no longer in the service area, and the message cannot be sent." She was stunned for 2 seconds and cursed softly. The last time a reminder like this appeared, she remembered that it said, "The other party is not in the service area." At that time, Yi Kongqing cleared the game and entered the white room, so she could not contact him. But this time it was said that she was not in the service area. She is clearly not in the white room. And she is still in the game. This has never happened in previous games. I don't know if it's because I can't communicate with other people every time I play a single-player game. Or is it the first time I play a single-player game that's special? She thought about it for a while, knowing that it was impossible for her to figure out this problem in a short time. So she simply gave up. She turned on the small lamp beside the bed, turned off the big light in the room, covered herself with a quilt, and fell asleep again. Early the next morning, she still hasn't seen her parents. According to the housekeeper, her mother has not come back from a business trip, and her father, who is in a meeting, has slept in the company because he is too busy. And according to the time, she should go to school. 3rd year in university. She had to go to school after making trouble for a long time. She directly asked the housekeeper to ask for a leave from school for her. And she chose the cheapest car from the garage and drove away. Chapter 282, The Rich Daughter 10. In just 5 days, would she have to waste all of them going to school? Of course, I have to skip class. The housekeeper looked at Xiaoshi, who was leaving, feeling a little confused. But he has never been a nosy character. In addition to reporting the situation to his husband and wife, he followed Xiaoshi's instructions, and asked for 5 days leave from the school. Xiaoshi went to the wholesale mall, and bought 999 boxes of compressed bread, 999 boxes of beef jerky, 999 boxes of milk, and 999 barrels of mineral water. Yes, she went to stock up on supplies. As the daughter of a wealthy family, how can she make sense without having a few million in pocket money? It is more than enough to buy these supplies. It was a rare opportunity to replenish a large amount of supplies, and her storage compartments were sufficient. How could she waste this opportunity? Anyway, the detective won't have any news until this afternoon at the earliest. During this period, he has nothing to do, so he might as well stock up some supplies for himself. Beef jerky and compressed bread are foods that are relatively anti-hunger, and they are very convenient to eat immediately after taking them out of the bag. Milk supplements nutrients and has great benefits for the body. Needless to say, water is the source of life, so it's always good to add more. In order not to attract attention, Xiaoshi temporarily rented a warehouse. After the delivery person put down the goods and left, she loaded the materials into the storage compartment. During this period, Xiaoshi received greetings from her parents, asking her why she suddenly stopped going to school and drove out in her car. She casually made up a few excuses to excuse her, and promised that after these 5 days, she would study hard and make progress every day. Parents of this status still doted on their children. Although they repeatedly told her not to miss classes, they did not force her to go to school immediately. After fooling her parents, Xiaoshi breathed a sigh of relief and continued busy with moving the goods. After all the busy work, it was past 3 o'clock in the afternoon before I knew it. As soon as Xiaoshi finished collecting the last box of supplies, her phone rang. She took out her mobile phone, and when she saw the word, Liang, written on it. She suddenly lost interest. She thought it was the private detective who called her back. But she didn't expect it was her fiancé. She hung up the phone decisively and blocked the call. She is not here to fall in love and has no interest in this fiancé, especially after she read the story background introduction. She knew very clearly that this man would only affect her progress in clearing the game. There is only a few words about the Zhao family, but there is a lot about this fiancé. But her mission was related to the Zhao family and had nothing to do with her fiancé. This fiancé was of no help to her mission, but he could still be introduced in so many words. She knew with just her toes that he would definitely become an obstacle to her completing the mission. It's the kind of existence that adds story to the game. For example, it involves a messy love triangle of you love him, and he loves her, and the entangled you listen to me explain, and I don't listen. I don't listen. It's a headache just thinking about it. She had this time, so she might as well find a few more people to inquire about the Zhao family. So from the beginning, she made up her mind to ignore this fiancé. Thinking of this, she blocked Chao Liang's QQ and WeChat accounts, determined not to give him any chance to contact her. About half an hour later, Xiaoxi finally received a call from the private detective. At this time, she was sitting in a box in the coffee shop, so she asked the private detective to come to her directly. Chapter 283 The Rich Daughter 11. The private detective handed Xiaoxi a bag of documents and said, "The Zhao family has been in turmoil recently. The old man in charge is old and his health has been deteriorating recently. He can no longer handle family affairs normally. In the past few years, the eldest son, second son, and several grandchildren have the granddaughters died in accidents one after another, leaving only the eldest son's illegitimate son alive. The illegitimate child has been raised outside, and not many people know about it," the private detective continued. "But now that there is no one in the Zhao family's big house, Mr. Zhao took the illegitimate child back. Although he did not say it explicitly, it seemed that he wanted the illegitimate child to take power. The other relatives are not convinced and are secretly watching, hoping to take advantage of this opportunity to swallow up the huge family property in the hands of the old man." Xiaoxi listened to the private detective and flipped through the information in the document bag. "It's really a show for a wealthy family," she commented casually. "Even a fool would not believe it if Mr. Zhao's sons, grandchildren, and grandsons all died accidentally. So there is only one possibility. It is the hands of those sideline relatives who are eyeing him. However, the Zhao family has a huge business, and it is really unreasonable that others can succeed so easily. Was it because he was unprepared for his relatives at first, but then it was too late to react? Or is there something rather troublesome among these relatives?" the private detective added. "Although the illegitimate child was taken back to the Zhao family, he does not seem to be close to the Zhao family. He lives alone in an apartment outside. However, he has been harassed by some people recently. He was also attacked several times." Xiaoxi's eyes lingered on the personal information of the illegitimate son Zhao Yifeng for a moment. It says that Zhao Yifeng's mother died of illness when he was young, and he has been fostered in his uncle's house ever since. However, his uncle's family was mean, and his life was not easy. Later, he was taken back to Zhao's house by Mr. Zhao, and his uncle gave him a large sum of money. But after that, his uncle never bothered him again. Xiaoxi pointed her finger at Zhao Yifeng's photo, raised her head, and asked the private detective, "Where is this illegitimate child now?" The private detective shook his head. "What I have found so far is that the apartment where Zhao Yifeng lives was ransacked by thieves last night, and Zhao Yifeng is missing." "Thieves looted?" Xiaoxi sneered. "I'm afraid it was those relatives who did it. It's so obvious. Do you think others are fools? Do you think others can't see it?" Private detective. Even if he thinks so in his heart, he can't agree with it so much. It is not a good thing to know too much about the secrets of wealthy families, especially the Zhao family. But there was no way. The price offered by this young ancestor was quite high. After finishing this deal, he could take a year off directly. For the sake of money, of course, he couldn't bear to refuse. After thinking about it, the private detective said to Xiaoxi, "If you want to know the whereabouts of Zhao Feng, I can help you check it out. Isn't this what you should do?" Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. "I'm giving you so much money. Can't I just check this basic information?" Private detective. Unexpectedly, he is still a little ancestor who is not easy to fool. He originally thought that a young lady from a wealthy family wanted to marry into the Zhao family, a super wealthy family. So he wanted to check this information to understand the situation. But now it looks a little different. But forget it. This is not something he should have to worry about. He has checked the information that the customer asked him to check. And the customer only needs to pay him. And he will not ask anything else if he can. Chapter 280 for the daughter of a wealthy family 12. The private detective accepted the next task assigned by Xiaoxi and left in a hurry. Xiaoxi sat in the box, took a few sips of coffee, and continued to look through the information in the document bag. After reading the entire content, she decided to go to the apartment where Zhao Yifeng lived to check out the situation. Judging from the current demographic structure of the Zhao family, it should be easier to start from Zhao Yifeng. Although Zhao Yifeng is an illegitimate son, since Mr. Zhao took him back to the Zhao family, he must have wanted him to inherit the Zhao family. Even if Zhao Yifeng doesn't know where the ancestral gem is now, he will know it when he inherits the Zhao family. What's more important is that Zhao Yifeng is in a difficult situation now. If she helps, it will be like making Zhao Yifeng owe a big favor. It should be okay to take advantage of this favor and find out the whereabouts of the gem. Personally, she thinks Zhao Yifeng is easier to get in touch with than those relatives of the Zhao family. Those relatives were cruel and ruthless. And even if she tried to show kindness, it might not be of any use. Not to mention that they most likely had no chance of knowing the whereabouts of the ancestral gems. Drawing up a rough plan in her mind, Xiaoxi set off immediately. No matter how good this plan is, the key is to find Zhao Yifeng first. Otherwise everything will be empty talk. Following the address on the file, she quickly found the high-end apartment under Zhao Yifeng's name. The security measures in the apartment are good. If you are not the owner, you have to call the security booth to let you in. However, even though the security measures were so strict, Zhao Yifeng's home was still ransacked by thieves, which made it even more obvious that this was not a simple robbery. I'm afraid there are also relatives of the Zhao family in this security guard. Xiaoxi took a look at the layout of the apartment, and then parked the car in a remote place a little further away. After getting off the car, she chose a location without surveillance, and put on a silver moon-shaped earring for herself. Moonlight Shadow. Props worth 50 million. After putting it on, lightly press the earring to activate invisibility. After turning invisible, press the earring again to release the invisible state in advance. The maximum invisibility time is 1 hour, and the cooldown is 24 hours. Xiaoxi wanted to enter the apartment unnoticed, so being invisible was the most suitable way. She put on fairy wings again and flew directly into the apartment. Soon she found Zhao Yifeng's house. Zhao Yifeng's apartment is on the top floor, with a loft and terrace attached to it. She flew into the terrace and found that the door connecting the terrace to the attic was not closed. So she walked straight in. As soon as I entered the house, I smelled a faint smell of blood. Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. Following the smell of blood, she walked quietly towards a bedroom in the attic, and saw the unconscious young man lying on the bed. She leaned forward and took a look at the man's face, confirming that it was Zhao Yifeng. Zhao Yifeng's body had been briefly bandaged, but it seemed that one of the injuries was slightly serious, and the wound was not treated properly, causing the bleeding to continue. The clothes on his upper body were soaked in blood, and even the bed was stained with a little blood. It seems that Zhao Yifeng fell into a coma due to excessive blood loss. Xiaoxi. Although it was nice to be able to find someone so easily, what use would a comatose and shocked NPC do to her? She sighed helplessly and first observed the situation around her. Then she went downstairs and quietly listened to the noise outside. After making sure that no one was hiding outside, she closed the curtains in all the rooms, closed the doors and locked them, and then returned to the attic. Chapter 285 The Rich Daughter 13. After returning to the attic, Xiaoxi closed the curtains in all the rooms in the attic and locked the door on the terrace. Then she pressed the earring on her left ear to release her invisibility. She hadn't untied it before because she didn't want anyone who might be spying on her to discover her. The reason for untying it now is because she has to let Zhao Yifeng see her when he wakes up. Otherwise, where could she go to get repayment for saving her life? Xiaoxi dug out her medicine box and started treating Zhao Yifeng's wounds again. Although she was reluctant, she had no choice. Zhao Yifeng was her best target now. 5 days was too short for her to hesitate. Now that we have set a goal, we can only move forward. It is definitely too late to change it now. What's more, she couldn't find a more suitable candidate than Zhao Yifeng. Zhao Yifeng is very tall, about 1.9 meters tall. But fortunately, he is on the thin side and not too heavy. Xiaoxi has been practicing strength training under the guidance of Yi Kongqing for a while, so it is not too strenuous to flip Zhao Yifeng. After taking off the messy bandages tied by Zhao Yifeng, Xiaoxi discovered that the deepest wound was on the left shoulder. Fortunately, no vital parts were hurt. Otherwise she might not be able to handle it alone. It should have been a gunshot wound. But the bullet had been taken out. But the wound was very deep, and the bleeding never stopped. Xiaoxi took out the styptic powder and poured it on the wound. Zhao Yifeng's face was pale, and he had no reaction to Xiaoxi's actions. It was obvious that he would not wake up for a while. This allowed Xiaoxi to act without much scruples. Not even gentleness. After covering the wound with styptic powder, Xiaoxi tied it with a new bandage for Zhao Yifeng, and then touched Zhao Yifeng's forehead. Very good. No fever. Then she took out the blood-enhancing oral liquid and stared at Zhao Yifeng. Seeing that Zhao Yifeng remained silent, she put the blood-tonifying oral liquid on the bedside table and began to be in a daze. It was impossible for her to feed him. She had to wait for him to wake up and drink by himself. Xiaoxi took off her fairy wings, pulled up a stool and sat beside the bed, looking at Zhao Yifeng boredly. To be honest, Zhao Yifeng looks pretty good. Even though his face is bloodless, it can't hide his good looks. He has that kind of extremely aggressive appearance, with a bit of evil in his eyebrows. He will steal other people's attention just by looking at him. It is difficult for most women not to be attracted by such a face. But Xiaoxi does not fall into the majority. She herself has a bright and beautiful face. Looking at her face every day, she is much calmer than the average person when it comes to other good-looking people. What's more, Yi Kongqing poked her aesthetic point even more. There is such an existence that completely suits her aesthetics. Zhao Yifeng is not worthy of her too much attention. Xiaoxi was bored with waiting, so she simply played a standalone game on her mobile phone. After waiting like this for several hours, the sky turned dark. She secretly walked to the window and tried it with a flashlight. After making sure that the curtains were completely opaque, she turned on the lights in the room. After eating some more compressed biscuits for myself, I finally saw Zhao Yifeng making some movement. She took a sip of water, put away her props and supplies, and then looked at Zhao Yifeng again. When Zhao Yifeng opened his eyes in a daze, he felt that the lights above his head were very dazzling. He subconsciously squinted his eyes, and then raised his hands to cover his face. Chapter 286 The Daughter of a Rich Family 14. The next second, Zhao Yifeng suddenly sat up, stepped back and looked at Xiaoxi defensively. Who are you? Although his eyes were looking at Xiaoxi, they had no obvious focus. It was probably because of the excessive blood loss and the large range of movements required to get up that he developed anemia. But he did not show his weakness at all. He even immediately took out the pistol from under the pillow, pointed it at Xiaoxi, and asked coldly, Whose are you? If I want to harm you, do you think I can find a gun under your pillow? Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. You may not even have a chance to wake up. Zhao Yifeng was startled. His vision gradually became clearer, and he could clearly see Xiaoxi's appearance. It was an extremely bright and attractive face. It looked younger than him, but when faced with his pistol, it was very calm, showing no fear at all. Look at your shoulder again. Xiaoxi pointed to Zhao Yifeng's left shoulder. If I hadn't rebandaged you, you might have died here without anyone noticing for a while. Zhao Yifeng looked down and found that his wounds had indeed been retreated. Although the bandage wasn't very good, it was much better than if he had handled it carelessly by himself. Zhao Yifeng's tense body relaxed slightly, but his gun was still pointed at Xiaoxi, and he did not completely lower his guard. What is your purpose? Of course, it's so that the future head of the Zhao family owes me a life-saving favor, Xiaoxi said quite frankly. Not everyone has the opportunity to receive such a huge favor. If she said that she had no purpose, Zhao Yifeng might not believe it, and would even be more suspicious of her intentions. Simply state the purpose directly, as long as it is reasonable and well-founded and does not harm Zhao Yifeng's interests. He will accept it. Zhao Yifeng looked at Xiaoxi steadily for a few seconds. Seeing Xiaoxi's natural expression and open eyes, she felt convinced. But he had more doubts. He couldn't help but ask, Why do you know I'm here? How did you get in? I didn't know you were here. You just came here to try your luck. Xiaoxi shrugged. You just came in secretly. Zhao Yifeng's eyes showed suspicion. The security measures here are very good. How did you sneak in? Xiaoxi handed the blood-tonifying oral liquid on the bedside table to Zhao Yifeng. Drink this first, and we'll talk later. Zhao Yifeng stared at Xiaoxi's hand without moving, his eyes even more guarded. Xiaoxi put the oral solution back on the bedside table with a natural expression. You can drink it or not, but I'm just worried that you will lose too much blood and won't have the energy to listen to what I'm going to say next. She looked at Zhao Yifeng and chuckled. But if you want me to drink it for you first to prove that this oral liquid is not harmful to you, that's impossible. It's not like acting on TV. If you want to gain a meager sense of trust in this way, forget it. She didn't lose too much blood, so she had nothing to replenish. Take your medicine well, and who will be responsible if something goes wrong? Zhao Yifeng was stunned for a moment, faced with Xia Shi's magnanimous look and straightforward words. He felt for the first time that his suspicions were unnecessary, but he still didn't touch the oral solution. He dared not trust others easily, even if the other party behaves quite sincerely. What if it was an act? Once he falls, everything is over. Chapter 287 The Daughter of a Wealthy Family 15. Are you going to the hospital? Xia Shi looked at Zhao Yifeng's pale face and asked. You lost too much blood and your current condition is not good. No, Zhao Yifeng said coldly. Yes, Xia Shi nodded, not surprised. It's as I guessed. Zhao Yifeng looked at Xia Shi with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Xia Shi explained. I saw you lying on the bed in the room, instead of falling on the ground or being tied up. So I knew you should have run back by yourself. You were bandaged so casually. You must have handled it yourself. Everything proves that you don't want to go to the hospital. And maybe the hospital is not safe for you right now. That's why she chose to treat Zhao Yifeng's wounds herself instead of sending him to the hospital. Otherwise, how could she let herself be so tired? Zhao Yifeng's eyes changed when he looked at Xia Shi. Finally, he commented, You are very smart. Xia Shi smiled politely. Thank you for the compliment. Can you answer my question now? Zhao Yifeng's eyes fell on the blood-tonifying oral solution on the bedside table. But he still didn't get it. Who are you? Why do you know who I am? What do you want from the favor I owe you? How did you get into my apartment? It's not convenient for me to answer you some questions. Xia Shi said seriously. But just remember that I'm here to help you. I will definitely not hurt you. She can't say that she flew in invisible. Right. This thing is too difficult to explain. Although he knew that not explaining would make Zhao Yifeng suspicious. Explaining would be more troublesome, and might even make him think there was something wrong with her. Just let him worry. She didn't expect to completely dispel his suspicions anyway. Zhao Yifeng's expression did not change, but the suspicion in his eyes became even worse. Which of those people in the Zhao family doesn't want you to die? Xia Shi analyzed the problem for Zhao Yifeng from a different angle. If I were one of theirs, you would have no chance of surviving. And I would need to use this roundabout way to gain your trust. What to do? Zhao Yifeng still looked at Xia Shi and said nothing. He knew in his heart that the other party's analysis was reasonable. But when such a person suddenly appeared at such a strange time and place, and said he wanted to help him, how could he not be suspicious? After being attacked in the apartment, he knew that there must be someone from the Zhao family's branch on the security side. This woman could get in so easily. If she didn't have the help of the Zhao family, how could she get in on her own? The security measures in this place are still very strict, and ordinary people cannot enter or exit at will. It doesn't matter if you doubt me, as long as I can help you get things done. Xia Shi didn't care about Zhao Yifeng's psychological activities at all. She said, If it doesn't work, you will see what I will do next. You will know whether I will hurt you. Is you? Having said this, Xia Shi paused and added, Anyway, I will stay with you for 5 days at most. Well, strictly speaking, there shouldn't be 5 days left. After all, it's getting dark now. Zhao Yifeng had to admit that what the woman opposite said was true. Although he still had doubts. He might as well see what this woman could do for him first. His current situation could not be worse than death. How do you want to help me? Zhao Yifeng asked. I have to first learn more about the current situation of the Zhao family, as well as the strength of your side relatives. Xia Shi immediately became energetic when she saw Zhao Yifeng getting down to business. Also, I want to know how long Mr. Zhao can last. Chapter 288 The Rich Daughter 16. Hearing the last sentence, Zhao Yifeng's face changed slightly, and he looked directly at Xia Shi with a gloomy and murderous gaze. What do you want to do? Xia Shi showed a helpless expression. I know it's difficult for people like you to trust others. But can you not just pick up words and make blind associations just because of my words? This will seriously affect the progress of communication. After all, she only had more than 4 o'clock in the day, and she didn't have that much free time to take care of the mentality of a suspicious person. Zhao Yifeng pursed his lips and said nothing. Seeing Zhao Yifeng's attitude, Xia Shi knew that she couldn't do it unless she made it clear. Although she found it troublesome, she still forced herself to explain patiently. I asked Mr. Zhao how long he can live. Just because Mr. Zhao is here, and it is easier for you to inherit the Zhao family. Mr. Zhao is the leader of the Zhao family. With him here, as long as he personally says that Zhao Yifeng will inherit, No matter how dissatisfied the subordinates are, they will not dare to do anything. As long as Xiao Yifeng has some means, there will be no problem in slowly gaining a foothold. What she needs to do is to help Xiao Yifeng spend this most dangerous time. But if Mr. Xiao doesn't survive these few days, or even loses the ability to move and speak, things will become very difficult. In short, depending on the situation, she has to come up with different response plans. Xiao Yifeng was silent for a while before speaking. Grandpa is unconscious. I don't know how long he can last. Xia Shi. This was really the outcome she least expected. But think about it. If Mr. Zhao's condition hadn't been so serious, Xiao Yifeng wouldn't have moved out. It must be because no one in the mansion can protect him. If he continues to stay, it will be like a sheep entering the tiger's mouth. It is safer to live alone. Moreover, the relatives of the side branch were able to take action blatantly because Mr. Zhao was unconscious. Did Mr. Zhao leave a will or something? Xiaoxi asked again. It seems not. Xiao Yifeng shook his head. When Grandpa brought me back, he said that my identity would be announced to the public in a week and that I would be in charge of the Zhao family. But Grandpa fell into a coma the next day. Grandpa was in a coma. Afterwards, I asked his most trusted lawyerly, and lawyerly said that Grandpa did not have time to prepare a will. Such a coincidence. Xiaoxi crossed her arms and tapped her chin with her index finger. Do you think Mr. Zhao's coma was caused by someone from the side branch? They don't have this ability yet. Xiao Yifeng sneered, with disdain in his eyes. Although Grandpa is old, he still has many subordinates who are loyal to him. No one can approach him at will, and there is no chance to attack him. In other words, even if Mr. Zhao is unconscious, his safety can still be guaranteed? Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. That's right. Xiao Yifeng nodded. Then why didn't he send someone to protect your safety? Xiaoxi asked with some confusion. My identity has not been made public, and Grandpa didn't have time to make arrangements for me. Xiao Yifeng frowned slightly when he said this, as if he was a little dissatisfied. Are you trying to sow discord between me and Grandpa? Don't think too much about it. I'll just ask casually. Xiaoxi shrugged, then laughed again. But having said that, you seem to still have some feelings for Mr. Zhao. Xiao Yifeng's words were all about protecting Mr. Zhao, and he seemed to trust Mr. Zhao quite a lot. Chapter 289 The Rich Daughter 17. Xiao Yifeng said nothing, and just put down the gun in his hand. Seeing this, Xiaoxi asked again. Would you like to eat something? You have lost a lot of blood now. You can't do it without replenishing some energy. As she said that, she took out a piece of chocolate from her pocket and handed it to Xiao Yifeng. I see there is nothing edible in your kitchen or refrigerator. You should eat this first. Xiao Yifeng raised his eyes and looked at it, but still didn't say anything or reach out to pick it up. Xiaoxi put the chocolate on the bedside table and said in a casual tone, Eat it if you like. She is a spoiled young lady who has never waited on others. At this moment, Xiaoxi's cell phone rang. She took out her cell phone and looked at it, and found that it was a call from her home landline. She made a silent gesture to Xiao Yifeng, and then answered the phone in front of Xiao Yifeng. Xiao Yifeng looked at Xiaoxi suspiciously, his eyes full of vigilance. Xiaoxi, why haven't you gone home yet? The concerned voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end of the phone. It's getting late, and you didn't go to class today. You should go home for dinner. Xiaoxi said, oops, and then said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Dad. I decided to go out for some relaxation before, so I'm in the waiting room of the airport now, and I'll be boarding the plane in a while. Hearing this, Xiao Yifeng was stunned for a moment, and then showed an expression that said, This woman doesn't even make a draft of her lies, and she still has such a straight face. It really makes people doubt whether there is any truth in what she said before. What? The middle-aged man sounded surprised, obviously not expecting this situation. Where have you been? Why are you running around alone? Do you know it's not safe? Don't worry, Dad. I won't go to those dangerous places, Xiaoxi said in a brisk tone. I'm an adult now. Can I still lose myself? I'll send you a photo when I get to my destination. Okay. Good. The middle-aged man hesitated for a while and said, Then you remember to report to me every day to make sure you are safe, so that I can rest assured. Okay. Xiaoxi agreed readily. I will send you a few new photos every night. The middle-aged man agreed, and told him several times to pay attention to safety, protect yourself, and don't play outside. He would have to go home in a few days, and then hung up the phone. When Xiaoxi put away her phone, Xiao Yifeng couldn't help but snorted. I didn't expect you to be quite good at acting. Xiaoxi didn't avoid him when she called. He was not far away, and he could hear everything the man on the phone said. As a filial child, of course, I can't let my parents worry. Xiaoxi smiled and said, "This is called a white lie. I don't understand why you want to get involved in the Zhao family's affairs." Zhao Yifeng suddenly asked, "If you were not a member of the Zhao family's side, wouldn't it be better to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight?" "Of course I have my purpose," Xiaoxi said with a smile. "Didn't I say it before? I want the future head of the Zhao family to owe me a favor." Zhao Yifeng was silent for a moment and said, "Even if you help me now, I won't be able to agree to whatever you ask me to do in the future. It's okay to tell you directly." Xiaoxi was too lazy to continue playing riddles. She saw that it was difficult for Zhao Yifeng to cooperate without knowing everything. So she simply said, "I just want the gem necklace passed down by your Zhao family." Chapter 290 The Daughter of a Wealthy Family 18. Xiaoxi knew that if the conditions proposed were too small, such as just seeing a gem necklace, then it would be even harder to believe Zhao Yifeng's suspicion, and she would just think she was lying. Simply offering to take it away would make it easier for Zhao Yifeng to believe it. Zhao Yifeng was stunned for a while before he realized what Xiaoxi said. He looked at Xiaoxi in disbelief. "What do you want that for?" He knew that the ancestral gemstones of the Zhao family were very valuable, but it would be unreasonable to say that he would take the initiative to save him and do things for him just for money. And if it's for money, wouldn't it be more secure to just ask him to write a check? Even if she agreed verbally now, and he reneged later, she would get nothing. "Why are you asking so many questions?" Xiaoxi became a little impatient. "Just say whether you agree or not. This special man is so suspicious, and it's really hard to communicate with him." I miss you, Conchine." Seeing Xiaoxi's attitude, Zhao Yifeng looked a little unhappy. But because of Xiaoxi's neither humble nor arrogant appearance, he was able to dispel some of his doubts. After a moment of silence, Zhao Yifeng said, "I can show you the gem, but I can't give it to you. It is an ancestral inheritance of the Zhao family. If you take it away, other people in the Zhao family will definitely take the opportunity to make trouble." Xiaoxi pretended to hesitate for a while, then reluctantly nodded and agreed. "Okay, let me see the legendary gem. Then I will take a few more photos with the gem, and I can go out and brag." She didn't expect Zhao Yifeng to agree to give her the gem necklace. But as long as she could see the gem necklace, the next thing would not be a problem. "Then you have no other requests?" Zhao Yifeng asked tentatively. Seeing a gem and getting a gem are two completely different concepts. There was such a big gap all of a sudden. If this woman didn't make any other demands, it would make him think that she had some other purpose. Xiaoxi guessed what Zhao Yifeng was thinking. She thought about it and said, "I will inevitably spend money to do things for you, and you have to reimburse me." Hearing this answer, Zhao Yifeng was not surprised. It could even be said that he relaxed. "How much do you want?" "It's estimated to cost several million." Xiaoxi opened her mouth. She spent millions just hiring the private detective, not to mention the other expenses she would need later. A few million is considered a small amount. "Yes," Zhao Yifeng readily agreed and added, "but I can't afford so much money at the moment. I will give it to you after a month when the Zhao family has stabilized." "Then there's no time," Xiaoxi muttered, and then said her purpose. "You can replace it with something else." She can't take the money here with her, and it won't turn into her points. It's useless for her to ask for money. So her purpose is not money, but something else. "Replacement?" Zhao Yifeng showed a wary look again. "What is it?" Xiaoxi looked directly at Zhao Yifeng with a calm face. "I remember that your Zhao family has a medical business." "Right." Zhao Yifeng showed a clear look. "You want a share of the pie? You're thinking too much." Xiaoxi chuckled. "I just want some medicines that are equal to the money I spent." As for medicines, it would be easy for her to attract attention if she bought them in large quantities without opening a pharmacy. And she might not be able to buy so many. This is also the reason why she didn't buy medicine when she was stocking up on supplies. Chapter 291 The Rich Daughter 19. But it would be much more convenient to ask Zhao Yifeng to give it. The Zhao family has a pharmaceutical factory. "Why do you need so many medicines?" Zhao Yifeng was puzzled by Xiaoxi's behavior. "Why are you asking so many questions?" Xiaoxi snorted dissatisfied. "When you are discussing business with others, do you still have to ask them clearly about the purpose of buying your things? I have never asked you so many random questions." "Have I?" Zhao Yifeng. How dare this woman lose her temper at him? "Whether the deal is a deal or not, just be more relaxed." Xiaoxi was a little impatient. She was already very patient with Zhao Yifeng. If it weren't for the mission, she wouldn't be too lazy to talk nonsense. Zhao Yifeng looked worried, but still nodded. Deal? Xiaoxi felt a little happier now. She said, I need medicines to treat bruises and antibiotics, as well as some medicines to treat common diseases, such as cough, vomiting, diarrhea, fever, etc. You can take care of the rest. Give it. It's worth several million anyway. After saying this, she asked again, Can you give it to me in these 2 days? Zhao Yifeng thought for a moment and said the truth. If I succeed in inheriting the Zhao family, I can give it to you as soon as possible. As for whether it was the past 2 days, he couldn't guarantee it. That's okay. Xiaoxi took out pen and paper from the backpack behind her, the backpack she took out from the storage compartment when Zhao Yifeng was unconscious. She said to Zhao Yifeng, Write a simple contract first, so that you don't regret later. Zhao Yifeng did not object and signed a contract with Xiaoxi to deliver medicines and look at gem necklaces. Looking at Xiaoxi writing his name, Zhao Yifeng reached out and took away the chocolate from the bedside table. He unwrapped it with some difficulty, took a bite, and then said, Now, Xiaoxi, let's get down to business. Xiaoxi nodded. Tell me about the situation of the Zhao family and the side forces, so that I can start making plans. This time Zhao Yifeng did not question anything and introduced the internal situation to Xiaoxi in detail. After he finished speaking, he leaned on the bedside and said weakly, Give me something to eat. I sneaked in. If I went out to buy something for you, I would be easily exposed. Xiaoxi refused and reminded, I suggest you don't take out any food. Otherwise others will know that you are still in the apartment. The reason why Zhao Yifeng hides here must be because he thinks that the most dangerous place is also the safest place. The apartment had just been raided, and most people wouldn't think he'd dare live here. This instead made this place a short-lived blind spot. But if you order takeout, the security booth will know about it, and people from the Zhao family branch will also know about it. This undoubtedly exposed his whereabouts. Zhao Yifeng's lips were pale, probably because he spent too much energy talking a lot. His voice was now weak. Do something for me. You don't have any ingredients in the kitchen. Xiaoxi spread her hands. It's hard for a clever woman to cook without rice. There are several boxes of instant noodles in the cabinet in the living room. When Zhao Yifeng said this, he could be said to be full of energy. He turned his head and glanced at the blood-enhancing oral liquid still on the bedside, took it into his hand with difficulty, and drank it all. Go quickly! Although his voice was weak, his tone still sounded like he was ordering his servant. I don't know how to cook. Xiaoxi sat still and even asked in confusion. Besides, you were always on guard against me before. Now aren't you afraid that I will take the opportunity to poison your instant noodles? Chapter 292 The Daughter of a Wealthy Family 20. Zhao Yifeng raised his eyes to look at Xiaoxi. His eyes were gloomy and mixed with a little annoyance, and he wanted to beat her to death immediately. Did this woman do this on purpose? If she doesn't know how to cook, just say, It's okay. If she insists on saying that it's hard for a clever woman to make a meal without rice. At first glance, she might think she knows how to cook. Now she actually dares to talk about his doubts about her. She is obviously deliberately trying to make him angry. Facing Zhao Yifeng's gloomy gaze, Xiaoxi showed no fear at all, and even showed a bit of a smile. If you want to eat, you have to do it yourself. But I can also provide some blood-enhancing oral liquid. As she spoke, she took out 2 more bottles from her backpack and placed them on the bedside table. Zhao Yifeng's eyes stayed on the backpack held by Xiaoxi for a moment. Does anyone carry bandages, styptic powder and blood tonics with them? Did this woman know that he was seriously injured before she saw him? How did you know that? This woman is really weird in every aspect. Although such a thought flashed through his mind, Zhao Yifeng did not say it out loud. He had always had doubts about Xiaoxi, but it was obvious that there would be no results if he continued to ask. It was better to see what Xiaoxi could do first. He is now unable to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. He is being watched too closely by the Zhao family's side branch, and any movement will be immediately noticed, making it difficult for him to move even an inch. If there is an unrelated person doing things for him, it may not be easy to attract the attention of those people, but the situation will be more favorable. Thinking of this, Zhao Yifeng took the oral liquid and drank 2 more bottles unhappily. He felt that the symptoms of dizziness were relieved a lot. Then he slowly got out of bed and went to boil water for instant noodles. While Zhao Yifeng was busy with work, Xiaoxi found a few decent pictures on the internet, removed the watermarks and some areas that might cause suspicion, and carefully checked the pictures to make sure they looked natural, before sending them to NPC's father. The NPC's father probably never thought that Xiaoxi would lie to him, so he had no suspicion. After receiving the picture, he sent a message and told Xiaoxi to have a good rest, not to be too tired, and to pay attention to safety. So he did not disturb Xiaoxi again. When Xiaoxi replied good night to the NPC's father, Xiao Yifeng walked into the room with a bowl of instant noodles. He stared at Xiaoxi. Who are you texting? His tone was gloomy, and his questioning meaning was obvious. Xiaoxi was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly handed her mobile phone to Xiao Yifeng to see. Xiao Yifeng glanced at it and sneered. You are quite thoughtful. You do all the tricks. Xiaoxi took back her phone and said seriously. I am called rigorous. Otherwise, it will be even more troublesome if my dad finds out later that I didn't actually go out to play. You even did this without telling your family. Xiao Yifeng expressed doubts about Xiaoxi's abilities. On your own, do you have any ability that can help me solve my current predicament? What kind of disturbance could a young woman who looked younger than him create? In the entire S city, there is no one more powerful than the Zhao family. If there is power behind this woman, there is one more thing to say. But so far, he has never seen her contact any forces. And even his parents don't know what she is doing now. It's really like playing house. You think it's not possible because you are all taking the conventional route, Xiaoxi said to Xiao Yifeng with a smile. But in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures should be taken. And the path I took is beyond the scope of what you conventional routes can understand. Chapter 293 The Rich Daughter 21. Xiaoxi was pressed for time. If she wanted to solve the problem as soon as possible, she could only use some extraordinary means. What method? Xiao Yifeng took a sip of noodles and asked. The kind that defeats the enemy with one move? Xiaoxi tilted her head and thought for a moment, then smiled and said, Absolutely. She yawned. It's getting late. I'll take a rest at your place tonight. If you have anything to do, please do it yourself and don't bother me. Xiao Yifeng looked gloomy. After talking for a long time, you actually plan to sleep? If you don't keep your spirits up, how can you have enough energy to do things during the day? Xiaoxi asked confidently, then got up and walked out. In fact, while Xiao Yifeng was cooking noodles, she sent several messages to the private detective. Now she needs the private detective to give her more information so that she can do what she wants. So this time is her best chance to rest. Xiao Yifeng looked at Xiaoxi walking out of the room. Feeling furious, he felt that this woman was here to cause trouble. Xiaoxi didn't care what Xiao Yifeng was thinking. She slept directly on the sofa in the leisure room outside. This location is closest to Xiao Yifeng's room, just in case anything happens to Xiao Yifeng, so that she can react in time. In the middle of the night, Xiaoxi finally received some new information about Xiao Yifeng from the private detective. She looked at her phone in a daze, and immediately understood why Xiao Yifeng still seemed to have some feelings for Mr. Zhao. Xiao Yifeng's mother only found out that she was pregnant after she and Zhao's eldest son broke up. However, Xiao Yifeng's mother did not want to continue to be with Zhao's eldest son, and at the same time, she was reluctant to abort the child. In the end, she decided to give birth to the child alone. Take care of yourself. When Xiao Yifeng was 10 years old, the eldest son of Zhao had an accident and drowned in the sea. Not long after, the wife, son and daughter of the eldest son of Zhao also got into car accidents one after another. At that time, Mr. Zhao had already noticed something was wrong and sent people to investigate. However, the other party probably also knew that his too much movement attracted Mr. Zhao's attention. So he settled down and there was no movement for several years. The other party has not taken any action. And Mr. Zhao can't find anything no matter how powerful he is. But due to some mistakes, Xiao Yifeng, an illegitimate son, was accidentally discovered. Since then, Mr. Zhao has helped Xiao Yifeng from time to time and secretly sent people to cultivate Xiao Yifeng's abilities. For safety reasons, Mr. Zhao did not disclose Xiao Yifeng's identity, and never even allowed Xiao Yifeng to enter the city where the Zhao family's main residence was located. Xiao Yifeng inherited his father's excellent genes, and is very talented, and has a strong learning ability. He started training when he was 10 years old, and now it has been more than 10 years, and he has enough strength to inherit the Zhao family. Moreover, precisely because Mr. Zhao has helped teach Xiao Yifeng since he was 10 years old, Xiao Yifeng respects Mr. Zhao from the bottom of his heart, and does have certain feelings for Mr. Zhao. Xiaoxi thought about it for a while, and new doubts slowly emerged in her heart. Since Mr. Zhao had made preparations long ago, he shouldn't have no will. Mr. Zhao, the leader of a top wealthy family, has never experienced any big storms, and it is impossible to imagine the worst outcome. At least after the death of the second son and his family, It was time to contact a trustworthy lawyer in private to draw up a will. But Zhao Yifeng said there was no will. It's really a bit strange. Xiaoxi fell back to sleep with this idea in mind. But she didn't expect that she would soon know the answer to this question. Chapter 294 The Daughter of a Wealthy Family 22. The evening of the third day of the game. In a dilapidated abandoned factory on the outskirts. Zhao Yifeng brought people over. When he saw a mother and daughter beside Xiaoxi, he looked surprised. Why are they here? He had seen these two people before. They were Lawyer Li's wife and children. He was kidnapped by a branch of the Zhao family. Xiaoxi shrugged. This is an unexpected gain. Go back and ask Lawyer Li if Mr. Zhao really did not leave a will. Zhao Yifeng thought for a moment and understood what Xiaoxi meant. Lawyer Li is Grandpa's most trusted lawyer. If Grandpa has a will, it must be in the hands of Lawyer Li. The mother and daughter were Lawyer Li's wife and daughter. According to Xiaoxi, the mother and daughter were kidnapped by people from a branch of the Zhao family, which proved that Lawyer Li had been threatened. Normally speaking, since Grandpa wanted him to inherit the Zhao family, he should have made preparations early in the morning. There is no excuse for not having a will. But when he asked Lawyer Li before, Lawyer Li said there was no will. Thinking about it carefully, all members of the Zhao family were there at that time. So Lawyer Li might have been threatened at that time. Based on the relationship between Lawyer Li and his grandfather, Zhao Yifeng did not think that Lawyer Li would hand over the will to a branch of the Zhao family to destroy it. However, Lawyer Li cannot ignore the safety of his wife and daughter. So it is more likely that he will lie about not having a will, and then secretly hide the will, and wait for the opportunity. So now that the threat has been lifted and Lawyer Li's family is safe, Lawyer Li should be able to tell the truth at this time. If Grandpa's will is there, even if Grandpa is unconscious, it will be much easier for him to inherit the Zhao family. Zhao Yifeng immediately called Lawyer Li, and then returned to Zhao's house with Xiaoxi and Lawyer Li's wife and daughter. Not long after, Lawyer Li rushed over and hugged his wife and daughter. My wife, who had never shed tears, finally started crying in a grieved manner when she saw Lawyer Li. After comforting his wife, Lawyer Li looked at Zhao Yifeng and said proactively, Mr. Zhao has a will. The old Mr. Zhao in his mouth refers to Mr. Zhao. Lawyer Li looked very guilty. I'm sorry. I never said it before, which caused you to suffer a lot. Zhao Yifeng waved his hand to stop Lawyer Li from continuing. It's still too late now. You can summon the Zhao family here later, find a few notaries, and then announce the will. In this way, everything behind will be simple. About this, Xiaoxi raised her hand and said with a smile, maybe the people from the Zhao family branch are not all gathered together. What do you mean? Zhao Yifeng looked at Xiaoxi suspiciously. What did you do? When he woke up in the morning, he found that Xiaoxi was not there. He was in a trance for a moment, thinking that everything that happened before was just a dream. Then he found a note left by Xiaoxi and a string of mobile phone numbers on the bedside table. And he confirmed that Xiaoxi really existed. The note said that she was going to deal with the affairs of the Zhao family branch, and would tell him when there was a result, and asked him to send her a message when he woke up, so that she could contact him later. But when he called, the woman said impatiently that she was busy, told him not to disturb her, and then hung up the phone. He didn't expect that this woman would dare to treat him like this. At that time, he was so angry that he wanted to throw something. Chapter 295 The Daughter of a Wealthy Family 23. Then he waited like this for a day. And it was not until evening that the woman took the initiative to call him, and said that the matter was almost done, and there were 2 people to be handed over to him. Zhao Yifeng hurried over with a few trustworthy people. He had wanted to ask Xiaoxi what exactly he had done, and what it meant that it was almost done. But after meeting Lawyer Li's wife and children, he forgot about it for a while. Now that it was brought up again, he naturally had to ask about the situation. Of course, by reasoning, we asked those who caused the most violence to call the police and surrender. Xiaoxi blinked her eyes and smiled brightly. If the few Zhao family members who were arrested at this time heard this, they would probably beat their chests and curse loudly. It was obvious that they had to use violent means to force them to surrender. But they still dared to say that they were being reasonable. God's horse-riding reasoning. Unfortunately, they couldn't hear it. Zhao Yifeng, who didn't understand the inside story, didn't believe Xiaoxi's words. Be reasonable? If they are people who can be solved by being reasonable, how can I suffer such a big loss? What do you care about the process? As long as the matter is resolved, it will be fine. Xiaoxi waved her hand, looking too lazy to tell the details. In fact, she just relied on her defense bracelet to break into several side territories. I have to say that the private detective she hired was really capable, and the location was quite accurate. She didn't waste any time and took the wrong path. Those people couldn't do any harm to her, but it was easy for her to harm them. Power and money are important, but when faced with a life or death threat, of course staying alive is more important. The private detective's hacking skills were also good, and she obtained a lot of evidence of the Zhao family's evil deeds. She directly asked those people to surrender with these evidences, and it was difficult for those people not to be caught. But it was difficult to explain these things to Zhao Yifeng, especially when it involved props and the like. It was too laborious to explain, and she didn't bother to talk. As for those people from the Zhao family branch, she was not afraid that they would tell them, because no one would believe them anyway. In short, they are all squatting in and won't be able to get out for a while. Xia, she said to Zhao Yifeng, you have enough time to establish a foothold in the Zhao family. When they come out, it won't be so hard to cause any trouble. Easy. If Zhao Yifeng couldn't suppress those people with his own ability at that time, it would be because Zhao Yifeng himself was not good enough. This is not something she needs to worry about. Zhao Yifeng looked at Xia Shi with a somewhat complicated look. He really didn't expect that Xia Shi could solve so many troubles in one day. Even if the people in the Zhao family branch did not notice the existence of Xia Shi, a stranger, and were not wary of Xia Shi's whereabouts at first, they should have been alert from Xia Shi's first move. Even if this was the case, Xia Shi could still kill several major figures from the Zhao family side branches. This woman is not simple. He wanted to know what she had done, but she refused to tell. It made him feel that she was full of mystery. Zhao Yifeng was silent for a moment and looked at lawyerly beside him. First find all the people from the Zhao family that we can find. In any case, if those thorns are gone, it will be much easier to announce the will tonight. Lawyerly agreed and left the room. By the way, don't be too happy too early. There is a thorny head in the Zhao family branch that I haven't had time to deal with yet. Xia Shi thought of this incident and reminded Zhao Yifeng. That guy seems to be hiding on purpose today. I couldn't find anyone for a while. Chapter 296, The Daughter of a Wealthy Family 24. According to Zhao Yifeng, there is a man named Zhao Xian in the branch of the Zhao family. He has some strength and many connections. He is very thoughtful and is the most difficult to deal with. Originally, according to Xia Shi's plan, there was no problem in dealing with all the Zhao family's branches at once. No matter how many connections and deep thoughts Zhao Xian has, he can't do anything in the face of absolute suppression by force. It's a pity that she didn't find Zhao Xian today and didn't know where he was hiding. It can be seen that Zhao Xian also has eyes and ears in other branches of the Zhao family, and is indeed the most difficult to deal with. No matter where he is hiding, he will definitely appear when the will is announced today. Zhao Yifeng sneered. I want to see what other tricks he can play. Xia Shi rubbed her belly. No matter what. I'm hungry. Get me something delicious. After all, she had to go to several places and deal with several people in one day. The time was so tight that she couldn't even think about eating. I ate 2 bites of compressed biscuits while flying on the road. She really wants to eat hot meals now. Zhao Yifeng glanced at Xia Shi. You will join us for the dinner later. The time is just right now. Waiting for the Zhao family to gather together, have dinner together, and announce the will. Xia Shi wanted to refuse, but then she thought about it. After all, Zhao Xian was still here. Just in case anything happened tonight, it was best to stay with Zhao Yifeng. Otherwise, if something happened to Zhao Yifeng, it would be more difficult for her to find a new target to get the gem necklace. Okay, she agreed with a smile. As long as you don't mind me, an outsider, participating in your family's internal dinner. Asterisk. Dinner time. All the people from the Zhao family who could come over rushed to the Zhao family's old house. Obviously, the will is of great importance, and all Zhao family members take it seriously. But Zhao Yifeng deliberately kept everyone in the dark, and did not talk about the will immediately, but started eating first. No one had much thought about eating, so they paid attention to Zhao Yifeng's behavior from time to time during the meal. There were still many eyes wandering on Xia Shi's body. They had never seen Xia Shi, and Xia Shi sat next to Zhao Yifeng, looking very valued. This made everyone begin to wonder about Xia Shi's identity and her relationship with Zhao Yifeng. Xia Shi felt the attention of everyone, but acted as if she didn't notice it, and continued to eat the delicious dishes. Zhao Yifeng felt a little complicated when he saw Xia Shi eating with gusto despite the gazes of so many people. Can you still eat? He couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Xia Shi swallowed what was in her mouth, wiped the soup from the corner of her mouth, and then took the time to reply. Is there anything you can't eat? With so many people staring at you. Look at how many people are eating in such good spirits as you. Zhao Yifeng couldn't help but mocked. It looks like they haven't eaten in 800 years. Am I going to make it hard for myself to eat just because others can't eat it? I eat and drink. What's more? For her now, every serious meal is very rare. If she doesn't focus on eating, should she focus on the eyes of these NPCs? She's not stupid. Zhao Yifeng. This woman always has her own reasons. Speaking of which, you've just left them alone. Is it time to announce the will? Xiaoxi scooped a few spoons of soup for herself and said to Zhao Yifeng, I want to go to bed early tonight and don't want to stay with you until midnight. Chapter 297 The Daughter of a Wealthy Family 25. Zhao Yifeng did not say a word, but raised his hand to make a gesture to the person behind him. After a while, Lawyer Li walked into the restaurant with projection equipment and a document bag. Under everyone's nervous and expectant eyes, Lawyer Li played the video that Mr. Zhao had recorded before he woke up, and read out the will. Xiaoxi drank soup and listened to Lawyer Li reading the will, while looking at Zhao Xian casually. As expected, this branch of the Zhao family that she hadn't had time to deal with came after all. Zhao Xian's face looked very ugly at this time. After noticing Xiaoxi's gaze, he glared at Xiaoxi fiercely with obvious annoyance. Obviously, Zhao Xian knew what Xiaoxi did during the day. Xiaoxi smiled back, with a polite attitude and arrogant expression. She looked like a delicate and wealthy lady. Zhao Xian didn't expect Xiaoxi's reaction. He was stunned for a moment, and then rolled his eyes disdainfully. With the notarization of the notary, the reading of the will came to a successful conclusion. During the whole process, no one stood up and asked why the main characters of the Zhao family branch did not show up. Probably through their respective networks. They all knew the fate of those people. Therefore, no one dared to cause trouble to Zhao Yifeng at this time. Zhao Yifeng signed the relevant inheritance contract in front of everyone and officially took over the Zhao family's industry. After the meal, most of the Zhao family walked out listlessly, like eggplants beaten by frost. However, Zhao Xian took the initiative to come to Zhao Yifeng and stretched out his hand to Zhao Yifeng. Congratulations, nephew. Zhao Yifeng glanced at Zhao Xian's hand and did not move it. Thank you. Although he was saying thank you, his eyes were gloomy and his posture was defensive, with no intention of thanking him at all. Zhao Xian was not angry. He took back his hand and said, It's such a good day today. It's a pity that I didn't have time to buy you some gifts in advance, but I just asked my men to prepare them. They should be delivered to my car now. I wonder if Xiaofeng is willing to go out with me to look at the gifts. Okay. Zhao Yifeng agreed readily. Xiaoxi, who didn't have time to remind Zhao Yifeng of his rejection, said, This guy shouldn't be so brainless that he can't tell Zhao Xian is cheating. Right? What did he want to do by deliberately agreeing? You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Seeing Zhao Yifeng really walking out, Xiaoxi followed reluctantly. I really want to get my things and leave quickly. Seeing this, Zhao Xian couldn't help but ask Zhao Yifeng, I wonder who this lady is. Why is there such an outsider who is not a notary present at the Zhao family meeting? Zhao Yifeng glanced at Xiaoxi and said nothing, obviously not intending to introduce Xiaoxi's identity. Xiaoxi returned Zhao Xian's polite and distant smile as usual and said nothing. She didn't bother to introduce herself to an irrelevant NPC. Zhao Xian, who was ignored by the two people, suddenly looked a little unhappy, but he quickly adjusted himself and led Zhao Yifeng and Xiaoxi to his car. At this time, the other members of the Zhao family who participated in the meeting had almost left, and only Zhao Xian's car was left in the parking space. Standing next to the car was one of Zhao Xian's assistants, but no one else. I wonder what gift my uncle wants to give me, Zhao Yifeng asked calmly. You'll know when I take it out. Zhao Xian opened the trunk and reached in. Chapter 298 The Daughter of a Wealthy Family 26. The next second, Zhao Xian took out a pistol and fired several shots at Zhao Yifeng very quickly. At the same time, Zhao Xian's assistant also took out a gun from behind and shot Zhao Yifeng together with Zhao Xian. Xiaoxi was mentally prepared, and she reacted very quickly. She immediately ran in front of Zhao Yifeng. Zhao Yifeng was startled. He raised his hand and reached out, but it was too late to hold Xiaoxi. Just as the bullet was about to hit Xiaoxi's body, it was blocked by a thin light curtain that suddenly appeared. Then it bounced off and landed on the ground not far away. Zhao Xian and his assistant were stunned on the spot and couldn't believe their eyes. Taking advantage of the brief moment when both of them were stunned, Xiaoxi quickly ran to assistant Zhao Xian and punched the assistant in the chin. The assistant instantly lost consciousness and fell to the ground. She turned back to Zhao Xian. Before he could take action, Zhao Xian had already reacted and shot quickly. The bullets were bounced off by the thin light curtain as usual. Zhao Xian panicked. What kind of monster are you? Xiaoxi didn't say a word. She neatly folded Zhao Xian's wrist. Zhao Xian's hand dropped the gun uncontrollably, and she threw it over her shoulder, throwing Zhao Xian to the ground. Zhao Xian was hit so hard that stars appeared in his eyes. His body was numb and painful, and he couldn't get up at all for a while. These were all tricks He Kongqing taught Xiaoxi. I didn't expect them to come in handy so quickly. After Xiaoxi suppressed Zhao Xian, she raised her head and looked at Zhao Yifeng with a disgusted tone. Why are you standing there stunned? Call the police. Although it is very troublesome, this world still seems to be a normal and ordinary world. The system is complete. Laws and regulations are in place, and the world is functioning normally. In this case, she must abide by the law and not cause trouble to the NPC parents. Zhao Yifeng came to his senses. For the first time, he didn't care about Xiaoxi's attitude towards him and cooperated with the call to the police. Zhao Xian was stepped on by Xiaoxi on the shoulder, and his body was still numb from the pain, so he could only lie on the ground in embarrassment. He looked at Zhao Yifeng angrily, no longer in the mood to hide himself. I really didn't expect you to be able to inherit the Zhao family. Zhao Yifeng snorted coldly. Even if you kill me, you will not become the heir of the Zhao family. You will only become a criminal in prison. There are only these few people here. When the time comes, all your people will be dead. No matter what I say. After Zhao Xian said this, his eyes turned to Xiaoxi, his eyes full of anger. If it weren't for you, this monster, everything could have been completed according to my plan. Even without her, you wouldn't have succeeded. Zhao Yifeng's eyes were gloomy, as if he was looking at some stupid animal when he looked at Zhao Xian. I'm wearing a bulletproof vest. He had been prepared early in the morning, so he dared to go out at this time. But he didn't expect that Xiaoxi would actually stand up in front of him. Zhao Xian was stunned for a moment, and then struggled violently to get up as if he was stimulated. Why can you, an illegitimate son, inherit the huge Zhao family? His anger seemed to be about to turn into reality. Your contribution to the Zhao family is not even as great as mine. Seeing that she was losing control of Zhao Xian, Xiaoxi punched Zhao Xian directly on the temple. Zhao Xian's vision went dark, and he fainted instantly. Xiaoxi looked at her fist, and was very satisfied. Sure enough, the method taught by Yi Kongqing is good, although her strength is not strong enough. As long as she targets the corresponding acupuncture points, the effect can often be twice the result with half the effort. Chapter 299 The Daughter of a Wealthy Family 27. After a while, Zhao Xian and Zhao Xian's assistant were arrested. Zhao Yifeng and Xiaoxi recorded their confessions. When they came out, Zhao Yifeng looked at Xiaoxi for a long time without moving his eyes away. In the end, he couldn't help but ask, What is that light curtain? Xiaoxi blinked her eyes and looked confused. Light curtain? What are you talking about? The bullet just bounced off the light screen on your body. Although it only happened for a moment, Zhao Yifeng was sure that he saw it correctly. What's going on with that light screen? Where is the light curtain? Xiaoxi pretended to look at herself and asked in confusion. Are you too nervous and hallucinating? No matter how sure Zhao Yifeng was of what she saw, she would fight to death and refuse to admit it. He couldn't do anything to her either. For an NPC who has never been exposed to props, props are too difficult to explain. She can't tell anything related to the game, so it's better not to say anything. Seeing Xiaoxi's calm demeanor, Zhao Yifeng suddenly had a little doubt about himself. But he was very confident in his eyesight, and knew that he had not been nervous before. So he could not be wrong. There is indeed something weird about this woman. By the way, when will the medicines you promised me be given to me? Xiaoxi decisively changed the subject so that Zhao Yifeng would not dwell on this matter. You can't break your promise. Zhao Yifeng could tell that Xiaoxi didn't want to talk about the light curtain. After thinking about it, he didn't ask anymore and just said, I can give it to you tomorrow morning. I don't know how you plan to receive so many things. No matter how weird she was, it was an indisputable fact that she saved him. Although he admits that he doesn't have much conscience, he can't repay kindness with hatred, as long as she won't harm him. Then forget about the secret she doesn't want to tell. Xiaoxi gave an address, which was the warehouse she rented before. And then she said to Zhao Yifeng, Let me know when the goods arrive, and I will go and receive them. As she spoke, she yawned and prepared to leave. Where to go? Zhao Yifeng couldn't help but ask. Go find a place to rest. Xiaoxi looked back at Zhao Yifeng. Do you know how tired I am today? She is really sleepy now. Just rest in the Zhao family's old house. It's safer to stay there than in a hotel. After Zhao Yifeng finished speaking, his assistant drove over just in time. Xiaoxi tilted her head and thought about it, and felt that what Zhao Yifeng said made sense. Moreover, she lives in the Zhao family's old house, and can supervise Zhao Yifeng to fulfill his promise quickly. With this thought, she followed Zhao Yifeng into the car. After returning to the Zhao family's old house, she stayed in a guest room under the arrangement of the maid. Before going to bed, she did not forget to send a few good pictures to the NPC father, pretending that she was traveling outside. Putting down her phone, Xiaoxi stared at the ceiling and fell into deep thought. To be honest, this world is quite strange. It's so normal, compared to other game worlds. This is just like an ordinary world. This is not normal. During the few days she was here, all the places she visited were in order, with no chaos or abnormalities outside of order. If this is a normal world, then logically she shouldn't appear here. The world she was able to teleport to must have all kinds of abnormal worlds where games can be played. Or is it that this world, which seems normal on the surface, is actually evolving towards the game world, so she can be transported here? Apart from that, she couldn't think of any other reason. Chapter 300 The Daughter of a Wealthy Family 28. The fourth day of the game. Xiaoxi got a huge amount of medicines as she wished. After sending away the delivery person, she put all the medicines into her storage compartment. As expected, Zhao Yifeng kept his promise and provided a comprehensive range of medicines, including many excellent and expensive medicines, which together were enough to offset her detective expenses. I immediately felt that my future was more secure, and I was very happy. After packing up all the medicines, Xiaoxi sent a text message to Zhao Yifeng. Zhao Yifeng, who was in a meeting, heard his phone vibrate and frowned impatiently. He had just taken over the company and had a lot of things to deal with. Now was the busiest time, and there were still people who dared to send him messages to annoy him. He picked up the phone and took a look. After seeing the name, Xiaoxi, displayed on it, his brows slowly widened again. He was the one who helped him a lot this time. For this reason, he didn't care. He opened it and took a look. When are you going to give me the gemstone necklace to pay my respects to? He put down his phone and didn't reply immediately. He looked up at everyone and signaled the meeting to continue. Although everyone was a little curious that someone could actually let the new president read messages on his mobile phone during the meeting, no one dared to really pry. The new president has a gloomy personality and is not easy to mess with. Everyone pretended to have discovered nothing and continued to talk about their meeting reports. After Xiaoxi checked out the rented warehouse with the warehouse owner, before she heard any news from Zhao Yifeng, she glanced at her phone and raised her eyebrows slightly. Is it possible that this guy wants to break his promise? I just want to look at the gem necklace a few times, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. And although Zhao Yifeng has a bad personality, he can be regarded as a man who sticks to his word and should not go back on his word. So now, he is busy taking over the company's affairs, so he won't have time to talk to her for a while. Normally she wouldn't be in a hurry, but the key is that her time in this game is too short, so she has to hurry up. If today was not counted, she would only have 2 days. Although she thought so, Xiaoxi still went to an exquisite French restaurant for lunch with great interest. No matter what problem she has, nothing can stop her from enjoying delicious food. After lunch, Xiaoxi was thinking about whether to send another text message to Zhao Yifeng when she received a reply from Zhao Yifeng. Come to my induction banquet tomorrow at noon. Xiaoxi was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Zhao Yifeng sent such a sentence. She quickly texted back, Isn't it appropriate for me, as an outsider, to attend your company's banquet? This time, we didn't have to wait too long. Zhao Yifeng quickly sent a message. The Zhao family's ancestral gemstone necklace will be displayed at the banquet. Xiaoxi, why display the Zhao family's ancestral gems at the company's induction banquet? Is it some kind of special appointment ceremony, like the one where the chief of the beggar gang holds a dog-beating stick? Don't know? Forget it. As long as I have a chance to get the gem necklace. Xiaoxi quickly replied to the message. Send address and specific time. Soon Zhao Yifeng sent the location and banquet time. Xiaoxi took a look at the location and saw that it was a 5-star hotel. She planned to book a room in this hotel tonight and go downstairs to the banquet hall the next day. Just as she thought this, Zhao Yifeng sent another text message. Go back to the Zhao family's old house tonight. This sentence was not a question, but a statement, as if arrangements had been made for her. Chapter 301 The Daughter of a Wealthy Family 29. Xiaoxi curled her lips and replied with 2 words. Can't live. Xiao Yifeng once again responded quickly to the message. It's convenient to go to the banquet with me tomorrow. And I've already prepared a dress for you. Xiaoxi looked at this sentence and curled her lips again. Although the dress was troublesome. As a daughter of a wealthy family who had been taught etiquette since she was a child, she knew that she didn't need to attend the banquet. But if she did, she couldn't just wear casual clothes. This is the most basic social courtesy. But now, it is inconvenient for her to run out to buy a dress. If she is caught by the NPC father or his father's people, it will be difficult to explain. After thinking about it, Xiaoxi replied, Send someone to bring it over. I will go to the hotel to check in later. After a while, Xiao Yifeng replied to the message. Okay. You can send me your room number later, and I'll ask my assistant to send it to you. Asterisk. The 5th day of the game. 10 o'clock in the morning. As soon as Xiaoxi changed into her dress, there was a knock on the door. She walked over to open the door in high heels, and saw Xiao Yifeng in a dark blue suit. Xiao Yifeng's skin is a little pale, but his features are handsome. His dark blue suit matches his melancholy personality, adding a bit of mysterious temperament that makes people explore. Xiao Yifeng looked at Xiaoxi and nodded. This dress suits you very well. Xiaoxi was wearing a burgundy sleeveless long dress. She had fair skin, and the burgundy color made her look even more fair and rosy. And her complexion was excellent. The silk skirt was elegant and soft, adding a touch of fairy spirit and making her look elegant and otherworldly. A pair of silver high heels can be vaguely seen through the skirt, which is noble and elegant, even if she just pulled up her hair casually. It was already bright and moving enough that people couldn't take their eyes away. Thank you. Xiaoxi thanked her politely and asked, Why are you here at this time? The banquet is about to start. I'll pick you up. Xiao Yifeng said and handed the delicately wrapped gift box to Xiaoxi. I'll just go there by myself. You're so busy. There's no need to make a special trip, Xiaoxi said, casually taking the gift box and opening it. Lying quietly inside was a gemstone necklace. The 1 yuan coin-sized one in the middle is a golden green cat's eye stone. The cat's eye stone base is surrounded by a circle of brilliant diamonds. It's luxurious and beautiful, and probably no woman wouldn't like it. Xiaoxi showed an unexpected expression. This is it. She subconsciously reached out and touched it. And then she felt as if she was slightly pricked by something. As if she was being repelled. A pop-up window pops up in front of you. Quest item. Zhao family ancestral gemstone necklace. Xiaoxi. Dot! It was as if she had just been electrocuted. Is this necklace a special device? But holding the gift box seems to be fine. So is it a bit unkind for her to just run away with this thing now? This is what you want! Xiao Yifeng looked at Xiaoxi, seemingly paying attention to the change in her expression, and asked, Does it look good? Of course it's beautiful. Xiaoxi nodded and told the truth. I remember that cat's eye should be the rarest and most precious kind of chrysoberyl. Rare is the most precious thing. What's more, it's such a beautiful cat's eye. No wonder it can become the ancestral treasure of your Zhao family. Xiao Yifeng's usually gloomy eyes showed a rare smile. He picked up the necklace and said, Since you like it, put it on and try it on. Chapter 302 The Rich Daughter 30. Xiaoxi blinked her eyes, a little confused. Huh? Didn't I say before that she could only let her see it and not take it away? Although she mentioned taking a few photos with the necklace at that time. She never thought that Xiao Yifeng would be so generous and wear it directly for her. More importantly, she had just been electrocuted. I really don't want to touch this necklace now. Xiao Yifeng had already walked behind Xiaoxi and put the necklace on Xiaoxi's neck. Xiaoxi was mentally prepared to be electrocuted. But surprisingly nothing happened. Xiao Yifeng fastened the buckle, walked to Xiaoxi, looked at it, and showed a satisfied expression. It matches well. Xiaoxi couldn't help but reach out and touch the cat's eye stone on her chest. It felt cold to the touch, but she didn't feel any sting. She looked suspicious. It's really strange. The feeling of electric shock before was probably not an illusion. But why is it gone now? It can't be static electricity, right? But at that time, she clearly felt a sense of repulsion, which was completely different from ordinary static electricity. Xiao Yifeng stretched out his arm towards Xiaoxi. Let's go! Xiaoxi hesitated for a moment between running away directly or running away after attending the banquet, and finally said, Wait a moment. Then she left Xiao Yifeng outside and closed the door. She touched the gemstone necklace and tried it on, but found that the necklace could not be put into the storage compartment. Then she opened her personal panel again, clicked on the task column for a long time, and found that there was no way to submit items. What's going on? She was confused, worried about someone outside. She lowered her voice and said, "Get out of the system. I've got the necklace. Why can't I submit it?" Normally, after she gets the necklace, the system should announce that the task is completed, and then she will return to the white room. But she had been wearing the necklace for a while, and the system didn't say anything. As a result, now she can't even submit. The player must stay here for 6 days. The electronic sound rang quickly. The game will not be completed until the 6-day period expires, and the player has the task item in hand at that time. What? Why didn't you say it clearly at the beginning? She opened her eyes, looking unhappy. She originally thought that as long as she got the necklace, she would be able to leave here and forget about the mess behind her. Zhao Yifeng would not be able to find her even if he was mad. But now, she still has to stay here for more than 30 hours. If she didn't want to run away, she would have to come up with a particularly convincing reason for Zhao Yifeng to keep holding the necklace. Otherwise she would have to find out where the necklace was and steal it. So what does everything you did before count? If she ran away, she was confident that she could avoid Zhao Yifeng's pursuit. But she didn't want to play this cat and mouse game. So angry. I'm going to give you a bad review on the dog system, she said angrily and opened the door. The moment she opened the door, she had already adjusted her facial expression so that no one could tell that she was still angry a second ago. Let's go! She didn't hold Zhao Yifeng's arm, closed the door, and walked towards the elevator. Zhao Yifeng did not show any dissatisfaction and took the elevator to the banquet hall with Xiaoxi. At this time, the banquet hall was full of people. It seemed that everyone had arrived and was waiting for Zhao Yifeng to appear. So when Zhao Yifeng appeared with Xiaoxi, everyone looked at them with surprise in their eyes. Chapter 303 The Rich Daughter 31. Many people began to look at Xiaoxi, trying to figure out who she was, and that she could actually be with the new president. When the backbone of the company present saw the necklace around Xiaoxi's neck, they all looked shocked. And then, their eyes on Xiaoxi became complicated and probing. Xiaoxi felt that those people's gazes were a little strange. She suddenly remembered something and asked, "You said you wanted to display this necklace yesterday. Didn't you want me to be a display model? If you understand it that way, that's okay." Zhao Yifeng replied, "I thought this necklace was needed for the ceremony of your appointment. But now it seems that it is not needed." Xiaoxi lowered her voice and asked, "In that case, why do you have to take out the necklace at this time?" Zhao Yifeng stopped, looked at Xiaoxi, and said meaningfully, "Don't you want to get this necklace?" Xiaoxi also stopped and asked in confusion, "Didn't you say you can only show it to me? Only the mistress of the Zhao family is qualified to wear this necklace." Zhao Yifeng's tone was calm, as if he just said something irrelevant casually. Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment. Then she couldn't help but chuckle. "No, you don't seem to like me. It's true that we haven't developed feelings yet," Zhao Yifeng admitted frankly. "But I think you are not bad at being the mistress of the Zhao family. At least more suitable than other women." He had no intention of getting a wife. But if it were her, he wouldn't be disgusted. Since you have to marry, it is much better to marry someone who is not annoying than to be dragged in by other people for unknown purposes. Xiaoxi retorted unceremoniously, "You made this decision privately without my knowledge. Did you get my consent? You can think about it carefully." Zhao Yifeng was not angry. He lowered his gaze and landed on the cat's eye stone on Xiaoxi's chest. "I gave you the necklace as my greatest sincerity. Aren't you afraid that I will run away with the necklace?" Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. This guy is a little too courageous when it comes to investing. He can make such a big deal without fear of losing all his money. Well, after all, he would definitely lose everything. "Don't be afraid," Zhao Yifeng said very confidently. "Even if you dare to run away, I can chase you back from the end of the world. If you are too confident, you will get into trouble." Xiaoxi snorted and continued walking forward. "I advise you to give up on this idea. I am not suitable for you." Zhao Yifeng didn't take it seriously and led Xiaoxi to sit next to him, because there were no other empty seats. Xiaoxi could only sit there. After the two people took their seats, the banquet officially began. Xiaoxi just immersed herself in eating the whole time and pretended not to see anyone coming, because Zhao Yifeng did not take the initiative to introduce Xiaoxi. Others did not dare to ask more questions and could only quietly look and observe. After a full meal, Xiaoxi showed a sincere smile to Zhao Yifeng. "Sorry, I really know how to run." After saying that, she lifted up her skirt and ran out the door. "Eat and drink enough. Why not run away now?" Zhao Yifeng didn't expect Xiaoxi to come like this at all. He was stunned for several seconds before he realized what he was doing, and he stalked after her. But when he chased out the door, he found that Xiaoxi was missing. It was only for a short time, and there was only a long corridor outside the banquet hall, leading directly to the elevator. But Xiaoxi suddenly disappeared as if she had evaporated from the world. Chapter 304 The Rich Daughter 32. In such a short time, it was impossible for Xiaoxi to run into the elevator in time. Zhao Yifeng's brows were knitted tightly together, his face gloomy. He took out his cell phone, made a call, and ordered his assistant to contact the hotel manager to see the surveillance on this floor. Then, he strode towards the control room, leaving behind the confused people in the banquet hall. What he didn't know was that, taking advantage of him taking the elevator, the invisible Xiaoxi also entered the elevator. After he left the elevator, Xiaoxi pressed the elevator button and returned to her room. She quickly changed into her original clothes and shoes, put her dress, high heels and her formatted mobile phone on the bed in the room, then remained invisible and left the hotel all the way. When Zhao Yifeng returned to this room again, what he saw was the dress that had been changed and the mobile phone that no longer had any contact information. Zhao Yifeng held his cell phone with a gloomy look on his face, hinting at anger. This woman actually threw away her cell phone. Did she not want to have any more contact with him? Very good. He doesn't believe that the Zhao family can't find her based on their abilities. He took out his mobile phone and made a call. Check Xiaoxi's family background. I want all her information. Asterisk. Late at night, Xiaoxi was nesting in an abandoned factory. The light of the flashlight beside her was turned to the lowest level, bringing her a little light. Suddenly there was a sound of car braking outside. She glanced over and saw Zhao Yifeng getting out of the car and running towards the factory. Xiaoxi. Depend on. In order to prevent Zhao Yifeng from finding out her whereabouts, she didn't stay in a hotel or use transportation. She also specifically chose this place where chickens don't poop and birds don't lay eggs to stay. She flew all the way invisible so that she could be found. Zhao Yifeng quickly walked into the factory and walked directly towards Xiaoxi's location without even looking, as if he knew her location early on. Xiaoxi didn't run away. She met Zhao Yifeng's gaze and asked, "How did you find me?" Zhao Yifeng raised his hand and pointed upward. Satellite. Xiaoxi. That's great. He actually used this to find her, and he didn't think it was overkill. Anyway, she just suffered the disadvantage of not being able to remain invisible all the time. Zhao Yifeng took out a few photos from his body. Explain it. Xiaoxi turned up the flashlight in her hand and shined it, and saw herself flying down from midair to the door of the factory. Yes, the invisibility effect of Moonlight Shadow had disappeared at that time, and there was no monitoring equipment nearby, so she flew down without any cover. She never expected that someone would take a satellite photo of her. There's nothing to explain. Xiaoxi shrugged. I don't think there's any need to explain it to you. Zhao Yifeng pursed his lips and didn't speak again for a while. Xiaoxi added, although I took away your family's gem necklace, I also helped you inherit the entire Zhao family quickly. I think this exchange is fair. I can still inherit the Zhao family without you. Zhao Yifeng had a gloomy face, and his eyes were locked on Xiaoxi. But not so soon. Xiaoxi answered naturally. Zhao Yifeng was silent. He had to admit that what she said was true. He actually has his own layout and plans. But according to his plan, it may take more than half a year to completely resolve those troubles and inherit the entire Zhao family. And her help shortened this time to the shortest time. Chapter 305 The Rich Daughter 33. I gave you the necklace, and I have no intention of getting it back, Zhao Yifeng said suddenly. Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment, then laughed. That's it. Thinking about it carefully, Zhao Yifeng did say that the necklace was given to her before. Not lent or temporarily stored, but given. No wonder he just chased her down alone instead of calling the police and sending a bunch of people to catch her. No wonder the first sentence he spoke was not to ask her for a gem necklace. Then I really want to thank you. Xiaoxi thanked her politely and sincerely. In that case, are you still running? Zhao Yifeng suddenly asked. I actually don't want to run away, but if you insist on chasing me, I can't help it. Xiaoxi spread her hands. Being the mistress of the Zhao family is not a loss for you. Sorry, I'm not interested in this. Xiaoxi still refused decisively. You really found the wrong person when you came to me. But since you're here alone, Xiaoxi said, suddenly taking out the freezing gun and shooting at Zhao Yifeng. Then don't leave for now. Zhao Yifeng's reaction was not slow, but he only had time to take 2 steps to the side before he was hit by Xiaoxi's second shot. Suddenly, he found that he couldn't move, and he couldn't do anything except blink. "What are you doing?" His face showed surprise for the first time. "I don't mean to show off, but it's just too complicated to explain to you. I don't want to talk about it." Xiaoxi walked to Zhao Yifeng. She took out an injection of anesthetic from the storage compartment and injected it into Zhao Yifeng's arm. Half-stitch. She was afraid that something might happen if she took too much, so she cut the dose in half. Zhao Yifeng looked at Xiaoxi's movements with a bit of gloom in his dark eyes. Xiaoxi didn't panic at all, and even smiled at Zhao Yifeng. "For the next 20 or so hours, I can only force you to act with me for the time being. If you want to keep yourself safe, you'd better not let others come. How about bothering me?" At this point, she could only take the most important hostage to ensure that nothing would happen in the future. "What do you want to do?" Zhao Yifeng's expression was gloomy, but there was no panic or even caution in his eyes. It was as if he subconsciously believed that this woman would not be harmful to him. "Be good. I don't want to hurt you," Xiaoxi said, changing Zhao Yifeng's position and letting him sit against the wall. "Just one more day will be fine." "What do you mean?" Zhao Yifeng found that he couldn't understand the woman in front of him more and more. She seemed to be hiding a lot of secrets, and he couldn't figure them out at all. More importantly, she always behaves as if she is an outsider, as if everything here has nothing to do with her. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, "Don't you care about your parents' life or death?" Xiaoxi looked at Zhao Yifeng intently for a few seconds, then chuckled and said, "You don't look like someone who repays kindness with hatred." She was not surprised that Zhao Yifeng would check her background. "As long as I am willing, your family will not be far from bankruptcy," Zhao Yifeng threatened unabashedly. "Well, I believe you have the strength." Xiaoxi smiled and nodded. Zhao Yifeng was stunned again. This was not the reaction he imagined she would have, as if she knew what Zhao Yifeng was thinking. Xiaoxi said with a smile, "It's useless for you to threaten me with them." As for Xiaoxi, she will not take the initiative to cause trouble to the NPC parents. But that does not mean that she will make any sacrifices in order not to cause trouble to the NPC parents. Chapter 306 The Ownership of the Gem Necklace 1. Especially when it comes to tasks, Xiaoxi will not sacrifice herself. Those weren't really her parents, and she didn't have that much sympathy. She will only take care of them if it does not affect the mission. But between the mission and them, she will only choose the mission. 5 minutes later, Zhao Yifeng found that he could move, but the anesthetic took effect, and his limbs were weak and his head was dizzy. This made him think a lot slower. He didn't understand why Xiaoxi didn't care about her parents so much, nor why she wanted to run away, or why she refused to be his woman. After thinking for a long time, he opened his mouth with some difficulty and asked, "Do you have someone you like?" Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly, then chuckled. "I do have someone I like, although it has nothing directly to do with rejecting him. But forget it. It's harder to explain clearly if you talk too much. If you just say this, maybe he can understand it." Zhao Yifeng's hearing also began to decline, but he still vaguely heard Xiaoxi's answer. He suddenly wanted to ask, "Is that person better than him?" But before he could ask a word, he fainted completely. Xiaoxi stayed in the factory with the unconscious Zhao Yifeng and never left. In order to prevent Zhao Yifeng from waking up midway, Xiaoxi would add more medicine whenever he regained some physical consciousness. Finally, her time in the game was up, and she returned from the factory to the white room in the blink of an eye. The next second, a cold, inorganic voice sounded. "Congratulations to player Xiaoxi for clearing the single-player game." Before it finished speaking, Xiaoxi picked up an axe and slashed at the wall of the white room. While slashing, he scolded, "The *TCH system. You arranged such a cheating single-player game for me. You actually forced me to dream about my parents. I have to stay for 6 days before I can leave. You are so cool." Is this player crazy? Xiaoxi didn't put down the axe in her hand until she was out of breath, stared at the wall and wiped her sweat. At this time, the wall had been chopped into disarray, and one slash after another was deeply carved on it. It was obvious at a glance what kind of ravage it had suffered. But in a moment, the wall returned to its original state, as if it had not been brutally treated at all. Xiaoxi took a look and wasn't too surprised. She picked up the axe, struck it a few more times, kicked the wall again, and then said, "Okay, start talking." After venting my anger, I felt much better. The system was silent for a while before speaking. "Congratulations to the player Xiaoxi for clearing the single-player game. Please submit the task items." Xiaoxi opened her personal panel and found that there was an additional submit item option in the task column. She took out the gem necklace from the small backpack behind her, but did not submit it immediately. Instead, she asked, "I'm curious. What do you want this item for?" The system was silent. She was not in a hurry. She said calmly, "In the past, if the tasks were related to finding things, the tasks could be completed after finding the items. Logically speaking, even if you want to submit items, you can submit them in the game. Why do I have to wait until I return to this room before I can submit it this time? Players, please submit as soon as possible. Since you won't tell me, let me just make a guess." She habitually sat down cross-legged and continued, "The items submitted this time have different meanings from the previous items, so I have to return to this room to submit." Huh? Chapter 307 The Ownership of the Gem Necklace 2. Players have no right to interfere with matters that have nothing to do with players. Really? She smiled and narrowed her eyes. Since it has nothing to do with me, then why do you insist on me submitting it? Why don't you just force it to be submitted? For the previous tasks, once the item is found, the task is immediately considered completed. If you want to submit, it should be submitted automatically by the system by default. This is the first time that players are required to actively submit. It can be seen that it is not that the system is willing to let the player complete the submission operation, but that it can only be completed by the player. Since you don't say anything, just assume that I guessed it right. She continued. Based on this, can I think that now I am the owner of this gem necklace? So unless I take the initiative to give it to, otherwise you can't steal it. She remembered the repulsive feeling as if she was getting an electric shock when she first touched the necklace. But then, there was none. She recalled the scene at that time in the abandoned factory. There was such a big difference in a short period of time. And only one thing happened in the middle. That was when Zhao Yifeng took the initiative to give her the gem necklace. Not only did I say it in words, but I also did it in action. So the most appropriate explanation is that this gemstone necklace has a similar function of identifying its owner. Unless the previous owner takes the initiative to give it to others, others cannot get it. Although it is a bit incredible to have such a thing in a modern society. She has experienced several incredible survival games, so she can easily accept such small things. Only when players submit mission items can they truly complete the single-player mission and receive clearance rewards. You said that. Doesn't it prove that my guess is completely correct? Xiaoxi's smile brightened. It seems that you are afraid that I won't give you this thing. Xiaoxi held her chin with one hand and played with the cool opal necklace with the other. Don't worry. I will give this to you. But you have to tell me. What use does it have for you or you? Play. Don't stop telling me such nonsense that players have no right to intervene. Xiaoxi interrupted directly. I have what you want in my hand, so I have the right to intervene. You don't want the rewards for completing the level? System can be considered a direct threat. It depends on whether you want this necklace or not. Xiaoxi looked calm and not nervous at all, as if everything was under her control. Even if I lose the reward for clearing this level, I will have another chance in the future. Let's play the single-player game again. But after losing this gem necklace, I wonder if you can get the exact same one. Now that we have reached the point of negotiating terms, it depends on who is more willing to sacrifice his own interests and who will have the upper hand. The system was silent for a while before reluctantly speaking. This necklace is not very important to us. You were silent for so long just now. Are you conveying the current situation to someone? Xiaoxi asked curiously. You came to explain to me after you got permission? Players have no right to ask. The sound of the system is a little louder, but it is much more confident than before. Okay. Xiaoxi waved her hand nonchalantly. Even if I guess right, you don't have to be so loud to cover up your guilty conscience. Why is it that every time it feels like she hasn't said anything, she always sees something that others can't? Chapter 308 The Ownership of the Gem Necklace 3. Since you said this necklace is not important to you, then why do you still need it? Xiaoxi lowered her eyes and looked at the beautiful cat's eye stone in her hand. I can't say that this stone can allow you to absorb energy and grow into something more powerful. System. Right. Although the recognition of the master was a bit fantasy, she felt that the stone was just an ordinary stone and had nothing to absorb energy. If players are so interested, they can explore it themselves. The system finished speaking unceremoniously and added, Next, players can only ask me a question about the necklace. If the question is within my authority to answer, I will answer it. Quite treacherous, Xiaoxi muttered, but did not make any more requests. She knew that with her current bargaining chip, there were not many conditions she could negotiate. It is already good that the system can make such compromises. If she made other requests, She would be afraid that nothing would be asked in the end, and the gain would outweigh the loss. But the question she asked must be within the scope of the system's ability to answer, and it had to be related to the necklace. She had to think carefully about what would be more valuable. She thought carefully for a few minutes before speaking. Is the world where the necklace is located one of the 3,000 small worlds? Yes. It was just a one-word answer, but the system's reluctance was still audible. Xiaoxi's brows wrinkled slightly. Really? She actually had this kind of speculation when she was in the game. That world was so perfect. Just like a real world. Originally, she just had the idea that she might be able to bring the supplies out, thinking that if she failed, forget it. And if she succeeded, she would make money. But the materials were brought back successfully, which means that it cannot be a virtual world. Thinking about it now, although the system said at the time that except for her, the others were NPCs, it never said it was a virtual world. But when she heard NPC, she subconsciously thought that it should be a virtual world. The NPC, the system refers to, is obviously not the same thing as the NPC she understands. The system actually refers to people who have not officially joined the game world, have not started game tasks, and have not become players. In other words, Xiao Yifeng's so-called NPCs are like her, real people in the 3,000 little world, and they may also become players in the future. Combined with the various strange things she felt in the game before, Xiaoxi made a bold guess. That world has not yet become a game world, but the system is trying to turn it into a game world through the influence of players. Because it has not yet become a game world, it is not easy for players to teleport there, so they can only teleport one at a time, making it a single-player game. The tasks that players in a single-player game do may be things that affect that world. The system just said that this necklace is not important to them, but it wants to get it very much, which means that this necklace is very important to the world where the necklace is located. It's just a necklace. It doesn't seem to have any impact on the world. But what if it's the butterfly effect? There are many factors that maintain the balance of a world, but those big factors are difficult to remove if you rely on players. It would be much easier if you just removed a few tiny factors, continuously removing some small balancing factors. The resulting butterfly effect will maximize the impact of these small factors, eventually completely subverting the entire world and turning that world into a new game battlefield. Chapter 3092 Options. Xiaoxi felt that her heartbeat was a little fast. If her guess is correct, then she has undoubtedly touched the edge of the truth about the entire survival game. Although understanding this is of little use to her at the moment, it may not be the case in the future. Players, please submit task items as soon as possible. The system felt inexplicably uneasy when it saw that she had not responded after hearing its answer. It took the initiative to speak out, trying to attract Xiaoxi's attention. Xiaoxi came to her senses and handed over the gem necklace neatly. The negotiated conditions have been met, and if she continues to hold on to this without giving it to her, there will be no benefit to her. Now it's time to exchange it for mission rewards. After getting the gem necklace, the system secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It continued. Player Xiaoxi submitted the task item successfully. Please choose one of the following two options as a reward. First option, players gain the ability to bind. This ability can only be bound to one person at a time. You can choose force binding or request binding. Force binding does not require the consent of the other party, but the chance of entering the same game is only 50%. Requesting binding requires the consent of the other party, and the chance of entering the same game is 95%. If the binding is successful, the two people will definitely meet in the next first game. Second option, players gain physical enhancement abilities. This ability can strengthen the player's original physical strength by 100 times, allowing the player to increase his speed, strength, or agility by several levels. This ability will not continue to grow as the player's physical fitness increases, but will only increase 100 times based on the player's physical condition when he has this ability. Xiaoxi tapped her chin with her index finger. The second option sounds good, but her physical strength is already weak. Even if she gets a 100-fold increase, it is not as cost-effective as someone who is originally stronger than her to get this ability. For example, her current physical strength is 50, and if it is increased 100 times, it will be 5,000. But Yi Kongqing's physical strength is 500. If it is increased by 100 times, it will be 50,000. Even with the use of physical enhancement, she was still not as good as Yi Kongqing, and the gap was even wider. In addition, she has enough defensive items to protect herself. This physical enhancement is not what she needs most at the moment. I choose the first one, Xiaoxi said. Congratulations to player Xiaoxi for obtaining the binding ability. The system responded quickly. Is there anyone the player needs to bind? Yes, Xiaoxi thought for a while and asked. If the other party happens to have completed 5 rounds of the game and wants to enter the single-player game, and I am bound to him, will he enter the single-player game first? Due to the special nature of the binding, this player will enter the next normal game with you, and will gain the opportunity to enter the single-player game again after passing the level. Then if he hasn't finished this round of the game yet, after binding, will I enter the new game alone first? Xiaoxi asked again. Due to the particularity of binding and the subordinate relationship of binding, the player will be forced to leave the current game and directly enter the game you are about to enter. Then if he forcibly leaves the current game, will it be considered that he has failed a round of the game? Xiaoxi asked worriedly. Due to special circumstances. No. Okay. Xiaoxi felt relieved and said to the system. I want to bind Yikanqing. Please choose force binding or request binding. Request binding. Chapter 310 Real Werewolf Killing 1. Urban Battlefield. Yikanqing had just defeated 2 enemies when a pop-up window suddenly popped up. He jumped over the wall neatly and jumped into the house through the window, using the obstruction of the building to avoid the enemy's sight, and then took the time to glance at the words on the pop-up window. Player Xiaoxi uses the binding ability on you and asks for your consent. Agree, refuse. Yikanqing, who had never been able to contact Xiaoxi, felt a touch of softness on his cold face after reading these words. His mood also relaxed a little unconsciously. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and clicked, agree. Congratulations to player Yikanqing for binding with player Xiaoxi. You will have a 95% chance of entering the same game as player Xiaoxi. In the first game after binding, the 2 players must meet. Due to the particularity and affiliation of the binding, the player Yikanqing is about to leave this game and enter the Real Werewolf game where the player Xiaoxi is. The next second, Yikanqing's figure disappeared. At the same time, Xiaoxi in the white room was kicked out before she could take a look at the mall because she had stayed for 30 minutes. Asterisk. This is a somewhat old hotel. Even during the day, the hotel was still dark, and the lights had to be turned on to make people see what was going on in the entire room. There are 2 somewhat worn leather double sofas placed in the small hall on the first floor, and 10 wooden chairs are neatly arranged in the corners. 8 players stood in the center of the small hall. Some looked down at the ground. Some turned their heads around, and some talked in low voices, looking like they were waiting for something. At this moment, the hotel door creaked, and a man opened the door and walked in. The man was about 1.95 meters tall. When he walked in through the door of the old hotel, he had to bow his head and bend down. His emerald green eyes are very recognizable, with a fierce and wild aura. Just one glance makes people think that he is a character who is not easy to mess with. Behind him, a tall, bride-looking young woman walked in. This woman is extremely beautiful. So beautiful that people subconsciously ignore everything else and only think that she is very suitable for making a vase. Even if it is just a vase, it is pleasing to the eye and beautiful when placed there. As a man and a woman arrived, the electronic sound finally sounded. Welcome 10 players to Re Hotel. Next, I will explain the rules of the game to you. Please listen carefully. When they heard the system making a sound, everyone kept quiet for fear of missing a word. This game is Real Werewolf. There are 10 players in total. 3 werewolves, 4 civilians, 1 prophet, 1 guard, and 1 gray keeper. Werewolves can attack 1 player per night. The prophet can check the identity of a person every night and know whether the other person is a werewolf or a good person. But he cannot know whether the other person has a priesthood. The guards can choose 1 person to guard each night. If the werewolf attacks the player that night, the attack will be invalid. Guards can continuously guard the same player, but cannot guard themselves. The gray keeper can know every night whether the player voted out is a werewolf or a good person, but he cannot know whether the other party has a clergy. If the good guys want to win, they must get rid of all the werewolves. If the werewolves want to win, they must make the remaining number of good guys equal the number of remaining werewolves. Chapter 311 Real Werewolf 2. When the electronic voice said this, it suddenly became quiet, as if giving the players time to digest the rules of the game. After hearing this, a bald man couldn't help but speak. Isn't this just the werewolf game I usually play? The rules of the game don't sound much different from what I played before. 2 other players also showed relaxed expressions. Apparently it was not difficult for them to memorize these game rules. As the bald man finished speaking, the electronic sound sounded again. The above are the basic game rules for this round of Werewolf. What will be announced next are the survival game rules for this real Werewolf. Upon hearing this, many players' faces became a little solemn, and the bald man also became silent. The electronic voice continued. Every night from 7 to 7:30 is the time for players to speak and vote. At 7 o'clock, they must gather in the small hall on the first floor of the hotel. There must be a voting result before 7:30. Otherwise one will be randomly selected. Player dies. Every player must vote during the voting session, and votes cannot be discarded. The player with the most votes in the end is the player voted out. If there is a tie, no player will be voted out that night. At 10 o'clock every night, players must return to the room with their own photos on the second floor, close the door, and cannot come out between 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock. The prophet, two keeper and guard can exercise their respective abilities. Every night from 12 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the morning is the time for werewolves to act. Except for the werewolves, other players are not allowed to leave the room. Whether it is a player who is the target of a werewolf attack or a player who is voted out, he will automatically lose the ability to counterattack and cannot counterattack other players. In this game, all players' defense props are invalid. Before electronic sound finished speaking, many players gasped. It seemed as if it didn't hear anything and continued. Players attacked by werewolves must be dealt with by the werewolves themselves. And players who are voted out must also be dealt with by each player personally. Players will truly experience death, but they will not actually die, and 500,000 points will be deducted when they are eliminated. What if the player doesn't have 500,000 points? A young woman with a bun on her head couldn't help but ask. Then what the player has to face is real death. As soon as the calm electronic sound fell, the entire small hall became eerily quiet. Once it even looked like she was about to cry. It seemed that she didn't even have 500,000 points. Electronic sound didn't care about the player's reactions at all, and continued. Only the player who survives to the end of the winning camp can clear this round of the game. In the winning camp, the dead player can get a chance to replay the game for free. That is, he does not have to accept the penalty of game failure. In the losing camp, whether it is a dead player or a living player, they must follow the normal process and accept the penalty of game failure before restarting the game. Players have free time during the day. They can go in and out of any place in the hotel at will, and they can exchange information with each other. But you cannot leave the Rui Hotel. Otherwise the game will be judged as failed. There is no time limit for this game. The game ends automatically until a winner appears. Good luck to all players. Chapter 3:12 Real Werewolf Killing 3. As soon as the electronic voice finished speaking, a pop-up window popped up in front of Xiaoshi. Player Xiaoshi's identity in this round of the game is civilian. Xiaoshi quickly and calmly observed the expressions of other players. At this time, each player should have been assigned an identity. Everyone has different expressions, and it is impossible to tell who is the werewolf for a while. The small hall was quiet for a while, and then the bald man spoke first. It's still early now. Let's walk around first and get to know the layout of this hotel. His expression was unhurried, and he seemed confident. Wait a minute. A young man in a black sweatshirt interrupted the bald man. Shouldn't we introduce each other first? I don't think it's necessary, the bald head said with a contemptuous smile. If you say so many people's names at once, everyone may not remember them. More importantly, there are not many players here who can survive to the end. Now I am struggling to remember the names. He died soon after. Didn't he cause trouble for himself? The bald man's words made Black Hoodie's face look a little ugly. I agree with the bald guy. The middle-aged man, with a crew cut, was the first to express his opinion. It's okay to just use memorable nicknames for convenience. There is no need to tell each other's names. None of the other players spoke, seemingly acquiescing. They don't have much interest in remembering other people's names. What they want to remember now is the rules of the game. Then everyone, just follow what I said and first understand the layout of the entire hotel. Baldhead gave the order again, regardless of whether everyone agreed with the bald head as the leader or not. They still dispersed according to the bald head's wishes. As she walked upstairs, Xiaoshi saw the young woman with a round head throwing herself into the arms of the young man in a denim jacket and started crying. She was so sad. Yi Kongqing followed Xiaoshi upstairs. There are a total of 12 rooms in the long corridor, with 6 rooms on each side of the corridor. The doors of 10 of the rooms have metal nameplates with photos of each player on them. The two people quickly found the room with their photos on it, which happened to be the door to the door. Xiaoshi opened her room and walked in to check. Yi Kongqing followed in and closed the door. Although it is only a small hotel, The basic configuration is still very complete. There is an independent bathroom, a 1.8-meter large bed, a small wardrobe that can be used to store clothes, and there are 2 clothes hangers in it, and a full-length mirror attached to the wall to heat water quickly. It's just that the small hotel is old. The walls are a little mottled. The curtains look very old, and there are some stains that can't be washed away. The room is filled with the smell of smoke. Xiaoxi opened the window, and the cool breeze of the spring morning blew in. The fresh air made people feel comfortable physically and mentally. She patted the bed and found that the quilt was clean, with no dust or dirt. So she sat down with relief. She looked up at Yi Kongqing with a bright smile on her face. I knew you would agree to the binding. Although she never told him about the binding, and she never asked him to accept the binding. But she knew he would agree, because Yi Kongqing is a person who keeps his promises, and they had agreed long ago to form a team together. Looking at Xiaoxi's bright smile, Yi Kongqing couldn't help but stretch out his hand to rub Xiaoxi's head, and then asked, Why couldn't I contact you before? I always said you were not in the service area. Chapter 313 Real Werewolf 4. I'm going to finish the single-player game. Xiaoxi briefly talked about her experience, and then said, It's probably because the system is not in the service area yet. If that world is not officially part of the survival game, as she suspected, then the system may not have impacted that world enough to keep players connected. It's easy to understand that it's not in the service area. However, she did not tell Yi Kongqing her speculation immediately. She is just speculating now, and cannot yet prove that her guess is correct. More importantly, she was not sure if she would be monitored by the system if she spoke out. Anyway, she couldn't do anything at the moment. Even if she told Yi Kongqing, it would be of no use for the time being. It was better to put this matter aside and start the task at hand. Seeing that she didn't want to elaborate, Yi Kongqing didn't ask in detail. I am a prophet. He bluntly confessed his gaming identity. Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly, with a bit of a smile in her eyes. That's right. You are actually a priest. And the prophet is a key role in the werewolf game. It is very beneficial to us in your hands. I'm a commoner, she said with a bright smile in her peach blossom eyes. Fortunately, we are in the same camp, so we have avoided a lot of trouble. Hearing Xiaoxi's identity, Yi Kongqing's eyes relaxed a little. Although there was no way to prove their identity in the game, neither Xiaoxi nor Yi Kongqing doubted whether the other party was lying. After experiencing several games together, they all know each other and trust each other. I have never played werewolf, Yi Kongqing asked. Have you ever played it? Not many times, Xiaoxi said truthfully. Only occasionally can I gather enough people to play offline werewolf together. I don't like to play online. The most interesting thing about offline is that you can observe everyone's expressions and reactions, which is more conducive to inferring everyone's identity and makes her find it more fun. This feeling online is much weaker. Moreover, the quality of online players varies from good to bad. If you encounter good ones, it's okay. But if you encounter bad ones, you won't have any gaming experience at all. So she has only played offline a few times in total, so she doesn't have much experience. Yi Kongqing sat down on the wooden stool next to the bed. That bald guy looks experienced. He looks confident. He must have played this game often before. Xiaoxi nodded in agreement, and laughed again at the end. However, he may not be the one who can survive to the end. After a pause, she added softly, Maybe they will become the ones who die the fastest. Yi Kongqing showed an unexpected expression. Why? I observed other people's expressions when the system explained the rules of the game. Among the 10 people, not many are familiar with the game werewolf, Xiaoxi explained. In such a situation, a person who thinks he is very powerful people who constantly try to command others tend to arouse suspicion and resentment. If everyone is familiar with the process, they may be able to advance the game step by step and logically. But when most people are not familiar with the process, and a player tries to control the overall situation, then this player is most likely to become the target of public criticism. After hearing this, Yi Kongqing couldn't help but nod. That's true. Chapter 314 Real Werewolf Killing 5. Witches are indispensable among ordinary clergy, but they are not included in this game. Xiaoxi tapped her chin with her index finger. I guess it's probably because witches are inconvenient in actual operations, and we can't let witches become powerful. It's a bit outrageous to go to the door of a player's room in the middle of the night to deliver poison, and then the player has to open the door and drink the poison himself. And the number of people in the werewolf camp is much smaller than that of the good guys. The werewolves have to reduce the number of good guys to the same number as the number of living werewolves in order to win the game. If there are witches who can counter-kill werewolves and rescue the good guys, the werewolves will win. It's even harder. She tilted her head. It should be to ensure the relative balance of the game. Yi Kongqing has never played werewolf, and has no idea what kind of clergy there are. At this time, when she heard she mention the role of witch, she was even more confused. But he didn't speak. Just listened to she's analysis quietly. By the way, the game process this time is somewhat different from that of ordinary werewolf killing. Check. And then speak and vote for werewolves. But according to the time this time, there should be a speech vote first, and then the werewolf and clergy activities at night. This means that there will be almost no clues in the first voting, and the chance of voting for a werewolf is extremely low. She looked at Yi Kongqing and said seriously, "But in order to keep the prophet, you must tell your story. Identity. If no one dances with you as a prophet, then the guards will most likely protect you at night." She analyzed it carefully for Yi Kongqing. If someone dances with you, then the werewolf will not dare to dance with you on the first night. Attack you. Because if you die and your identity as a prophet is confirmed, then the person who jumps against you will be the bright wolf. There are not many players who know how to play, and the possibility of daring to jump is not high. Besides, there are only 3 werewolves in total. The smaller the number, the lower their chance of winning, so they will not lose their teammates easily. He patted Yi Kongqing on the shoulder and said, "After revealing the identity of the prophet, you shouldn't face much risk in the first 2 rounds of the game." Yi Kongqing nodded, not questioning she's arrangement at all. "I understand. Then who should I test tonight?" Yi Kongqing asked she. "Who do you think looks most like a werewolf? We'll decide after tonight's speech is over. I don't have a clue right now." She thought for a while and said, "However, the crying bald head and the young man in the denim jacket should be a couple." The two hugged each other without hesitation, and obviously had no intention of hiding their relationship. "Yeah," Yi Kongqing responded calmly. "I saw it too. If there is no one particularly worthy of suspicion after the voting session ends tonight, then you can check that denim jacket." She smoothed her long hair with a casual attitude, as if she just said it casually. "Okay," Yi Kongqing nodded in agreement. "As long as the people voting tonight are not you and me, then we'd better just follow the crowd and vote." She warned again. "Yes." Yi Kongqing nodded again. Very obedient. She stretched, and then explained in detail the situations Yi Kongqing might face, and how to deal with them when she spoke. Yi Kongqing listened carefully, and took notes carefully. He looked a bit like a good student who obediently listened to the teacher's lectures. Chapter 315 Real Werewolf Killing 6. At 7 o'clock sharp. 4 women and 6 men. 10 players gathered on time in the small hall on the first floor. 10 wooden chairs lined up along the wall were taken over and placed in a circle, with each player sitting on a chair. The bald head looked up at the clock hanging on the wall at the front desk and took the initiative to speak. "We only have half an hour, so let's do this. I will designate the person to speak. Whoever's turn it is will speak. Each person should not speak for more than 3 minutes. Why?" Black Hoodie probably held a grudge, and was unwilling to cooperate with the bald head. "You are just a player. Why should you preside over the situation? Then we don't have a host now. What's wrong if I take my place?" The bald head snorted. "Most of you are obviously novices. Even if I want you to host the process, you can't. I can only do it myself. The rules of the game do not say that we must speak one by one, nor do they say that one person must preside over the process." Black Hoodie also snorted. "I think you just take yourself too seriously. Then we can't just talk to each other. If there is no order, there may be several people speaking at the same time. In that case, you may not be able to hear clearly who is saying what," the bald head said disapprovingly. "And according to the game flow I have played before. Stop talking about the game process you have played before." Black Hoodie seemed a little angry, and suddenly raised his voice. "What we are playing now is a survival game, not the ordinary werewolf killing you said. Why should we follow the ordinary werewolf killing process? Killing process rules to do things? I think what Black Hoodie said makes sense." A woman with a ponytail said, "We should play the game based on the game rules stated by the system, instead of having to use the ordinary werewolf game rules as a reference. As long as the system there is nothing mandatory in the rules, so we don't actually have to be so rigid." "That's right." Seeing someone helping him to speak, Black Hoodie immediately gained momentum. He pointed at his bald head. "You have been trying to control the overall situation and command others. I think you are a werewolf. What nonsense are you talking about?" The bald man's face darkened. his expression ugly. Did I tell you right? Black Hoodie sneered. Because you are a werewolf, and you want to win. So you try to control the words and deeds of all players from the beginning, and master the rhythm and flow of the entire game, so that you can win. The chances are greatly improved. I just saw that few of you know how to play, so I wanted to preside over the situation to prevent the game from continuing normally. The bald man suddenly stood up and growled. Don't just label people randomly. I'm not a werewolf. That big guy with a flat head also seems to have a lot of experience in playing werewolf. Why didn't he step up and take charge of the situation? Black Hoodie asked the bald head. Or you could have asked the big brother with a flat head to take charge of the situation with you. But you chose yourself. One person is in control. Baldhead was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't think of any reason to refute Black Hoodie. If this game really has to have a hosting situation, the system will definitely speak out, Black Hoodie said clearly. Since the system does not have a hosting, it means there is no need for hosting. What sense of presence are you trying to gain here? Okay, it seems so, the girl with a round head said weakly. Chapter 316 Real Werewolf Killing 7. Wanzet's voice was very low, but everyone was not far away and still heard her words. Many players couldn't help but nodded along, feeling that Blackway's analysis was very reasonable. The bald man suddenly panicked. Is there anything wrong with you? I just want to help you make the game go smoothly. How can you doubt me? As he spoke, he looked at the other players, trying to find recognition, but the players looked at him with doubts in their eyes. Don't say you. It's like you're not involved in this game, Black Hoodie mocked. You say that. It makes people even more suspicious that you are a werewolf. I'm really not a werewolf. The bald head roared angrily and rushed towards the Black Hoodie. I'll beat you to death if you talk nonsense. Several girls were startled and stood up and backed away, fearing that they would be affected. The black sweater didn't have time to react and was punched hard, causing one cheek to swell immediately. Notice, if a bald player attacks an unvoted player once, 10,000 points will be deducted, probably to match the players' names. The system did not say the bald man's name this time. The fist that the bald man was about to swing out suddenly stopped. He swore a curse word, glared at the black sweater fiercely, and then reluctantly returned to his seat and sat down. The black sweater covered his injured face with a bit of fear in his eyes. Look, he is going to attack me directly. He looked at everyone, as if seeking justice. If he is not a werewolf, why is he so anxious? He just wanted to kill people and silence them. If it were not restricted by the rules of the game, he might just kill me. After speaking, he raised his hand and pointed at the bald head. I vote for the bald head. The bald head glanced at the black sweater with angry eyes, and kept saying all kinds of ugly curse words in his mouth. At the same time, he pointed at the black sweater. I will vote for you if I step on the horse. But perhaps it was precisely because of Baldhead's performance that other players became more suspicious of him. And in the end, all other players voted for him, facing more and more fingers pointing at him. The bald man's face turned completely dark. The player Baldhead was voted out. Please kill the Baldhead. The electronic voice spoke again. There are no restrictions on how to use it. And there are no restrictions on mobile players. You can nominate an executor, or you can act together. The bald man stood up suddenly, stepped back, and cursed angrily. I'm really not a werewolf. You guys who are riding horses are all fools, even though they know that they will not really die. No one wants to bear the thought of experiencing the pain of real death, not to mention that 500,000 points will be deducted. Once your own camp fails, you will be punished by losing the game again. This is simply a vicious cycle. It's scary to think about it. More importantly, Bald had never thought that he would be the first player to experience death. The other 9 players looked at each other, and no one moved for a while. How about you come? Black Hoodie suddenly looked at Yi Kongqing. You are the tallest, and you look the most powerful. Yi Kongqing glanced at the black sweater. His emerald green eyes filled with impatience. Get out! His aura is strong and ferocious. The black sweater shrank his neck in fright, and immediately did not dare to talk to Yi Kongqing anymore. Chapter 317 Real Werewolf Killing 8. You? Why did you want your brother to take action? Xiaoshi looked at Black Hoodie pitifully, as if she was scared but still wanted to help Yi Kongqing speak. You were the one who suspected Baldhead first. Why didn't you take action yourself? That's right. The flat-headed man frowned slightly, looking at the black sweater with a bit of scrutiny. Everyone thought your analysis was reasonable, so they followed you and voted for the bald head. Since you are so suspicious of the bald head, why don't you take action? More reasonable. Right. The black sweater hesitated for a moment, then suddenly took out a pistol from the storage compartment and said, "I'll do it if I do it." When the bald man saw that the momentum was wrong, he immediately wanted to run into the kitchen on the back of the first floor. The suppression of the rules of the game prevented him from counterattacking. But he could escape, regardless of whether there was a chance of survival. He was not willing to stand there and wait for death. The black hoodie chased after him and fired several shots at the bald head at the same time. Other players hid in corners to avoid being affected. The black sweater's accuracy was obviously not very good, but there was not much space in the room, and the bald head was quickly hit in the leg. The bald man didn't dare to look back. He just wanted to run into the kitchen and close the door, but his leg was injured, causing him to move very slowly. Before he could even run into the kitchen, he was hit in the vital part by the black hoodie several times. It hurt, and the fear of dying was terrifying. At that moment, Baldhead seemed to feel nothing and just wanted to live. But he fell to the ground and flopped a few times, and finally lost his breath. The black sweater breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to look at others. "Are you satisfied with this?" It's not that he has never experienced survival games, and it's not that he has never killed other players, but doing it in front of everyone, he feels a sense of shame that he has been stripped open for others to see. Originally, looking at the fierce look of the green-eyed man in the black sweater, he felt that he had killed many people, so it would be okay to let the green-eyed man take action. But he didn't expect that the green eyes would not cooperate at all. Later, other players started talking about him, so he had to do it himself. While everyone's attention was on the black hoodie and the bald man, Xiaoxi used the friend function to send a message to Yi Kongqing. "Xiaoxi, today's speech and voting session is over. Please don't reveal your identity for the time being. Wait until tomorrow." After Yi Kongqing saw it, he didn't reply, but nodded slightly. Xiaoxi felt relaxed when she saw Yi Kongqing nodding. She turned to look at the bald man lying on the ground with a natural expression. The player is eliminated with a bald head. 500,000 points are deducted, and he enters the penalty room, waiting for the final result of this round of the game to be released before making a decision. As the electronic voice finished speaking, the bald body disappeared, leaving only the blood on the ground, reminding everyone that what just happened was real. Xiaoxi felt a little sad. In a game, when most of the players are rookies and there are only a few high-level players, it is easier for the high-level players to be eliminated. This is what is called beating the master to death with random punches. However, the bald head is indeed too ostentatious, and it is expected that he will be targeted. But it seems not quite a werewolf. After being suspected of being a werewolf, the bald head's various reactions were very real. He did not show any guilt, but was more angry. So she believed that the probability of the bald head being a werewolf was low. Everyone was a little silent after seeing the bald head disappear. Chapter 318 Real Werewolf Killing 9. After a while, Flathead took the lead and walked into the public toilet on the first floor. He took out a mop and silently cleaned up the blood on the floor. The bald head still threw herself into the arms of the denim jacket next to her. Sobbing quietly, she looked at the crew head's movements with a frown, and her face was full of fear. Several other players returned to their respective rooms. Although it was still early, they no longer wanted to stay downstairs. Xiaoxi also walked upstairs with Yi Kongqing. "Hey, that tall woman!" Denim suddenly called to Xiaoxi. Among the four women, Xiaoxi is the tallest. Xiaoxi turned around and looked at the denim jacket in confusion. "Did you call me?" "Well," Denim nodded and asked. "I heard you just called this green-eyed brother." "Yeah." Xiaoxi showed a confused expression and started to perform. "What's wrong? Do you know each other?" Denimi did not answer Xiaoxi's question and continued to ask. "Are we brothers and sisters?" "They are cousins." Xiaoxi answered calmly without being angry. Yi Kongqing stood behind Xiaoxi, looking down at the denim jacket with a worried expression. "Why are you asking so many questions?" Denimi noticed Yi Kongqing's gaze and couldn't help but feel a little weak. He replied, "Nothing. Just asking casually. I didn't expect that there are players who know each other in the game. What you said is so strange." Xiaoxi tilted her head and looked at Wan Zitu. "Don't you two know each other?" "Well," Denimi realized that what he said was wrong. He corrected, "I mean, I thought she was the only one who knew her." He probably subconsciously wanted to say Wan Zitu's name, but quickly stopped. "It's good to have someone you know in a game." Xiaoxi smiled innocently in her denim jacket. "Otherwise it would be really scary if there was only one person." "Yeah." Wan Zitu felt the same and couldn't help but nodded. "If not, without him, I might not be able to survive." When she finished talking, there was a hint of crying in her voice, which made her look very pitiful. You? Don't cry. Xiaoshi then showed an expression that looked like she was about to cry. When you cry, I want to cry too. Yi Kongqing reached out and rubbed Xiaoshi's head, as if to comfort her. Xiaoshi turned to look at Yi Kongqing behind her, and said in a pitiful tone, Brother. Yi Kongqing said nothing, but rubbed Xiaoshi's head again. The denim man hugged the ball in his arms tightly, and apologized politely to Xiaoshi. I'm sorry. I just wanted to confirm whether you might be werewolves. I didn't expect to make you and my girlfriend sad. It was my fault. Xiaoshi turned back and rubbed her red eyes. It's okay. It's okay. I know you also want to win the game. And I understand. But I'm really not a werewolf. If you don't mind, why don't I treat you to dinner as an apology? Denami took the initiative to invite. Is it really possible? Xiaoshi showed a surprised expression, and then asked cautiously, But isn't this bad? Your supplies are also very precious. It's just 2 bowls of instant noodles. Denami couldn't help but laugh. It won't kill us both. Wanzi curled her lips, seeming a little reluctant, but seeing that Denami had already agreed, she couldn't say much. Chapter 319 Real Werewolf Killing 10. Brother. Xiaoshi turned to look at Yi Kongqing again. Do you agree? Her tone was pitiful and flattering, but there was a bit of a playful smile in her eyes, and she even winked at Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing understood and nodded. Okay. Then let's go upstairs. Seeing Yi Kongqing agree, he hugged his bald head in his jeans and walked upstairs. Go to my room. Xiaoshi and Yi Kongqing followed, and the 4 of them entered the jeans room together. It was so hot that the water boiled quickly. 2 minutes was enough to soak the noodles, and the 4 of us had hot noodles in no time. Xiaoshi finished her noodles and drank all the soup. She showed a satisfied expression. Thank you for entertaining me and my brother. Her fair face was stained a little red by the heat, adding a bit of charm to her. Denami felt that his heartbeat was a little faster than usual. He subconsciously glanced at Wanzitu, and was secretly relieved when he saw that Wanzitu didn't notice his reaction. He remembered his purpose and asked Yi Kongqing. By the way, do you have 500,000 points? Yi Kongqing said, yeah, and said nothing else. Don't mind. My brother always talks very little. Xiaoshi helped to smooth things over, and then asked, I saw Meathead's reaction before. Does she not have 500,000 points? Yeah. When talking about this matter, Wanzitu's mood was very low. I only have a total of 300,000 points left. If I get killed this time, I will. As he spoke, Wanzitu started crying again. Don't be afraid. Denim hugged Wanzi and comforted him softly. With me here, you will be fine. We will win. Wanzitu sniffed and tried to stop crying. She looked up at the denim jacket and said with affection, Well, I believe you. Yeah, we will definitely find the werewolf. Xiaoshi clenched her fists, looking determined. I only have 500,000 points. If all of them are deducted, the future will be difficult. So you have to work hard. She said the last words to Wanzitu. Yi Kongqing. He was used to talking nonsense. Wanzitu seemed to be emotionally aroused. She nodded repeatedly. We will definitely find the werewolf. Then she put her face against the chest of her denim jacket and said coquettishly, You must protect me and don't let others hurt me. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen. Denami lowered his head and kissed Wanzitu's forehead. The 2 of them seemed to be getting bored as if there was no one around. Seeing this, Xiaoshi stood up and said goodbye, leaving 2 ham sausages as a return gift when she left. Asterisk. There is also a clock hanging in the corridor on the 2nd floor, probably for the convenience of players to see the time. After coming out of the denim room, Xiaoshi raised her head and saw that there was still half an hour until 10 o'clock. She pulled Yi Kongqing into her room and closed the door. Just check the denim clothes tonight. Xiaoshi whispered to Yi Kongqing. What I want to know most right now is his identity. This kind of old hotel is not soundproof, and it is easier to hear people who speak louder. Do you think there's something wrong with him? Yi Kongqing also lowered his voice. When he said to Wanzitu, We will win, he did not look at Wanzitu, and his fingers unconsciously twisted his sleeves. Xiaoshi replied, This is a sign of lying. Chapter 320 Real Werewolf Killing 11. When Xiaoshi agreed to Denim Yi's invitation, she knew that Denim Yi was trying to test her and Yi Kongqing, but she was also looking at denim jackets and cropped hair. Wanzitu is obviously a rookie player. Not only does he have little experience in playing werewolf, he even has a bad mind. If a person like Wanzitu was a werewolf, he would not be able to hide his identity at all, and would be easily seen through. Coupled with the fact that she is so afraid of death, it is enough to prove that she is indeed from the good guy camp and probably does not have any clerical status. Then the reaction of denim clothes is intriguing. The entire day was enough for the werewolves to test each other to confirm the identity of their companions. Wanzitu completely trusted Denim Yi, but Denim Yi lied on key words. Denim Yi's identity in the game was very suspicious. Okay, I understand. Yi Kongqing nodded in agreement. Although I didn't have time to announce your identity when I spoke today, you probably won't be the target of the werewolf attack tonight. Xiaoxi smiled at Yi Kongqing. When I speak tomorrow, just follow the original plan. What about you? Yi Kongqing was a little worried. Will they attack you? The target of their attack today probably isn't me. Xiaoxi smiled. Your and my performance will not make the werewolves think we are much of a threat. She already looks like a beautiful vase, who is strong on the outside but acts like a vase on the inside. And she deliberately acts like a vase to match her appearance. Who would think that she could become a threat? A good player who won't be a threat can be the target of a werewolf's vote. So she'll be fine for the time being. Yi Kongqing's expression relaxed slightly. It's getting late. I'll go back first. Okay. Xiaoxi said Yi Kongqing out, and then took a hot bath herself. She turned on the bedside wall lamp as usual, and gradually entered the dreamy fragrance under the warm orange light. Asterisk. Game Day 2. Xiaoxi was brushing her teeth and washing her face when hurried footsteps and whispers of conversation could be heard outside. She didn't open the door immediately to take a look, but carefully completed the skincare steps before opening the door and going out, probably because they were not in the mood to sleep in. The players actually got up and were gathering outside a room. Staring inside, the ball's head was shrunk in the arms of the denim jacket, with a complicated expression, feeling relieved and sad at the same time. When she saw Xiaoxi coming over, she greeted her and said proactively, "The one who died last night was Flathead." Xiaoxi looked up at the photo on the door. This was indeed Flathead's room. There was no more crew-cut figure in the room, leaving only a small pool of dark red blood. She covered her mouth, looking like she didn't know what to say. She had expected Flathead's death. The Flathead is an experienced high-level player, and he is lower key than the bald head, which means that he can analyze problems calmly. So the probability that he can deduce the werewolf is very high. If Flathead was not a werewolf, in order to avoid the existence of this powerful threat, the werewolf would give priority to getting rid of him. But she wasn't sure about Flathead's identity last night, so she didn't directly tell Yi Kongqing her speculation. But she knew that regardless of whether Flathead was a werewolf or not, Yi Kongqing would not be the first target of the werewolf, because in addition to her crew cut, her ponytail was also very sophisticated. When the system announced the rules of the game, her reaction was very much like that of an experienced werewolf player. Chapter 321 Real Werewolf Killing 12. Due to the nature of the system, it is impossible for all high-level players to be in the same camp. So the identities of these two high-level players are most likely to be opposites. Then the person killed on the first night will only be one of these two high-level players, compared with a player like Yi Kongqing, who is powerful but obviously has no experience in killing werewolves. Compared with an experienced high-level player, the werewolf will definitely give priority to the one with more experience. Outside the door of Flathead's room, a woman with short hair, who looked about 30 years old, saw what was going on in the room and turned to look at the denim jacket. Didn't you hear anything last night? Your room is next door to Flathead's. Denim shook his head. I didn't hear anything. What about you? The short-haired woman looked at the black sweater again. You live on the other side of the crew cut. I didn't hear any sound. Black Hoodie shook his head. Me too. Wanzitu whispered. I live in the room opposite, and I have always been a light sleeper. If there is a sound, I will definitely hear it. Xiaoxi looked up at Yi Kongqing, who was standing next to her. Yi Kongqing shook his head incomprehensibly. He has good ears, but he really didn't hear anything last night. It seems that when a werewolf commits a crime, there is a high probability that no sound will be heard. The short-haired woman showed a regretful expression. It is impossible to let other players hear the werewolf's movements through sound. Xiaoxi didn't speak, but she agreed with the short-haired woman's statement. The soundproofing effect of this old small hotel is actually very poor. When she was washing in the bathroom, she could clearly hear the footsteps and voices outside. But she didn't wake up because of any movement last night. And even Yi Kongqing, who had such good hearing, didn't hear any sound. That can only mean that the game is set during the werewolf attack, so no sound will be heard. This also prevents other players from using the sound of opening the door to determine which room the werewolf belongs to. It also prevents the good guy from saying the werewolf's name before being killed by the werewolf and being heard by other players. It's so difficult to find a werewolf. Onesie sighed heavily, with a cry in his voice. I don't want to die. Denim hugged Onesie too tightly, comforting him softly, and patted Onesie too on the back. The other players didn't speak, but everyone didn't look very good, and they were all thinking about their own thoughts. The day passed in such a heavy atmosphere. At 7 o'clock in the evening, 8 players sat down on wooden chairs in the small hall on the first floor. After a minute of silence, seeing that no one took the initiative to speak, Yi Kongqing spoke. I am a prophet. When he said this, his eyes swept over each player one by one without any hesitation. She was the one I checked last night. He pointed to Xiaoxi, who was sitting next to him. Denami glanced at Xiaoxi and was not surprised that Yi Kongqing chose to check Xiaoxi first. In his opinion, people subconsciously want to know whether the people they care about most are in the same camp as themselves. If he were a prophet, he would also check the meatball head first. He asked curiously, Then what is her identity? Good man, Yi Kongqing said concisely and to the point. In fact, what he checked last night was a denim jacket, and the denim jacket's identity was that of a werewolf, as Xiaoxi expected. But according to Xiaoxi's plan, he wanted to test Xiaoxi today. Chapter 322 Real Werewolf Killing 13. On the one hand, identifying the werewolf as soon as he reveals his identity as a prophet will trigger a fierce counterattack by the werewolf, and the situation may become very tense. On the other hand, if Xiaoxi is identified as a good person, the possibility of everyone voting Xiaoxi out will be very low. Even the werewolves would not attack Xiaoxi first, because once Xiaoxi dies, it will be confirmed that Xiaoxi is a good person, and at the same time, his identity as a prophet will be confirmed. Once the identity of the prophet is confirmed, no one will doubt what he said. It will become easy to identify the werewolf, and it will be difficult for the werewolf to turn over. As long as Xiaoxi is alive, other players cannot be 100% sure of his identity. At critical moments, the werewolf can still rely on this to get a chance to counterattack. Of course, these were all analyzed by Xiaoxi before. Yes, I am a good person. Xiaoxi showed a happy expression. She nodded repeatedly and said her identity without any precautions. I am a civilian. Yi Kongqing reached out and rubbed Xiaoxi's hair, and then he looked at the other players again. My identity has been announced. The werewolves are likely to attack me tonight. If the guards are still there, I hope they can protect me. After Yi Kongqing said this, he stopped talking. It was obviously the end of his speech. Xiaoxi looked at each player with pleading eyes, clasped her hands together, and rubbed her palms together slightly. The guards must protect my brother. My brother will not lie. It must be true that he said he is a prophet. At this time, the probability of the guard surviving is still relatively high. If the bald person who was thrown out had a priesthood, he would not be able to help but reveal his priestly identity when he said that he was not a werewolf. But he didn't say it, so the probability that he is a civilian is higher. As for the identity of the flat head, she couldn't guess. If you are so unlucky and have a crew cut but are the guards, then you can only bet on whether the werewolf would dare to attack the prophet. After all, the werewolf didn't know if the guard was still there, considering that the chance that the guards are still there is relatively high. If the werewolves are likely to fail in attacking the prophet tonight, then they are more likely to choose other targets. The werewolf's first task is to reduce the number of players in the good camp, and the fewer players in the good camp, the lower the chance of the hunter surviving, and it will be easier to attack the prophet at that time. The small hall was quiet for a few minutes. No one questioned Yi Kongqing's identity as a prophet, and no one stood up to challenge the prophet. After a while, someone moved again. I am the Great Keeper. The short-haired woman suddenly stood up. Last night, I checked the identity of the bald man who was voted out. He is a good person. At this point, she turned her eyes to the black sweater. Last night you kept identifying the bald man as a werewolf. But he was not. So I have reason to suspect that you are actually a werewolf. What are you talking about? Black Hoodie stood up immediately. I'm not a werewolf. Then, he explained, I was indeed the first person to doubt the identity of the bald man last night. But you all agreed with my suspicion, and my inference is well-founded. He is so actively trying to control the whole situation. It's very suspicious to begin with. Don't you suspect that he is a werewolf? Although I feel sorry for the wrong identification. You can't insist on saying that I am a werewolf just because of this. At this point, the black sweater showed a slightly angry expression. If you want to blame the bald man himself, he behaved too easily. People are suspicious. Chapter 323 Real Werewolf Killing 14. Your speculation yesterday does sound reasonable at first glance. But now that I think about it carefully, it also means that I am deliberately guiding everyone. The short-haired woman calmly analyzed. The bald man is a character who likes to command others. If we start from this, if you think about it from other aspects, you won't directly identify him as a werewolf. But we'll think about it a little more carefully. The short-haired woman continued. But you blindly emphasized that the bald head's behavior was very similar to what a werewolf would do. And then you voted for the bald head. No one had time to think about other aspects, because they had no experience in voting for the first time. Players may just follow the vote subconsciously. As long as it's not me, I can vote for anyone. Even I had a little bit of this idea at the time. After hearing this, several players showed a little embarrassed expression, as if they had been told what they were thinking. The short-haired woman asked the black sweater loudly. In this regard, aren't you in control of the entire situation? Black Hoodie's face turned ugly. The short-haired woman looked directly at the black sweater, as if to read the black sweater's mind. Why? If the bald man takes control of the situation, he will be suspected of being a werewolf. But if you control the situation, you can't be suspected of being a werewolf? I just don't like bald heads, so I wanted to get him out first, Black Hoodie said with a broken expression. He was against me from the beginning, so of course I wanted to show him off. I admit it. It's wrong for me to be so emotional, but I'm not a werewolf. He looked at the short-haired woman and sneered. It's you. You said you are the Tomb Keeper, and you are the one? I also think you are a werewolf, deliberately pretending to be the Tomb Keeper, and want to use this method to get everyone to vote for you. Werewolf players can use this to reduce the number of good guys in the camp faster. I am the Tomb Keeper. This is an indisputable fact. The short-haired woman was not excited, but seemed rational and calm. If you say that I am a fake, then why didn't the real Tomb Keeper come forward? The black sweatshirt suddenly became stuck. Because I am the real Grey Keeper. The short-haired woman said word by word. So my analysis is based on facts. And the fact is that I think you are very likely to be a werewolf. I admit that I had personal emotions when I voted bald. Black Hoodie said a little irritated. Why do you have to say that I am a werewolf? I think the possibility that you are a werewolf is higher than the possibility that you are purely expressing your personal emotions. The short-haired woman still did not change her mind. After speaking, she raised her hand and pointed at the black sweater. I will vote for you. Me. Wanzita raised his hand weakly. I think short hair makes sense. The black sweater suddenly panicked. He looked at Wanzita and said, Don't listen to her nonsense. Isn't she brainwashing everyone like this? As he spoke, he pointed directly at the short-haired woman. I vote for you. I think you are a werewolf. You are not a Grey Keeper. No one stands up to challenge your identity as a Grey Keeper. It may be that the person who died last night had a flat head or was killed. The bald guy who voted out is the Grey Keeper. The bald head is definitely not the Tomb Keeper. The short-haired woman still analyzed calmly when she was identified. His behavior is that he is afraid that others will not know that he is powerful. If he is the Tomb Keeper, what will happen if he is wrongly accused? When he was a werewolf, he should have revealed his priesthood long ago. Chapter 324 Real Werewolf Killing 15. Xiaoxi nodded secretly in her heart. The short-haired woman's conjecture was exactly the same as hers. And the short-haired woman confirmed the bald man's identity as a good person, which made her even more sure that her conjecture about the bald man was not wrong. I also think short hair should be the guardian of the tomb. Xiaoxi raised her hand carefully. She bit her lip and looked a little embarrassed. Then she struggled for a moment and finally said, From the time she spoke until now, they all acted very calmly, and it really didn't look like they were fake. You're right. Ponytail, who had been observing everyone, nodded. She said to Black Hoodie, Short hair looks much calmer than you. Your panic is more like the reaction of a werewolf after his identity was revealed. You? The black sweater stared at the ponytail with an angry look. After a while, he turned around and asked everyone loudly, Does the calmness shown by short hair mean that she is a good person? Maybe her acting skills are superb. You have all been deceived. There are very few people with such great acting skills. Wanzita muttered. How can one be so unlucky as to meet a player with such a high psychological quality and very good acting skills? Xiaoxi, who has extremely high psychological quality and excellent acting skills, nodded. That's right. Short hair doesn't look like lying. You? The panic on Black Hoodie's face could no longer be concealed. He pointed at everyone. You bastards are clearly targeting me. If you weren't a werewolf, you should be angry now instead of panicked. Yi Kongqing looked at the pop-up window in front of him and said the word Xia she sent through the friends function. He raised his hand and pointed at the black sweater. I will vote for you. As soon as he finished speaking, other players also cast their votes. Black Hoodie was thrown out. Before he could try to escape, the short-haired woman took out her pistol and fired several shots to kill him. The short-haired woman's marksmanship wasn't very accurate, but she was more decisive. She fired all the bullets in the magazine at once, smashing the Black Hoodie into a sieve. It was impossible for her to survive no matter what. The ball head fell into the arms of the denim jacket. Not daring to look or make a sound, she covered her mouth with her hand, acting like she was a little scared but didn't dare to say anything. The figure in the Black Hoodie disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood. The short-haired woman cleaned up the blood stains without saying a word, and the other players returned upstairs one after another. Yi Kongqing followed Xia into the room. After closing the door, Xia said to Yi Kongqing, "Let's check the ponytail tonight." Yi Kongqing didn't ask why and just nodded in agreement. Xia took the initiative to explain. When we first systematically explained the rules of the game, I observed the status of all the players. Apart from the bald and flat heads, Ponytail was the only woman who acted very relaxed. She should be good at werewolf killing games. Veteran player. The probability that Black Hood is a werewolf is very high, because he acted too panicked later. His personality is not good at hiding his thoughts, and he is not familiar with how to play the game, so it is normal for his secrets to be revealed easily. But Ponytail's performance today is worthy of scrutiny. At this point, she tilted her head slightly and smiled. She didn't say anything at first, and she had almost no sense of presence. But she was after Hei Wei could not prove his innocence. He took the initiative to step on Hei Wei. Chapter 325 Real Werewolf Killing 16. And the disbelief and anger in the black sweater's expression at that time seemed to be that he couldn't accept the Ponytail stepping on him. They didn't know each other originally, and it could make the black sweater have such emotions. Most likely, the Ponytail is also a werewolf. Yi Kongqing listened carefully. When Xia finished speaking, he nodded in response. Well, that's true. In this case, I'm afraid the Great Keeper will not survive tonight. Xia sighed. Short hair performed very well tonight, but it is also the greatest threat to werewolves. If the Ponytail is really a werewolf, what will happen if he is a werewolf? If she is a skilled player, she will not leave such a calm and rational opponent alive. Although the short-haired person has a calm personality, she may not be particularly familiar with this game. Otherwise she would know that after the prophet comes forward, she cannot easily reveal her identity as the Tomb Keeper, because there is only one guard between the prophet and the Tomb Keeper. The guard will definitely choose to guard the prophet. The short hair performs so well, and he is a cleric player. When the werewolf is not sure whether the guard is still alive, the seer and the Great Keeper will definitely give priority to solving the Great Keeper. Well, Yi Kongqing's expression didn't change much. He looked at Xia and said calmly, as long as you're fine. He doesn't care about the life or death of others. I'll be fine tonight. Xia blinked at Yi Kongqing. A tool like her with no special characteristics is naturally not as threatening as the Tomb Keeper. Between her and the Tomb Keeper, it is impossible for the werewolf to choose her. Although neither she nor Yi Kongqing will be targets tonight. Losing a calm and rational companion like the Tomb Keeper is a big loss. Sometimes pig teammates can do more damage to allies than powerful opponents. Calm and rational teammates are more conducive to analyzing problems and pointing out doubts, and it is easier to reach consensus. Pig teammates are too easy to be brainwashed. For example, that meatball head. Onesitus seems to have no opinions of his own at all, and basically just does what others say. When I heard this sentence, I felt it made sense. After a while, when I heard another sentence, I also felt it made sense. Once what the werewolf said made sense, she would agree with it, especially since her boyfriend is a werewolf, and she didn't realize there was anything wrong with her boyfriend at all. So the possibility of being brainwashed was too high. Yi Kongqing couldn't help but reached out and rubbed Xiaxi's head. Xiaxi smoothed her somewhat messed up hair and asked puzzledly, why do I feel that you like to rub my head so much recently? You were never like this before. Although it's not completely absent before, the number of times can be counted on one's fingers. But this time, the frequency is much higher than before. Yi Kongqing was stunned for a moment. He lowered his eyes and glanced at his palm, as if he finally realized what he had done recently. After a moment of silence, he asked in a low voice, you don't like it? Xiaxi tilted her head, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with a bright smile. That's not true. But? She suddenly approached Yi Kongqing. and her warm breath hit the side of Yi Kongqing's face. Be gentle next time. Don't mess up my hair. Yi Kongqing stood up suddenly, turned around and walked out. It looks a bit like running away. The moment she closed the door, she saw the slightly red tips of Yi Kongqing's ears. She lay on the bed happily and laughed. This big wild wolf is quite fun to tease. Well, she seems to have found new fun. Chapter 326 Real Werewolf Killing 17. The third day of the game. The Grey Keeper was indeed dead. Looking at the pool of blood in the short-haired room, she felt very sorry in her heart. She is willing to trade 2 pig teammates for a short-haired woman. It's a pity that the short-haired woman is dead. But the pig teammates are still there. At this time, pig teammate Wanzi 2 was nestling in the arms of Denami. She was crying and asked Denami, Shorthair is dead. So is she the real Two Keeper? She was speechless. The 2 eyes of this meatball head are like faucets that cannot be turned off. And they seem to be crying anytime and anywhere. She is a woman who rarely cries except when needed for acting, so she is a bit unable to accept the constant crying. Probably. The denim guy patted Wanzuita's back and replied to Wanzuita's words. Since the short-haired girl was killed by a werewolf, she is definitely not a werewolf. So there is a high possibility that she is the Two Keeper. So, the black sweater who was voted out by us last night is a werewolf? Wanzuita asked again. She seemed like she still hadn't fully understood what this game was about. So she had to ask even such a simple question. It should be so. When Denami said this, he looked a little confused. There are only 6 players left now. If all 3 werewolves are here, then the game is over. Since the game is not over yet, it means at least 1 werewolf died. Yes, Ballhead suddenly realized. In this case, there will only be 2 werewolves left. She looked up at the denim jacket with some joy. We are 1 step closer to victory. The denim man smiled and said nothing. The other players didn't speak either. Probably everyone felt that the atmosphere was getting tense as time passed. Afternoon. In Yi Kongqing's room. Yi Kongqing told she the results of his test last night, which showed that the ponytail was a werewolf. The identity of the werewolf is now clear. With denim clothes and a ponytail, what they have to do is to find a way to vote these 2 people out during the voting process. But you can only vote for 1 person at a time. So you have to consider who is more suitable to vote first. She sat on the edge of the bed, took a sip of milk, and said to Yi Kongqing, Let's identify the denim clothes tonight. Without waiting for Yi Kongqing to ask, she took the initiative to analyze the current situation. Suppose we vote out the ponytail first. Then when the werewolf takes action tonight, the cowboy will only choose one of the 3 good people besides the bald head. Kill him. Wanzuita trusts him completely and will definitely listen to him when voting. So he will not let Wanzuita die. Then among the remaining 3 good people, you are the prophet, and the other short man who is taciturn may be a guard or a civilian. But no matter what, the denim jacket cannot determine whether the guard is dead, so it won't prioritize dealing with you to avoid a Christmas Eve situation. Once Christmas Eve occurs, the situation will be very unfavorable to the only living werewolf. So the cowboy clothes will choose a target between me and the short man. I have personally admitted before that I am a civilian, so the possibility of a denim suit attacking me is much higher than the possibility of attacking a short man. Once I die, there will be only 1 werewolf and 3 good people left tomorrow. But the ticket for Wanzuita must belong to the cowboy clothes. He can even brainwash Wanzuita and make him suspect that you are pretending to be a prophet and identify him. You are a werewolf. Chapter 327 Real Werewolf Killing 18. Even if a short man doesn't believe in denim, but chooses to believe you and vote for denim with you, he will only get a tie vote that night. With a tie vote, no one will be eliminated, but you can kill a short man in jeans at night and accuse you of being a werewolf again the next day, saying that you killed the short man because the cowboy clothes identified you as a werewolf the night before, giving Wanzuita enough psychological hints. And it was someone else who died that night, not you. Wanzuita will definitely be even more convinced that you are a werewolf, and there is no reason to explain it to her. If she chooses to follow the vote, then you will have to be voted out. In the end, there will be a werewolf in jeans and a good guy in the bald head. If the 2 camps have the same number of people, the werewolf camp will win. After listening to Xiaoxi's analysis, Yi Kongqing already understood what she meant. So tonight, I have to vote for my denim jacket first. Since Wanzuita has no one she absolutely trusts, her vote will not be easily given to another werewolf. Take it away. Yes, if you don't have the denim jacket, but if you have a ponytail and want to win a vote for a round head, the level of difficulty is the same as ours. Although meatball heads are easy to be brainwashed. Without denim clothes, ponytails may not have the ability to win the votes of meatball heads. Yi Kongqing said, Then I will wear jeans tonight. Xiaoxi nodded repeatedly. And then she thought of something. And then said, But I'm not sure whether Ponytail will attack Ballhead at night. For players like Ballhead, for Ponytail, if it can't be used to return votes, then it's easier for her to become an obstacle. Then she might take action against 1202. At this point, she was silent for a moment. 1Z2 no longer has 500,000 points. Once he dies, he is truly dead. Denim he probably couldn't bear to die. But he also didn't want to lose. So the ending he was most looking forward to was probably what she just speculated. In the end, only 2 people, Denami and 1Z2, were left alive, which allowed Denny to win and 1Z2 to survive. As if he knew what Xiaoxi was thinking, Yi Kongqing suddenly said, She is so weak. Even if she is lucky enough to survive this time, she will not live for long. Xiaoxi came back to her senses and stuck out her tongue at Yi Kongqing. Yes, I know. Even if 1Z2 does not die this time, but is judged as a loser, he still has to accept the failure penalty and play the werewolf game again. And at that time, the denim jacket that has won will not be by her side. She is so weak and not very smart. So the chances of her being able to pass the level safely are low. And she may still be dead by then. The game of survival is inherently about the jungle. Even if Xiaoxi feels compassion, there is still a high chance that 1Z2 will not survive this game. What's more, Xiaoxi didn't think that Meathead was worthy of her compassion. If she wants to save someone, at least the person must be worthy of her saving. Otherwise it would be a burden to save him. Others must treat her the same way. Even if she initially liked Yi Kongqing, it was because of his ability, not because of his appearance. She is not a compassionate person, nor does she want to be a bad person. Now I just can't help but feel a little emotional. Chapter 328 Real Werewolf Killing 19. Xiaoxi leaned closer to Yi Kongqing, and then rested her head on Yi Kongqing's shoulder. Yi Kongqing's body froze slightly, but quickly relaxed again. Yi Kongqing! After all, I have someone else's life on my hands. Xiaoxi's voice was low, and there was no trace of sadness or sadness. It seemed that she had expected such a day, and she accepted it calmly at this time. She took action against those people in the past because they were in a hostile relationship with her. But this time it was different. On the surface, 1Z2 had no conflict of interest with her, and they were even on the same camp. Unfortunately, Maruko is not clear-headed and is easily taken advantage of. And her boyfriend happens to be a werewolf, which becomes an invisible conflict between them, although she didn't do it herself. If Maruko too was killed by Ponytail, some of her factors must have existed. She doesn't regret her decision, nor does she feel guilty. But she can't help feeling that these games are really cruel. No one's hands can be clean. I really don't know where these survival games come from, and what their purpose is, she murmured in a low voice, with a bit of ridicule. Yi Kongqing didn't speak. He moved his fingers. After a while, he finally raised his arms, and put his arms around Xiaoxi's shoulders. His palms were wide, and his body temperature was hot. Xiaoxi could still clearly feel his warmth through 2 pieces of clothing. Xiaoxi felt as if the temperature was flowing into her heart along with her blood flow. Otherwise, why would her heartbeat be faster than usual? She seems to be more excited. Asterisk. At 7 o'clock, 6 players gathered in the small hall on the first floor on time. As soon as he sat down, Yi Kongqing raised his hand and pointed at the denim jacket. I tested him last night, and he is a werewolf. There was panic in the Gene's eyes for a moment, and then he denied it. I'm not! After hearing what Yi Kongqing said, the bald head next to him looked at the cowboy clothes with wide eyes in disbelief. The second after the cowboy clothes denied it. She immediately turned around and asked Yi Kongqing, You? You are not a prophecy home. Right. Why are you slandering my boyfriend? As she spoke, she started to cry. My boyfriend is definitely not a werewolf. He has always told me that he wants to win this game with me. How could he be a werewolf? When Xiaoxi heard this, she couldn't help but sneer in her heart. As she expected, before Denim E could even make excuses for herself, Ballhead had already started to make excuses for Denim E. He even directly doubted Yi Kongqing's identity as a prophet. If we really save the denim clothes until the end, the good guys' camp will lose. The denim man hugged the bald head and comforted him a few words. Then he raised his head and looked at Yi Kongqing. My girlfriend is right. I'm afraid you are not a real prophet. You are a fake werewolf. Right. Wrong? Impossible. Xiaoxi stood up anxiously. looking annoyed. How could my brother lie? My brother would never lie. Do you mean to say that my boyfriend is lying? Wanted to turn around and asked Xiaoxi crying and angrily. My boyfriend will never lie. He has never been willing to lie to me. It must be your brother who is lying. How can you prove that your boyfriend has never lied to you? Xiaoxi said angrily. Even people who don't know him well can see my brother's temper. He will never lie at all. Your boyfriend, it doesn't look like that. Chapter 329 Real Werewolf Killing 20. How dare you speak ill of my boyfriend? Wanzita cried so hard that her face turned red. She stood up suddenly, as if she was about to quarrel with Xiaoxi. I'm not done with you. Seeing that the situation was becoming tense, the short man who had been silent in the previous rounds finally spoke. I think the possibility of lying with green eyes is low. He doesn't seem to be a good liar at all. He glanced at Yi Kangqing. Although I'm not very good at analyzing people's personality traits, Green Eye is such a powerful person often doesn't bother to lie. If he is a werewolf, even if he doesn't want to show it, it may be difficult to hide himself. And I think if he is a werewolf, he may not even think of pretending to be a prophet. That's right. Xiaoxi nodded fiercely. That's what I mean. You're probably a wolf when you speak for him like this. The cowboy immediately pointed the finger at the short man. I haven't seen you speak in the past few games. Why are you suddenly talking non-stop now? Is it because you want to see your werewolf companion? When you were taken out, you felt anxious. So you quickly stepped forward to help speak? You are obviously attacking indiscriminately. The short man showed a hint of anger. I think you are the one who has been exposed as a werewolf and wants to divert everyone's attention. So start attacking others indiscriminately. Yes, you must be a werewolf. Xiaoxi pointed at the denim jacket, looking angry after being deceived. You invited me and my brother to eat instant noodles before. I thought you were a good person. But it turns out you were just pretending. Good people come to get close to us. At this point, she made a look of realization, as if she had just thought of it. You were trying to trick us, weren't you? You were trying to gain our trust so that we would all vote for you later. Right? Wrong? What nonsense are you talking about? Wanzita suddenly became anxious. She rushed towards Xiaoxi and scratched her face with her nails. How dare you say that about my boyfriend? I'll beat you to death. Xiaoxi pretended to be panicked and backed away, her steps messy, looking panicked and inflexible. At the same time, Yi Kangqing stood up suddenly. He pulled Xiaoxi behind him to protect him with one hand, and grabbed Wanzita's arm with the other hand. Wanzi's head hurt, and her whole face was distorted. She struggled violently. Let go. It hurts. Denim stepped forward and tried to snatch the meatball's head back, but found that his strength was no match for Yi Kangqing. He also became anxious, looked up at the ceiling and asked, Doesn't it violate the rules of the game to have green eyes like this? Shouldn't 10,000 points be deducted? Electronic sound quickly responded. The player's green eyes are self-defense, and there is no offensive behavior, and no points will be deducted. She's in pain. Why doesn't it count as an attack? Denim suddenly became angry. The electronic voice didn't make any more noise, and no matter how loud the gene shouted, they ignored it. Yi Kangqing threw away his hand, and Wanzi staggered back a few steps before being caught by a denim jacket. Wanzita looked at the denim jacket with tears in his eyes, looking pitifully bullied. My arm hurts so much. Before the denim man could say anything to comfort him, Yi Kangqing raised his hand and pointed at the denim man. I'll vote for you. Xiaoxi hid behind Yi Kangqing and whispered, I'll follow the ticket. Chapter 330 Real Werewolf Killing 21. You are clearly wronging my boyfriend. Wanzi jumped up and down, then raised his hand and pointed at Yi Kangqing. You must be a werewolf. I will vote for you. She turned to look at the ponytail and the short man. Hurry up and vote for him with me. The short man didn't speak, but he raised his hand and pointed at the denim jacket. Seeing this, Ponytail pointed at the denim jacket without hesitation. The overall situation has been decided, and Denim knows that he cannot avoid the outcome of being deducted points. He took a deep breath. Me. As soon as he uttered a word, Yi Kangqing shot him. Yi Kangqing's marksmanship was quite accurate, killing him with one shot. Cleanly. There was very little bleeding from the denim jacket, and he fell to the ground before he even had time to react. The bald head's eyes widened in horror, and she threw herself at the denim-clad body, but missed. The body and denim clothes disappeared, leaving only a small pool of blood on the ground. Wanzita rushed towards Yi Kangqing angrily. You murderer! How dare you hurt my boyfriend? Yi Kangqing calmly picked up Xiaoxi and walked directly upstairs, while avoiding Wanzitu's random attacks. Not to mention confrontation. He didn't even bother to give me a look. Wan Zitu was so angry that he chased Yi Kongqing and yelled. Yi Kongqing got tired of hearing this and stopped on the platform in the middle of the stairs. He turned around and glared at him. His eyes were as murderous as those of a wild beast. And Wan Zitu was instantly frightened into silence. Wan Zitu has not experienced many survival games before. And she is very lucky to be with Denami all the time. She has hardly suffered any hardships. This is the first time she has been so isolated and helpless. She was so angry that she would chase Yi Kongqing and scold him. But after seeing Yi Kongqing's fierce appearance, she suddenly regained some sense and became scared again. But when she thought about having no denim clothes around her in the coming days, she felt angry and aggrieved. Stomping her feet, she turned her target to the two remaining players. The short man, who had always been silent, felt that one head was as big as two when faced with the messy bald head. But he was not a talkative person. Nor was he good at quarreling with others. So he could only endure it silently. But Ponytail didn't have such a good temper. After being scolded by Meathead for a few times, she suddenly became a little angry and taunted. This is the rule of the game. It's not like we deliberately go against Denim. You can scold us like this. If you go, you can get the jeans back. He is definitely not a werewolf. Wan Zitu cried, but still insisted on his own thoughts. You are wrongly accusing a good person. How do you know he's not a werewolf? Ponytail was speechless. He told me that he would never lie to me. When Wan Zitu said this, his voice became sharp. She can't accept others saying that denim clothes are not good. This is simply a blasphemy against her relationship with denim clothes. Ponytail sneered. He was about to curse a few more words. But after thinking about it, he suddenly changed his mind. If the denim clothes are not werewolves, is the identity of the green-eyed prophet a fake? That's right, Wan Zitu said with certainty. He must be a werewolf, deliberately slandering my boyfriend. Then will you vote for Green Eyes tomorrow? Ponytail asked tentatively. Me. Wan Zitu was about to say something, but suddenly stopped again. She stared at her ponytail and snorted. Why do you ask this? Do you think that if you please me now, I can forgive you for surrendering to me? Your boyfriend? Chapter 331 Real Werewolf Killing 22. Ponytail was stunned, unable to react to Ballhead's brain circuitry for a moment. Let me tell you, I will never forgive any of you who voted for my boyfriend. Wan Zitu threatened through gritted teeth. I will vote for whoever I want tomorrow. No matter who of you pleases me. It will be of no use. In my eyes, you are all bad people. After saying that, Wan Zitu ran upstairs without looking back. Seeing the bald head disappearing from sight, the ponytail's expression darkened, and he murmured to himself. If that's the case, then you can't blame me. She originally wanted to keep Wan Zitu alive and become her canvassing target. But this idiot was completely illogical and only acted emotionally. The possibility of defeating such a person at a critical moment was too high. So she couldn't keep him. Asterisk. The morning of the fourth day of the game. The four players who were still alive gathered at the door of Wan Zitu's room. Wan Zitu did not have 500,000 points. And his body did not disappear after death, but lay quietly on the bed in his room. The quilt was stained with blood. Her eyes were frightened. And there were some dried tears on her face. She was really dead. And she seemed to be quite frightened before she died. She maintained her vase persona responsibly. She covered her mouth in shock, as if she didn't dare to speak. Ponytail sighed, seeming both helpless and sympathetic. Yi Kongqing and the short man didn't say anything. They just looked at each other and left. In the end, no one cleaned up Wan Zitu's body, but just closed the door to her room, cutting off everyone's sight. Asterisk. 7 p.m. There were only 4 players left sitting in this small hall on the first floor. There are only 4 players now, Ponytail said proactively. Since the game is not over yet, there should be only one werewolf left among us. I checked you last night. Yi Kongqing pointed directly at Ponytail before he could finish his words. You are a werewolf. Ponytail made a surprised expression, and then stood up angrily. What are you talking about? I'm a civilian. Yi Kongqing looked at the Ponytail quietly and said nothing. Ponytail made an expression of realization. She pointed at Yi Kongqing and said in disbelief. I know. You are a werewolf. Right. Because Wan Zitu exposed your true identity last night. That's why you want to be a werewolf at night, kill her and silence her when you do it. So that the voting situation tonight will not go against you. Right. Thank you for trusting you so much before. Ponytail looked angry after being deceived. I always thought you were a real prophet. If you hadn't tried to slander me now, I would never have thought you were a werewolf. Yi Kongqing didn't talk nonsense and pointed directly at the Ponytail. I'll vote for you. He is not good at so-called talking skills, so he doesn't waste his time doing useless work. The ponytail immediately pointed at Yi Qing. I will vote for you. Then, she looked at Xiaoxi and the short man. Think carefully. Who is more suspicious? I didn't target anyone in particular during the whole process. And later on I completely believed that the green-eyed man was a prophet. Because I believed he was a prophecy family. So we will vote for whoever he says we will vote for. But if he is actually a werewolf, we will actually be completely used by him. Tall man. Ponytail looked at Xiaoxi and said, although Green Eyes is your brother, you can't trust him easily just because of this. If he is a werewolf, how can he admit his werewolf identity to you? Chapter 332 Real Werewolf Killing 23. Xiaoxi blinked, as if she couldn't digest Ponytail's words immediately. Ponytail continued to say to Xiaoxi, although Green Eyes dealt you the good guy card from the beginning, it is probably because he is a werewolf himself. And of course he knows that you are not a werewolf. In order to win your trust, he will win your vote. He chose to be the first to reveal your identity. This will even help other players believe that he is the real prophet. Yeah, your analysis makes sense. Xiaoxi nodded, looking obedient. But if my brother is a werewolf, he will definitely tell me. You trust him so much. That's why it's so easy to lie. Ponytail made a sad expression. Although you are brother and sister, if your identities are opposed, how dare he tell you his identity directly? Denim and the guy with the round hair look like a couple who have such a good relationship. Even Denim doesn't dare to reveal his identity as a werewolf. The relationship between people is like this. Once self-interest is involved, the so-called trust will become weak. She didn't believe that this tall woman could trust Green Eyes completely and without any doubt. As long as there is room for provocation, she can be sure of victory. Actually, you did find this angle quite well. But? Xiaoxi looked at the ponytail with a smile, brushing off her timid look before. How about I analyze it from other angles? Ponytail was stunned, unable to react for a moment. She spoke well, and the rhythm was clearly under her control. So why did she suddenly mention something else? Moreover, why does the tall woman in front of me look different from before? Although he still had the same face, his whole aura seemed to be very different from before. Xiaoxi smoothed the strands of hair around her ears, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes were a little more rational. When the black hoodie voted for the bald man at first, you were the first to support him. Later, the Tomb Keeper voted for the bald man in the black hoodie. When you saw that the momentum was not right, you quickly chose to follow the vote. And Black Hoodie's reaction was very intense at that time. Much larger than when others voted for him. Why do you think this is? She looked at the short man, and her words were mainly addressed to the only uncertain factor. Ponytail and Black Sweatshirt don't know each other. If Black Sweatshirt is unjustly killed, his level of anger towards everyone should be the same. Why does he care so much about Ponytail's vote for him? If the Gravekeeper's guess that Black Hood is a werewolf is true, then it makes sense. At this point, she looked at Ponytail again. Because you are also a werewolf and a companion of Black Hoodie. But you voted for him. So he is so angry. Ponytail would be a fool if she didn't see something was wrong at this point. Her lips were trembling a little, and she didn't know if she was angry. Were you pretending before? Did you deliberately make people think that you are stupid and simple, and don't have the brain to analyze the problem at all? She originally thought that none of the remaining 3 good people had any brains. With her various tricks of the trade, it would not be a problem to deceive them. She thought she could easily get votes and draw everyone's attention to the Green Eyes. As long as she casts Green Eyes, she will kill any player at night, and she will win. But she didn't expect that there was someone hiding deeper than her. Chapter 333 Real Werewolf Killing 24. Xiaoxi covered her mouth and made a surprised expression. Have you been discovered? Her little expression was a bit artificial, and anyone could tell that she did it on purpose. The ponytail looked even more ugly, but was speechless. She had acted so shocked just now that she might not be able to convince the short man that she was not a werewolf. The other 2 people were meant to vote for her. Her situation could never be saved. Xiaoxi looked at the ugly expression on the ponytail and showed an open and bright smile. She pointed at the ponytail and said, I will vote for you. At this moment, there was no need for her to say anything else. The situation was clear at a glance. The short man was also surprised by Xiaoxi's change. But he did not doubt Xiaoxi's words, because Xiaoxi's inference was very logical. He also voted for Ponytail's. Ponytail closed his eyes, having completely lost the desire to speak. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. She didn't realize that Xiaoxi was a master of acting. It was her own failure, and she couldn't blame others. Yi Qing took out his pistol, and neatly cut off his ponytail. As the ponytailed figure on the ground disappeared, the electronic sound rang again. All the werewolves were eliminated in this round of the game. And the good guys camp won. Congratulations to the 3 players for winning this round of the game. And they are about to enter the second round. What? The short man opened his mouth in surprise. Second round? Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing were both stunned. No one expected that there would be more than one round of the game. Yes, electronic voice replied. Real werewolf, game has 2 rounds. Players who successfully clear the first round can enter the second round of the game. Only after clearing the second round of the game can the game be considered cleared. The real werewolf game. Why didn't you explain such an important thing clearly from the beginning? The short man looked angry, feeling like he had been tricked. He had the mentality that he had finally reached the end and could pass the level safely. But suddenly, he heard that there was another round of bad news. No matter who it was, it would be unbearable. There was no response from the electronic voice. Xiaoxi had quickly entered the state. She asked, when will the second round of the game start? You can start after enough players have cleared the first round of the game. You put it like that. I don't know how long we have to wait. Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. No later than tonight. Xiaoxi tapped her chin with her index finger and began to think secretly. There are not many players who can pass the game in one round. It may be considered a minority for 3 players to pass the game at once. If the game fails, a new round will have to be started. And a round of the game will take several days to end at the earliest. But the system says that enough players will be gathered tonight at the latest. It seems that there should be quite a lot of players playing the werewolf game. But they are scattered in different locations without interfering with each other. Thinking about it, there are countless hotels in a world. Even if this game is only available in this world, the number of players is still huge enough. Xiaoxi took out a bottle of milk and inserted the straw into it while saying, in that case, let's wait here. Yi Kongqing didn't say a word, but he sat next to Xiaoxi and did not leave. He also took out a compressed biscuit and took a few bites. Xiaoxi handed Yi Kongqing a bottle of milk. Here, let's supplement some nutrition. Yi Kongqing did not refuse and accepted it directly. Chapter 334 Real Werewolf Killing 25. When the short man saw this, he couldn't say much and could only sit there and rest. But he had no appetite and just kept turning his head to look at the clock at the front desk. I'm afraid the difficulty of the second round will be higher than that of the first round, Xiaoxi said suddenly after drinking the milk. She did not avoid the short man and said directly, if there is no difference in difficulty between the 2 rounds, there is no game. A second round is necessary. After a pause, she added, according to what the system just said, the players in the second round will also be more difficult to deal with. She did not explain this sentence in detail. Whether the short man can understand it depends on his understanding ability. If you don't pass the first round of the game, you have to play the first round again. Only after you pass the level can you enter the second round. In other words, in the second round there will be players who have played the first round several times. And there may even be players who have played the second round several times. The person who can still pass the level after failing so many times must be determined enough and have accumulated a lot of experience in werewolf killing games. Such players are definitely much more difficult to deal with than those in the first round. The reason why Xiaoxi said this now was to win over the short man. People who enter the second round from the same game will always feel more close to each other. She emphasized that other players are more difficult to deal with, which makes the short man unconsciously form an antagonistic mentality with those players. And he is more biased towards her. And the possibility of Yi Kongqing, even if their identities are opposed in the second round. As long as the short man is not a prophet, it is not certain whether they are opposed or not. Maybe they can stay with each other for a few more rounds because of this closeness. This is her purpose. The short man didn't say anything when he heard Xiaoxi's words. But he obviously listened to Xiaoxi's words. And his expression showed that he was thinking. Asterisk. It's 9:30 at night. New players entered Ri Hotel one after another. This time, including Xiaoxi's 3 players, there are a total of 12 players. There were 6 men and 6 women. And everyone looked a little tired. It was obvious that they had just finished the first round of the game not long ago. Some players sat down directly on the chairs after entering, while others remained vigilant, standing and looking around while also observing the status of other players. As the players arrived, the electronic sound rang again. Welcome 12 players to the Ri Hotel. Next, I will add the game rules for the second round. There are a total of 12 people in this round of the game. 4 werewolves, 4 civilians, 1 prophet, 1 guard, 1 zookeeper, and 1 cupid. Other identities have been introduced in the previous round. This time, Cupid will be introduced separately. Cupid needs to randomly designate 2 players as lovers on the first night, and cannot designate himself as one of the lovers. If one of the lovers dies, the other will die as well. If both lovers are good people, then both Cupid and the couple belong to the good camp. If both lovers are werewolves, then both Cupid and the couple belong to the werewolf camp. If one of the lovers is a good guy and the other is a werewolf, Cupid and the couple will form a third-party true love camp. When the true love camp appears, if the game ends and both lovers are still alive, the true love camp wins. Wait a minute. I'm a little dizzy. A chubby woman couldn't help interrupting the system. What is this third-party true love camp? If the couple is still alive at the end of the game, it counts as the couple winning. What does it mean? Chapter 335 Real Werewolf Killing 26. Electronic Sound gave a rare and considerate explanation. The other players don't know who the couple is, so the game is still dominated by the werewolf, and the good guy competing to win or lose. However, in the case of a couple with a werewolf and a good guy, if the werewolf wins in the end and the couple survives, the true love camp will be judged to win, and both the good guys and the werewolves will be losers. That is to say, in addition to determining who among the players is a werewolf, we also have to determine who the couple is and which party they are from. When the young freckled woman said this, she suddenly frowned. There are too many factors involved here. There are so many uncertainties. So the best way is to resolve them as a couple first. I understand when you say that. The fat woman nodded. In short, it is best for the werewolves and the good guys to gather together to find the couple and solve the couple. And then, they can focus on the victory or defeat of their own camp. The electronic sound did not give everyone time to continue the discussion, and continued. Cupid's death does not affect the life or death of the couple. Cupid will not know the specific identity of the couple when he designates the player, and the player who is designated as the couple will not know who Cupid is. Cupid is not allowed to explicitly tell other players who his designated couple is. The victory conditions for good guys and werewolves are the same as in the previous round. In addition, the survival game rules of Real Werewolf are generally the same as the previous round. The only thing that needs to be added is that players who are eliminated in this round of the game will have 3 million points deducted. Without 3 million points, the player will truly die. In the last round of the game, only 500,000 points were deducted. Why is it only 3 million points in this round? The fat woman couldn't help but question. Even if the second round is more difficult, 1 million points will be deducted. Right. 1 million points is already twice as much as in the first round. The electronic voice didn't seem to hear the fat woman's words. He just said, "Good luck to all the players," and then stopped. At the same time, a pop-up window popped up in front of Xiaoxi. Player Xiaoxi's identity in this round of the game is werewolf. There was no expression change on Xiaoxi's face, and she still observed the expressions of other players calmly. What was different from the previous round was that there were several players who did the same thing as her. Obviously, the players in this round are more experienced than the players in the previous round. When Xiaoxi made eye contact with other players, she did not dodge and even nodded politely to say hello. She behaved so gracefully and generously that other players subconsciously responded politely. This time Xiaoxi did not deliberately act ignorant. In the case where the vast majority of players have enough gaming experience, if they continue to pretend to be novices, they will easily become the first target to be abandoned and attacked. Because the uncertainty of novices is too high, they will be disliked by experienced players. Contrary to what happened in the last round, this round she had to show herself to be experienced, but not too prominent. Otherwise she would easily be regarded as a thorn in the side. After waiting for a while, the electronic sound rang again. It's about to reach 10 o'clock. Please go back to your respective rooms to rest as soon as possible. Everyone was stunned. In our round, we don't have the chance to speak first and vote? The fat woman murmured. After we return to the room, it's time for the werewolf to take action. Doesn't this give the werewolf the upper hand? Chapter 336 Real Werewolf Killing 27. Actually, it's not bad, the freckled woman said. The usual werewolf killing process is for the werewolf to strike first, and the werewolf's winning conditions are also more stringent. So the werewolf doesn't necessarily have much of an upper hand. That's true. The fat woman nodded and said no more. A group of 12 people walked upstairs together. At this time, the metal nameplates upstairs have been replaced with photos of the players this time. The positions of Yi Kongqing, Xiaoxi, and the short man's room did not change. But Wanzita's body was no longer in the room. as if it had been disposed of by something invisible. But the blood stains on the bed were still there, and the quilt was too dirty to be used. The fat woman who was assigned to one's widow's room happened to be the fat woman. She went in and saw blood stains on the bed, and she cursed for a while. But no one paid attention to the situation on the fat woman's side. No matter how fiercely she scolded, she had to take out her quilt from her storage compartment and replace the dirty quilt on the bed that was stained with blood. 10 o'clock came soon, and the wall clock in the corridor rang the hourly time. All the players closed the doors. From now on, they could not leave their rooms. Not long after the bell rang, a pop-up window suddenly popped up in front of Xiaoxi. The player Xiaoxi is designated as one of the lovers by Cupid, and the other couple is the player Yi Kongqing. When she saw this pop-up window, Xiaoxi immediately sat up from the bed. The next second, Yi Kongqing sent a message through the friend function. Xiaoxi clicked it and took a look. Yi Kongqing? Xiaoxi couldn't help but burst into laughter. I always think Yi Kongqing's reaction is a bit cute. After thinking about it, she sent a message directly. Xiaoxi, I am a werewolf. Soon Yi Kongqing had a reply. Yi Kongqing, the code is garbled and I can't understand it. Xiaoxi understood immediately. Xiaoxi, it seems that even if two people are in the same game, not all news can be exchanged through the friends function. In this werewolf killing game, the most critical thing is the player's own identity. You cannot communicate your identity to each other through the friends function, so you have to chat in person, which increases the risk of being discovered by others, even if others cannot hear what is being said in private. If you notice who has frequent contact with whom, it is easy to be regarded as a player of the same camp. Especially in this game, there are characters like lovers appearing. But it doesn't matter. She always has a way to solve the problem. By 12 o'clock, she would know which camp Yi Kongqing belonged to. Xiaoxi, regarding identity matters. Let's meet and talk tomorrow. Yi Kongqing, okay. Xiaoxi, by the way, how many points do you have left in total now? Yi Kongqing, more than 5 million. Xiaoxi, where did you get so many points? She remembered Yi Kongqing's poor jingle bell before, and all the points she had accumulated by clearing the game were spent on opening storage compartments. Even if I finished the game a few times later, I shouldn't have so many points. Yi Kongqing, the game you were in when you were bound was stolen from other players. Xiaoxi blinked her eyes and understood. It seems that Yi Kongqing's unfinished game should be somewhat similar to the hunting forest she had experienced before, so it gave him an excellent opportunity to replenish his points. If she hadn't suddenly appeared and bound him, he might have had tens of millions of points by now. Chapter 337 Real Werewolf Killing 28. Regarding this, Xiaoxi has no doubt about Yi Kongqing's strength. Xiaoxi, as long as you have enough points. Rest first. Yi Kongqing, yeah. Xiaoxi lay back down again, closed her eyes, and let herself fall asleep as soon as possible. There were still 2 hours between 10 and 12 o'clock, so she had to sleep for a while so that she wouldn't appear sleep-deprived during the day the next day. Although you can make excuses and say that you were just too nervous to fall asleep, you can still easily become the target of suspicion. The best way is to seize the time and sleep as much as possible. Asterisk. When the clock rang at midnight, Xiaoxi woke up immediately and opened the door to her room. The old door panel usually makes a creaking sound, but this time, there was no movement at all. She walked outside, her shoes making no sound on the slightly warped wooden floor. At the same time, 3 other doors opened, and 4 people met in the corridor. Xiaoxi took a look and saw that the 4 werewolves happened to be 2 men and 2 women. But there is no Yi Kongqing. Xiaoxi's expression didn't change at all, but her heartbeat was a little faster. In this way, among the lovers, she is the werewolf, and Yi Kongqing is the good guy camp. If she and Yi Kongqing want to win, they must survive as a third camp until the end. This is really the most troublesome situation. One of the red-haired men raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the stairs, indicating that everyone should go to the first floor before talking. The other 3 people didn't object and went downstairs together. After arriving at the small hall on the first floor, the woman in a tutu relaxed her whole body, but her voice was not too high. Actually, it should be fine if I talked upstairs before. They couldn't hear her. She is not tall and looks like a child in her pink tutu, but judging from her face, that is not immature. She should be slightly older than Xiaoxi. Who knows if the details of the game settings will change? The red-haired man glanced at the tutu. It's always good to be careful. Then he turned to look at Xiaoxi. Yes. Beauty. As he spoke, he moved closer to Xiaoxi and reached out his hand to try to hold Xiaoxi's shoulders. Xiaoxi nimbly avoided it and went straight to the point. Time is limited. Let's quickly discuss who is better to kill. The red-haired man jumped away. But he wasn't angry either. He just stared at Xiaoxi and smiled frivolously. She's right. The barefoot man nodded. It's better to quickly decide who is going to be eliminated tonight. Tutu looked at the barefoot man's bare feet and couldn't help but ask. I saw your bare feet before when the system explained the rules. Why are you still bare feet now? Is it possible that you have no shoes to wear? It's just that I don't have any shoes to wear. The barefoot man showed a helpless expression. I didn't collect many shoes to begin with. Who knew that the last game was so expensive for shoes? Now I can only go barefoot. Fortunately, it wasn't that cold today. Otherwise, even a grown man like him wouldn't be able to bear the feeling of cold feet. The red-haired man seemed to be very interested in Xiaoxi. He kept looking at Xiaoxi and asked, Beauty, who do you want to deal with first? You ask me? Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. I have some ideas. She looked at the tutu and said, Do you have any impression of that middle-aged man who looks a little wretched? Puff Skirt's mind immediately pictured a sallow, thin, middle-aged man with a lewd look when he looked at her. Chapter 338 Real Werewolf Killing 29. Tutu's skirt showed a disgusted expression and nodded. That man is so annoying. Xiaoxi said, Yeah. Then let him. As long as the target on the first night is not Yi Kongqing. Anyone will do. After all, she doesn't know the identity of the other players yet. But if she had to name one person, it would be that wretched man. She deliberately caused the resonance of the tutu skirt, and also let people know that she designated the obscene man simply because she disliked it, and had no deeper meaning or selfish motives. Oh, the red-haired man asked Xiaoxi curiously. Did that wretched man just keep staring at the beauty? Not just staring at me. Xiaoxi didn't really want to get close to the red-haired man, but she still answered the question. After saying this, she looked at the tutu. The tutu skirt understood and nodded. Look at me too. At this point, she cursed and added, That stinky man. He's stared at every pretty woman present for a long time, wishing he could drool. It's so disgusting. Since the beauty doesn't like it, let's be the first to deal with him. The red-haired man made a decision simply and neatly. The barefoot man was a little speechless at the red-haired man's attitude, but he didn't object to the red-haired man's decision. Puff Skirt is eager to try. Then what are you waiting for? Let's do it quickly. How can a lady do such a thing? The red-haired man grabbed the barefoot man and said to Xiaoxi, Beauty, you wait here. I will go with this barefoot man to kill that wretched man. Destroyed. The tutu that was ignored throughout. Dot! Xiaoxi smiled and said politely, Thank you very much. The red-haired man showed a satisfied expression and walked upstairs with the barefoot man. On the way, the barefoot man couldn't help but complained in a low voice. I don't look like a big man anymore. Can you please stop giving me random nicknames? Seeing the two men go upstairs and sit down on the leather sofa in tutu, she looked at Xiaoxi. You are really lucky to be beautiful. Even in such a game, there are people who are willing to please you and stand up for you. Xiaoxi wasn't angry either. She just asked with a smile. This blessing is for you. Do you want it? Her tone was soft, but her words were unceremoniously insulting. If I could be so lucky, I would be better off than others in the game. Puff Ant snorted. There wasn't much ridicule on her face. She was a little envious and a little jealous, and she seemed to feel that she was ungrateful. The benefits you get from your face must be repaid with your face after all. She sat down on another leather sofa. Her posture was elegant, with the dignity cultivated in the upper class. Such a weak person, the care that comes from relationships will always be the first to be discarded at critical moments. The tutu skirt couldn't help but look at Xiaoxi and said, You are more thoughtful than I thought, and you are not as much of a vase as you seem. I'm very happy that you have such an understanding. It is an iron rule that people should not be judged by their appearance. Xiaoxi nodded slightly. We are in the same camp now. No matter whether you like me or not, it is best not to have internal conflicts. Otherwise, it will not be conducive to victory. Really? Puff Ant looked Xiaoxi up and down and asked slowly. But how do I know you are not a couple? Chapter 339 Real Werewolf Killing 30. The meaning of the tutu test couldn't be more obvious. Xiaoxi smiled freely. Do you think that just because I am the most beautiful, Cupid will choose me? Hearing this, Tutu Skirt couldn't help but smile. This reason is indeed a bit far-fetched. While the two were chatting, there were slight footsteps on the stairs. The two women looked up and saw the red-haired man and the barefoot man walking downstairs. It's solved, the red-haired man said in a casual tone. That's just a coward. He was so scared when he saw us going in. It's really a bit cowardly. The barefoot man echoed. It's also so vulgar that I can't even stand it. Stop talking about that man, Puff Ant said with a disgusted expression. We should discuss tomorrow's plan. She looked at Xiaoxi and asked, who do you think is better to target when you speak and vote tomorrow? Xiaoxi saw that the tutu was still testing her, and she said with a smile, of course it's Cupid and the Prophet. The tutu nodded, quite satisfied with Xiaoxi's reaction. Yes, if you know who Cupid is, you might be able to deduce who the couple is. And the Prophet is the biggest trouble for werewolves. If someone jumps to the Prophet, even if we can't vote it out, we should at least make others doubt the authenticity of the Prophet. Then why don't we find someone to dance with the Prophet? The barefoot man suggested. In this case, it will be harder for other players to believe the words of the Prophet. You can consider it. The red-haired man nodded. But let's wait for the situation tomorrow night before deciding whether to dance in pairs. Then if we want to dance, who will dance? Xiaoxi looked at the other three people. We have to agree now, lest everyone dance later, which would be bad. Of course it's me. I'm the best at this. The red-haired man smiled frivolously. Then he took off his coat and walked to Xiaoxi's side. Beauty, it's a bit cold at night. You are wearing thin clothes, so don't freeze. The temperature here is already spring. A little cool in the morning and evening, but warm at noon. Xiaoxi has already changed out of her down jacket when the game just started, wearing a comfortable and lightweight knitted cardigan jacket and a thin long-sleeved t-shirt. It was indeed a bit cold late at night. No, thank you. Xiaoxi politely thanked her and raised her hand to stop the red-haired man from approaching. I'm not cold. Don't be embarrassed. The red-haired man approached again very familiarly. If the beauty catches a cold, I will feel bad. Seeing this, Tutu's skirt couldn't help but snorted. As if she didn't like it, the barefoot man said nothing and turned his head to look away, pretending not to notice. Xiaoxi stepped on the red-haired man's feet unceremoniously, took a few steps back, and then said, You should be able to tell that I don't like getting close to strangers. If you and I are not in the same camp, you will be my second most wanted target after the obscene man. That's such a pity. The red-haired man was neither angry nor flinching. He didn't even show any pain when he was stepped on. We are in the same camp. You have to get along with me. There was still a smile on his face. But my appearance is 100 times better than that of a wretched man. A beauty cannot compare me with him. Chapter 340 Real Werewolf Killing 31. Xiaoxi snorted softly and threatened. I advise you to restrain yourself. Otherwise my brother will see you during the day, and he will not let you go. She mentioned Yi Kongqing at this time to inoculate several other werewolves. If you pretend to be unfamiliar with Yi Kongqing, it will not be conducive to contact between the two people in the future. But now, let other werewolves know about her relationship with Yi Kongqing. It would be more natural for her to have contact with Yi Kongqing during the day. What's more important is that she can contact Yi Kongqing under the guise of probing the wind, which makes her appear more confident. And other werewolves can't say anything. Brother? The red-haired man paused and recalled. Is it the green-eyed man sitting next to you? That's right. Xiaoxi nodded. The one with green eyes? Tutu's skirt showed a surprised expression. You two look nothing alike. They're just cousins. It's normal to not look like them. Xiaoxi shrugged. It's not easy to meet someone close to you at a game. The red-haired man paused and suddenly laughed again. So you and your brother are bound together? The barefoot man and the tutu skirt both showed a little doubt when they heard this. When Xiaoxi saw this, she understood a little bit. These two people should have never won 5 games in a row, and they have no chance to learn about binding from others. But this red-haired man, he seemed to know a lot about binding abilities, and he must have experienced single-player games. But she didn't see who was his binding partner in this game. Maybe the bound object lost in the last round of the game? Or maybe it just so happens that this time the game has a 5% chance that the two people are not together. Although she had so many thoughts in her mind, Xiaoxi was not slow to respond. That's right. At this time, there is no benefit in denying it, but it will only increase others' suspicion. It can bind you two together. I think the relationship should be good enough. The red-haired man smiled and approached Xiaoxi. Your current relationship is antagonistic. Can you be so cruel? Of course I can't bear it, Xiaoxi admitted frankly, and then changed the subject. But if I have to make a choice between him and me, I will only choose myself to win. The red-haired man's eyes were even more interesting. Oh, if that's the case, why not take him first? But I hope I can make him suffer less. Xiaoxi interrupted the red-haired man and continued. Since I am determined to win, I will definitely let my brother lose. But I hope he will only accept defeat in the game. As punishment, Don't deduct an additional 3 million points. The implication is that she does not want Yi Kongqin to be forced out of the game midway through the game. If you make such a request now, it will easily arouse suspicion. Do you know that? The barefoot man couldn't help but say. I wonder if you and your brother are the lovers designated by Cupid. I know. Xiaoxi looked at the barefoot man without any panic. However, let me not talk about how low the probability that my brother and I will be designated as lovers by Cupid at the same time. Just think about it. If we are really a couple, do I dare to make such a request to you so blatantly from the beginning? The other three werewolves looked at each other, but no one spoke for a while. Chapter 341 Real Werewolf Killing 32. Xiaoxi acted quite calmly, neither nervous nor pretentious. It was really hard to imagine that she could be one of the lovers. Asking themselves, if they were one of the lovers, it would be difficult for them to have such a psychological quality. The young woman in front of her looked squeamish at first glance, and she did not look like a ruthless character with such a strong psychological quality. Xiaoxi continued, after all, he is my brother, and he has always treated me well. If I don't do something for him, it would be too heartless. So I hope to make his loss smaller. It's the only thing that can be done for him right now. The barefoot man was stunned, and for a moment he felt ashamed. After playing the survival game so many times, he had long forgotten what it felt like to be merciful to others. Losing means winning, and in order to win for yourself, you must step on the bones of others. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that when he first entered the survival game, he had felt unbearable. But under various fiercely competitive game rules, he has long forgotten those. If you can't bear with him, aren't you afraid that one day he will bite you back? The barefoot man murmured. Perhaps if he knew that he was in an antagonistic relationship with you in this game, he would be cruel to you and show no mercy. Brother won't, Xiaoxi said firmly, adding at the end, taking a step back. Even if something like that really happens, it's his problem and has nothing to do with me. What I'm doing now, just for my own conscience, not to seek anything in return. It has nothing to do with him. The barefoot man looked at Xiaoxi for a while without saying a word. Tutu's skirt was also stunned for a long time. After a moment of silence, she said, if your brother is not a prophet, I can promise you to keep him until the end. This was the biggest concession she could make. The prophet must be targeted, not left alone. Okay. Xiaoxi nodded in agreement. She knew that this was the biggest concession they could make. As a reward for your cooperation with me, tomorrow I can try to trick my brother and see who he is. Since the beauty has said so, I am too embarrassed to object anymore. The red-haired man stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to lift up the broken hair on Xiaoxi's temples. Xiaoxi raised her hand and slapped the red-haired man's hand away, with a hint of impatience on her face. If you continue to move your hands and feet carelessly, I will ask my brother to beat you up first tomorrow. Although your brother looks quite fierce, he may not be more powerful than me. The red-haired man was not afraid of Xiaoxi's words, but he did not extend his hand again. He just looked at Xiaoxi and smiled frivolously. However, the beauty Bo Nu is also very beautiful, and I like her even more. Xiaoxi didn't answer, just looked at the other two people and said, now that we have discussed the plan for tomorrow's speech session, I will go back and rest. After saying that, she nodded politely to the man in the tutu and bare feet, turned around and walked upstairs. He never looked at the red-haired man again from beginning to end. The red-haired man looked at Xiaoxi's leading figure and smiled playfully. Interesting. The tutu skirt and the barefoot man looked at each other, and both of them went upstairs silently without saying a word. After returning to the room, Xiaoxi lay on the bed and reviewed the conversation just now, making sure that she had not exposed any flaws, and then made some preparations for herself in her mind, and then presupposed what might happen tomorrow, and did it in her mind. After practicing, eyes slowly relaxed. Chapter 342 Real Werewolf Killing 33. Xiaoxi turned her head and stared at the small lamp beside the bed for a while, but did not fall asleep immediately. Although the red-haired man behaved frivolously and casually, he was quite sophisticated and very smart, so he was not easy to deal with. The other two people are relatively ordinary and not difficult to deal with. If possible, it would be safest to throw the red-haired man out first, but it was very difficult to avoid arousing the suspicion of the werewolf, and at the same time get the good guys to vote for the red-haired man. She had to think carefully about what to do. Asterisk. Early the next morning, Xiaoxi heard the hurried footsteps. She sat up, yawned, and went to the bathroom to wash up. While doing her skin care in the mirror, she carefully looked at her face and eyes. There was no obvious feeling of fatigue, which should not lead anyone to suspect that she had gone out for action at night. Then she combed her hair up and tied it into a low ponytail. Then opened the door and walked out. Everyone gathered outside the door of the wretched man's room, and many people were talking in low voices. But no one expressed regret or discomfort over the wretched man's death. She took a closer look and found the wretched man's body lying on the floor of the room. The expression on his face was distorted, as if he had suffered a lot of pain when he died. She was stunned for a moment. Neither the red-haired man nor the barefoot man said anything last night. She didn't expect that the wretched man was really dead. However, she did not look at the red-haired man and the barefoot man to avoid arousing unnecessary suspicion. After everyone saw it, they closed the door of the wretched man's room. No one planned to clean up the wretched man's body in the room. She walked openly to Yi Kongqing's side, neither lowering her voice nor deliberately raising her voice. "Brother, it's great that you were okay last night," Yi Kongqing said, and raised his hand to rub Xiaoxi's head. "You're fine. You're fine." The few players who had not completely left noticed the movements of Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing. They paid attention for a moment, but saw that the other party acted quite naturally without hesitation, and half of their doubts were eliminated. While chatting with Yi Kongqing, Xiaoxi took his arm and walked to her room. After entering the room, she closed the door gently, then lowered her voice and said to Yi Kongqing, "I am a werewolf." Yi Kongqing was stunned for a moment and then said, "I am a guard. You are really lucky to have the priesthood for 2 consecutive rounds." Xiaoxi praised with a smile, and finally said, "To be honest, I am very grateful to Cupid. Otherwise we would not be in the same camp." According to the nature of the game, it is normal for her and Yi Kongqing to be in opposing camps. She never thought that she would be so lucky that she would never be against Yi Kongqing. If it weren't for Cupid this time, she would have to fight Yi Kongqing. "Yes," Yi Kongqing nodded. Fortunately, he didn't say anything else, but Xiaoxi understood what he meant. "By the way, I guess Cupid may be a short man." Xiaoxi analyzed it for Yi Kongqing. "Except for him, everyone else is completely unknown to us. A completely unknown person can just specify the 2 of us. The probability of them becoming a couple is too low." Not only did they know the short man, but before the start of the second round of the game, she specifically hinted that it would be more beneficial for the 3 of them to unite as people who knew each other. This also increases the likelihood that the shorter man will subconsciously want to team up with them. Chapter 343 Real Werewolf Killing 34. So she guessed that the short man was most likely Cupid. "Wait until the afternoon. Find a suitable opportunity to chat with the short man alone," Xiaoxi told Yi Kongqing. "It's not convenient for me to go and look for him, so as not to attract the attention of other werewolves." Yi Kongqing frowned slightly, instinctively disgusted with having to chat with others. But he still agreed. Xiaoxi told Yi Kongqing in detail what she wanted to say to the short man. She would first test the other person's specific identity, confirm that he was really Cupid, and then let him know that a 3rd camp had appeared. Finally, let him stabilize. You must not reveal anything about who the couple is. Although Yi Kongqing's face was full of irritability, he still wrote them down one by one. Xiaoxi couldn't help but feel a little amused when she saw Yi Kongqing's unhappy expression, as if a carnivore had been forced to chew the bark of a tree. She followed Yi Kongqing's example and reached out to rub Yi Kongqing's hair, as if she were comforting a wild beast. "Good boy, I'm sorry for you." Yi Kongqing was stunned for a moment, and then the tips of his ears turned slightly red. His originally messy hair was messed up even more by Xiaoxi's rubbing, but it didn't look decadent and was full of wildness. Xiaoxi smiled and narrowed her eyes. She retracted her hand and returned to the topic. "If you want all 3 people from the True Love camp to pass the level, then at least 2 werewolves must be alive. And at the same time, other than you and Cupid must be eliminated. All good guys." After a pause, she added, "However, as long as we are both alive when the werewolves win, it is our victory. So we can first target the players in the good camp. If we are lucky, say maybe if we get rid of 4 players from the good camp in a row, we will win. Okay." Yi Kongqing nodded obediently. Xiaoxi told Yi Kongqing the identities of the other 3 werewolves, and said, "You can't act, so it's best to speak as little as possible to avoid exposing any flaws. Anyway, Yi Kongqing's character is here. He doesn't talk much, and no one will find it strange." "I know." Yi Kongqing agreed obediently. "If the prophet jumps out tonight, don't protect the prophet at night. I will find a way to convince the other 3 people to kill the prophet when the werewolf moves." The 3 werewolves definitely wanted to kill the prophet first, but without knowing whether the guard was alive. They might not attack the prophet directly. What she had to do was to make them think that there was a high probability that the prophet would not be protected by guards. And at the same time, she could not let them know that Yi Kongqing was a guard. Yi Kongqing looked at Xiaoxi. His emerald green eyes filled with seriousness. I won't protect others. The one he chose to protect last night was Xiaoxi. Even if he now knows that Xiaoxi is a werewolf, he still won't change. Seeing Yi Kongqing's serious look, Xiaoxi felt her heart beat a little faster. Instant heartbeat. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were sparkling, and there was a hint of warmth in her smile. Yi Kongqing, your status as a guard really gives us a lot of convenience. Without the protection of the guards, there will be no obstacles for the werewolves to move at night. And there will be no Christmassy situation. If Yi Kongqing were not a guard, the situation would be more complicated. Yi Kongqing said nothing, but stretched out his hand to rub Xiaoxi's head. Chapter 344 Real Werewolf Killing 35. However, Yi Kongqing didn't use much strength this time, and finally smoothed the broken hair around Xiaoxi's ears, and put them behind her ears. Xiaoxi felt her heart beat irregularly again. She looked at Yi Kongqing, and felt that she liked him more. What about him? Seem. You also have a crush on her, right? Thinking like this, Xiaoxi suddenly approached Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing was stunned, looking at Xiaoxi who was so close at hand, and didn't know how to react for a moment. But Xiaoxi did nothing, just stared into Yi Kongqing's eyes. Yi Kongqing looked at Xiaoxi subconsciously. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. Yi Kongqing's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. He turned his face away with some difficulty, and looked at the old and yellowed wall. Xiaoxi held back her laughter, but there was still a hint of smile in her clear voice. Yi Kongqing, why don't you look at me? Her tone was a little innocent, a little confused. Xiaoxi. Yi Kongqing's voice was slightly hoarse and a bit sexy. Don't make trouble. Xiaoxi accepted it when she saw that it was good. She took out the milk and gave it to Yi Kongqing with a smile. Here, let's have breakfast. Well, she could at least confirm that Yi Kongqing had a crush on her. Just thinking about it makes me feel happy. However, I didn't expect that Yi Kongqing looked fierce, but was so shy and reserved emotionally. And it was so funny that she couldn't bear to pierce the window paper so quickly. Xiaoxi thought evilly. In the future, she will find more opportunities to tease Yi Kongqing. He looks sexier than usual, and she likes it. Yi Kongqing, who had no idea what evil thoughts Xiaoxi was thinking, was secretly relieved when Xiaoxi changed the subject, and his expression slowly returned to normal. He took the milk, opened the straw and inserted it, but instead of drinking it himself, he handed it to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi smiled sweetly, took the milk from Yi Kongqing's hand, and took out a new bottle of milk for Yi Kongqing. Asterisk. At 7 o'clock in the evening, 11 players gathered in the small hall on the first floor on time. Since there were only 10 wooden chairs, the red-haired man took the initiative to sit on the old leather sofa. As soon as she sat down, the freckled woman spoke first. I am a prophet. She pointed to the short man and said, I tested him last night. He is a good man. Before anyone could ask questions, she took the initiative and said, Let me explain why I chose to check him last night. Because when the system assigned identities to players yesterday, I saw something wrong with his expression. I suspected that he might be a werewolf. So I decided to check him out. The short man scratched the back of his head and seemed a little embarrassed. I'm not familiar with this game, and this is the second time I've played it. I don't have much experience, so it's normal that my performance is not good enough. Are you so lucky? The fat woman couldn't help showing a look of envy. You cleared the first round of the game in one go? The short man smiled sheepishly. I was indeed lucky enough to pass the level. He didn't play a big role in the last round, and winning in the end was more of a matter of luck. Even if you are not familiar with the game, but you are a good person. Do you need to be sneaky? Freckles questioned. So now I suspect you are Cupid. The short man showed an expression of astonishment. You are too outrageous. I just wanted to peek at other people's expressions and try to guess who the werewolf was. You won't say that I am sneaky. Chapter 345 Real Werewolf Killing 36. After saying that, the short man complained in confusion. This is the first time I have seen a prophet question the identity of a good person after he was found to be a good person. You are really going too far. Xiaoxi praised Yi Kongqing and the short man in her heart. Yi Kongqing must have accurately conveyed her thoughts to the short man in the afternoon. So the short man is very clear now, and knows that he must try not to reveal his secrets in order to continue playing the game, regardless of whether this wave of short men can muddle through. At least he tried hard. Which means that he clearly understands his current position. After finding Cupid, it will be helpful for us to deduce who the couple is. Freckles did not show any embarrassment because of the short man's words, but analyzed it calmly. Although the rules of the game say that Cupid cannot clearly inform other players who the couple is, but it doesn't say it can't be hinted at. That's a good statement. The fat woman nodded in agreement. Kick that troublesome couple out first. Then we can safely compete with the werewolf in a battle of wits and courage. But I'm not Cupid. The short man spread his hands. I admit that your considerations are reasonable. I also think it's important to find Cupid first. But I'm not Cupid. You can't let me make up two people. Come out as a couple. Freckles looked at the short man without speaking for a while, and didn't seem to completely believe the short man's words. The short man showed an unhappy look. You insist on saying that I am sneaky when looking at others. I haven't even said that you have wronged me and made me doubt your identity as a prophet. Tutu Skirt laughed. It's possible. Werewolves leaping into prophets is something that often happens in games. But Freckles' behavior and words are quite logical, and there doesn't seem to be anything suspicious at the moment. Even if nothing can be done to the prophet today, it is always right to make everyone doubt the identity of Freckles. But she couldn't express herself too obviously. Otherwise she would expose herself. She insists on targeting me. Isn't that suspicious enough? The short man was a little angry. The short man turned to look at the woman wearing high heels sitting on the other side of him. You were sitting next to me at the time. But tell me, did you see me being sneaky? I didn't pay attention. The high-heeled woman raised her chin slightly, looking at the short man with her nostrils. You look so ordinary. It's really not worthy of my eyes to stay on you. The short man's expression turned ugly for a moment, but he endured it. At least it proves that I'm not sneaky. Otherwise, how could other people not notice such strange movements and expressions? He said. I think what the short man said makes some sense. Xiaoshi looked at the short man sitting opposite her. I was sitting opposite him, and I could easily see his expression. And at that time, I also paid attention to the expressions of all the players. But I didn't think he was sneaky. I'm really not sneaky, the short man said to Freckles with a look of unjust anger on his face. You either saw it wrong, or you're targeting me deliberately. Why are you targeting me? I'm a little doubtful now. Are you really a prophet? Chapter 346 Real Werewolf Killing 37. So far, no one else has come forward to be a prophet. Freckles looked around and said, Isn't this enough to prove that I am a real prophet? As soon as she finished speaking, the red-haired man suddenly raised his hand, while everyone's eyes were on the red-haired man. Xiaoshi shook her head slightly at the red-haired man. The red-haired man noticed Xiaoshi's movements. His expression did not change at all, and he said with a smile, I think what the short man said is somewhat reasonable. If Freckles are a true prophet, it has been verified that the short man is a good man. And when several others said they didn't see the short man being sneaky, it seemed quite weird to insist that the short man was suspected of being Cupid. That is, if I am really sneaky, and other players can prove that I am sneaky, then they can still suspect that I am Cupid. But I clearly am not. But I insist that I am Cupid. Isn't this targeting me? The short man questioned Freckles unhappily. You said no one else jumped out to see you. Maybe the seer saw you jumping out and didn't dare to admit his identity for a while. So he was going to hide in the dark to observe the situation. Freckles looked at the short man with a worried look on his face. Are you targeting me? The short man looked puzzled. Didn't you target me first? This is just a reasonable inference on my part. If I were a werewolf, I could just say you are a werewolf. There is no need to say you are a good person and then say you are sneaky. Freckles clicked his tongue. A little unhappy. It is easier for other players to say you are a werewolf. Vote. If you directly say that I am a werewolf, others may not believe it. But after you say that I am a good person, and then doubt my special identity, it will be easier for others to believe it. The short man snorted. You think everyone they are all fools. Can't they see your trick? Freckles rolled her eyes. She turned to the others and said, Anyway, I am indeed a prophet. I hope the guards can protect me tonight. After a pause, she added, Even if you doubt my identity as a prophet, I am the only one who has jumped out as a prophet. If the guards don't protect me, you have a 50% chance of losing the true prophet. In addition, you can also judge whether I am a real prophet by looking at my speech tomorrow and the roll I will check. You said so much in your chatter. Why do I think it's even more fake? Heels raised his eyes and looked at Freckles, with disdain on his face. If you are a real prophet, you must at least act more confident and explain so much, for fear that others will not believe it. but will make people more suspicious. Freckles became a little angry when she heard this, and her voice rose slightly. Isn't it because someone doubted me that I stood up to explain myself? If I don't explain a few words, will I let others doubt me? Wouldn't it be easier, being led by others? Her high-heeled legs were crossed together, and her slightly raised chin showed her arrogance. Although the short man doesn't appeal to me, there are some things about him that I agree with. No other prophet has come forward now. Maybe just because I don't want to be everyone's target, and I don't want to be picked out to compete with you so quickly. So I decided to hide in the dark. Chapter 347 Real Werewolf Killing 38. And you? The high-heeled shoe pointed at the Freckles, and then at the fat woman. You two knew each other before entering the second round of the game. Right. Seeing that she was mentioned, the fat woman's originally relaxed posture changed somewhat, and became defensive. This makes me wonder if you two are a couple. Heels looked at Freckles. You are a couple's prediction. Maybe? The two of us cleared the game together in the last round, the fat woman said. It's normal for us to know each other, and we didn't deliberately hide it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have communicated in front of everyone last night. You don't have to think about it. Freckles was very angry, and his attitude became quite rude. Last night when everyone was on the first floor, Cupid hadn't chosen a couple yet. What's more, what reason does Cupid have to be so different? You want to designate me and the fat woman? That's not true, the high-heeled shoe said clearly. Anyway, there are not many people here who know each other. It just so happened that Cupid, like me, saw that you and the fat woman had communicated with each other, as if they knew each other. Maybe Cupid thought that, if you designate people you know as a couple, do you have a better chance of winning than someone you don't know? What's the chance of winning? Freckles sneered. Don't forget, only when there is a werewolf and a good person in a couple, the third camp will appear. Otherwise, the couple will belong to whichever camp they belong to. What do you think? If two players are randomly assigned, what is the probability that one werewolf and one good guy will appear? The number of good people is twice that of werewolves. Normally, the probability that the designated lovers are both good people is higher, the fat woman echoed. Although this is the case, we can't deny the possibility that there is still a werewolf and a good person. Heels insisted on his idea unwaveringly. The way you two are so anxious and angry now makes me think that you two are a couple. And he's a werewolf and a good guy. You are so messy. Freckles stood up suddenly, as if he was very angry. I think you are one of the lovers. You want to completely mess up the situation so that you can profit from it. You're pretty good at raking things over. High Heels snorted disdainfully. I just made reasonable assumptions and judgments. So you would suspect that I'm a couple. It's simply unreasonable. Who is being unreasonable? Freckles pointed at the High Heels with an expression that said he was about to be pissed off. I have decided that I will vote for you tonight. The high-heeled shoe slowly stood up, with anger in his eyes. Just because I doubt your identity, you want to vote me out? Why? You think that after voting me out, no one else will doubt you? You can sit back and relax? Freckles closed his eyes and told himself not to be carried away by anger. She had to be calm in order to stabilize the situation. Taking a deep breath, she opened her eyes and said to the other players, Tonight we will throw the high heels out to see if any other players die together. If not, the two-keeper will check the specific identity of the high heels. Then, we will check the identity of the fat woman tonight and announce it to everyone tomorrow. It's really funny. Heel sneered. Why don't you let everyone vote out the fat woman to see if you will die? And then let the two-keeper check the identity of the fat woman? Chapter 348 Real Werewolf Killing 39. Before Freckles could say anything, Heel said again. Yes. You don't dare. Because after the fat woman is cast out, you will most likely die. You fake prophet. I'm really speechless. The fat woman couldn't bear it and stood up. What does the confrontation between you two have to do with me? Why do you want to vote for me? She looked at the high heels. Since you doubt Freckles' identity, just vote for her. If you vote her out, as long as I am still alive, it means that she and I are not a couple. Then the two-keeper will check her identity. No. Do you know whether she is a good person or a bad person? No. She stood up and objected. Although Freckles' current identity as a prophet is not yet certain whether it is true or false, she is the only one who has come forward after all. If she is true, we should call her now if she is thrown out. It will be difficult for us to find the werewolf, and the situation will become quite unfavorable for the good guys. Freckles, who was originally a little angry because of the fat woman's words, softened a lot after hearing Xiaoxi's words. The red-haired man glanced at Xiaoxi and suddenly laughed. That's true. Even if you doubt the identity of the prophet, normally you will give her one more chance to confirm whether she is a true prophecy. Home. Trying to vote her out so hastily is not something someone from the good camp would do. The high-heeled shoe turned to look at the red-haired man, with disbelief in her eyes. Do you mean to doubt me? This is just a normal inference. There was a frivolous smile on the red-haired man's handsome face. You can doubt others, and others can doubt you. We passed the game together from the last round. He blurted out angrily, with an expression as if he had been betrayed. We just met in a game. Not even friends. The red-haired man said casually. What's more, our identities are unknown now. Even if I am familiar with you than others, it doesn't mean that I can't doubt you. Right. What the red hair said makes sense to me. The short man took the opportunity to speak. Even if a normal person doubts the identity of the prophet, he will not immediately vote out the player who may be the prophet. This is too reckless. High heels are eager to show off freckles, which makes people suspicious. You stinky man! High heels lost his temper at the short man. I didn't target you. How dare you say that to me? Although I also doubt the identity of Freckles. I didn't immediately say that I would vote for Freckles. After the short man expressed his attitude, he raised his hand and pointed to the high heels. Right now, you seem to be the most suspicious. So I vote for you. Seeing this, the fat woman also threw in her high heels. She already found high heels annoying, and she resented the fact that she was almost voted out because of her high heels. So it's better to vote for the high heels first, so as not to be randomly pointed at her. If she is pointed at again in the next round, she may not have such good luck this round. The remaining players thought for a moment and felt that the analysis of the speakers was reasonable, and they all pointed at the high heels. The heels were voted out. He didn't expect this to be the final result, and the high-heeled shoe's face suddenly turned extremely pale. Before she could say a word, the red-haired man shot her twice from behind, killing her. Chapter 349 Real Werewolf Killing 40. Everyone looked at the red-haired man subconsciously. I saw the red-haired man pretending to blow the non-existent gunpowder smoke on the muzzle, and then said with a smile, I just want to give her a good time. Otherwise, I will be entangled here and suffer more psychological torture. The other players didn't speak for a moment, and each returned to their respective rooms. 12 o'clock at midnight. Xiaoxi opened the door and walked straight to the first floor. A person quickly followed behind him. Beauty, did I perform well in my speech today? The red-haired man said, while trying to put his arm around Xiaoxi's shoulders. Xiaoxi nimbly dodged and threatened unceremoniously. If you dare to touch me like this again, don't blame me for being rude to you. The red-haired man was not afraid, but asked curiously, Why are you going to be rude to me? Xiaoxi did not answer directly, but said, If you want to know so much, you can give it a try. The red-haired man looked at Xiaoxi for a long time, then suddenly smiled happily. Beauty, I really like you. The more disobedient it is, the more challenging it is, and the more he likes it. That's unfortunate. You really disgust me. After Xiaoxi finished speaking, she continued walking downstairs. Can't my pretty face attract you? The red-haired man touched his cheek and said with some regret, When other girls see me, every one of them doesn't have their eyes shining brightly. Having said this, he suddenly approached Xiaoxi and said softly, Even that tutu skirt often secretly peeks at my beauty. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately moved away, giving Xiaoxi no chance to make a move. Xiaoxi sat down on the leather sofa on the first floor without even looking at the red-haired man. To be honest, the red-haired man does look good. He has the kind of beautiful androgynous appearance. He looks thin and a little more feminine, but he is about 1.85 meters tall, and his temperament and personality are not weak at all, so people will never mistake his gender. This kind of handsome man will attract a large number of fans no matter where he is. But it's not Xiaoxi's dish. Especially that frivolous look is really annoying. Just as Xiaoxi was thinking this, the man in a tutu skirt and bare feet, who came out a few minutes late, also came downstairs. As soon as she arrived downstairs, Tutu Skirt couldn't help but ask the red-haired man, What's going on? Didn't you agree last night that you would dance the prophet? Why didn't you dance in the end? The red-haired man smiled softly and looked at Xiaoxi. You have to ask the beauty. I just did it according to her request. Tutu Skirt turned to look at Xiaoxi with a suspicious look on her face. You? You told him not to dance the prophet? Why? Because I plan to attack the prophet directly tonight, Xiaoxi replied. Once the prophet dies, it will almost confirm her identity as a prophet. If the red hair fights against the prophet, It will make everyone knows he's a werewolf. Tonight? Tutu's skirt showed a funny look. Aren't you afraid of the guards protecting the prophet? Then the probability of our success will be much lower. In tonight's speech and voting session, most people did not help the prophet. Plus a few others came forward to express doubts about the prophet's identity. I think there is a high chance that the guards will not protect the prophet. Xiaoshi, speak your mind. You even spoke for the prophet during the speaking and voting session. Pingchuan snorted. Very unhappy. If it hadn't been for your words, maybe our chances of success tonight would have been higher. Chapter 350 Real Werewolf Killing 41. I spoke for the prophet just to make other players believe that I belonged to the good guys camp after she died. Xiaoshi told the truth. This will make it easier for me to gain their trust in my subsequent speeches. You do have a sense of trust. Maybe the guard thinks your words are reasonable and chooses to protect the prophet tonight? Puffskirt said angrily. 2 players from the good guys camp have already died. Maybe there are guards inside. The camp will lose a lot of support. And it will be even harder to know the identity of the werewolf. I agree to attack the prophet. The red-haired man raised his palm slightly. And without waiting for the Tutu to express his opinion, he added, as long as the prophet dies, not only can the strength of the good guys camp be greatly weakened, but also the good guys camp will continue to 3 players died. If we can vote out one more good person tomorrow, we can win a big victory. Tutu's skirt was stunned for a moment, as if she had just thought of this, and her opposition was suddenly not so high. But we haven't found a couple yet, the barefoot man said, not being dazzled by the victory in front of him. We still don't know if there is a so-called true love camp. If not, that's okay. If there is, even if we vote out a good person tomorrow, we will still be making wedding clothes for others. When we vote tomorrow, we still have a chance to find a couple. Xiaoshi started to analyze. We can choose the person who is most likely to be a couple to vote out. If someone dies with him, everyone will be happy. If not, then if the betting couple doesn't form a third-party camp, we will still win tomorrow. After a pause, she added, after all, the probability of a third camp appearing is not high. I think this bet still has a high chance of winning. Beauty seems to like gambling very much. The red-haired man smiled at Xiaoshi and made frivolous movements with Xiaoshi's chin through the air with his slender fingers. But I like it too. The tutu skirt was originally persuaded by the red-haired man, and she no longer objected at this time. She nodded and said, then let's attack the prophet first. If we succeed, we will win the bet tonight. Then tomorrow will be the speech and voting session. I agree to follow your words. The last half of her sentence was addressed to Xiaoshi. 3 of the 4 werewolves had already reached a consensus, and the barefoot man could not say anything more. He was actually very moved by Xiaoshi's proposal, but he was more worried and hoped to think more carefully. But in fact, he also knows that this kind of game is not thoughtful in any case. Without God's perspective, who knows whether what they think is comprehensive may actually be just the tip of the iceberg. Tonight, the 2 men went upstairs as usual. Tutu Skirt and Xiaoshi sat on the old leather sofa on the first floor and waited. Puff Skirt looked at Xiaoshi with a trace of jealousy in her eyes. The red hair seems to like you quite a bit. It has nothing to do with me. Xiaoshi's reaction was cold. What you said is even more irritating. Tutu snorted. It's like Versailles. If you like him, just confess your feelings and chase him. If you don't dare, then secretly like him. Xiaoshi looked at Pintu-kun. You don't chase him, and you are unwilling to have a secret love. Is it because of him? You sent me a friendly signal, and then you just tried to take your anger out on me?